Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're here with Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and we're also here with my good brother, College Genesis Radio, Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood, and we're ready to give it to you nice and direct as far as the reconnection of our people, building that bridge from the Americas to the African continent. So we always have these dynamic topics, family, and we're here to this be real with you about all the things that we need to do, because as you see that banner, Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. Now, Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood is literally just a vehicle to the end goal, and literally using a movement to build up what we need to build up so we can compete. And Kyle going to break down some more of his own analysis. So tonight's topic is Liberia past, present, and future of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Because when Liberia was established, that was the goal. The goal was for us to build a straight Black nation. So we're going to get into the past, present, and the future of that history. And we're going to break it down from the 1800s all the way up to the 21st century. So we talk about over 200 years. So I'm sure Kala is ready for that. And also we're gonna play some very biased videos. That way we can break it down, because I was telling my good brother Kala while I was just doing research on Liberia from last year to this year, and just trying to put things together. A lot of the information that I had to watch was literally people pushing the propaganda. As far as this make it seem like people just left America and went to the African continent to this basically do the same thing that the white people are doing to us here. I mean, these documentaries are incredible. You're just gonna, but the thing of it is, that's what we created the Afrikstan analysis, because we have to put these things in perspective to nation building. And this is us 200 years later. So we have to always revisit what our ancestors were thinking, planning. That way we can continue their great legacy and their great work. And for some people who don't understand that, it's just like any great dynasty and legacy building, or just what we call nation building. You have to someone has to build a foundation, and then you have to build on top of it from generations. It's like people who are familiar with Egypt history, or people that's really into that historical part of the dominance of Egypt, and they hear about all these great dynasties. And it's the same thing too. That's what we're looking to build, but we're looking to build it more in a global sense, not just for a specific area. That's why we talk about building a global Black business pipeline. So my brother College Genesis, let me pull up. Let me see the first thing I can pull up, so that way I can just have it sharing. Is this Liberia flyer, and I'll put it side by side while you and I are talking. There we go. So let me know if you can see that, if it looks good, if you can read it. So family, those are the dates for this Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour. That's March 29 to April 9, 2024. And this is something where we have set up to where, we're going to give you a combination of roots, culture, business, investment, nightlife, shopping, networking, and giving you luxury accommodations. And with the luxury accommodations, I mean staying at the 4-star RLJ Kandeja. I've heard the word pronounced as Keneja Resort. That's the hotel that Bob Johnson built before. A lot of us even thought about even revisiting Liberia. So he laid a foundation, and we want to credit him with that energy. And plus, it's an incredible resort where we can have from our pool parties to our fashion shows to to just us being on the beach doing photo shoots. Now, yes, all those things are things that we want to share with people. The beauty of the country, and now from the beautiful sisters that are there, our tropical beautiful sisters, to all of the energy of just the great food. One thing I'm not gonna do, family, I would never take anyone to anywhere where the feast for today is bushmeat. Family, if you're gonna spend $4,000+ with us, the least we can do, family. And I'm talking about some of those other people who want to take you to go eat rodents and things like that, and talk about it's an African experience. No, it's not an African experience. You want to give me an African experience? give me give me an African restaurant with international options, to where, whether you're vegan, vegetarian, you eat seafood, or you eat this regular meat, chicken and beef and so on. You can have something to dine in, and then it's infused with the local culture of how you cook food and things. Like, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm thinking about that last time I went to the Liberia banquet, last month
Gambia.
in northern Georgia, and
Oh yeah,
man,
yeah,
I'm telling you, the food was so awesome. It was so nice. I went back for some more twice. You know what I mean? It was so nice. I had to have some twice. Uh, but and dead serious. And I'm a person that's been to many parts of the world, 6 continents, and trust me, family. Brother that's grew up in Jamaica. We love our tropical cuisine. So I end up just traveling places and trying different nice cuisine. I'm not gonna take you again to one of those little side shops and get some bushmeat. If you want to stay back longer and you want to do that on your own, or you want to say, hey, Bomani, instead of us eating at Ike's Cafe here, I'm gonna go to the roadside and go grab something. People have even told me that they're gonna go with one of my local guys. And I say, yo, it's all about the experience and joy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always tell people to get get that travel insurance, and then also focus on the medical part of travel insurance, because the only thing I can tell you is my experience of just going places. Number one, I'm not going to be eating roadside or roadkill. That's what I call it, roadkill food, and they're not going to be drinking gutter water. So you have to just you have to think about the safety of the people that you're traveling with, and make sure that they have top-notch experience, because that matters, because it's your health and wellness. You become sick by different ways: by the food you eat and by the liquids that you drink. Those are the two quickest ways for you to get sick. And other things are like getting bit by mosquitoes and so on. But the food and the liquid you drink, number one, if you're drinking straight local water and the water is not clear or processed or
purified.
Purified, that's the word I'm looking for. You're gonna put yourself in trouble, to where you're not used to just drinking. It's just kind of like going somewhere and you're drinking your local I call it toilet water. Your body may not be used to that, so that's one thing you have to think about. And because everything is gonna be infused with local water, whether it's purified or not. So so more than likely, if you're dealing with a restaurant like the one we're going to at the hotel, or the ones that we're going to on your list that you have been to, it's kind of like the protocol of how you do food and how you treat things, and the cleanliness of that is on a different level. You know what I mean? And on a different level, versus you going somewhere where you obviously look around, there's no toilets, there's nowhere to wash your hands and all those things, and people are cooking and people doing certain things. I'm not here to knock people who have to be out there making a hustle, making a living. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. But what I'm saying is that I have to think about the safety of the people that I'm traveling with, because most of the people I travel with, at least half of them are elders. I mean, elders in their 60s and 70s and 80s. So we have to think about that. So that's one thing that we won't take a chance on. But if you just want to experience that, you experience that. But I'm letting you know that we have civilization of luxury for you on the African continent. So no matter whatever the country you think it is, like we're in the Gambia. The Gambia is one of the least developed countries. As a matter of fact, it's the least developed country that we have on that itinerary. And we was at a nice resort and we had great dining. But because we have to find these ways to just make sure these things work. So that's what we have set up for you. So one, let everyone know that you have your luxury flight and accommodations, and we'll make sure you get the modern, nice bus. And then beyond that, we're going to tour sites, and we'll make sure we have the best people to do lectures, so we can just record it and share. So these are things that we have in place. So spend most of our time in and out and around Monrovia. We'll head up to Robertsport. Also head down to Grambassa, which I'm looking to modify some things, as I talk more with Kala and a few other people, to where we can just, we're always touching up this itinerary, because we want to make it something that's exceptional. And then on top of exceptional, whatever the next thing is, we make it more exceptional by this. Once we build that experience, we just modify it to a nicer experience. But we have this tour as the best price on our schedule, not because it's the best price. It's the same as every other price. We just looking to just push this energy and letting all of us know that we've been missing out and we've been overlooking what our ancestors built. So that's what we're looking to do, family. Take you back in time. And if you want to get the full details of the tour itself, and we're definitely going to connect you to the website later. You can visit our website at africafortheafricans.org, and you literally see the full tour overview with all of the numbers as far as prices, what's included, what's not included, the full overview. Then we have a full itinerary, visa information, preparation details, and so on. So that's what we're setting up. That's what we're working on, and we're just building the energy. So for anyone that's interested, want to join us on that incredible journey, you can look at the bottom. You'll see my number, email address, and website, and you can just reach out, and then we'll connect you on that incredible journey. Now, my good brother Kala, while you're looking at the information for Liberia, what are you thinking in your mind as far as the past, present, and the future?
Well, what I'm looking at is the fact that I've never seen anything, a place in my life that's so misunderstood and misrepresented, and it's a sad thing. I was talking to my auntie Berlin a couple months ago, and she has not been to Liberia from since 1978. And she's like, both her daughters, beautiful daughters, right? My wife's cousins, first cousins, beautiful. They live in Rhode Island. They're both accomplished. One's like a medical doctor. One's a TV programmer. She works in the for the Food Network and stuff like that. She does a program where she sets stuff up like project managers or whatever she does. But they live in Rhode Island. They never seen the one sister had been to Liberia before, but the other sister had never been to Liberia. And I was like, oh, when you go back? And they're like, well, I say, look, you keep dodging the question. You keep telling me you're going to come to Virginia. You keep telling me you're going to Florida. You went to the Bahamas. When you go, oh, well, So the thing is about Liberia is this. When people, I'm going to say something, right? It will shock some people. Black people do not like any situation where they have to take blame and it's all on us. It's easy to say, I'm going to go to South Africa, right? Because it's a unifying struggle with the local South African people and we're all black and everything like that, But when you go to Liberia, it's a little more challenging, okay? Because just like if you go to Nigeria, you go to any part of West Africa, right? When the conflict among people are both black, right? We're like, where do we fit in? Where do we fit in? That's natural. Where do we fit in? If you go to Nigeria and you start talking to a brother who believes in Biafra separatists, what do you say? I don't know. You got to be quiet. You go there and you hear Yoruba brother complaining about the Igbos have all the jobs. What do you say? So that right there is real conflict among black. We're not used to that. In America, it's like when you deal with black people are black people. I've never, until social media of the last 5 years, with the Yvette Carnels, I never knew there was a division between black people, particularly the ones that were born in America. I didn't know there was a Caribbean community that was against the ADOS community, and the ADOS is trying to delineate and those kinds of stuff. I did not know all this shit. Stuff. Black people, black people. I had Caribbeans in my family and some everybody, married Caribbeans, I married cousins that have Jamaicans, half Haitians, half everything. So I never knew there was a division. And same thing comes with Liberia, right? People will say that the indigenous people, right? So every lesson, so in your mind, you think every indigenous person was poor, ignorant, backwards and everything, powerless and everything. And every person that came from the diaspora, American Liberians or whatever like that, were rich, educated, and everything. Like, see how I do? They don't tell you that there was a large numbers of people that came from the diaspora that were poor, that were just dirt poor farmers, could barely read and write. And they don't tell you that there was indigenous people who owned land and they were in the government and they got rich and they got education, like the Massaquoi family and the Fambalas and several other Gola families that became extremely rich. And up in Nimba County, there was well-educated people that ran Nimba County. All these counties were independent for the most part from Monrovia. But when people lie about Liberia, they say, oh, the American Liberians control everything. What about the indigenous people that were rich and whatnot? What they do is they deem everybody that was successful or educated as a so-called American Liberian, And who was the American Liberian? Somebody black from America. So they linked that with Black America. Were the Barclays American Liberian? They were from Barbados, Was C.B. King American Liberian? He was born in Sierra Leone. Okay? So when I'm talking about this, was John Brown Rushmore an American Liberian? No, he was a Jamaican. And he lived in Canada and Maine. You know, and he found a newspaper called the Freedmen's Bureau. He was the first black person to graduate from college in America. He built Maryland. He made Maryland an independent nation in Liberia. Was he an American Liberian? So where's this American thing? So in other words, they want to tether Liberia's history to America, right? And people don't really realize this. America played very little role in Liberia's progress over the years. The number one trading partner with Liberia was Germany. The countries that helped Liberia the most were Spain, Germany, and the Netherlands. Americans did not care about Liberia. It was bad. America was expanding to the Pacific. You know, it did not care what went on in Liberia. It did not care. They were left to abandon. Read the words of Hillary Teague. They said, we're residents of America, but we're abandoned. We're left on this coast to abandon, but we're going to build something and show the world that we could do it our own. America was neglected. They didn't care about these people. These weren't American citizens. They did not call themselves Americans. You know, that was a label that put on people. So when you say there was this, a united Americo-Liberian community, it was not the case. People who came to Liberia came from different states. And that's at that time in America, people identified with more of their state than they did as in America. America wasn't really a country at the time. So when Joseph Jenkins Roberts was a Virginian, you know, they call him a Virginian. You know, people were Louisianans, people were Carolinas, you know, people were Crescents, people that came from Pennsylvania, people were New Yorkers, you know, people identified by their region that they came from, and also their denomination. You know, people call themselves Methodists, people call them Presbyterians and Baptists and all stuff like this. Nobody called themselves, we're American Liberians because we're proud of America. That was a farce. You know, that's a rewriting of history. Nobody cared about America. America was a freaking developing country at the time. America wasn't the America of the 20th century. You know, so America was just an experiment. No one thought it was going to last at the time. Liberian people didn't even really call themselves Liberians. They just called themselves by, like I just said, Liberia was a republic. And then people just said, okay, I guess I'm a Liberian. That's where I'm from. So the name sort of stuck. But the idea of nationalism and stuff like that did not exist at the time. People identified with their families, their tribe, their culture, and where they came from, you know? So to forge a nation would take at least a century. It wasn't until like the 1947, post-World War II, that people started call themselves Liberians, you know? And then they had a reunification process where they would unite the two areas, where the hinterland and the coastal areas where Liberia proper was on the coast, you know, 40 miles in, 300 miles of coastline. That was considered Liberia. All these coastal cities on coastal Liberia, that was Liberia. The rest of the area was area Liberia had under its mandate. You know, so let's talk about this. So I can set that up. Now you can play these videos, and you're gonna see all. I'm gonna ask you to pause it a couple of minutes, Bomani, to make comments. Okay.
Okay, absolutely. We can definitely do that, and so family, we're gonna be going through certain things.
The one I want you to play first is this idea of an American colony. Liberia was never a colony of America. America didn't have an official relationship till it recognized independence in 1862. So how could Liberia be an American colony? There was no American flag ever flew over Liberian soil. There was no American citizens ever settled in Liberia. So how can it be an American colony? So they want to claim Liberia, just like they go around, as other videos go out, talk about, see the Southern America in Liberia. They see these nice, fine buildings in Robertsport, Grand Bassa, and they attribute that to the South. Oh, not African American culture. We're completely erased. It's Southern culture. It's Southern white culture. You know, anytime we do something, you gotta say how it works. Anytime we create something of value, it's no longer black. It's Southern. Just like Paula Deen, right? She's cooking soul food and everything. Even Colonel Sanders, he got herbs and spices from black people, you know? But it's called Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know? Not soul food, not black food, you know what I'm saying? When it's something of use, you know? When it's something of use, it's Southern, it's an American. They say, well, jazz. Jazz is an American art form. You see how it works? When something is great that everybody uses, everything, it's no longer black. We can't have anything to ourselves. Same thing happened in Liberia. Liberia was an American colony. It was American stepchild. It was American this. No, why can't Liberia be an extension of Black America? Just like you got the Gullah Geechee areas, you got Black people who settle in Haiti, which eventually became part of the Dominican Republic. There's a Black community still in the Dominican Republic that's still today with the AME Church still there. My boy Raul was hanging with. I just don't understand why he spoke such good English and shit like that. Then I realized now that he was African American. He said, "Yeah, we're Black African American." He was African American descent in Dominican Republic. You know, people don't understand the African Americans' descent throughout the world. There's an African American community that went to Russia, right, to teach the Russians how to grow farming techniques. People don't know that history. But when people do something good, Black people do something good, it's erased. But when somebody's doing something bad, like the crime in the city, oh, look at Black America, they're so bad. But when Black people invent something, we built some Benjamin Banneker, you know, erase some history. Gave us the almanac, gave us all these stuff like this, you know, gave us all these inventions. Designed the streets of Washington, D.C. was him. You know, the streets of Washington, D.C., Benjamin Banneker. All these things that Black people invented and stuff like that, the inventions that we gave, all the patents that we have, you know, in America, how we helped America. The first car, Patterson built the first automobile. You know, okay, built the first automobile. You know, he was born a slave, created the first automobile. So what I'm saying is this: so anytime which Black people do something, right, it's erased from history from our enemies. So the bottom line is when you say Liberia, as Black America created Liberia, yes, that Liberia was every extension of Black America and the diaspora, but led by Black America. And so therefore, since it was successful, right, you look at the video Wealth of Liberia, by the 1970s, before there was the World Bank and the IMF, Liberia was on its way. Never took out any World Bank loans, IMF loans. How did this country manage to do all that without being under some sort of European administration supervision? So what they got to do is taint the Liberia's history by saying they oppressed the natives. And suddenly there's this sympathy for the so-called natives. How come they don't have that same sympathy for the 10 million people, the native Africans that King Leopold killed? You know? But yet they talk about show me any massacres of native Africans in Liberia. Never happened. So what was the thing? The fact that they created law and order, courts, education, everything, that was oppressing people? So before, like I said, I'm going to set that up, right? And like I said, I would love for somebody to come on the show and debate me on this. I will tear you to pieces.
Absolutely, fam. If anybody want to, literally just want to, anyone literally just...
People are too scared to debate.
What we're talking about in Liberia.
Well,
if they're going to disagree with what we're talking about in Liberia, I would love to hear what they have to say, because one thing about us, family, we put the facts, the research, put everything in proper analysis. And, you have to put time into studying and putting these things in proper perspective. So that's what we're about to do. So, family, literally, that's what we're about to do. So, once again, family, this is our Liberia flyer, because all of this energy is us pushing an energy to build a reconnection or reconnection and investment tour energy there. And that would take it to energy where we're looking to just expand and get into business and investment, Kala is going to be the one spearheading that movement as we use this Black African Infrastructure Organization and looking to set up that international operation there on the ground. And then I'll be working with them to where we can be able to provide services for all of our customers, because people have already been asking about what our future move, because they know I don't play around. I'm always talking about let's go organize some land, because I'm thinking about our population here. We have a even if it's 1% or less than 1%, we still have a big population of Black people who want to actually live and do business in Africa. And Ghana has not been bad so far. And I mean, we have a lot of wonderful stories in Ghana, but also we have had certain negative stories. But that's not a bad start. I appreciate what we've been able to get done there. But now we're looking for something like my brother Kala Genesis said. We're working towards building something for where it's Africa made easy. Your repatriation, your reconnection made easy, based on a country that was built for you. So these are the elements of things we're putting together to make it work for you. So family, when you're looking to make these moves, I'm always saying reach out, family. We offer consultation or even just general conversation. You know what I mean? Because you have to really put a whole lot in together. And my experience of traveling on the African continent for 19 straight years and literally just traveling across 10 different countries, you build that experience. And then even just getting into real estate development and gone over the last several years and learning about it over the last 10, 15 years, these things help you get to where you need to get to. So with my experience and color connection there and all the elements that we have as far as our history knowledge, as far as Pan-African and nationhood, we're putting it together and we just literally say, hey, family, this is our contribution to you. We're here to offer you a new Liberia. And so that's why we're going to go through the history and go through certain things, because we want you to be clear, even when it comes to the part where it may just be painful. We're going to break down civil unrest or civil conflicts. So we're telling you that out of the 140 plus great years of Liberia, we can't just look at 14 years or about 14 years, more or less, and then just use that as a way to let it define what our ancestors built. I just really honestly feel that's unfair. And so as painful as Kala is going to say about these videos I'm about to play, everyone that's watching it will be able to hear, you already heard what Kala has to say and you hear what he has to say after the video. But what I'm sharing with you, family, is the fact that when these people start their propaganda machine, they don't let off. They don't miss an opportunity. So most of these documentaries or videos or short things are not done by people who have any love or respect for Liberia. And so you ask me, why would you play that? Why would you do that? Because in order for us to educate ourselves, we have to, I'm trying to remember one of the books I got back here. We have to dispel the myth of, of the propaganda that's in there, and then literally just create our own propaganda, which is based on just facts and analysis, and then what we need to get our people to understand in these situations. So I got the first one ready to load, my brother. Ready to load. I hope you're ready. So I'm not sure if you got a pen to take down notes. So if you want to take mental notes, that's
You know
also
something?
good.
You know
And
something?
go ahead.
I'm gonna go to my car. I got a notebook. I had a meeting today, a big executive meeting today. We're good. The food was fantastic. We was like, I walked in. I was the only black person in this one place. I walked in in my suit and tie. Like, what the fuck y'all looking at? Anyway, I went there. They had a good time. My colleagues came down and everything. Brothers and sisters show. We had a good time and everything like that. We always get food paid for and every drinks. We had drinks, everything, discuss business and everything. But I brought my notebook pad, and everything. But I left it on my car seat. So give me a second. I'm gonna go out there and get it. All right.
Absolutely, brother. Go ahead and get it. I'll get these things all livened up, and I'll just be sharing a few things. So we'll link you back. So Kala is coming back, family, and this is one of the videos I got lined up, and this one is actually called Liberia, where freed slaves became slave masters. So stay tuned for that one, because we're gonna break this thing down. I'm also gonna just take down certain notes so I can just explain certain things, because this is this is what we have to deal with. So that's why education is the most important thing that we push, and that's why it's important for us to read, write, and understand the language that we're dealing with at hand. And since we're talking about Liberia, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna connect us to our website, africaforafricans.org. And Kala, let me know. Let me see. I think you're back already. You're back already?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, you are back. And while I'm just still right here, let me just show you, family. So quick note, family, for those who are interested in our Liberia Journey for Lifetime. Once you get on our website, you go down to the main menu or the front page, and then you're just going to click on Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th. And this is the important thing I want everyone to do, is to read the information, read the details. We have the overview, the itinerary, general terms, visa process and requirement, improving your immune system, and departure and reminder, which is a preparation list. We did. So once you click on overview, That's it right there. That is a solid package for those who want flights accommodated for them from where you are to where we're going. And for those who just already have their flights worked out, and then for those who want single supplement. So that's what those numbers are there for. Very competitive, because that's what we do. Here to create something competitive. So we're doing a full tour package. So tours includes transportation and tours throughout Liberia, daily exercise and meditation based on people who are here to volunteer, daily continental breakfast and gourmet dinner. So we have nice bed and nice breakfast at the hotel. We take you somewhere nice out to where you can order your lunch, and then take you for this evening dinner out or at the hotel restaurant. So I'm dead serious. You know, I even use the word gourmet dinner. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, not bushmeat dinner or not eating somewhere. I mean, and I'm not trying to be funny, because it's important that you enjoy great dining when you're traveling. 4-star hotel accommodation. That's the RLJ Kenaja Resort, built by Mr. BT himself, Bob Johnson, and it's owned by a Ghanaian family. So we're keeping the energy of Black ownership all the way through. Business and investment conference, and now this is a real business and investment conference. So the goal is to do something top notch, like a real, you know, like the ones that you see us do in Ghana, like on that level or even better. And you know, when you reach, you know, when you're producing fresh materials, sometimes you just have that energy to take it to that next level. So that's what we plan on doing. Entrance and access to all sites and activities. So on the full itinerary, we have this an incredible array of this things that we're going to be doing around the whole time that we're there in the country. So that's the beautiful thing about these journeys. You have a schedule that's already organized for you. So when you're thinking about Liberia and you're thinking about all the historical places, you know, we definitely got you on that. And then lunch, group tips, visas, camcorder, fees, if that's any such thing in the country. And those are the things that's not included in the full tour package price. Now we're looking at the 9-day highlight. I'm just going to go through a few of these things, and let me see what we have with Kala right there. If Kala could see some of them, because some of these things that you're going to hear about in the documentary, it's going to be not the documentary, the short films, I should say. You're going to see these are the highlighted places that you'll see that we're going to have. All right, this is, let me see. All right, let's try to resize this so it look decent. All right, brother. Hopefully you can see that good. All right, so I'm just gonna go down a list of things, because when we do these journeys, this tour highlight is just literally just, you know, these are the things that we're gonna focus on doing. I'm not saying that every single thing that we have on here we're gonna be going into like it's a museum and spending time. Some things are sightseeing that you're passing by, and some things actually tours you're actually gonna be doing. Right. So let me just run these down. City tour of the capital, Monrovia. So, you know, we do our usual city tour, which is in any major cities of any African country that we go to. And we're just taking you around. And while we're taking you around, the tour guide is lecturing you about the history of the country and the importance of certain aspects of things that we're driving around. Liberian National Museum. So always recommend that, you know, when you come and you travel to any African country, just so spend some of your travel money and go pay for a ticket and go to the museum, and you know, that's also supporting the economy. And one of the things about when you have museums and things like that, especially when I'm talking about supporting Black-owned business, is like if nobody comes and support and do certain things, then museums are closed, Black-owned business are closed, and so on. So we're pushing that always to the highest level, because without the support of us supporting Black-owned business, you know, you know, you can't have a foundation, because that is the foundation. So everything from there else won't build. And if you do build it, it won't be something to where, you know, it's Black ownership. It's something to where, you know, it's back to the same old, where others produce, build, and we just become the labor force. Right. University of Liberia, Capitol Hill, Joseph Jenkins Robert Monument. That's the first president. So we're gonna literally just right there, that recording. I'm just gonna have my camcorder just set and make sure that, you know, we get a good audio recording from the guide, and having this explain it nice and slow, explain the statue, the artwork below the statue, and then explain the history of the Ducour Hotel right behind, right there in that same area. So that is, one of the things we're gonna do, always, because we need fresh documentation to share online. And we're gonna let you know in a few minutes why we have to do these things. And I'm trying to encourage other people who are going to Liberia, doing tours to Liberia, and even the people that are traveling with me, to record and to share online, and create playlists and create presentations, short films, and so on. Because at this current moment, when you're just even doing Liberia search or Liberia history, it's just nothing but negative videos. And I disagree with it, but at the same time too, the solution is to create more videos. So that's what we're gonna be doing. So as we talk about these different parts of Liberia, all of these will be different videos. It's my classic record a short presentation, but what that does, it gives you a visual, it gives you commentary, it gives you a lecture in some cases, and it put things in perspective on why we should be in the country and what we need to be focused on doing. Right. Providence Island, that's another thing that we have when we talk about the 1822 settlement. So looking forward to going there, looking forward to recording it. Bushrod Island, Freeport of Monrovia, Organization of African Union, OAU. So taking you back to the birth of the Organization of African Union, or African Unity. So that is a nice presentation, and these presentations will be formulated to where we do prior research and then work it to where the presentation is more organized. Right. So we have a few different arts and culture places that we're going to be going by, and also driving around. This is more of a city tour from the Grand Masonic Temple to the Antoinette Tubman Stadium. Looking forward to a drive down to Buchanan, because I definitely want to make sure we connect everyone to a nice tropical environment where you have beautiful beaches, and just so you can just see other aspects of Liberia. So that's the beautiful thing about these journeys. We don't just keep you in one city area or one place. We just move you up and down the country. And in this case, we're going to be moving up and down the coast. So these are some of the beaches. Sophia Rock Beach. So when we're at the beach, there's social gathering, networking, bring your swimwear. Let's enjoy a nice, beautiful, tropical paradise, Sunset Beach. And Robertsport, head up there to Grand Cape Mount County. So that's going to be interested in. We're still processing Gola Forest National Park, and all these things are based on how things look a year from now. So some of these places may be more set for tourism, and some may still be working at it. But nevertheless, we're putting together an aggressive schedule to literally connect you to where you have a profound experience. So we got it right there. Saniquelli City, the birthplace of the Organization of African Unity. So that's the place I was talking about. The other one above is somewhere different. But as you can see, we're just trying to find the history.
That's gonna be my presentation.
Okay, act up some, brother. That's your presentation.
That's gonna be my presentation. I'm gonna break that shit down. I'm gonna bring the house down on that shit, man. You want to hear Carla preach? That's gonna be you're gonna be calling me Reverend Carla that day. We're gonna have the red, black, and green flag and whatnot. That's gonna be something. You don't want to miss this. And we're rebuilding that energy of the original OAU. That's what we're here for. We're the inheritors of that. So somebody said about Afrodumbers did a show about us.
Wow.
Yeah. So we'll talk. We'll get into that. We got plenty of time tonight.
Let me just close out, because we definitely finished on that. So, family, what you have right there is the Repatriation Investment Conference, and I'm telling you, family, if you're looking to live, do business, I'll make sure that because this is what I do professionally. I'll make sure that I work with the people that we have in the country to make sure that we have professionals there to give you the best presentation. Because you have to strike while the iron is hot. And right now we have a great momentum. So let's get our people, because we have people are breaking their necks and destroying their lives, running all over Africa, from Ghana to Tanzania, not prepared, and things are falling apart for them. So we're telling you that beyond what we have set up in Ghana, which is an organized approach for our community and a town, we're building another energy to literally connect you, and this is where you're gonna see this brother Kala literally show you things that I wasn't focusing on. But I'm telling you, family, what we've been talking about and working on, because we have to put our energy together. It's literally what we need, which is basically, you know, our business operations there. I should just say that in general, business operation there underground. We have people that you trust and they're handling things for us. And the same thing that I have there in Ghana. So we're building those things up because we need better representation. So that way, you have the right people to check in and people who we can keep accountable. So this is gonna be incredible, family. So that's why we're dependent on looking for your love and support, because we do need some of us to join this journey. Uh, Looking to just have a nice big group, a nice group of 20 to 30 of us. So it's very reasonable to what's out there, and just take your time, do your research, read through, and then just think about it and just really process it and put it in place. And then what we're going to be doing is reaching out to you, collecting your deposit, and doing group bookings and reservations, which we do way ahead of time, and then get you set up. So right now it's a year from now, so we still got time. Right now we're trying to get more of the word out and get the energy out and giving people all the reasons why they should journey with us to Liberia, and let people see the future that we're trying to orchestrate, as far as just us building the energy. And like I saw us in droves going to Tanzania and Ghana. So if we can organize a country that will work for us based on the fact that our ancestors built it, I think it'd be a win-win situation for more and more people, because I get tired of people like myself. This is my business office that deal with the movement of repatriation and international business and tours. So you get a lot of the bad news when people call you, because they're expecting you to reach out to your people to help them and also provide them some options. And it breaks my heart about a lot of stories I have to deal with in here. And I personally just want to do my part and work with the best people that I can find to do whatever in whatever country. We have a few different countries, but this is one of the ones we really want to work with, because it's our ancestors were thinking about the stress me and college genesis and other people are going through right now. How do we really build a repatriation energy where we're actually successful, where we're not consistently targeted, where the country is not shaking us down, where the country is going to represent us and look at us as important investors? Yeah. So that's our game plan right here. And that's why I'm focusing on this, especially when I'm talking with Kyla, while I'm doing other presentations, like we did one in Egypt, and I was focusing on that. But that's who I am. I'm a person who have built up an energy of doing international business and understanding the international world ever since I first left New York City and joined the US Navy at 18 years old. I've just been on a nonstop move, what I mean? And this looking to this empower us. So, Carla, let's get into some of these things, my brother. Let's get into some of these things. So, what we're gonna do, we're gonna get you on fire. It's kind of like it's kind of like the skittle, the skillet. I said the skittle, the skillet. What I mean? We're warming you up, man. And then we're gonna see if you're gonna jump out the skillet on the up and.
What I should do is hide my face. I don't want to be. I'll be angry when I don't see. I want people seeing me that angry, my blood boil and whatnot.
Yeah, we're gonna get you jump from the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah,
we'll get you hotter than hot. All right, so I was telling everybody earlier that this one is called Liberia, where free slaves became slave masters. All right, let me just kill some of these banners, and then we'll just make sure we get a nice clear view of the screen. All right, brother, that's ready to rock and roll. And I would say I'll just recommend take some notes. I'll try to write down some notes, more so mental notes, and then let's take it from there. And then, family, for those who are watching, if you have questions that you want to post, and we'll get to some of these questions, let's try to write some intelligent, sharp questions so we can analyze them.
America has conducted its fair share of failed experiments, but one of their worst is a seemingly innocent one, and it lies on the west coast of Africa. Liberia, the name referring to liberty, is an American colony, but this colony was unlike any other that you have seen. Even as early as the 1800s, people, especially abolitionists, were posing the slave question. In essence, it was a question about what to do with slaves once they were free. Most slaves didn't have skills to be able to contribute to society or to simply get work and survive due to the nature of how plantations stripped them of all knowledge necessary to survive in the world.
Bomani, can you stop it right there?
Abolition wasn't
I got you.
Stop right there.
And go through half measures.
Bomani,
And thus, the American colonial society.
But I heard you just trying to.
Okay. Now, I want to say what he just said. He said what to do with slaves because they're like this. First of all, the people that the colonization society was part of were free black people who, because of the American Constitution, were not granted citizenship. They were not free slaves. These were people who had lived in America and built communities who were never slaves. So Liberia had nothing to do with slavery. It had everything. The colonization society was about preserving the institution of slavery, because they said the presence of free blacks in America was a threat to the slave institution. Because if you have free black people walking around, that gives slaves the idea that they could rebel. So the people that supported the American Colonization Society were trying to protect the slaveholding institution. You know, that's one thing. That's how it started out. Okay, continue.
All right, there we go. Society, or ACS for short, was born. This society would fund an experiment where a whole colony would be established in Africa, but here's the twist. All of the colonists would be freed slaves. The people running the ACS expected a homecoming of sorts. People of African descent going back to their homeland and eventually assimilating right back in. For abolitionists, it allowed for freed slaves to have a safe haven away from segregation and racism, and for slavers, it would have far less freed slaves walking around the country. So, in a weird way, it was a win-win for both sides. However, many were right to point out that if freed slaves leave the country, current slaves will lose their biggest advocates for freedom and could thus actually extend how long slavery would last going into the future. Fast forward to 1822, where after 4 years of trying to buy some land from the local tribes, they finally acquired a plot and were ready to send their first colonists to the Pepper Coast. But living was rough. Out of all of the immigrants who arrived within the next 20 years, only half survived. And this was due to disease and also combat. You see, shortly after arriving, the relations with the native tribes were agitated and very rocky. The colonialists brought modern technology and weapons with them, such as gunpowder guns and cannons. They then built their cities, the capital being Monrovia, named after James Monroe. And all of these cities were on the coast, and they let the thick, humid jungle separate them from the tribes that lived within the African bush. Despite the natural barrier, the colonists were raided twice by different tribes on different occasions, and these raids stopped as the colonists got more dug in and fortified over time. Encounters with tribes for a period of time were sparse, but often had very, very violent outcomes. The men who made the American colonial society thought that people who used to be slaves would understand the horrors of slavery better than anyone else, and would never do such a thing to another human being. But something completely unexpected to everyone happened in Liberia. With hostilities growing between the native tribes and the Liberian colonists, the colonists wanted to separate themselves from the natives, and thus they garnered the identity of Americo-Liberians. And despite being 1% of the population of the surrounding area,
hey, pause that right there. Pause that right there. Another lie. You know, first of all, he's showing videos of this is pornography. This is what we call porn, propaganda porn, right? He's showing people from Kenya. The native Liberians didn't live. The indigenous people didn't live like that. You know, they're much more sophisticated than the people this guy is giving them credit for. And also, they didn't call themselves Americo-Liberians. That was a term the media put on them. There's no evidence in any book where Americo-Liberians or whatever was called, the term Americo-Liberians was coined by the local people. In fact, from day one, they were marrying local women. So he doesn't say that part. They separate themselves. And also, some of the women that came from America married African chiefs. There was intermarriage from day one when the African Americans and the Caribbeans came to think. And I bet you any amount of money he does not talk about the recaptured slaves. The biggest group that came to Liberia were recaptured slaves from the high sea who immediately assimilated into the new Liberian experiment. And he's giving American colonization too much credit, right? They was only there for 25 years. And for the most part, it was mostly a failure. Like the people that they had with them, right, were exceptional black men. You had men like Randolph Cooper, Elijah Johnson. Elijah Johnson was a war veteran of the War of 1812 and 1814. Okay, he was the one who led the people, the black people who settled in Liberia. So what he does is he does not give any credit to the people on the ground that basically made Liberia work. Elijah Johnson had to forge his own treaties and agreements with people like King Boatswain. Boatswain was a powerful Vai chief, right? He was a slave trader, but he was a powerful Vai chief. And he warned the days after the thing: if you attack this settlement, you're going to go to war. We're going to kill you. We're going to destroy your villages. You know. So they had allies from day one on the coast. They had people who agreed that they should come there, settle there, live, and build what they want to build without being hindered. This guy's not going to tell you that part of Liberian history. That's all documented.
So it wasn't a hostile takeover.
It was not a hostile takeover, you know, as he tries to put it. And then he said they became slaves. How could slavery? Let me tell you something about people who don't know history, right? Slavery only happens, right, when you take a group of people from their land, right? The native people had land. They had the majority of land under their thing. That's why you couldn't enslave Native Americans, because they had the high ground. They had the territory, okay? You can't enslave people when you're outnumbered and you're the minority. Slavery only happens when you take somebody and you put them into a system by which you condemn them by law that they should be a slave. Show me anywhere where in the colonial Liberia and the Liberian country where the native people were deemed to be slaves. See, people use that term slavery so loosely. It's basically to equate what black people going to in America with went on in Africa. But they conveniently, just like people who say the Irish were slaves. The Irish were not slaves, they were indentured. So what they want to do is discredit slavery in America by saying, oh, the Irish were slaves. See how they change history around? They lie, and they put their own propaganda spin on it and say, they'll say something like, the first slave owner in America was a black man, right? No, that was somebody who bought his family from slavery, right? And the bottom line is, since he basically couldn't set them free, he bought their papers as slaves and he kept them with them. Black people who owned slaves in America, right, bought their family members to protect them from white people who would really harm them. So they try to put it like, oh, black people own slaves too. Like they go around saying there was one black man in South Carolina who had a bunch of slaves. He wasn't enslaving people. He was protecting them. He was protecting them from the white man's slavery. Slavery was something the white man did to black people based on race. When black people basically in America owned slaves, right? It was owned them to protect them from the institution of slavery or being sold off. We didn't do that. We didn't take people from their babies out of their mother's arms and sell them to stuff like that. What they're trying to do is trying to defend America right now. They're trying to make it seem like something that happened in Liberia was similar to what happened in America, because America doesn't want to own up to its history. Go ahead, Brother Bomani.
Absolutely, brother. Let's make it work. We appreciate the breakdown of the family. That's what we're gonna have to honestly do, family, because we're being real with you, family. The propaganda machine is no joke, and the propaganda machine is always dependent on us to just be ignorant. So that's the importance of us, doing our own research and studying, without a doubt. Yeah. Me move these things.
When it came to warfare, and they want to use that advantage to propel the Americo-Liberians to be an elite and superior minority to the local populace. This elite group held a disproportionate amount of political power, and quickly indigenous Africans were excluded from birthright citizenship on their own land. The Americo-Liberians formed a cultural group by only marrying among colonists and not intermarrying with the natives, but at this point that was just a cultural choice. However, midway through the 19th century, way before apartheid was a thing in South Africa with the Afrikaners, it had been instituted by the Americo-Liberians among the native population when an ordinance was imposed by forbidding close contact with the indigenous population, the biggest infraction being
Okay,
intermarriage.
but you gotta stop
Along
it
with
again. I'm
this,
sorry,
they also
brother.
allocate specific
I'm sorry.
segmented plots.
I'm sorry. You notice how he slipped the Afrikaners in? And he's showing sand and Bushman people here. These aren't even friggin' indigenous Liberians. You know, he's showing sand and Bushman people and saying they basically didn't interact with the natives. He's basically trying to make it seem like what happened in Liberia was similar to what happened in South Africa, which is a lie.
Well, the reenactment is garbage. You know what I mean?
Just like the whole thing is garbage, you know? The whole thing, when people look at it, it's like, look what they did to the people over there and whatnot. This is garbage,
and again, people may be like, why are you showing this? I'm telling you, family, I'm showing this to let you know that literally, if you're looking for information about Liberia, good luck. All you're going to see is a bunch of propaganda and things like that. And that is the issue that we're having. And, you know, so we're here.
It's all done by white supremacists. White supremacists.
I mean, listen to the voice in the background.
White supremacists are basically trying to tell black people's history. He's not going to talk about Edward Wilmot Blyden, who was the father of Pan-Africanism. He's not going to talk about R. McGill, who was the first, who was the author of Pan-Africanism. He called it Pan-Negroism, and later became Pan-Africanism. He don't talk about Liberia as the birthplace of Pan-Africanism and black unity, and the fact that Africans came from all different parts of Africa. A lot of the people from Southern Africa, West Africa, all congregated in Monrovia because they were trying to. They needed a place where they could voice their discontent against European colonial rule. You know, and Liberia was that place. He's not going to talk about that. All he's going to do is the American Liberians did this. When this is all propaganda aimed at us, aimed at Black America. Because they know Black America wants to get in on Africa, and this propaganda goes around. You have Africa, you guys are going to pull another Liberia, you know, ignorant comments like that. They go Liberia 2.0, like you're ignorant as what's his name? What's the one in Ghana? Navigate.
Yeah, Liberia 2.0.
Liberia 2.0 and all this kind of freaking stupid foolishness and everything. So this guy doesn't even bother getting indigenous native Liberians in the thing. He's showing sand and Bushman people and everything. You know
what I'm gonna do, because just the fact that he's showing those people, you know, it's not respectful to those folks, because he's making it seem like that's how the people look. When you're doing a reenactment, you're doing your best job to reenact the scene. But this is garbage. So let me just switch with this real quick. The other videos will do the same frustration, but at least they're presentable to where we can not have to see half
naked people walking around.
If
I was a native Liberian, I'd be livid watching this. You know, I'd be livid.
And this is the situation. So let me try this one right here. This one is not bad. It is a little bit longer, but
did America ever have an empire? It's a fascinating question with an obvious answer, but a more complicated explanation. Clearly, as most people know, post-1776, the United States of America never had a king, emperor, or any other monarch as the head of state, despite some of its decent-sized neighbors in the American continent, such as Mexico or Brazil, having emperors up until the late 1800s. The United States did have many splinter groups with imperialist ambitions, ranging from the small, self-funded adventurers, such as the multitude of Southerners loyal to the Confederacy that attempted to conquer Latin America, as well as the former Confederate soldiers and their families that settled right outside of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and still acknowledge the Confederacy as a part of their heritage to this day, a topic we discussed a few months ago. The U.S. also had official and unofficial territories all over the world, such as the Philippines, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, concessions of the Spanish-American War, along with a plethora of islands in the Pacific Ocean, most of which have been uninhabited for decades, a relic of the U.S. military presence from World War II, although many of these are still a part of the United States to this day. The so-called scramble for Africa of the 19th century was one of the largest territorial changes in all of history, with virtually the entire continent falling under control of European powers such as France, Germany, Portugal, and the United Kingdom in only a matter of decades. Many mistakenly assert that Ethiopia was the only African country that was never colonized by Europeans, but this is actually doubly untrue, as Ethiopia was indeed annexed as a part of Italian East Africa, along with Somalia and Eritrea from 1936 to 1941, and there was actually one other country that the Europeans never seemed to get their hands on, and that of course being the West African nation of Liberia. Now, Liberia was never a European colony, but Liberia was still a product of colonialism deeply linked to the country of the United States, and can be considered to be the first and only colony founded by Black Americans. Nearly everyone is well aware of the history
now,
of Black
here's this,
Americans,
right?
a
Now,
group which
hold on, let me
arguably
say
makes
this.
up one of the largest
Let me say
single
this.
ethnicities.
He said that it was founded by Black Americans, right? When did we become America? We weren't Americans at the time. You know, America had nothing to do with Liberia. It was a black people from America who settled Liberia, drew its borders up, and built its cities, built its railways, built everything. But he wants to make it seem like because they came from America, like I said earlier, right? Was when they say jazz, they see jazz in Germany, Russia. Oh, this is an American art form, right? They want to basically take Liberia away from Black America and credit it with themselves. You know, that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to say Liberia. Liberia was not a colony. It was not a colony. It was not a colonial experiment. You know, a colony has a mother country. A colony has citizens that are loyal to a mother country. The mother country basically supplies everything. It has a mercantile system of trade. That country has access to resources, finance, and support from the mother country. Liberia had no such support. From day one, they had to fight for themselves. They had to fight the British, the French, the Portuguese, slave traders, and everybody else by themselves. The only support Liberia got was the U.S. Navy, and the only reason why the U.S. Navy supported it was because there was an agreement for the U.S. Navy, who was capturing slave ships, right, to basically take in recapture slaves and settle them in Liberia for safety. That's the only connection Liberia had with the United States. The United States had no interest in expanding in Liberia. They didn't build one building. They didn't build one road. They didn't build anything in Liberia. You know, there's not one thing. There's not one monument in Liberia, where a white person's statue. There's nothing in Liberia. You know, just a couple of streets are named after some of the early proponents of the ACS, but that's it. Other than that, Liberia was truly a Black experiment from the Caribbean, from America, from other parts of Africa and everything. So therefore, this idea that Liberia was a colony. Liberia was not a colony. It was never occupied by foreign powers, you know, and no foreign flag ever flew over Liberian soil.
Well, I think people are saying that we as a people were the colonizers.
Well, how can you colonize something that yours, you know? You know, how you colonize? Okay, so can we say that the Igbos colonized Lagos? They come from the eastern part of Nigeria, right? But they dominate the business sector in Lagos. Are they colonizers? You know, the Igbos are in northern Nigeria, right? Running business and everything. Are they colonizers? You know, when the whole thing is they want to separate Black America from Africa, you know? They want to separate Black America like we're something different than the Black people on the continent. And also, when the people that came to Liberia, they were part of the modern world. They had 200 years of experience in the modern world. So when they came to Liberia, remember, people don't realize this. The Black people in America built their own churches, stone churches. They built houses. And the Black people that were free lived in places like upstate New York, as far north as Rhode Island, Maine, Connecticut, you know, New Jersey and everything. And they had these self-sufficient Black communities, places like Saratoga Springs, New York. There were Black communities in all these areas in upstate New York. And so when Liberia, the experiment of Liberia was like, they're like, yeah, look, we don't have any rights here in America. We're not citizens and everything. So some of them just went to Liberia. America calls, they said, do you want to go to Liberia and build something? They said, yeah, we can go over there. You know, most stayed in America because the cost and everything to go to Liberia. More when it came if there was more financing. You know, but those who went to Liberia went to the idea that we're going to build a safe haven for Black people around the world. You know, and that's what Liberia was. We're going to create a safe haven, a republic, a state, a modern state. We didn't want to, the last video said they didn't want to assimilate back into the African culture. Well, the rest of Africa that did not modernize, what happened to them? They were colonized,
Colonized.
Same thing happened in Zambia. Should Liberia have been like the kings of Zimbabwe, right, who signed on a book and got all his land taken? The people that founded Liberia knew the white man was a problem, right? So they basically secured that territory. They lost half the territory that they had, because some of the indigenous people sided with the French and everything. They didn't understand that they were going to get colonized, right? And so, so therefore, what happened was when the French came and said, "Oh, you're part of France now," they said, "Oh, we didn't know that was a deal." See, the African American people and the Liberians understood that. They understood the Berlin Conference, that the Europeans were coming one day. They would come, they could reclaim the land that they claimed. They basically carved up Africa before they even occupied the place. It's like, you sitting somewhere in Texas and saying, something, I want half the state of Maine, right? You've never been there or anything, right? And then when you go there, you say, oh, this land's already been claimed by this and everything like that. They say, no, yet. Then they fight a war and they end up winning. And before you even, most Africans didn't even know that the land was given away without their consent. And they drew up boundaries, not even respecting kingdoms. That's why the problem you have in eastern Nigeria right now. You have people that should have been in one area, like the Amazonians. They said, we speak English here. Why aren't we a nation? We're part of French Africa, because Cameroon was part of Germany at one time. And then the French and the British split Cameroon up and everything, and part of it became part of Nigeria. And the overlapping area that still spoke English fell under the French. They had no concern, just like Uganda. They created Uganda, overlapping kingdoms and territories to make sure that these people would never unite and become one powerful state. The only good was the Italians were stupid. They united the Somaliland under one territory, under one ethnic group. That's what the Italians. Same thing with the Ethiopians. Ethiopians, for the most part, were left alone because of all the instability in Somaliland. They could never. The Italians could never really get in Ethiopia because of the instability. Because the Italians were stupid enough to colonize Somalia as one territory. If you have one territory, then the people that speak the same ethnic thing can move freely. That's how they was able to keep the Italians sort of at bay. With the Congo, you have all these different ethnic groups suddenly find they're part of the free the Congo Free State, whatever Belgium called it and everything. People had nothing to do with each other. Suddenly find they were under one administration, one government. Same thing with South Africa. They came there. The Zulus had nothing to do with the Xhosas, but they found out they were part of this new thing called the Republic of South Africa. And the country that did well in Africa, the country that had homogeneous populations like Botswana, they were pretty much one ethnic group, the Tswanas. They had a small population. That's why Botswana don't have the tribal conflict that other countries in Africa do.
Break it down, Khaled. So, family, that's Khaled Genesis with the Afrikstan analysis, and we're gonna continue. Let's share some more with you, and he's gonna break down some more. And please just do your best to keep up. And remember, you can always go back and watch the playback.
Ethnicities in the United States and are a conglomeration of many different peoples from many regions of Africa, molded and shaped over hundreds of years through shared struggles and values. Ever since the first African arrived in the North American colonies in the early 1600s, the populace had always been split on the issue of slavery and free Africans in American society. Many Northern whites saw abolition as inevitable and wished for a resolution for the soon-to-be millions of freed slaves that didn't result in competition with native-born whites, and thus the American Colonial Society, or ACS, was born. With the express purpose of repatriating North American blacks away from the United States. In 1816, the ACS received support from many different personalities from across the political and social spectrum. Some of these abolitionists and members of the American Colonial Society had their own personal vendettas for supporting and funding such projects, such as Henry Clay and other Southern Democrats, while others had truly altruistic motives, such as the highly religious Quakers, who saw the treatment of Native Americans and blacks as a moral abomination. After several failed expeditions to the coast of West Africa, the ACS settled on the windward coast due to its relatively close proximity to the United States when compared to other areas of Africa, its moderate climate, which is somewhat comparable to the southern U.S., and because no other European power had yet claimed the land. Other proposals on where to send free blacks and emancipated slaves sought a more convenient route, such as the Caribbean island of Hispaniola or Central America, and although not much came from these, a small community of American blacks settled on the Samana Peninsula in the Dominican Republic and still exists to this day. After 1821, small numbers of free people of color and emancipated blacks arrived in the windward coast, which became Liberia, with the largest settlement becoming Monrovia, named after the U.S. President James Monroe, who had strongly supported the ACS. For the next few decades, Monrovia and other American settlements were de facto territories of the United States, being a small, albeit important bastion of American values and culture, with the newly arrived American blacks being just as much strangers in this land as any white American was. They began to form their own political identity and ethnic consciousness based on individualism, civil liberties, and classical liberalism, although even among the American settlers, a class division emerged between the free people of color, who were mostly mulattoes with significant European ancestry, and the emancipated black American slaves, although both of these groups were collectively known as the Americo-Liberians. After
there you go. I'm gonna do a quick pause.
See, there's another thing. When you deal with black, they also have African American culture, right? African American culture is different than the culture in the Caribbean, where people are divided by skin color and everything. African American people, for the most part, are pretty much united based on background. You have people that are very light skinned, people that are very dark skinned, and they share the same culture. And because we are a minority group, there's a greater sense of unity among black people. Always been historical unity among black people, you know. And also, when he says that the Americo-Liberians and everything, there was nobody that ever called themselves Americo-Liberian. You know, Americo-Liberian. That was a term coined by the West. You know, Americo-Liberians and everything. These were just people trying to settle and build a new society based on their freedom, but they got labeled with the term Americo-Liberian. Unfortunately, it's stuck. You know, Liberians call themselves by the 20th century Congo people. You know, the indigenous people call them Congo people or Kui people. Kui means civilized. You know, that's the term the indigenous people call them. And later they call them Congo people. Now, why did they call them Congo people? Because the majority of people that came to Liberia, for the most part, were people that were recaptured slaves. You know, they formed the working class community in Liberia. They were like the working class. They were the people that had the skilled trades to this day. The skilled trades. They were people who did the fishing and stuff like that. The building and a lot of the heavy lifting in Liberian society. You know, and they basically assimilated. Now, you ask a question: if these people were Africans, just like the indigenous people, why did they automatically gravitate? They could have went with went to the native people and settled with them, but they decided to go with the people that came from the United States. Why did that happen? There's a settlement in Liberia called New Georgia. Okay, you know, light skin hated. This guy's fool said, "No, you're light skin hated dark skin people." Dude, shut up. You know, dude, shut up. You know, light skin hated dark people. Shut up. You know. New Georgia was settled by a slave ship, you know, and that was off the coast of Georgia, right? And the slave ship could not dock in the United States because the ban on importing slaves, right? So what happened was they took the ship to Liberia, right? And they created a colony off the St. Paul River called New Georgia. I always thought that it was settled by people from Georgia. That's not the case. That was settled by people from the recaptured Africans. They built a new community with schools, a town hall, and everything. They quickly assimilated into the culture of Liberia. You know, that was called New Georgia. It's still there to this day, New Georgia. I always thought New Georgia was settled by black people from Georgia. That's not the case. The black people from Georgia settled in places like Caldwell, and Creutzfeldt. Creutzfeldt was founded by people from the Caribbean, from Barbados. Creutzfeldt was founded by people from Barbados, and some of the people from Barbados settled also in New Georgia. So this misinformation about history is what we're trying to clear up tonight. There was divisions between the American Liberians. There was not. There was initially the first black people. Let's be honest. The first black people who came to Liberia were not freed slaves. They keep saying freed slaves. These were black people who lived in the United States. Joseph Jacobs Roberts was a successful businessman in Virginia. He was never a slave. His father was never a slave. His mother was never a slave. There was a free black community in Norfolk and Petersburg. Okay, mostly people who were lighter skinned. We get that. But the bottom line is this: they were part of the free people of color, the colored people in America, right? The majority of people who were free were people who had mixed ancestry. That's just a fact. So therefore, they basically went to Liberia in larger numbers initially. But something miraculously happened with the coming of a man named two men named E.J. Roy and Edward Wilmot Blyden. These men were full-blooded African background from Igbo descent. Edward Wilmot Blyden was one of the most educated men the world's ever seen. He spoke 7 languages. He's largely regarded as the father of Pan-Africanism, okay, and black unity. And E.J. Roy was a businessman from Newark, Ohio, okay, and also Indiana. He was the first black to graduate from the University of Ohio. This was in the 1830s. He graduated from the University of Ohio. And also, he was a very rich merchant in the Midwest. Okay, he was a rich businessman in the Midwest. So when he went to Liberia, went to Liberia with a whole shipload of cargo of cotton and stuff he wanted to trade and everything. And when he came to Liberia, and everybody was staring at him, right? And he said, "Look, my name is E.J. Roy." He was dressed all fine and everything like that. They saw this black man, right, with an afro and everything. He said, "I got a ship. I need to unload it." Everybody's like, "Who's this guy?" He was a talk of the town. Who was this guy? He was a black man, this full-blooded black man with a whole shipload of supplies and everything like that. He's there to trade. And he says, yeah, okay. And also, he built a business that made him one of the richest men in the world. He was trading Liberian coffee and cotton to the United States. And he had a fleet of ships that he would sail back and forth from Liberia to there. And before him, there was the McGills. And they created a company called the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company, which they would trade Liberian stuff to Germany and Europe and around the world and to America, and they became a society called the Merchant Princes. And these were some of the richest men in the world in Liberia. And people say, oh, they were enslaved in days. Do you know that all the labor in Africa, if you understand anything about African thing, in African culture, women do a lot of the farming and stuff like that. But in the culture that African Americans brought, the men did all the hard work, okay? And the indigenous Liberians were not cut out for that sort of work that some of the African Americans that came there that were somewhat ex-slaves that were used to. So what they did was they built their own homesteads. They farmed. They had 2 or 3 skills. They were blacksmen, craftsmen, woodworkers, and they farmed and everything. And so what happened was, miraculously, something happened. By the 1860s, right, the upriver people, right, the descendants of free slaves, right, were sent to settlements to settle upriver, the St. Paul River, all the communities upriver, right? And those communities became educated and sophisticated enough to challenge the traditional power structure in Monrovia, okay? Monrovia was basically were done by people who were descendants from the Presbyterian Church and the ACS and everything. And these people upriver created this organization, a political party called the True Black Man's Whig Party. So that was like the only tension that was. Then after a while, Elijah Johnson's son, Hillary Johnson, united the 2 factions. It wasn't based on color. It was based on, because there was light-skinned people that were descendants of slaves too. He created the upriver people, descendants of the working people who rose up, and the people who had privilege in America and in Liberia. He united them under one group, called the True Whig Party. It was first the True Black Man's Whig Party, and then basically it became the True Whig Party. And also the True Whig Party became one of the longest political parties, dynasties in history. Okay, the True Whig Party brokered most of the deals dealing with African independence. The True Whig Party was the one who formed the OAU. And so, therefore, we got to understand history. It was all based on the idea that the black people, the Negro races, they called it back there, need to be united. And that's what led to the independence movement in Africa. The independence movement in Africa was born right there in Liberia, okay? You know? Dude, man, stop with this. Look at I'm not going to be in your reparations news. Stop it. Go away. You know, IC3, get the fuck out of here. You know, I don't want to hear about your stupid, your reparations. If you want to do it, I say more power to you. I'm
still, brother. Let's focus on our Liberia vision.
You know?
We can address that in a little bit.
So we ain't got time to deal with foolishness, you know, and everything. You know, the reparations movement is a foolish movement. That's the way I see it. It's foolishness. You know, you had your chance. How many decades have been talking about reparations? Nothing happened. You ain't got no power. And we're going to play a video tonight where the guys talk about how Africa's manufacturing is bad. It sounds like he's not being mean about it, but he's just telling you like it is. Instead of focus on building Africa and whatnot, we talk about reparations. You know, this is the type of foolishness I'm tired of. So, you gonna play some more Bomani?
Oh yes, absolutely.
After Liberian independence in 1847, the mulattoes mostly favored the Republican Party of Liberia, which stressed anti-identitarian progressive values, while the emancipated blacks favored the Liberian Whig Party, which heavily leaned towards nationalism and other conservative ideologies. Although after 1878, Liberia...
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp for a little over.
transformed into a one-party state, with the True Whig Party dominating Liberian politics for over a century. Directly after the American Civil War in 1865, the issue of the nearly 4 million newly emancipated American blacks was brought to a head in American politics, and opinions varied greatly even among the same demographic or political party. There never was any state-sponsored forced relocation program for freed blacks, but certain incentives were offered by the U.S. government to relocate to Liberia, and migration boomed for a short period, and in many cases these self-proclaimed black settlers had as little as 1/16 African ancestry, yet because of their slave heritage, however minute, they still faced discrimination. Regardless of genetics or political affiliation, most Americo-Liberians regarded themselves as more sophisticated and civilized than the indigenous West African tribes of Liberia, and hence a massive rift developed between the former and the latter, and very similarly to South Africa, Liberia was dominated by an elite minority for over a century.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
In South Africa,
Stop right there. See, notice how he did the same thing. He's trying to equate Liberia with South Africa. The South Africans basically took the land from black Africans, right? Black Africans could not own land, right? In Liberia, indigenous Africans had most of their tribal land and under their control. They still had their villages, towns, and everything like that. They never took their land. In fact, the Constitution of Liberia forbade foreign powers or anybody from buying traditional African land, right? So they couldn't go over there and say, we signed a deal with a chief, and next thing you know, you got all these farmers and miners coming there and settling in Liberia. That did not happen. The Liberia Constitution made sure that's why we don't have any white farmers in South Africa, in Liberia. So he's trying to basically equate Liberia with South Africa. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it seem like we had some sort of apartheid system, right? But he doesn't tell you that the vice president of the President Howard was an indigenous background, right? He doesn't tell you that Liberians were in the indigenous Liberians were in the legislatures and everything from almost the beginning. The Vi tribe assimilated first, right? That they had representation even before they became citizens. They had representations in the Liberian government. And also, he doesn't tell you that the paramount chiefs were all on the Liberian government payroll, right? And they were basically the administrators and basically helped build their own cities and everything in the interior. You got each one of the territories that became part of Liberia had a capital city, and funds and resources went to build the thing. Liberia, by the 1960s, had one of the highest standards of living in the world. You know, And so therefore, like I said, this is a bunch of nonsense. The blacks in South Africa never got anything. They never got anything. They lived in townships and everything on the areas that were considered part of South Africa. Then they had their homelands called Bantustans that had no infrastructure, no anything, and they basically kept their chiefs on payroll in South Africa to keep them quiet. So it's not the same thing. And also in Liberia, there was intermarriage in between the two groups of people. Okay, South Africa forbade interracial marriage. It wasn't the same thing. Two black people could marry each other. In Liberia. In South Africa, white and blacks did not mix together. The only mixing in South Africa was white men would rape and impregnate African women and create a group of what we would call colored people. If there was a simple situation in Liberia, how come there's no evidence of a new class of people that's a distinct descendant from the majority? No, most Liberians that mix together are part of the all black Liberian society. So these people, they want to use race when it's to their convenience, right? The people that came from America in the West, when they married Liberian women, the children became part of just another Liberian. There was no such thing in South Africa. The product of intermarriage between whites and black South Africa became a separate group of people away from both groups. So this is why we're breaking this down right now. To dispel all these lies.
Yes, we call this one the Miseducation of Liberia by Color Genesis. Yes, brother, but excellent breakdown, and that's what we got to do to re-educate the people, because this is some. Color, what you think? Isn't this some strong propaganda?
Yeah, it's propaganda. It's all it's done, right, is to basically say, look what happens when black people try to rule themselves. That's why it's important that they spread it Liberia. So we talk about in Afrikstan, we talk about the future of Africa. The only way the black race is going to pull itself up and compete is by black people from the West and the black people of Africa find some sort of way how to integrate black people from the West into African cultures from a position of power and strength. We cannot integrate into former colonial countries when they're still tied to Europeans and they're tethered to Europeans, and we cannot take on African mediocrity and debt that they've accumulated and everything. So we got to find a way how to build on the continent that protects us and also helps build Africa. That's what we're talking about. We have to have some sort of say-so over our lives and everything on the continent. That's the only way it's going to work.
Great, brother, great. And that's what we're doing, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba and Color Genesis live, and we're breaking it down, family, the African analysis. Send some super chats, show some love, and we're gonna be going through comments later on.
The Afrikaners, and in the case of Liberia, they were the Americo-Liberians. And also in both cases, there was a severe backlash against the previously ruling class, with both becoming a quickly shrinking minority. Liberia was considered a strong American ally and one of the United States' most important overseas assets in the past, as throughout the various administrations, the U.S. government had poured billions of dollars into developing Liberian infrastructure, especially during the Cold War, when many other West African nations had turned to communism or socialism in the wake of anti-Western sentiment following European colonialism. This set the stage for the Liberian Civil Wars, plural, two of the most deadly conflicts in all of African history, with almost 20% of the Liberian population
let me stop that. Let me stop right there.
War, either as a direct casualty of violence or from starvation brought about by
stop right there. Now, notice how he basically said that Kennedy's involvement with Tubman, right, led to the Civil War. Does he understand dates? Tubman died in 1971, right? The Liberian Civil War. It wasn't a civil war like Ross will break it down to you, right? That was a war of anarchy, just completely a breakdown of society or a breakdown of everything. That was not a civil war. A civil war is between two sides, you know. A civil, that means civilians, you know. One side says this, one side. There was never such thing in Liberia. It was just anarchy and chaos, right? Because people have guns and people robbing, looting here. There was no side. There was no, okay, we want this, we want that, and everything. It was two sides, and multiple sides just basically grabbing territory, looting, killing, whatever they want. That was not a civil war in Liberia, right? And so what he does not talk about is the 1980 coup, okay? The coup of Liberia of 1980, right? That was after Tubman was out of office, right? That was a time where the United States and Liberia relationship was thawed. But he made it seem like a civil war. It all happened because of the American involvement in Liberia. Liberia in the 1970s, the United States was moving far apart. Liberia was moving closer towards Russia, countries like Libya, Cuba, China, and all these other countries that they were, that they were moving towards. And also, the Liberia also took a stand in favor of the Palestinians. Tolbert went in front of the UN and said that Palestinians must be given a state and everything, and he called what was going on in Liberia, in Israel, apartheid to South Africa. That's when the propaganda came at Liberia. Said, "Don't you have apartheid in Liberia with the indigenous people?" That's what that came from. Okay, Liberia took a strong stance. Also, Liberia took a strong stance against the war in Angola, the war that was raging in Angola, and also Liberia was very critical of the West support of Mobutu Sese Seko. Okay. Of Zaire. So therefore, geopolitically, Liberia was moving against the United States, which traditionally was an ally in the UN. Okay, so when he tries to say, "Oh, the Civil War because Liberia was caught in the Cold War," the Cold War had nothing to do with what broke down. The Cold War produced the coup of 1980 because Liberia was basically moving towards China, Russia. And Liberia was leading what we call the non-aligned movement. In other words, basically, you have these superpowers fighting. We're not going to be a proxy for this war. And Liberia said refused the West in building any bases in Africa. In other words, basically, what Liberia said was, Tolbert said was, as long as I'm president of the AO, he was the head of the OAU. Now, if Liberia was this American Liberia thing, why was Liberia the head of the OAU? Liberia, Tolbert was the president of the OAU. He convened the OAU conference in 1979. That was a final step that was built that Kwame Nkrumah had and Sekou Touré had started a decade and a half before that, almost 20 years before that, right? The last conference of the major conference was in Monrovia in 1979, right? And then what they did was the West instigated this rights riot thing, right, to try to stop it, right? But it went on regardless. Okay, so the West, America, has been in Liberia trying to destabilize and discredit Liberia to Africa and to the black world for a long time. Okay, and we just take the what we call the thing. We call it. You got people call themselves Pan-Africans, right? Don't even bother reading. What was the OAU conference of 1979? Well, the OAU conference of 1979, the plan was to basically create a unified African currency. It was struck after Tolbert died. The coin and everything, a unified African bank. The African Development Bank, right after the coup, ended up going to Ivory Coast, Abidjan, Ivory Coast. It was supposed to be located in Monrovia. Liberia had a building that we're going to see. We're going to call the Pan-African Plaza, where Pan-Africanists all over the continent used to go to Liberia. You know, so Liberia's Pan-African history is completely erased, and people don't even know when we talk about Pan-African stuff, real Pan-African stuff, right? Liberia was the place where it happened, you know? And I get this when I go to Liberia. They say, yeah, we used to basically, back in the 70s, older people tell me, yeah, we used to have Pan-Africans come here and whatnot, black nationalists. We had Nation of Islam people, Garveyites, and everybody coming here because this was a place that was more receptive to the Pan-African movement, you know? So therefore, we have to learn this history, learn this history.
Your brother, brother, up in there filled with trolls, yo.
I know, man. Well, God damn, man. You know, yeah, we
Man,
love
look up, man. I got
the
trolls.
Reparation News.
I got number of trolls and haters in the chat room.
The dude said, Carla, why is it Bomani in Jamaica? Why is it Bomani got to be in Jamaica? You know?
I'm telling you, man, it never stopped, man. I was doing my Egypt presentation with my sister Matrella about our Egypt tour in November next year. And I'm like, I was like, yo, I'm like, you see the topics. I'm sure most of y'all can read. I think, you know.
And so Baruti asked in the videos, look, if you really want to know Liberian history, right, you got to read books. You know, I mean, I know black people don't like to read, man. All the stuff like that are in books, well documented. Everybody says most people are not YouTube. That's what's dangerous about YouTube. People get their education from YouTube, and that's dangerous. You can put up a video like the video we just played, completely false history, fake history, and people believe it. You know, this is not something done by CNN or Fox. These are people sitting in their pajamas in their basement, putting shit together and whatnot. Don't know what the way. You just sit back and yeah, you know, that video was deep, man, and whatnot. I'm looking at this video like, man, come on. You know,
well, perfect. As we're gonna break away from this, let's get back into some of the comments. All right, cool. Let's see what this is. That what you're telling me about?
Yeah, the Afro Dumbass Report. You know, that's Pan-African scammers. You know, and you see, that's what I'm saying. When you don't have, this is what I'm saying. People will listen to somebody like African Dumbass. People will listen to somebody like African Dumbass. They're scammers. Show me anywhere where anybody sent me any money. How am I scamming? You know, this is what I'm talking about. Afro Dumbass can't go to his own country and build anything. You know, he's only call us scammers. You know.
Kyle, I think he's upset because you call him Afro Dumbass.
He's a dumbass. You know. He's a fucking bushmeat eating dumbass. You know. He's about ID'd as a criminal. Bomani's a criminal. This guy that's from the Navy built a business there that raised his son as a single father and whatnot. You know, does tours. Builds IT networks and computers and everything for a living and everything, but he's a criminal. You know, that's what they want to do. Someone like Afro Dumbass, basically.
The hustler, you're going to fake and hustlers. Your family can't get any realer than us, man. We're about business, life, making moves, helping people to build a future of what we're building. Afro Dumbass push propaganda and things like that. So
he put Black America hate.
And I mean, you know, and it is what it is. You know, we call people out. Some, I'm sure one or two of them are gonna feel like they got big balls and want to step to us like they men, but they just gonna.
They won't come on. This one guy with KB or whatever his name is, white guy. He's married to a fucking Kenyan woman and whatnot. He's all in black people's business in Kenya and whatnot. You know. I wonder what Brandon has to say about that. You know, Brandon's
he has nothing to say about that. Let me see this one right here.
Kyle, picture use a thumbnail. Joe, who cares? You know, which a roasting, but they could roast. They could talk about me all they want. They can't do it. They can't do it. Nobody's man enough to step to me in real time. You know, nobody's man enough to do that. You know, since you ain't man enough to face your ass, have a dumbass. Where do you live? You know.
Oh man.
And he threatened me. So I got my second. He goes, I got my Second Amendment rights with her, Colin. I didn't talk about shooting. You talk about shooting me when I just said we want to meet. I want to meet you face to face. I want you to look me in my eyes and whatnot. You know, look me in the face and then say what you got to say. You know, I'll do it. I'll go there.
It got something personal with you for a long time, then.
Yeah. So the bottom line, about I got my Second Amendment. You know, this you better use that gun too. You know, you better learn how to shoot. You know.
Well, don't let me catch you in the airport, Afro Dumbass.
You know, don't let me catch you anywhere in America, right? We're putting a fatwa out.
Let me see if you're gonna.
We're green lighting that nigga. You know, we find out where he lives.
I wonder if he's gonna have his Fourth Amendment inside the airport.
Yeah,
he's gonna have it. All that stuff you talk.
Calls after me. Ah!
That's interesting. No one has sent me a video yet, but that'll be interesting to see what he's talking about. You know. But it's he thinks he's going to win by talking. All these white people that he's talking to ain't got no power. When it really comes down to it, white people are not going to face us over this. He's wasting his fucking time. White people are looking at him like this. And this is a perfect segue to what I'm going to say. We got to play a video, okay? And I'm going to read the comments from that video. It's Juliet's video talking about Africans. This is what white people really think of you. What the way they really think of you. You know, which that's one just sent me.
Juliet.
It's a Juliet.
And then I'm gonna read the comments in the comment section about white people. This is what they think about Africans. You know, this is what they think of you. I'm gonna read the comments. After you watch this video, I'm gonna read the comments. Go scroll down and read some of the comments. This is what Afro dumbass. I understand that white people are sitting there laughing at him. You know, he's a freaking fool. They don't think anything. They don't think you built anything. The only black people in the world that they get respect for is Black America. You know, we created all the inventions. We did everything in America show that black people are inferior. If it was not for Black America or not, the world would think that Africans are freaking inferior. You know, what did you do in your little shithole country, Gambia? What did Gambia ever contribute to the black race? Nothing. I'm a Soninke warrior, you know. But guess what? You know, you want to talk about Soninke? You want to go that right now? Well, we come from Harlem Hellfighters. We come from the Rough Riders. We come from the Red Tails, you know. We come from the 54th Massachusetts, you know. We freaking did it. We stormed the beaches of Normandy. We fought in the Pacific, you know. You haven't done anything but was sharpen a freaking stick with your Soninke. I'm not trying to disrespect them or not, but if you're a representation of a fucking Soninke warrior, you're a fucking clown, you know? Black, you ain't got nothing on us. We're the real thing. We changed history. You never contribute anything to history. You know, we'll come here and talk about, we should, they want to sue for peace. We should do this. I guess Kala is a dividing black people. He sits there and disrespect Black America every day on his show, and then we give him that energy. So, in fact, that he took the time, I'm never going to do a show about Afro-Dumbass. He's not important.
No, I mean, we just talk about him, man. We'll talk
about him, but we ain't going to feature him on the show because he ain't important.
No, I mean, trust me, we don't have that time.
We don't have that much time. I can't see myself sitting.
We got real business
about this fucking jackass. You know.
So
Sonika is very strong. He goes, Sonika is very strong. If they're so strong, why is that country so fucking poor? Why is the country so fucking backwards? Why they got white people out there molesting their fucking children when they're so fucking strong? Stop your fucking bullshit. The only thing strong about in the black world
is that a Gambian something? I mean,
well, the Soso people, the Soso kingdom, so none of them not really Soninkes. They're just people that were enslaved by the Soninke, so they wear the name. You know, Soninke. I can't believe Afro-Dumbass is saying for anything but a fucking grifter. He's probably one of those dudes that sold his ass to white men back in the days, you know, so he wouldn't get on a slave ship.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find a video and play some of it because it's always hilarious. I mean, the thing of it because, you know, you have people out there that, you know, since they can't do true business, you know what I mean, and they just hate the fact that you're making moves. You know, your family see these are all when you're on our website and you see our movements on YouTube. These are all the things that we do. We're involved with and making moves. While people like Afro-Dumbass sit there,
they're very strong warriors,
and run his mouth and talk much stuff.
Yeah, they're very strong.
I think he was upset at us because we were talking about his country is filled with this old white men and white women.
Old ass white men with little Soninke babies on their lap.
Underage, and just, I mean, it's there for the straight sex tourism.
Now he's trying to separate Bomani from Black America. Bomani's part of us. You know, I accept Bomani before I fucking accept no fucking Afro-Dumbass. You know, Bomani's a real brother. You know, they don't understand that shit. He's exposing Bomani for scamming black Americans. Scamming Black Americans how? Giving them tours of a lifetime or not, getting them land in Ghana or not, working a real business or not, you know, not asking for handouts. You know, every time you look around Afro-Dumbass, thank you.
What he wants, brother, he wants us to sit here and do a show of him and feature him and make cartoons of him. And family, I have no time for that. But what I will do is I will talk about him because people like himself is like, you will never hear him say anything about all those old white people in this country.
He won't say anything about that.
Advantage of all the young black people in the country. You know what I mean? And he won't talk about the lack of any infrastructure in the country and things like that. And
you got somebody like
don't have any solutions to literally build or do anything. And what he's looking at is the fact that we're coming to Africa, we're making moves, and we're successful. And he has nothing to offer people other than
trying to fucking dusty ass YouTube channel.
We call it Kala News. Yeah.
Sit there and talk shit about our women, call them hood
So when I'm
rats.
telling people that when you got guys like Nigerian, Afro dumbass, if you listen and follow them, you're just as terrible as them. That's why when when Ola was on here talking about I like Afro, and I mean I'm like, and then talking about he has a and trying to brag about his white wife. I mean, let's shut him down because we don't have no time for clowns. I mean, like I tell people, like show me what you're building, what you're doing for people. Like right now, we're connecting an incredible history of Liberia and breaking things down because there's a lot of propaganda. Just like these people out there pushing their propaganda because they want to get views. These people like Afro dumbass, Nigerian, they're nobody. They've never built anything. These people are failures. These people will never attack the real oppressors and enemies. They because they'll embrace them. So these are people you can't even trust. But anyway, our family. So what we're doing, we're looking to build a strong energy, and people like like himself. We don't want them to come in our circle of building anything because that's how things get destroyed. We got jealous, weak, evil people. So that's how we move as a unit because we're here to protect ourselves and make sure that we move strong. So yes, we're gonna definitely get into that, man. Kala, like I said, Kala, once people stop saying things about you, brother, you know what I'm saying? When people stop saying things about you, brother, that's when I'm gonna stop trusting you.
Like I said, I want people to hate. I have a real business in America, right? Just went to an executive meeting today. Bomani has a real business. Where's Afro dumbass's business?
Brother, if you ain't building anything strong and making moves, folks ain't got nothing to say, man. I'm telling you. So I have people calling me and say, these people making videos of you. I'm like, yo, let them make all the videos they want to make. You know what I'm saying? I shut down one. That's why that's the bad thing about giving these people attention. I shut down Nigerian, and now everybody want to get some. Like everybody like, Bomani, make me famous too.
we're being merciful, Afro dumbass.
I got work to do, man. I got literally real work to do. We got administrative business to do, and if you don't see the end results of our production on all the videos that we have this around the country, and even when we get back to Ghana, business conference,
where's Afro dumbass's website? Where's his website? Where's his website?
Where's his land and investment project?
Where's his stuff? Where's his stuff at? He can't show you that.
I have a page list of services in technology and another page list of business services that we do literally for people. Literally, and that's consistently around the clock. Also, that's the one that's always interested. But I've never had anybody that's been progressive about anything that's come at me. It's always some degenerate, low life, weak excuse for a man. You got to go chase some white devil panani because he knows he can't. He can't bring that straight energy as far as just building anything. He's somebody that literally gotta find ways of like, let me just get some attention because I don't have anything else to offer. So let me just be chaotic and let me just be the stupid. That's why his name is Afro Dumbass. Because the brother's really a dumbass. He has a low IQ and low intelligence. Like you was mentioning,
he never read a book in his life. You can tell somebody's never read a book in his life.
There's nothing that he says that's articulate or anything that's productive. So when I hear Ola giving criticism, I'm like, Ola, why don't you get your punk self out of here and go deal with these and deal with your people? Because Ola
said we don't got libraries. We don't know about Black history. I know all about Nigerian history because I go to the library. I take books out. I've been studying Nigeria for 30 years. But you don't know nothing about Black.
And that's what you're telling people.
He's proud of the fact that he doesn't know anything about Africa. One of the most impactful group of people on the planet. He does not know. He's never read a book. In fact, most of the books written about Africa come from African Americans. Nigerians don't even write their own history. It's either Europeans. The best person was Basil Davidson, a British Africanist, right? Basil Davidson should have been a Black Nigerian, right? But he was a white man who taught me more about African history than any of these idiots that comes up here. None of these people got no education. They don't believe in education. So all they want to do is get on YouTube and act like they're on our level. You're not. I'm not going to respect people who don't build anything, who can't create things, that always constantly in trouble. You got governments. You got things that we never had. You got a government that you guys elect people. You got democratic governments and you still shooting each other and having coups and everything like that every day. You still got children walking around freaking with no school, no nothing, and everything like that, you know? And you got governments. I'm never going to accept that shit. You got governments and you got foreigners coming to your country, taking molesting little children and whatnot, right now in the open and whatnot. And you got a government. You got police. You got a military. Oh. African Americans are lost. Yeah, we're lost. How lost are we? You know, I go to my office complex and whatnot. I see all kinds of black people with all kinds of businesses making all kinds of money and whatnot. In my neighborhood, I got 6 black millionaires in my neighborhood. How lost are we? We're going to Africa because we want to go there. You know, we don't have to go there. You guys got to come over here just to make a fucking dime because you can't even build your economy up where you can have a decent currency and everything. You haven't even started the fact that let's build a unified African currency and let's give us like this. Why is it that the Europeans? Bomani, play that one video. Play one video. We got to move along. This is gonna make my point. The one video out with the guy. Let me see when that sent to you. I'm gonna send it to you again. Play this video next. I'm gonna play 2 videos back to back. Okay.
All right. Cool. Perfect. So So absolutely. So not to veer off too much from what we're talking about, but yeah, take an intermission because yes, it's a lot to digest, literally, on dealing with the whole Liberia past, present, and future. But
yeah, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
Let's get into it. Family are always amazing.
Yeah, I just said the video I want you to play next.
This is Zongo right here. Afro dumbass, he actually
well read or what? Yeah, if you think Afro dumbass, if you think he's well read, then you are a friggin' you a village idiot. You know, you must be a village idiot. You know that you think Afro dumbass is well read.
Some people, our great brother Khaled, the great debater, is ready to debate any of you geniuses at any time. Let's give me the link and we can just do it live.
Yeah, like I said, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
How about Zongo? You send your Afro dumbass. Afro dumbass has business in America. Yeah.
What business? On YouTube for super chats. Yo, nobody who does YouTube 7 days a week got a business. I'm sorry. I have a business. I only show twice a week, if that. I'm straightening on that, and I got a radio show. I do it on Wednesday nights, and it's late night. My business hours, you'll never see me during business hours, right, Bomani? You'll never see me in business hours on any friggin' show.
Yo, that's what's up. This guy is funny, yo.
They claim to be Indians, those are the stupid, dumb Negroes. Stupid, dumb Negroes who basically.
I mean, like generalizing that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. All this stuff is like internet phenom, where literally there's a whole internet movement of Dane Calloway and his cronies.
Yeah, and then people going, "Oh, back, you gonna play a video?"
All right, cool. Let me just close out on this one. You try to say prayer fresh video.
The last video I just sent you in WhatsApp.
All right, man. I'm trying to get people focused, man. You sure we're not throwing people off there?
No. We're gonna get back to that. I'm gonna get back to that Liberia thing, But I gotta make a couple of points while I'm hot.
The fire is burning. Yes. Is it a TikTok video?
Yeah.
Hey, for real, I got another one up here too. All right.
We'll play that Julia video afterwards,
All right, TikTok. All right, gotcha. All right, let me see how this work. All right.
See, Afro dumbass made the mistake. He's doing like Afro Negro P and like, oh, we're scammers and whatnot, Now we're gonna make him prove it. And he ain't gonna be able to do that. He's gonna try to walk away from it. Would he like to go to court and say that, in front of a judge? What proof do you have of slandering somebody? Does he want to go down that route?
Yeah, it does kind of show you how dirty and lowball the people
Yeah, as I
are.
said, we're dealing with
They
low.
can't beat you, so
These
they
are the
treat
same
you.
people that talk shit. That's why he said he's a lowlife. He's a scum of the earth. You know, that's why you can't listen to anything he says. He's a liar.
I mean, these people, they can't beat you, so that the only thing they can do is
All they can do is lie.
and lie. You know, literally just
All he does is lie on the show every day.
Remember Nigga P? Where's Nigga P? I tell people, I was like, Nigga P ain't got nothing.
We got caught in his lies.
You just shake them down, and I'm like, I've been crushing these black devils for a long time, brother. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like Pac-Man, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, let me play this so we just keep it rolling, keep it strong.
So I stumbled upon this video, and I would love you guys to listen to it, and I will say my mind after the video.
What contribution do you see from the African continent in terms of global manufacturing horsepower?
Oh, manufacturing? None, very little. Africa is a series of stacked plateaus, so just getting the infrastructure in there to access anything is very difficult. And while they do have very high birth rates and a more stable population structure, a lot of that is only possible because they export raw commodities and then import the things that allow them to have a degree of modernity. You break down global supply chains, a lot of that goes away. And so I think a lot of Africa is going to devolve. And they just don't have the infrastructure or the skilled labor that's necessary to participate at scale. And even if they did, in a less robust security environment, the connections necessary to make that happen are going to be very thin. So I think it's far more likely that the North American manufacturing system will start incorporating pieces of South America. We already have free trade deals with Colombia and Chile, for example. But yeah, I'm afraid that Africa really can't be part of that. Now, we might see pieces of Africa following the Indian model. I can see Nigeria becoming broadly self-sufficient. I can see a partial reboot of South Africa, but that's for their own domestic markets rather than any sort of international connection.
For those of you who don't really understand what he said, what he's basically saying is that he doesn't see any form of contribution from Africa in terms of global manufacturing, even in the nearest future. Hi, it's Ozzy again. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Now back to the topic, don't go nowhere. You know what I find funny? I highly doubt that he believes what he actually said. Because imagine someone saying that the raw materials they use in their global manufacturing are actually gotten from Africa, and Africa actually has a very high birth rate, but then he doesn't see the possibility of Africa having any form of contribution in global manufacturing, even in the nearest future. And even in Nigeria, he mentioned, and South Africa, he mentioned saying, okay, he sees them going the Indian way. He is saying that they will just be producing for local purposes. It won't go to the international level. Imagine, as in, this is the height of insult.
Yeah, but Africans don't like the truth. You know, they don't like the truth. The guy is absolutely telling the truth. I've been saying this for years. You know, I say Africa export, the biggest export in Africa is human resources. Africa is getting that green card and instead of building something, getting together, building consortiums like the Pan-Africanism group of Asia. You know, they rebuilt Asia. Asia does not have to have Westerners come there and build roads, build stadiums. They got it all. They work together to create international consortiums that could build anything they want. Africa has not done that. Okay, Dangote is building a refinery. Not one African firm contributed anything to that refinery being built. So that's billions and billions of dollars going out the door. Okay, no supply chain, anything direct to Africa. Not even supplying pipes. They could have got a Cameroon or Angola to hold the pipes and everything like that. Say, we'll give you the pipes when you need them and everything. The whole entire supply chain, everything, you know, logistics, everything is handled by foreigners. You know, so you got a whole continent that's going to build a refinery, but it's in the red because it just spent $30 billion. That just left the continent that they got to eventually pay back. You know, we have a refinery in Ghana. No, you don't. You don't have a large scale refinery. What are you, lying? You know, you have something of subsistence, but you don't have a large scale refinery. Most African gas is imported, refined outside of Africa. That's the truth. You know, that's the truth, because we did not invest in this.
Also, Zango said, so basically he's saying that he's from Ghana.
We have this in refinery in Ghana. The Ghanaian refinery does not produce enough gas.
Yeah, I mean, with all the terrible comments he was making, I thought he was from somewhere. I thought he was some degenerate from somewhere.
I thought he was from the Congo. The Ghanaians are smarter than that, you know. But the whole thing is this.
Yeah.
That guy was saying was this.
Maybe he's just a village idiot.
Global supply chains, right? There's sad that a whole continent that consumes, right? We consume cars, we consume all these things from the outside world, but nothing is made on the continent. You know, nothing is produced on the continent. So therefore, Africa has $100 billion. Let's say over the last few years, China's invested like $100 billion in Africa. Africa loses $100 billion a year in net capital outflow because we don't have shipping lanes. We don't have shipping companies and own ships and stuff like that and logistics. So $100 billion a year. And also another thing that Africa would benefit is data. Data is the number one thing. India. How do you think India is getting rich, right? It's not even just manufacturing. When you do a call to AT&T and everything, who are you talking to? I'll be right to you 1 minute. You're talking to somebody from India. That right there, and you have help desk and stuff like that. I'm in insurance, right? So sometimes I gotta call help desk and everything. I'm talking to somebody from the Philippines and everything like that. Africa has not even gotten into the data market. Or I'm talking to somebody from a call center in Dubai. You know, all these things that the world has picked up, right? And also, many Africans speak English. A lot of these people have to learn how to speak English, right? And they take on a name. My name is Mary. That's not her name. It's probably blah, 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 you know? But they say, my name is Mary. I'm here to help you. Okay. You know, just say the other thing. Nothing of that. You don't call, when you call for a help desk, anything, that's $1 trillion industry, you know? Data services, right? None of that is on the African continent. None. Not even South Africa, not even Nigeria. You know, when companies need to outsource data to manage things and everything, it does not go to Africa. It goes to Dubai, it goes to India, it goes to all these other places. At the same time, we're buying Apple phones, we're buying computers, everything. If you need your computer breaks down or you're having a problem and everything like that, you can't. In Africa, you got to go outside the continent to get a help desk. And so, therefore, instead of people fighting with us and everything, fighting with Black America, why don't you start worrying about those things that you can control? Like Eileen Cooper, the Minister of Agriculture, said something profound today on Facebook. Sim Darby is a major investor of palm oil in Liberia. But Sim Darby is about to start manufacturing I think electric batteries and stuff like that, but they do it in West Virginia. She said, "How come Sim Darby, if they have this huge acres and acres, thousands of hectares of palm oil they manufacture? How come they haven't from that part of their operation to Liberia to create jobs? Because nobody demands it. And the world says they're going to switch their electric batteries. Coal.
Carla, sorry, I don't know if I cut you off in the middle of something. I do have the guy here, so I don't know if you could.
Yeah, let him on. Let him on.
All right.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Greetings, Congo. This is Bomani and Kala Genesis. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. Let me know if you have any questions about the topic or if there's something that you want to talk about specifically. But I did notice, you mentioned a comment about this guy don't know what he's talking about. So definitely, come on, brother. The floor is yours. Go ahead and clarify.
Greetings to the panel. Greetings to Kala. Greetings to Bomani. And greetings to the chat. Can you hear me clearly? It's clear?
Absolutely.
Well, we heard from Afrikstan's report some accusations against you, Bomani, that you were scamming some, African Americans over here in Ghana. I mean, he's just a news reporter, right? So if someone
reporter,
he's not a news reporter. He's a freaking
that nigga ain't no news reporter. Nigga's a degenerate, low life.
Hold on. But if someone makes an accusation upon you, I mean, the only thing you can do is just to, debunk that statement, or to clarify where the misconception lies, right?
Well, first of all, I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't have to debunk anything. What people can do, people can be very intelligent and smart people and go ahead and look at the work we do and go ahead and reach out to us. That's what they can do. Because nowadays you have little dusty little clowns like Afro Dumbass that literally want to come up, against someone like myself who have been pushing repatriation and Pan-Africanism, been able to even go to his country and create invest in opportunity and business for people, open things up to where people are going to these countries, and literally a modern day movement of repatriation and helping people to live and do business in Africa, and literally just doing this thing consistently. So what I welcome people to do, because I don't have nothing to prove to anybody. I'm the best that I've ever done these kind of movements. You're talking about creating a whole world of this. People take this for granted. Like him, he came to this America literally take advantage of what's going on, but you have no idea about people who put work in, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to add to the work that we're doing. So anybody have anything to say about me, they can reach out to me, or they can do research. I don't have anything to say because, first of all, I won't watch any video that he's saying. And like I mentioned to Khaled, that's the only way you know that you're making movement. Because if we're here and we're insulting him based on facts and research, and then he turns around and the only thing that he can say is these things, he's not reporting on nothing. He's just upset because we're insulting him and we're making a fool of him based on using him as an example. Anyway, Kyle, let me let you add to that, before.
Yeah, and also the fact that what this guy does is all the time, basically, just berate Black America. He gets out of that, and a lot of Africans get something out of that, and I don't know what it is, I think it's just envy and jealousy, because there's no African American that's want to switch places with anybody like Afro Dumbass. Nobody says, something, I got to be a Gambian refugee sitting in America making YouTube videos about the greatest people that the world's ever seen, Black America. We are, and black people in America, well, we're not allowed to say, I'm proud to be African American, I'm proud to be Black America. We got to include everybody in the Pan-African banner, right? And then when we do that, people start shitting on us, disrespecting us. Pan-Africans don't mean you shit on Black America and talk stuff about us and everything. And they
all he talks about us as like we're some kind of slave generation of people, and literally, I don't think race of degenerates.
Yeah, I heard him loud and clear. We know what he says.
But I don't think he's speaking like the entirety of all Black Americans.
Yes, he is. He's talking about the entire Black America.
No, I don't think
he's talking about all of us.
The thing of it, before he said anything about myself or anything, literally people have a grudge against Black people who are progressive. And the thing of it is, people who are leaving here and going to whatever country in Africa, whatever they're doing, it's a contribution to the country. I don't see the people that I deal with where they're literally going there to abuse the country and things like that. But what the people like himself do, they come here and they have no respect for what Black people have built in this country, and they have no respect for the history of this country. He just feel like he just like to come and just talk against people here. So we have said many things about him, and I challenge him as a real man to reach out. And when we do our analysis, we reach out about whoever. But to literally just make videos of false accusation about what people are doing and have no knowledge about it because some unapologetic Negropean, another fake BBC reporter says it. So that what that does for me personally as a business person, that's why I don't deal with a whole lot of people. I deal with serious people and I close deals with people. We do tours and investment.
Bomani, when you talk about like what the Black Americans did for America, they didn't bring him over here. He was the one who brought himself over here. In fact,
why did he come here?
He has his own personal reasons why.
Why did he come here? Why is he here?
It's not about no Black American brought him over. Well, what I'm saying, in this country, the only reason why anyone have any opportunities is the people who came before us. I mean, to keep it that simple. And I mean, it's a world of just homage and respect. So he just make it seem like he just, I'm in America. Look at all these, and then literally just he has no respect I mean, it's just like when I come to Ghana, I'm there as a person. I show respect to the country, or whatever country. I just came from his country, Senegal and Gambia. I could have been there on the recording saying, yes, I'm here to resort, and all I see is old white people with young black men and young black women and young black children. You know what I mean? And because I got a business to run, I don't have the time to focus on those things. But those are the things that's going on in this country. People like himself, the reason why he got to America, because he prostituted himself to white men and black and white women. Afridamus prostituted himself in the Gambia with white women and old white men. That's how he got the money to come to America. Now, I don't want to be putting out things like that on people, but these people, they have no credibility. So I ask people, anyone who have anything to ever say about me is like, what are you doing? What are you doing in your daily life to help and progress and change the dynamics of black people and uplift the black people? My whole life from morning to night, that's all we do, including this show. But it's always interesting when if people are not saying negative, nasty things about you, you know what I mean? It's just what it is. Like I told Kyle, I must stop trusting when people start saying nasty things to him. But that's expected. But I'm here to tell you, brother, people like myself, do your research and see what we do. We even modernize a modern day of this tourism in countries like Ghana, where you just doing marketing videos of people who are coming there and partake in a lot of the historical places and literally putting it out there. And I mean, when you talk about somebody who's responsible for part of this, a modern day way of this connecting to Africa, and an office and a place that's responsible for getting a lot of people back and forth to Africa so we can work and do things together as a people, that's it. Now, if you asking him what he's doing, he's dividing our people and causing chaos and things like that. But anyway, I'm gonna let you talk so you can share more what you have to say.
Yeah, I think he also has the right to share his perspective, right? And especially like you guys have your own like beliefs.
No, it doesn't have a right to share his perspective. He's not sharing his perspective. He's upset because we called him out. I'm not sure if you understand that. He's not doing some old natural research. Oh, I found out these people are doing that. So the thing is, you have a lot to trick, and that's what I'm saying. Me personally, I don't give a hell what people want to think in their mind and what people want to assume, because most people are stupid, and most people have no intelligence, and most people are not going to think and do research. And the same thing when I was talking about dealing with Negropean. Now I ask people what happened to Negropean, all the stuff that they said about me can't go in the country, me can't do this. That's what people do.
So are you now?
I can't sit and spend my time chasing people, making videos of people. They can say whatever they want to say, because nothing they say can outdo any work that I'm doing. Like example, if you said Negropean got something to say about me, or Afro dumbass, now what are they doing for black people and what are they building? No one can ever answer that question, and no one can ever say, because everything I do is progressive to move our people forward. You know what I mean? Literally, and people should be thanking people like myself, because I put a lot of brothers on in the world of business and tourism. Now you ask yourself. Now I've asked you several things, like what is Afridamus doing to progress our folks, other than running his mouth thinking that he's a reporter when he's some homosexual from the Gambia, and literally trying to come up in life. I mean, you're talking about a guy that literally prostituted himself out to old white men and old white women, literally gonna have anything to say about me. People have things to say about me because I'm a real black man running a real black empire.
But at least he's producing the receipt from other platform. I mean, he kind of like he bring evidences from what others have reported.
So what evidence did he bring to where you feel so Zanga, to where you feel so deep up his ass, up Afridamus' ass, to where you really you're sucking on him? What receipts does he have? And what receipts can show?
I'm just sharing the perspective.
No, I'm saying, if you're talking about receipts, what receipt is he showing?
He produced that on the platform. I mean, based on what people have said, like WhatsApp conversation about incident that happened, and also
the incident that happened. Blah, blah, blah. Brother, when you get your balls up and you become a real man and you're out there doing business, you can have 500 to 1,000 people that you're doing business with. Now, Let me find somebody who is not going to have an issue with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people over 500 to 1,000 people. Now, any one of those psychotic, mentally ill people can literally flip the script on you, and next thing you know, you're out there. Let me see how people handle it. So that's the difference in the world we live in. We live in a world where you have real men that's handling real responsibilities. You look below, you see all those countries below there, brother?
Yeah, but
all those countries represent me having crews in those countries. I do tourism in all those different countries.
I mean, the thing is, nobody's really against African.
Just like I have a real estate development project there in Ghana.
But the thing is, nobody's really against like African Americans, blacks going back to the African countries. But you know, like when we do have the low hanging fruit going there to cause problems, that might create tensions between the Africans over there. And
let me ask you a question. Right?
Yeah, they talk to him, Carla.
Let me ask you a question, right? Listen to what you have to say. Listen to what I say. And I'm going to try to be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Has whatever, I can't even say his real name.
But the thing, I don't want to speak for him because I think he's...
but hold up. You brought him up. So let me answer that, right?
Brother, you are speaking for him. You and
okay.
No, I'm not. I don't want to speak for him. He can defend himself. I mean,
but he won't come on a platform like this, you know.
And he don't got no balls to stand to.
He won't even Afridamus won't even say what state he lives in. You know, he won't even say what state he lives in. No, he hides behind.
He stayed in Washington State.
You say he's where?
He's in Washington State.
Washington State or Washington D.C.?
No, it's state.
Washington State. He's up there with his old white boyfriend and getting packed
to Canada.
Back.
He's in Canada and Washington State. He's way out there. Okay, you know.
Yeah, he's out there with some old white.
Yeah, okay.
White folks. I'm telling you, man.
So my point. Let me say this. My point is this.
Get out in places like that.
Yeah. Let me say this. Right. Here's the issue. Right. Africa has a lot of problems. Right. And I listen to Afro Dumbass a lot of times. Right on the show. I listen to just for some, whatever. It's like I would try to be open minded about stuff. Right. The stuff he says about Black America, nobody is harder on some of the pathologies that Black America has than collagensis. Bomani knows that, But what he does is he takes the pathologies of Black America and make that the blacks black, because he's trying to gain a following among white racists and everything who hate Black America. White people who are trying to undermine the Pan-African movement, trying to undermine Black people. This is what the problem is. Black people in America have survived in America, not by white people's help, right? We've done things because we had Black liberation movements in this country. We had people that marched and everything. We changed this country and everything. If it had not been for Black America, right, there would be no Africans here, because the Civil Rights Act of 1970 changed the before the Civil Rights Act was even, the ink was even wet. The Immigration Act of America was passed, right? That allowed, before that, only people from Europe was allowed to come here and become Americans. Because of the Civil Rights Movement, right, they added that on as almost like a rider onto the Civil Rights legislation to allow people from India, people from China, people from all over the world to come here, people from the Caribbean to come here and become U.S. citizens. Before, U.S. citizens would find, by law, the Natural Act of 1924, as a person from mostly Northern and Western Europe. They barely didn't even want Italians and Greeks in here, okay? And they definitely didn't want African immigrants here. Do you think the founding fathers of this country can imagine somebody as an African immigrant coming over here talking about what's going on in America? No. Black people in America were born in this country. We helped build this country. We're part of this country that we live in, right? And because we're part of this country, right, we have no government that we control everything. We only live off the excess of what white America, what we're able to establish, right? Nobody gave us anything in Black America, right? We produced the world's first billionaire of color, Reginald Lewis, in 1987 during the Cold War. The first Black billionaire was a Black man in America, an African-American man from Washington, D.C. called Reginald Lewis, The first Black executives on Wall Street, right? The first Black millionaires, female millionaire, Madam C.J. Walker, We did this under duress in this country, right? We built towns, Black America have dozens of patents that we contribute to America. We're well documented. We created the Harlem Renaissance. Had it not been for African American culture, right, the world would still believe that black people as a race are inferior. Okay? We've done so much for the black, and we never asked for anything in return. So when people come over here, of course we got ghettos. Of course we got problems. Of course we got things that we can't control, that's out of our control. But instead of saying, you know something, black people pretty much did well. We got a large middle class and everything like that. What he wants to do is see like take the white people's talking points, right, and make it seem like all black people are sitting around waiting for welfare, waiting for that we never friggin' accomplish anything. It's like he want to erase all our accomplishments and everything and make it seem like, oh, we're coming to Africa trying to bring the ghetto and the crime and all stuff like that. When black people who been going to Africa.
That's real propaganda. That's some serious propaganda.
That's right there. When people say stuff like that Afro dumbass is not. He's not a brother.
But Carla, some do bring that though. That needs to be.
Okay, okay.
What we're talking about is a conviction that he has against me and Carla because we call him out. That's what we're talking about. That's what we see on top of it.
And by the way, Carla,
I do have a comment here. Carla, you should Zango native about. Ask Zango native.
I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that, but I'm not finished. I'm gonna get to that comment in a minute, right? But check us out. Now, the black people. Do you watch Blacks Without Borders, right? African Americans went to South Africa twice in 1994 and then the 2000s, right? The black people, the white people said they didn't want to go to South Africa when Mandela became president. It was African American executives who went to South Africa, right, with Pepsi, Ford, and others that helped South Africa, right, to the point where South Africa also includes African America as part of this black economic empowerment. The Black Without Borders series will tell you. The African Venture Partners, right? They do telecommunications with Richard Branson's Virgin Mobile, billion-dollar enterprise. You got Eugene Jackson in South Africa, built an empire in South Africa. You got African Americans in Botswana, Namibia. African American group, a business group that brought a hedge fund to Uganda. My partner, Mr. Rosenthal, is basically helping the Uganda build the African Bullion Bank. You guys don't know anything about that. There's African Americans are doing real work on the continent, right? And since the beginning of time, right? It was African Americans who helped Ethiopia establish its airlines. Ethiopia, the ex-red tail fighters of the World War II, a lot of them went to Ethiopia, right, and helped the Ethiopia Haile Selassie build his thing. So we've been contributing to Africa in a positive way for all these years, right? And we have never gone there
in a negative way too. Like the one of the African American military guy who helped the American government to overthrow the government in Burkina Faso. You saw the news about.
We went over that. We over that. We talked about that. So what is that guy, that Negro that did that has to do with
black people repatriating?
What does that have to do with us? So you guys want to tie all the negativity, right, that goes on between some black people from America to all of. You're no different than the white man.
The thing of it, people like himself are hated. They're jealous because they jealous
of what? They're jealous
because we can make moves and do things. No, I mean it's a serious situation. I'm sick of people out there. It's like my thing is none of us have it easy. I spend my time building our business. Go out there and go to technical or business school or whatever school, military or wherever you want to go and build your career and learn something. The same thing, Afrodama, stop prostituting yourself.
Yeah, but actually, I wanted to speak about Carla about the oil refinery thing, because you did say, like, I was saying that there's an oil refinery in Ghana, and you say like it was in a small scale. I mean, you have to understand that when you build a refinery, the intention is to target a certain consumer base, but over time, when the consumer base kind of grows, you might want to expand that. And if you have an understanding of the oil and gas industry, you wouldn't be speaking.
Well, I do understand that. I'll give you a little history lesson, right? Back in the 1970s, right? The Shell and all these other companies were drilling off the coast of Nigeria, right? And basically, they wouldn't even open up an office. They would just sit on their platforms and they would hand some Nigerian government on a boat paperwork saying this is what we took and everything. And the Nigerian government said in the 70s, no, you're going to open offices. And they started opening offices in Port Harcourt and then a lot of Nigerians benefited from the paperwork and the documentation and stuff like that. That was a really, really good move on the part of Nigeria back in the days. Okay, so what I'm saying is, you said a consumer base, right? Africa does not have the consumption base yet. Now, if they had an economic model like they tried to do with the Lagos Plan of Action of 1979, the OAU conference held in Monrovia, right? Africa would have had a unified petroleum consumption base, you know? So in other words, Nigeria produces it, several other countries refine it and everything, and then we have a unified company that distributes. Same thing they was planning to do with steel and all these other things. Had that happened 44 years ago, right? Had that been implemented right now, Africa will be industrialized right now, you know? But my point I'm trying to make is this, right? When I hear people, the detractors of Pan-Africanism, Dumbass was on record saying he hates Pan-Africanism, right? But he has white people on his panel, right? A white guy, some looking like a pedophile, Santa Claus looking motherfucker with a gray beard, looking, it's pedophile, talking about black people, black women in America, calling black women in America hood rats and everything. I know so many honorable black women in America. Most of them I know do what they got to do. And black women in America are the most college educated group by demographic in America, African American women. Okay? And they're killing it as far as business opportunity and stuff like that. So when people get up here and just start smearing up, they take TikTok videos and rap videos and make it seem like that's our culture. But when it comes to Africa, right, we're supposed to ignore all the filth and the garbage we see all the time, you know? We're supposed to ignore all the brutality. You want to play a video, Bomani, of the Nigerians, basically the Sudanese shooting and beating each other down in the streets?
Yeah, I wasn't prepared to pay that right now, but yeah, I can definitely do that.
Yeah, so we're supposed to overlook that, but we're on camera. In Nigeria, they burned 2 men alive right there on camera for stealing something. We're supposed to ignore all that.
Carl,
that don't happen in Black America.
Zango, what were you saying?
Oh, they do that. They kill themselves in the hoods too. Like you do that.
People kill themselves in the hood, whatnot. But
Zango, one thing I want to know from you: do you live in America or you live in Africa? Have you lived in America before?
I live in America.
If you have not lived in America, you wouldn't understand a lot of different things. America is
I'm
not
living
just,
and most Black people don't live in the hood.
Yeah, most
they
Black
do live.
people. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Let me hear you.
A lot of them do live. As a Ghanaian who came out here for the first time.
But that don't mean that African American. You got a lot of people from the Caribbean, like the Haitians in South Florida and whatnot. They're most of the gang members. They're not most African Americans have moved out of the inner city. They're in the middle America.
Most of them stay in the inner city, Kala.
Yeah, but what about the Africans? The number one group of people that are committing crimes and going to jail in America are Black African immigrants. They're a growing group too. They're in gangs like Somali gangs.
In fact, I'm telling you one thing. I'm even volunteering to help a Black organization to help like kids, you know, like violence mechanism just to prevent them from engaging in violence and you know and going to school.
Man, what you gotta do is help Ghanaian. Charity begins at home, bro.
Ghanaian, African American.
You guys gotta go to Ghana and make sure every kid is got a basic education. You know, that's what you gotta do.
No.
What about y'all do the helping? Yeah, if charity begins at home.
Let's actually hear what they say. Let me just mute yourself. Judea, welcome to the call. Do you have a specific comment? Do you have anything you want to say, share, or the floor is yours.
Man, I'm just listening, man. All these back and forth stuff, man, it makes no sense at all because, you know, you guys are, you know, blaming Africans for doing this. Africans are blaming y'all. Look, man, all this shit is on both sides, man. There are crimes here committed by Black people. Africans, they're also doing the same crimes back home, burning each other. It don't matter how you die, man. I mean, you die by the gun, you die by how they burnt you. Come on, man. All these things are still not good for Black people around the world, bro. Let's
Black people in America are coming to Africa and robbing and taking advantage of people.
That's what I'm hearing. That we're going over to Africa, robbing people.
We're talking about
right. That could be a statement that, you know, I've seen some that are doing that. I've not seen some that are doing that.
Where have you seen that?
Come on.
Give me an example. Show me the video of a Black African American in Africa committing crimes.
Come on, man. The crimes that happen in the Gambia about the Gambian YouTubers, Arkati and all these other guys in the Gambia, all this scamming and stuff. Those are crimes, man.
Are their business deals going bad, or they're robbing people? What? What are you talking about?
It don't matter if they rob. I mean, what is robbery? Robbery can be in the sum of scamming and taking money. You know, taking people's land. You know, robbing people's land, and and all these things, man.
Bottom line is this.
Kala, you gotta let people talk.
Are these black African Americans doing 419 scams and stuff like that?
Kala, that's what I'm saying. You can commit what kind of crimes you commit. All these things are crimes.
On the crime on the continent, my friend. West Africa is the #1 hub right now of the transport of heroin to Europe right now. You know, who's doing that? Is that us?
So what I'm saying is they are the same thing that is being committed. It's also being committed in America. It doesn't mean if Africans are.
I don't see black people in America dying of fentanyl overdose. What are you talking about?
Oh man, come on, bro. What side of town you live in, man? What state do you live in, bro?
But most of the people who are on drugs in America are white. What are you talking about? It's not black.
Oh, bro. Black Americans are the ones that are doing most of the drugs in my neighborhood.
See, that's what I'm saying.
In the place where I live in.
People are ignorant. They think we're doing drugs. They watch too many rap videos and whatnot.
No, they don't. I live in the state, man. I'm African. I'm African. I'm African.
They just said there's a Hell's Angels, a guy to a life imprisonment one day. Hell's Angels. You didn't mention Hell's Angels. All these white biker gangs that are the ones behind the fentanyl, sorry, the Mexican gangs and everything. You want to put that on Black America?
Kala, can you shut up for a minute and let people talk?
For a minute. Don't tell me to shut up, nigga. You know?
Come on, man.
You're
why are you so arrogant? Why do you want to show your arrogance?
Sit here and run your mouth about shit you don't even know.
I live in this country, man. So I'm African living in America.
Why are you in that shithole called Cameroon and doing something with that country? That country.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So you know who's talking then. So you stay quiet. Let me give you.
Cameroon, a country where you got a president been there for 44 years. Do you even know if he's alive or not? You should be worried about that.
Hey, Kyle, you know, like the blacks do commit a lot of crimes over here.
Exactly. I don't know why he's running his mouth. Stay quiet. Let people talk.
I'm here.
You know, majority of people that commit crimes in America are white. You know what I'm saying? That's the freaking lie. Black people's crimes are publicized. You know?
No, I live in this country. It's not publicized. The people that do the crime, the people that do the crime in my neighborhood, most of the time I've seen the people. I don't live in Africa. I don't live in no fancy world.
Hold on, are you saying that African Americans or the Caribbean? There's a lot of them are Caribbeans and Africans here too. How do you know they're all black Americans? So everybody that commits a crime black is a black American?
Come on, man. Look, Carla, let me tell you something. As an African living in America, I can tell who's African. I can tell who's from the Caribbean. I can tell who's African American. That's for a fact. I know that because I've lived in this country and I know who's committing the crime. When the crimes pop up and the names come up, and when the crimes pop up and the names come up, from the names, you know who they are. Come on, man. You can't say they are sugarcoating. We don't live in Africa. We live in this country, so we know what it is.
45 million of us here in this country, right? 45 million of us here, right? 45 million. It's not a small number of people, right? Out of that, not even 100 point are committing crimes or whatever. So what's your point?
Right. So you're talking about Africans. What is the population of Africans? 1.something billion. 1.something billion. And you have people doing a little something somewhere and you complaining, right?
Let me give you an example, right? Right now, the Nigerians are putting the Italian mafia out of business in Italy. Are we over there doing that? The Nigerians are involved in human trafficking in Spain. Everything. They busted a bunch of Nigerians for drug smuggling, ID theft and everything, money laundering, everything in Europe. Are we over there doing that?
So what is your problem? What Africans are doing all these things? Why do you guys go to Africa then? If Africans are doing all these things, why do you guys go to Africa? That's the question.
The largest demographics on death row in Asia are Africans.
Yeah, but you gotta address coming from Cameroon though. And you
So all these people from Cameroon, Nigeria, overseas committing drugs. You guys are going to stupid enough to go to countries like Thailand with fucking heroin and whatnot. Don't execute me! Don't execute me! Don't execute me! We can play a video.
So what is your intention going to Africa and Africans are committing crimes?
My point is, don't come over here. It's like this. Don't friggin' throw stones when you live in a glass house. That's what I'm saying.
No. I don't live in a glass house. I live in a white state in Utah. That's why I moved to Utah. I live in a house that is solid because the white man's want it. I don't live in no gun downtown. We know where the town's at. So I'm not gonna be scared talking about who committed crimes or not.
If you was a man, you'd be living in your own country saying that. But you live in a white man's country. You're pathetic.
Why? I live in a white man's country, and the white man's, and me and you know that the white man, and you guys keep talking about.
I live in an area where I live in Virginia and whatnot. There's plenty of black upscale neighborhoods built by black people.
But you live in a white neighborhood though. You live in a white neighborhood in Virginia. You live in a white neighborhood in Virginia.
My neighborhood is a mixed neighborhood.
No, it's not mixed. You live majority white. You run out of. Why don't you move to Washington D.C. in Anaconda? Why don't you move in Anaconda, Washington D.C.?
I can live anywhere I want to. I'm an American citizen. I can live anywhere I want to.
No, why don't you move to Anaconda in Washington D.C. and live there?
Why we going to live in Washington D.C.?
The beach is like 25% black. What are you talking about?
Because that's the hood. You can't live there. You're making money. Once you start making money, you want to move out of your neighborhood and go close to the white man. Yeah, you want to blame Africans. Yeah, you want to hold on. Yeah, you want to blame hey, Kala, shut up. You want to blame Africans for going close to the white people, yet your own people want to stay close to the white man. What the heck is going on?
This is what I'm talking about. These stupid, I ain't gonna say words like that, but these come over here and whatnot, they absolutely give nothing to the culture. They don't invest nothing. All they do is come over here and sit on social media talking a bunch of stuff. Instead of being in their own country, building it and whatnot, they want to come over here and tell us what we should be doing.
This country is owned by the white man, not you. When I came into this country, the white man brought me here. No black man brought me into this country, man.
Own my house. You want the white man. You join Team White Supremacy. That's why they like you niggas so much. You go to the white man. You're like a fucking fool. And also, Bomani, play that next video with what's the name from?
I think.
You mute these two, and I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna read the comments. This is what the white people think of you Africans. After I read this, I'm gonna read the comments. We're gonna mute everybody, and I'm gonna read the comments. This is what they think of you fools. They're laughing.
We invented. Africa really needs the brains. We are the most intelligent race on the face of the planet. We invented almost everything that made this society and every society on the face of the planet human. And when I mean human, I mean as in toilets, sanitary, everything comes from Africa. The chair, the traffic light, the car, the computer. What is it we haven't created?
Now, she said the traffic light, African Americans created the traffic light and all the stuff she's talking about, right? But she wants it, now it's suddenly African now. The Africans never created shit. And I'm going to talk about
this. They created something.
Africans never created anything. The bottom line is this, Black America is credited with, we have an almanac. Do your country, Judah, have an almanac? No.
The internet using was invented by a Ghanaian too.
Okay, so this. Okay, this is the comments right here in this TikTok. Somebody says, sad thing, she actually believes it, right? So the white man goes, this is a joke, right? She can't figure out how to clean water. Somebody said that. And then somebody said, oh, the Wakanda effect, invented the imagination. All right, another one, let's keep going. These are white people. These are the white people that you say built America and like that. This is what they think of you. This is what they think of you freaking fools. I'm glad you guys came here tonight because you're going to get a lesson. Okay, she's a sub-Saharan African. To this day, they have to walk miles every day to get fresh clean water. Woo! Wow!
Kala, can I say something? Did you watch Go Black? Did you watch Go Black to American video and
So
see and hear what white people were talking about African Americans?
She fantastic about everything. Did she say the computer? Only on the continent that doesn't have a stone building to the 19th century, which African Americans built in Liberia. We built the first stone buildings in Liberia. You know, you forgot television fridges. Everybody's laughing. You know, everybody's laughing. They invented the drive-by. You know, and another one says, "Where did she go to school? Love the enthusiasm." Also, they built the wheel. Her gesture, everything. Oh, somebody said, "Oh, they invented the mud hut." You know, she watches a little too much Black Panther. This is what they're doing. They're laughing at you, fucking fools. You know. You come over here with your Afro dumbass people. These people, the white man sitting there laughing at you. Laughing at you.
She's not.
You know, the one guy said, "I never laughed so much." They made ships too. You know, did she say the car? She goes, "What about stay-at-home fathers?" Oh my God, you know, they have you know. She goes, "What spaceship did she step off of?" Let me find a good one. They said, she goes, if you tell somebody line up, they become the truth. Yeah. You know, Africans invented everything. We invented the toilet. We invented everything. Yeah, we invented everything, you know. Here's a good one, right? I've seen commercials since I've been a little girl.
Bomani, how you gonna let these guys talk all the time? Like, can you stay quiet? Bomani, I thought you were Pan-African. How are you gonna let Pan-Africanists stand here and insult Africans, bro?
Forget Pan-Africanism. Let him make it. Forget Pan-Africanism right now. Forget all that. You know, forget all that. You guys want to leech on the Pan-Africanism and save yourself.
I think Pan-Africanism is.
No, we're gonna say it like this because you guys don't believe in Pan-Africanism. So tonight we're gonna put Pan-Africanism in the back.
No, you're making me believe that Pan-Africanism is a hoax. It's not a reality. You guys are making me believe that Pan-Africans is a hoax. It's not a reality.
Let me finish. Since you guys want to come over here and talk shit about us, we're not. This is what this lady said. She goes, "I've seen commercials since I've been a little girl about digging wells in Africa. So they have clean water, and I'm 51, still see the commercials. Damn." She's saying digging waters for clean water and whatnot, something that's been going on for centuries and whatnot. Africans still have to dig for water.
What country was that, Kyla? What country was she referring to?
So, whatever it is, you ain't there. You ain't there.
What country? I'm asking you.
You just said a minute ago, you're the white man's provided you with a nice house in Utah and whatnot. You ain't over there. You know you're going to have to take a copper squat and take a poo-poo in the bush. You know, that's what you do in Africa. You know?
Wow. You went to Bomani, you went to Africa. Bomani, where Africa's taking popo in the bush. You went to Africa, Bomani.
We can show you the pictures, man. We can show you videos.
I'm asking Bomani. Bomani.
You guys are the open defecation.
Kala, stay quiet. Kala, stay quiet. What the heck is going on?
Kala been to Liberia, just like I just came back from Senegal and Gambia. So.
Oh, okay. Where Africans taking popo in the bush, Bomani.
With my own eyes.
No, I'm asking Bomani, bro. Stay quiet.
Now? Yo, you guys are nasty.
I personally have seen on the beach and in the woods, but I'm not gonna say it's like a whole lot of people, but it does go on.
Did you see that in Ghana?
Yes, on the beach, like on the other side of Elmina Beach.
Wow.
Elmina Holocaust.
So when you guys start coming for us,
so how is this guy gonna make a generalized statement and say Africans are taking poo in the bush? Why he didn't say some? Why is he gonna make a generalized statement for money?
Because there's no sewer lines. Where is the least amount of sewers in the West Africa? At least
bro,
in Africa, we got
you just make a dumbass generalized statement and say every African take poo in the bush. You shut up, man. You shut up, bro.
You guys make generalized statements, but it's okay when you get on Afro Dumbass Show. Then we start throwing it back at you. You want to cry foul. So
nobody's crying though. No, if you thought that's understandable. I mean, nobody's saying that all Africans are, at the highest level. I mean, we have civilized ones and some are uncivilized. Just like over here, we have civilized.
No, we got most black people in America takes 3 showers a day, got running water and stuff like that. We got the basics.
Man, get out of here. How you take 3 shower a day and you go to work? How do you take 3 goddamn shower and you are at work? It means you're not working, right? It means your ass ain't working. Because if your ass working, you ain't gonna take 3 ass shower a day. You ain't gonna take 3 damn shower a day if your ass is at work.
He's offended. He's offended about me telling him.
No, I'm not offended. There's no way you can take 3 damn shower a day and you go to work.
I know people take 4 showers a day.
How you go to work and you are at work? It means you're not working. It means you're not working, right?
We can tell you from us.
It means you're not working. It means you're a gangbanger. It means you stay home and make money.
Makala, I think you just.
Well, how is that being at work? Why is it that when I turn on any one of these shows, when I'm at work, when I see you on there all day, I see all these people all day. Where are you guys working at?
What you want to know? What you want to know? What you want to know? That's how we build Africa, bro. Most of the buildings that you see in Africa, we are the ones building it.
7 shows a week now, 10-hour streams. Where's the fucking? What are you gonna talk about? Who's not working?
What kind of work do you do, Kala?
I'm an insurance broker. I own an insurance agency.
And you work from home.
I have one of the top agencies in the state of Virginia, right? And I'm about to expand.
And you work from home.
Ohio and North Carolina, So
and you work from home. Do you work from home?
Family-owned business. I have a family-owned business right now. You know what I'm saying? And I work with my sisters, and we have a huge agency. People come to us and like, one of the guys at work. What do you say, man? I just talking about you guys. You guys are so great. You guys, I know what he's saying because we're black. I said, yeah, man. He goes, you guys. He was talking about how your agency has put them on and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing. Why? Because that's Black American success and excellence. That's where I come from. I come from Black America success and excellence. That's why I don't take no disrespect from nobody. Just got off the damn boat talking about what my people ought to do. I'm around Black people who are successful all day.
I think you just proved tonight that the idea of Pan-Africanism is just a farce.
No. Because you guys come in here, you guys get triggered, you're the real character. What about Pan-Africanism? Like, you don't believe in no damn Pan-Africanism. Right? Pan-Africanism, when two people got to respect each other. If you don't respect me, I don't respect you. I don't give a damn about that.
No, you guys are out for your own money. You guys are not out for Pan-Africanism.
Let me ask you a question. What money have I ever taken from anybody?
Oh, okay. Come on, man. You aligning with all these people going back, doing all these travel trips.
I'm an author. When you're a social network, I've never taken a dime from anybody.
Brother, when you're doing business in Africa, you're spending all your money. I'm doing a development project and I do tours there.
Hotel, come on, Bomani. What happened to the Marcus Garvey project that you were? What happened to all those projects that you started with? I've never seen the fruit out of it.
Hey,
where are the projects?
I'm helping you.
Well, I have a project. Hold on.
Put your project up.
Hold on.
Sure. Put your project up. Put your website up. Show these fools.
Judea, you asked a question. I have a community called Black Star Pan-African Community. Now,
I know. I'm talking about the Marcus Garvey project that you started ever since. What happened to it?
That's not my project.
But what happened to the project? It was a Pan-African project. What happened to it?
Because it was done by a bunch of Negropeans.
First of all, don't raise up your chest like you're doing something. First of all, you can't even.
What happened to BAIO?
BAIO still here. I'm the head of BAIO.
I'm not going to do a shot match. That's not stop and let everybody talk.
Professionals in your group, though.
First of all, stop talking.
We got engineers, we got scientists, we got doctors, we got everybody. We got black professionals.
Hey, you guys gonna let Bomani answer these questions? Bomani, what happened to all those projects?
Oh, first of all, you don't need to be questioning me about anything. Number one, you don't know anything about the business that we run. Number two.
Oh, okay? Come on, man. Number two. Come on. So you don't want to be open. You don't want to be open.
First of all, stop. First of all, I don't owe you nothing. First of all, I don't know who the hell you are, and you can go to hell with what you're saying. Number one, I'm going to tell you literally again. Garvey Town is not my project. I was in.
But it was a Pan-African project that you were showing. You were showing on your
project. My project is called Black Star Pan-African Community.
I'm not talking about Black Star. I'm talking about the Garvey Town or the Marcus Garvey City. Where is it at?
Don't be yelling. Don't be shouting because I'm not going to be having a shouting match with you. Like I mentioned to you, that's not my project. And I no longer associate myself with that project because I'm doing.
But a lot of people chip in money into that project. That's what I'm saying, okay, and I was one of them.
Directly. So shut the hell up. It's stupid. Listen to this, okay? What we did, we invested our money back in another project. That's what we did called Pan-African Community. Do you understand that? So I'm clear.
Wow.
Do you understand? Do you understand
No,
that?
I don't understand. But I'm gonna let it slide, man, because you're not gonna talk down on me, bro. You wanna be Pan-African? Go ahead and be Pan-African, but don't talk down on me, man.
All right, listen here. First of all, you ain't nobody. You don't just roll up in here and start running your mouth. You ain't no judge or nothing. That's number one. You or nobody out there can compete with what we have done and do business in Africa. Y'all just come here and run your mouth and just talk stuff and listen to stupid ass people like Afridamas. Like I mentioned to you once again, Garvey Town was not my project. I invested in it to help them and build Pan-Africanism. But I can't waste my time with foolish people that ain't about nothing. That's why I don't associate myself with a bunch of people. Number one, YouTube clowns like yourself. Number two, people like themselves who talk all this big talk. And number two,
hey, Carla, what is that? What is that cigarette for, man?
First of all, stop talking. First of all, stop talking. I listen to both of you. I listen to both of you degenerates speak. Now you listen to me, okay?
Ain't nobody listening.
We invested our money back in a project called Black
Star
Community.
Hold on, man. You don't speak that way.
If
you want to speak, you gotta address your panelists with some respect, though.
Now, first of all, both of you are coming on here with your chicken chest sticked out like you're some kind of judge. I don't give a damn what you or Afridamas is talking about. Just like I told people last year about Nigga P and or anybody else who want to come out here. There's none of y'all out there that's put the level of work, like people like myself are put the level of work in trying to connect black people in America to African content and doing business there. When I come there with a tour group, do you know the kind of money we spend for transportation, tour services?
Nobody business.
Staying at black-owned hotels and doing business with black-owned people. Do you understand that what that generates?
Business.
They don't care nothing about that.
Stop talking. Do you understand that what that generates? So we can stick to one thing. Yes or no?
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk, Zongo. Let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead, Bomani.
I'm asking you a question. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what that means? When you work hard to build business here and you get black dollars and then you're putting black dollars in black hands in Africa and you're making moves. You're doing real business.
It's called business.
I've been able to get people to move on our new community called Black Star for the fact that you have crooked Ghanaians that keep on scamming our people and our group members. So that's
come on. You talking about scamming? Yeah, people on the continent are the number one scammers.
Listen here, be quiet, okay? I'm not finished talking. Like I explained to you, the reason why we build Black Star Pan-African Community is because I've had tour members get scammed by Ghanaian people there in Ghana, literally for land investment. So what we decided to do, put our money together and get our own land called Black Star Pan-African Community after Garvey Town did not deliver. So I got tired of wasting my time.
So what happened to all the people that invest money into Garvey Town like me? Where do I get my money back?
All right, so like I explained to you, can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you. Where do I get my money back? That's what I'm saying.
First of all, Judah, I don't even know who you are. So first of all, listen up real quick, like I explained this real quick. The people from Garvey Town, they're part of what we have as Black Star Pan-African Community. Anybody that literally negotiated to literally just get a refund, got a refund. So that case, basically what I'm saying to you, that case is closed. Garvey Town is dead. They owe me my refund. So I'm not even fighting with that because we have our own community we're building. We're building something true and incredible. And what I'm saying to you is, what are you building or what are you doing?
Oh, come on, man. Let me tell you what I'm doing now in Africa. Since you want to run your mouth and talk shit, I'm the main guy in town. No, hey, hold on, bro. You did a lot of talking. Let me talk. I'm doing a lot of things. I'm doing a lot of things in Cameroon, right? Most of the houses that when you go to Africa and live in, it is us Africans in the diaspora that are constructing these houses, because none of y'all are building anything back home like what we do in Africa. Listen here. Paula, let me finish talking, then you can go ahead and talk.
Ass punk that have no intelligence because you listen to Afridamas. So you and Zango, you two degenerates need to leave the channel and go somewhere.
Hey, check this out, Bomani.
Because there's nothing that y'all run your mouth with. You get a little fake news from Afridamas and you think you can run your mouth.
How you gonna say fake news and we know what is happening on the continent? How you gonna say, come on, bro? You about to be like white people. Why you wanna be everything fake? What is fake in it?
Listen here, you have a low intelligence, so it's hard to have a conversation with stupid people like you, okay? So what I'm saying to you is you look below, you see all the countries that I do business in, and I have tour crews that are native and local to that country, and we're doing business. The thing of it is, I can't operate doing business with stupid, ignorant people like you and Afro dumb ass, because you guys have no etiquette, no professionalism. All y'all do is literally drum up fake news, and y'all literally hating because y'all come here.
Imagine doing business with these people. You get scared by somebody because he lies.
Hey, Bomani, nobody.
I can go
Hey,
to the Gambia and do business and be successful. You guys are literally, you guys are came on here to troll because you heard about what Afidama said. The thing of it is,
Hey,
like I said
Bomani,
to you,
hey,
I would not
nobody's
even
jealous
watch this
of you,
video.
man.
Go ahead.
You make more money than you, man. Stop it, man.
You
guys are clowns.
Check this out. Yeah. You know, these guys, like I said, they come up here, they got their ass whooped. You know, they come up here talking all stuff like that. They didn't prove a thing. They talk about
I build
garbage
houses in Cameroon. I'm not talking about
everybody's building mud huts somewhere, you know.
Everybody have a job somewhere. I'm talking about what are you doing to build and connect with people.
Where's their website at? Where's their works at? Hey, boy, I just sent you a link, Google Maps to a place called Crystal Lake in Portsmouth, right? And I want you to show some of the pictures. This is an all-black community. You know, so what we do in America. This is one of like hundreds of affluent Black American communities around America. It's right here in Portsmouth. You know, I could have built up.
Finish them off real quick, man. I'll load this up real quick.
Yeah. So the bottom line, he asked about what we do in America. Yeah, I could have moved to Crystal Lake, but I didn't because I live over here. You know, it's just too far. You know, I could have bought a house over there and whatnot. You know, but it's too hard. It's an affluent Black neighborhood built back in the late '80s. All these houses are freaking luxury, like all Black communities. So the bottom line, we have nice neighborhoods in America, in my area.
I've never seen a Black neighborhood in America that is typically Black. For real.
Right
I'm
here,
telling you,
right here, it's all Black. You know,
where is it at? Where's the location? Can I get a place over there?
Portsmouth, Virginia, you know, right there. Bomani, show some of the pictures. You know, go straight.
Why, who built it? Was it Mexicans that built the place, or it was Black people that built it?
One of my clients, her husband built most of the houses in the neighborhood. He was an architect. So we have people like that. You don't have people like that. You can't build anything. Your people can't build anything on this comprehensive level. You ain't that intelligent. So I
would jungle, man. You guys, the thing for this, man. You guys should not be hating. God didn't work hard and
nobody's hating on you. Hey, Colin.
Nobody's hating. Nobody's hating.
Show some of the pictures.
I've been around the world. We're making moves. You guys actually build business. Take advantage of the opportunities.
Bomani, I respect you a lot because I follow you.
Bomani, not get you nowhere.
I respect you a lot because I follow Bomani. I follow your trip from Ghana, Tanzania, Gambia. I respect you a lot. I've seen your moves. You have done a lot, man. You know, I'm not gonna come here and disrespect.
Why you believe in Afro dumbass? Like I'm telling you.
No, I don't believe. No, why you say I believe? I believe by what I see. I believe by what I see. I don't believe what somebody is telling me.
Somebody told you about every time where you ran with it.
Asking us all kind of questions. What happened to this? What happened to that? If you're not in our circle and you're not paying attention to what we have on YouTube, I mean, because everything is shared. There's nothing.
Bomani, I've seen a lot of projects that you have commanded, but nothing has come to the limelight. That's what I'm saying. I've followed you for a long time, and that's what I'm
Kala too.
I have
claim
nothing
of
to prove to you
BAIO
or anybody else.
Came to
You
existence.
don't understand these projects. I have nothing to prove to you or anybody else. People.
BAIO, we have a chapter in Liberia right now. We're about to open up our office and everything like that. I got a whole crew in Liberia. So, and also we got a whole bunch of projects in the pipeline. So,
the thing of it is, the thing of it is, when you're working with other people and you're building what you're building, people have no idea, because the thing of it is, it's hard for people who don't know anything about business to think that they could just understand the business that we're in. Even going to the literally a decade and a half of dealing with the ups and downs of the world that we live in, and they're still keeping business going because you're building an end goal to build a community in a town. And then you go to even as soon as we got the land, the whole COVID-19 happened. But regardless of those things, you have houses going up on the land. We have a business real estate office. You know what I mean? And things
but
like that.
there's no problem.
The thing of it is, in order for you to build all of these things up, a full-fledged community in a town, that thing don't take 2, 3, 4 years. I mean, the setbacks you deal with other people like Garvey Town, or I deal with Ghanaians robbing our people, or Ghanaians shaking our people down, as we're trying to do land. And these things go on. These things don't exactly progress you. We're dealing with crooked lawyers that you're dealing with, and they're taking more money than they're supposed to, and they're not doing the work. All those things affect your projects, but nevertheless, we don't stop and we keep going. Like I mentioned to people, anyone who have anything to say, step out there and do business. Step out there and deal with 500 people from the African diaspora, and then try to do business with them and see if you can perfectly make all of them happy, and hope that 1 or 2 of them don't be pissed off at you for whatever reason, and then the next thing you know, you have an issue somewhere else. That stuff is hard to deal with. So the fact that people not blasting my name all over the internet. The fact that the only people that have negative things to say about me is that the general, like the unapologetic Negropean, and then the degenerate call himself Afro dumbass, which is Afro dumbass. And then beyond that, I mean, I don't know who else have anything to say, because intelligent people are gonna look at the work that we do, understand that, yo, this is hard work to pull off, and you're consistently there. You consistently have footage and documentation, and you're consistently working on trying to build something from the ground up, something that's not simple.
Bomani, the only success story that you have is your trips that you do, the traveling trips, and that's it. Apart from the traveling trips, you have not been successful on anything on the continent, man. I've not seen you do anything, and that's a fact.
What are you successful at? Because a trip is not just a trip, Jadil. What you have to understand before you continue, what you have to understand, you have to run business administration. You know what I mean? You literally, it's not like you just got somebody in Ghana that you're giving all kind of money to and they're doing everything. You have to handle all of that again. So the fact when you have anywhere from small group from 8 to literally a group of 40 plus people, and you're taking them from America to Africa and you're going back and forth, that's work. That's serious work. So what I want you to do is tell me what you're doing so spectacular to feel like you're saying that, oh, that's the only thing that you're doing. We're building a community called Black Star Pan-African Community, and we have people living on the community, and we have a business office there. So
can you show us videos and pictures?
Well, since you like to troll me, it's right there on YouTube, right there.
But there's no trolling. I wanted to say something that I'm gonna stop this real quick.
Oh, let me. And can I make a comment? I'll share with you the flyer. Like I mentioned to people, anything that you want to know, anything that you want to know is on my website and my business information.
No, I'm not being intrusive about
which is popular. I'm dead serious, because the thing I don't have time for low education, low educated people and low IQ people. I'm a very intelligent person that makes moves.
No, you're not. You're not. You just proclaim yourself.
Shut the hell up. You talk about no, I'm not. Like I mentioned to you,
you're not. You're not. You just proclaim yourself to be such.
This is our community right here. This is our community right here. This is not a Photoshop. This is our business office. This is where the chief palace is. This is a public toilet that we built. This is one of the homes on the property. This is our community, and then we have plenty of videos. I don't have time to sit around and show you.
Were you successful in America too?
Well, this is the 15 acres. Well, be quiet. It's not a small thing. This is hard work I put in. This is 15 and 60 acres right here. The 15 acres is all sold out, and what we're doing is helping people build their homes on there. So you'll see from construction going up like these small footage. This is a pamphlet, a brochure. So you're going to see so much on it. But what it does, it gives information to intelligent, educated people who can.
Anyone can make a website and put what they want to show, right? I mean, if we don't have like proof on the ground, like no one can take it serious.
It's just a website.
No, the website is the website.
If you guys can't even do a website, you guys can't even fake it.
Website? Collar, come on, man, stop it.
You guys can't even fake it, man. You know,
website.
You guys
need to stop it, because I don't know who you think you are. Because what I'm telling you is, if you doing any kind of business with us, what you will see is our information online, and it's that simple. But so this is what you have right there. Can you see this?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see what you. Okay.
That is a playlist of all of our videos for Black Star Pan-African Community. That's all that is, literally.
Right there on the YouTube channel, take a second and figure out how to operate it.
I watch Bomani's video. I've been watching Bomani's video for a long time, but the things that I see on it's not really it's not substance, it's not substance. It's just, they doing this, they doing that. At the end of the day, who is,
bottom line is we have people over there doing stuff, building houses.
Doing a tall business in Africa is not something.
So I guess that house is not real.
What I'm saying is, the video that you've seen, these are the houses on there. These are the houses.
By Bomani, doing a tall business in Africa or something like that.
But Bomani, when I go back home, what I'm building in Africa, I don't build that kind of house like that. That's the kind of house that people that are broke, they build that kind of houses that you got.
Easy to talk. But what I'm saying to you is, you're saying that we don't have anything to show. What this
is, but that house that you just showed, man, it doesn't give,
Let me meet both of you and say, what you're looking at, this is a playlist with conference calls, with us visiting the land with our group, with us doing documentation of us getting the land clear, us getting the land survey, us talking with our attorneys as far as the legal process of doing land. So what we're doing is building a foundation. So like I'm saying to you and other people like Nigropean, I don't have anything to prove to you. I'm not going to turn around and go borrow a ridiculous amount of money and build a bunch of homes. We're going to do it the way we're doing it, and we're learning the process of building a community and building a future development in Africa. And we're learning skills, and what we're also doing is creating opportunities for our young children in the town, which is an orphanage, and creating great things. So the thing of it is, we can do a lot further if we didn't have backstabbing, hateful people. And
where's African dumbasses? Did he say he had a community building?
We can do
show you that.
So you know what I mean? I'm just saying to you and other people, when anybody is saying whatever, they need to show what they're doing. I can sit there and show and present. I have people coming here doing business throughout the day. We do real estate development where people can get their land, get their paperwork. We get whatever you need as far as passport, visas, residency, things like that are done here. And
think about the money. It's not normal things, though. I mean, you don't need incredible skills to
like
do
I mentioned,
it,
I'm promoting tourism for Black people in Africa so we can do business and get business going together as a people. I'm not promoting anything and going to Europe and things like that. So what
but you don't need exceptional skills to do this kind of job, though. It's a normal.
Well, you don't need. It's not about exceptional skills.
The way you speak, like I mean,
the thing of it is. Well, the thing
you
of it
have
is,
high level IQ and you doing this kind of job.
The thing of it
you
is,
live over here in America and we doing more better, like incredible.
Right? I mean, that kind of house, like an African will not be that kind of house. An African that live in the diaspora, bro.
Most Africans live in mud huts.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Don't have no indoor plumbing.
Brother, Kala, if they was ready to talk, here we go. Here we go. The thing of it is,
here we go.
The thing of it's, Kala, if they were talking intelligent, because when you talking about it before I even let and the two of you guys can wait down there. If you're talking about billing, talking about a simple business, you're talking about literally an IT technician, a business administrator. You're talking about from web design, web management. You're talking about management, cruise schedule, managing a whole tour program, billing the tour program. You're talking about tour books. You're talking about, I mean, even the last, it's like you're not just doing a certain business. People just because they have tried to do this, they have tried to get people to come to Africa and they can't get it and they can't pull it off. And so what they want to do is run their mouth instead of just trying to, and it's like, oh, prove this. What else do I need to prove? All of our documentation is there. We travel around the world, we make moves. Let me see Afro-Dumbass. Let me see what he got to say. Let me know if you want me to go first or go first. Afro-Dumbass, unmute yourself. Afro-Dumbass, unmute yourself. I don't think you hear us.
Unmute yourself, fool.
This baboon-looking village idiot. Afro-Dumbass, unmute yourself, fool. But anyway, Kala, like these clowns just want to argue just to argue, talking about this is nothing. You talking about. The thing of it is, if everybody think it's nothing, let me see you try to get 40 Black people to leave from America to go to Africa, take them to different countries. If it's so simple and easy, I mean, and then at the same time too, it's kind of like when we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. This is a vehicle to get us to build the town, build a community. Afro-Dumbass, you're on, brother. You're on. Unmute yourself. Speak.
I ain't call him brother.
Not brother. Afro-Dumbass, report. Speak what you have to speak. Judea and Zongo, you guys are big talk. You guys have nothing to show us. That's the issue. But whatever you say to them, they're gonna say that's not impressive. That's not impressive. That's not impressive. Yeah. We're making more money. You know what I mean? We're making more money. Oh, I can't.
The motherland doing this shit. They gotta come here. They gotta come here to live a halfway decent life and shit. We can stay here in America and just live a good life like that. We don't need to go to Africa. The fact that we're giving back to the continent, going there, spending money and everything like that, helping people. I got people on my payroll in Liberia, helping people out, What
should I do? Should I just remove this guy? Because it look like his page, but he just want to mute himself. Let me tell us as Coney some. Your boy is on here. Your general is on here.
What if we want to give back? What if Africans in America wants to give back to African Americans? Is that the problem?
We even go on a trip. Hey, Bomani, all your trips that go to Africa, have you ever taken one continental Africa and they came up with $4,000 to even go on a trip? No.
I'm not gonna say no. I mean, it's been a few people.
There you go. There you go.
It's one country. It's a Ghanaian that went to Brazil with me.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. There you go. Kala always make generalized statement. Kala, what the heck are you talking about?
But as far as my Africa journeys, nobody.
Why will Africans be taking trips to Africa with Bomani? Africans go on their own. Africans have been traveling for a long time before you guys started traveling. What the heck are you talking about?
Brother, I know that you're jealous because you can't pull off and do this kind of business, but people travel.
Oh man, those business are rank and file business, man. Africans cannot pull out little business like that.
Well, most people that you meet, they don't leave from one country to the next. They don't. So don't make it seem like everybody in Africa is traveling all over the place, going on tours.
No, Africans do travel. Africans started traveling before you guys started.
That's why I find it very hard to talk to stupid people.
That's why you got to go to European airline to go to Africa, because nobody goes there.
There's no.
Carlo, my problem with you is that
why someone would be interested. What I do is, like I just mentioned, I write professional program. Now you probably don't see the value and quality of spending that kind of money on that. You probably see.
Hey, Carla, you don't know. I mean, if you want to build your infrastructure, you might need some.
Some people have different values, but you have people. What you have is you have people all their life. That's all they ever wanted to do was to go to Ghana. All they ever wanted to do was to go to South Africa.
Yo, highlight that one comment for Afro-Rise, bro.
Would you like for a white person to take them to Africa and for them to take them to white establishment and spend that money with white people? No, I put brothers on. Young brothers like you that are in the country, on the continent. I put young brothers on. So no matter how you talk about whether this project is successful, this project not successful, I'm out here doing the work and connecting our people. Now, if you want me to sit back and not say nothing when people victimize us and do foolishness to us, I'm not here to generalize things, but I'm here to talk about the people.
Boy out here generalizing. Carla is generalizing. He's doing a lot of generalizing, and you ain't saying nothing.
Well, check us out. But highlight that last comment by Afro-Rise. Highlight that last comment.
Kala, man, Kala. Nobody wants to go to Liberia. You guys didn't build nothing.
Why would you say nobody want to go to Liberia?
Why ain't you doing a trip to Liberia then? Why ain't you doing a trip? You only going to places where you want to make money. And I know that you cannot go to Liberia because nobody will want to go to Liberia with you.
I'm doing a trip to Liberia, bro, next year.
Oh, really? You want to start doing your own trips to Liberia, huh?
Hey, Kyle, are you in Liberia now?
I'm hosting Liberia. How about that?
Hey, Kyle, are you in Liberia now?
It's right in the screen. It's right
there. No, I'm in the United States. Now, check us out. Africa said Judah, Africa does not represent Africa. I know they don't. I know they don't. I know they don't represent Africa. I talk to Africans every day. The BAO, 2/3 of the BAO is Africans on the continent. And they look at these fools like, what the hell, man? They're like, man, they look at stuff like, who are these clowns?
Hey, Kala, I'm looking to make money. The thing of it is, what people like myself have done, I've spent the profits that we have spent on investment projects there in Ghana. We're spent with the people in Ghana. We're spent with black-owned business in different countries, Ghana, Tanzania. We're going to Liberia to, it's 20 years after the Civil War, and that's the main program we're talking. Before I got bombarded with trolls, and then the next we're in this troll conversation. We are going to Liberia. That's March 29th to April 9th. So if you don't believe it, what you do is you'll see videos like you see videos of me just come back from Senegal and Gambia, and then before that Ghana, and before that Tanzania. People who have worked hard all their life and say going to Africa is their dream, and people like myself deliver. These are big things. You should never build business and look at yourself as inferior. That's my issue with with these two guys, Judea and Zango. You guys, it's like what are you building for black? It's like people want to just get into things and talk about.
Well, they don't believe they're black. Their leader is Afro dumbass. He believes being black. Black is stupid.
We're being real Pan-African work. We're actually creating opportunities for people. So if you're talking to me about what you're doing, and if it's not about creating opportunities for our own people and building opportunities for our own people, then you have lost.
What about the Africans that are creating opportunities here in America for African Americans as well? Is that the problem?
Oh, okay. Let's stop you right there.
Yeah,
Give me
brother.
one business in America, a corporation,
These guys are
Fortune
safe.
500 that Africans own in America that employ African Americans.
Now you just say Fortune 500. What
Indum-
Fortune
hold
500
on, hold on,
company
let
do
me
you
tell
own in
you.
Africa? What Fortune 500 company do you own in Africa?
Virginia Beach.
Hold on, let me tell you.
My city of Virginia Beach, right? You got nothing but black African American businesses, everything. We got like 2 African businesses. One girl that got a braiding business and
oh, come on, braiding, braiding is Fortune 500 in Africa.
That's about it.
No, shut up, man.
Hey, Kala.
No African restaurant.
I got village idiots who literally have gotten an opportunity, so they think that they just really belittle opportunities in business and things like that, like it's nothing.
Hey,
Like,
Kala.
most people
Indum built a
are
bank.
unemployed. You're unemployed, so don't be pushing.
In my office complex, right? All the businesses in my office complex are black African Americans, all of them. Right?
No, I'm talking about your business that you own in Africa. I said, you say Americans own Fortune 500 in Africa, right? What Fortune 500 business do African Americans own in Africa? Because I know Africans that own Fortune 500 here in America and are employing African Americans. I know Africans that own Fortune 500 in America.
Just built a medical center in Ghana. You know, a friggin' thing that's going to give West Africans a surgical center. You know, the Lucas Center. African American man.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Kala. Hey, Kala.
That was a great point, man. That's a high.
Can you guys do that in America? No.
Zongo, go ahead. Let Zongo tell you.
Zongo tell you what? Zongo, you little baby.
Hey, Kala, Parker.
Kala, stay quiet. Zongo wanna tell you the Fortune 500 companies in America, bro, owned by Africans.
Bomani, we gotta do something here. We guys just start playing videos to shut them the fuck up, right? Yeah, we're gonna play videos to shut them the hell up.
Let Zongo talk first. Let Zongo talk.
We're gonna play some videos. Yeah, you asked about African Americans in Africa. We're gonna play 2 minutes, not the whole video, just a couple clips of a couple videos of African Americans doing real business in Africa, and you show me Africans doing the same thing over here.
Okay.
Parker Indum has a bank in Chicago, and he employed a lot of.
And he friggin' failed and whatnot. You know, he took over a black bank that was failing and still failing.
Yeah, but
man,
he
come on.
Who owns this though?
You know what I'm saying? So yes, he took over a bank in one night Chicago and failed and still failing.
And in addition to that,
I credit him, and I credit because most of all, that guy right there was in the black community, right? He don't think like you.
Of course, he was in the black community.
You know what I'm saying? He does. Hold on. He basically, when black Africans come over here and they link with us and they get with us and whatnot, okay, like Bomani is Jamaican and he gets with Black America, he's doing well. But Africans come over here and they think that you think you're gonna build a business like that in Utah with white folks? No.
Oh yes, of course. I'm gonna build one with white folks because they're lenient, they're open. You guys want to do with gun laws and all of that. Come on, man. What the hell you talking about?
They think you're stupid. They don't support your business. You're a freaking fool.
Come on, man. You guys don't support nothing. You guys instead got businesses down. What the heck are you talking about?
Okay.
You guys don't own businesses for long. Your businesses crumble. Your businesses crumble within an hour. Your businesses doesn't last longer. What the heck are you talking about?
Man, you're so damn hateful, man. You're so damn hateful. It's like
he says college generals. Like he just made a general statement that we build a business, y'all gonna burn it down. Like we're all a bunch of hooligans.
Tell me successful black companies in America. What the hell are you talking about? You know,
Lord, man, go read black.
BET crumbled because they couldn't support it. Dr. Dre's soul is beat because he couldn't run it. He couldn't finance it. What the hell are you talking about?
There are some successful black companies.
A billionaire. You know how many black billionaires we have in America? How many black immigrants that we have billionaires? None.
What black billionaire? The white man controls your black billionaires. That's why Kanye West won broke within an hour. What the hell are you talking about?
The white man controls everything in black America, right?
What the hell are you talking about? The white man can make you billionaire and take it down from you.
Check this out. The French. How much of gold comes out of France? But yet, France has the 4th largest gold reserve in the world. Where they get it from? You stupid motherfuckers. And you want to talk about us?
Dangote is the richest black man in the world. What the hell are you talking about? The richest black woman is also African.
And I like Aliko Dangote, but let's be honest, he has a monopoly. He has no kind. Nigerians don't like him.
He's making all of the black people.
Kala, come on, stop it, Kala. Kala, stop it.
He doesn't employ. He doesn't outsource none of his business to Nigerians. No Nigerians got rich off of Dangote. None.
Oh,
Carla,
come on.
you know what I think?
All Dangote's partners are Indians, Chinese, white Europeans, everybody. He has no African partners.
I don't think Black Americans will be able to function in the country if they have been given the right to have their own
But we
country.
did. We built Liberia.
Exactly.
I don't think
So in other words, basically, you're saying that everything Black America did. We created the first Black billionaire.
Everything Black America is bullshit because none of that shit exists. Come on, man. None of that shit exists.
As the first minority group, we gave the world the first Black billionaire.
First Republic. This is a foundation that represents a lot of African countries. Liberia.
You function
highly
the
influenced
white
and built by
system.
Black people from the African diaspora.
Do
So I mean,
something-
people make it seem like like we have no contributions to society. Look at all the great movements in America. I mean,
What kind of movement is that?
You guys on the wrong side, man. You guys on the wrong side. You guys should be working.
Carla, I'll tell you what.
We should be working together against Afro Dumbass. Afro Dumbass is the enemy. He's the one that's trying to divide people hardcore.
No, he's not trying to divide, man. This is the thing, right? Let me just make a little statement. This is the thing. African Americans are the ones that are causing the disunity because they underlook Africans. They don't respect them. They believe that they are supreme. They believe that they are more intelligent than Africans, which is not the case. You want to be on the same playing field, the same table, talk one-on-one with people. Do not come to like, oh, I know the white man better than you. Oh, the white man is this. Yet you guys still want to go close to the white man. Africans also know the white man. We know the problem is that aroused with it. But don't go to Africa and tell Africans to stop dealing. Don't go to Africa. Let me finish.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Let me finish. African Americans' neighborhood in America is being run by Chinese. You go to every African American neighborhood, you have Chinese buffet. You have Chinese nail places. You have all these companies run by Chinese people. African Americans do not own anything. Yet you go to Africa. Yeah, you go to Africa and say Chinese are taking. Let me finish, Carla. Carla, stop talking, man. Carla,
let me tell you something, Judah. Let me tell
Carla,
you something.
Carla, stop talking. Let me finish.
Carla, let him talk, Carla.
Let me say this before he can finish.
No, Carla, let me finish. You're gonna go ahead and talk. You do a lot of talking. This is the thing. You go to Africa and say Chinese are taking over Africa, but yet in your own neighborhood, your neighborhood has been taken by Chinese and all these other people.
They got dirty restaurants. Not Chinese, you know. In my office complex, right? Real business, but not all Black. I don't see no Chinese construction companies. I got Black. The guys who do all my work in my house, all Black plumbers. You know, carpenters, electricians, everything. I can't call Chin thing to doing electrical work in my house. It's all Black people. We have a Black pages here of all Black everything. So when you talk about they're taking over all the business,
man, come on. I know you lying, man. Come on, bro. Stop lying, bro. I know the Mexicans are doing the work. I know Mexicans are the ones. I used to live in Virginia, bro. I used to live in Richmond. I live in Richmond, Virginia. That's where you have a lot of Mexicans doing a lot of work.
Yeah, have you ever seen a Chinese doing construction work in America?
No, but a lot of Mexicans do it. Chinese people own buffet. Chinese people own buffet. I did not say they do construction. I say they own buffet. They own Chinese nails companies. They own nails company. They own buffet.
Over here, Black people dominate shit. Virginia, Black people.
No, Mexicans dominate. Mexicans dominate construction. Mexicans dominate construction.
You know, you got a Black-owned construction company, the McKinsey group. They built the stadium in Pittsburgh. You know,
no, Mexicans dominate construction company. Come on, bro.
You know
what's this guy talking about?
The next show, I want you guys to watch really good. We're going to talk about the McKinsey family, right? That was doing construction, doing mega projects since the 1800s. You know, in Black cities.
Hey, Carla, have you heard of Thomas Hall before?
The lady that has it right now, she basically do everything like airports. She's got airports, everything around the world. You know, so you guys talk all this stuff with that because you don't bother learning who we are. You know, and also let me tell you about the Chinese business. Most Black
Carla,
hold on. Let me say this. Let's say people who run businesses like gas stations and everything. That's not Black people, right? We get jobs. We're contractors. We're businessmen. We're employed. We don't care about those. But we never traditionally cared about small business.
So you think Africans care about the small companies Chinese own in Africa?
You said let me talk, right? Now
go ahead.
Now the Indians, right? They own gas stations, right? But since I know a lot of Indians, the guy who owns my office complex, right? Matthew, real guy, Indian guy, he gave a business, a car dealership, to a young brother, 30 years old. He said he worked for me years. I handed the business over to him.
Oh man, he's gonna run that business down. Black people do not know how to run business, bro. That business is gonna turn into ghetto, man. What the hell are you talking about?
Judah, let him speak. Let me finish.
Let me finish, bro. Now the Indians, if you ever know about the Indians, right? I wouldn't trade places with anything. Because the Indians, right? You know, when they got that gas station, you know what they're doing? They're living in that gas station. You know, they got a hotel. They're living in a hotel for 10 years, right? We have a higher standard of living. We can't do like third world people coming here and have their aunties and everything. Indians have 4 generations living in one house, right? For like 15 years before they move out and everything.
But they own gas station in your neighborhood, right? Why can't you own your own stuff in your neighborhood?
What neighborhoods?
They own gas station in your neighborhood. They own Chinese buffet in your neighborhood. All these things in your
black
neighborhood.
neighborhoods across America.
They don't have black neighborhoods like that anymore.
Oh, come on, man.
In all black neighborhoods, I've been to.
We don't have all black neighborhoods like that where I live at. You know, we have some enclaves.
I've been to
that are adjacent to white areas and whatnot. You know, but for the most part, we don't have organized communities. With segregation ended a generation ago. You know,
and you guys were scared of segregation because you couldn't take care of your own things.
There's no need to have these businesses, right? Because most people just go to Kroger, we go to Walmart, we go to
you go to white places, right? Walmart is owned by white man. Kroger is owned by the white man. Why not all go to your own black shopping centers?
They don't have it.
We're here in America, right? The black people who do business, right, do businesses like construction and stuff like that. We've networked with each other. There are roofing companies, everything like that. You know,
so why not open shopping centers for black people?
We don't need to build a produce company, right? Where we can go. We have Kroger. That can give us better stuff that we want to do. We don't need.
But that's run by the white man.
So we don't. So what? So what?
Okay, then you now kissing the white man's ass, right?
Why are you preaching
So you now kissing the white man's ass.
Your country is owned by France, and you're supposed to be an independent republic.
Right, but you're not kissing the white man's ass, right?
The country, bro. You guys have nothing.
You wanna blame Africans for having the white man.
Tell me one thing you got in Cameroon that you gave to the world. What invention?
But you wanna blame Africans for kissing the white man, yeah, you are doing the same thing in America. What the hell you
guys are independent. You choose to come over here instead of fighting for your own country.
So why not fight for your own country then? Because you don't have a country.
You guys choose to come over here instead of fighting for your country and making your country great. You come over here.
But because this is the white man's country, you don't own this shit. You should have fight for your own country. And this is the thing, right? And this is the thing. You guys are the weakest black people. You guys are the weakest black people in the world because you do not fight for your own country. Why other black people around the world are fighting for their own country? Black Americans do not fight for their own country.
You know what the major problem is, right? Anytime they have soccer games and everything like that, right? Before the team, when the game's about to play, they have to round the Africans up, right? Because most of them never when they go to Europe or that, they flee. Instead of getting on the plane and going back to Africa, they flee inside of Europe or whatnot so they don't get freaking caught and be sent back. That happens all the time. You know? So don't tell me about you guys and whatnot. You guys are trying to get out of Africa.
Kala, stop it. Hey, Kala, stop it.
It's the truth.
Stop it, man. If you go to Africa, hold on.
You guys don't want to hear the truth. That's why you're not making any progress.
No,
that's why your president right now, Ghana, is in Baltimore right now, trying to talk to black leaders so we can invest city pension funds in this.
Well, he's speaking to everybody to bring investment.
No, he's speaking to black Americans. We'll be stupid enough to give up our 401ks to a failing economy. You want to know the truth?
He's doing the same thing America is doing to the rest of the world. This is not.
What is America doing?
I mean, what he's doing is begging.
American is inviting other countries to come invite.
Once you come to the country, you're gonna lose money.
What?
Nobody wants to come there and lose money. You should be thanking Bomani for bringing business there.
What do you mean? What is the level? How much is it bringing to the country?
Well, it's not. I mean, how much? That's what I'm saying.
That is literally nothing, man. When Ghana is inviting for people,
ungrateful. I'm
a part of millions of dollars, man.
I'm a part of a network. I'm a part of a network that brings in repatriation as far as And
That's
it
nothing.
the money does add up, but it's not
But
just myself. It's a network.
Bomani, what you bring in is nothing, literally. Because when I
Those
was
are
in Ghana, I went.
those are
Hold
rank
on,
and file money,
hold
man.
on. Let me
What the heck? Do you know how much Africans send back home every month?
let me speak, please.
You're ungrateful. What we do?
Would you allow me
We're
to
building a
speak first?
foundation of a dynasty, even more important beyond our tourism. And what y'all don't do is, instead of saying, hey, let's support our brothers and sisters making these moves so we can impact them.
I mean, that's really understandable. Okay.
Y'all look at what we're doing as nothing, and look and praise the white devils and praise that system. That's why we have not achieved what we need to achieve.
I mean, Kala speak highly of infrastructures, right?
All we have is just haters. Like right now, you speak
Kala.
from a hater's standpoint. Oh,
Kala,
what
don't you think about
I prefer
infrastructures
white
in
people to come
Africa?
to Africa than African Americans. I prefer white people.
Nothing, but all the business that you bring in is nothing. You know what I mean?
I prefer white people to come to Africa than
Bomani, the
African
kind of business
Americans.
that you do is not a
You are
skilled job.
hateful, jealous,
It's not a
weak
skilled job.
bastards. Both
You
of
don't
you are
need exceptional
self-hating,
skills to
wicked,
do this kind of
black
business,
devil
Bomani.
bastards. I don't know why y'all waste your time. Get off mine and go out there and build you a career. And
But
build
man,
your
you don't
business.
need exceptional skills to do the kind of job that you do.
Well, brother, well, like I mentioned, if you think that's the case, you and other people go ahead and do this kind of business and make all the money that you think you're gonna make in all these things.
In Ghana, we have oil fields. They need a lot of investment over there. You don't have that skills.
This business is a dynasty.
You don't even have the kind of money to invest in those kind of sectors of the economy.
Exactly. And those are the kind of business Africans are talking about: machinery, caterpillar. You guys don't
They don't have that kind of
like that.
skills, man.
Bomani, do me a favor. We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here.
The only kind of businesses you guys want to do is grading stuff. Hair salon, nail shop. Come on, man.
I want to
have an intelligent conversation with you both, because y'all have no intelligence. Y'all discredit people building black business.
No, but I'm just being honest. It's just like it's not a skillful business venture.
I'm gonna make a point.
Well, brother, how many technology operations have you set up? Since it's so easy, how much business operations you set up?
Well, I work in engineering. I mean, if you want me to help you to drill a well,
I would trust
give me
you.
a call.
I got you. Okay, that's good, man. I mean, honestly, respect. That's honestly good. It's good you're building skill, but
anybody wants to have a dumbass.
I'm an aircraft technician. You remind me of those degenerate pilots that I work with, just because they were pilots.
So why not launch an aircraft technician company in Africa? But why do all these rank and file little hair salon business, man?
Don't care about maintenance and everything. That's why.
When you're building a diplomatic operation business like what we're building as far as Africa for Africans, it gets you connected to many things that you need to get connected to. It doesn't have to. You know, my sister has a master's degree in mathematics and is an engineer. All this things don't mean nothing. At the end of the day, what I own is a business enterprise that I can build for generation. And then I'm expanding it to real estate development. You know what I mean? And these are things that somebody was asking me about garbage time. These are your growing pains that you learn in life. You fight through this thing, you struggle, and the same thing I'm talking about, our struggle in Africa. We figure it out. You know, even right now, there's the agreement between a bunch of us and things like that. You know, we deal with this as men, and we figure it out, and we try to push towards. But at some point, we have to figure things out to where we can be on some similar page. Because I'm always telling everyone that I say nasty things to each other. I'm no one's enemy. I'm your brother. That's like literally that you can say. Bomani.
Hey, my apologies if I did say that to you. My apologies. I didn't mean to to denigrate your business venture in that way. I mean,
we have our disagreements. You know,
and please don't take me like I'm trying to troll. I mean, we just having.
Bomani is a nice guy, man.
Yeah, Bomani.
You guys
of course.
I mean, honestly, I thought African sent you guys, man. Honestly.
Oh no. Actually, on the news all the time, I was like, Bomani, he has a good personality. I wouldn't think that you would do such a thing.
I don't.
Exactly. I mean,
unfortunately, we have bad business with people.
We're like a freaking frack me and Bomani. You know, Bomani's
a nice guy. You do your best to accommodate customers and things, but
I mean, I didn't mean. My apologies.
Are mentally ill.
My apologies for my comments if I didn't mean to trigger you in any kind of way, but the point I was trying to make.
Brother, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And, same thing myself.
All I'm saying is this. This is what I'm saying, right? There's a lot of people, right? I don't know what Afro Dumbass's end game is or whatever like that, but I look at his shows, his titles. Akata News and all this kind of stuff like that. That guy's not afraid
Hey, Carl, you speak highly about infrastructure modernization in Africa.
Exactly.
And you do know very well that sometimes you need skilled-oriented professionals to help in building this kind of thing.
We have them. I have them in the BAIO.
I used to be part of your professionals.
I have engineers all over the continent and everything like that. They're just waiting for something really to kick off. We're starting small in Liberia, and we're going to spread to Ghana, and we're going to spread to the rest of the continent. We got people in Angola. We're connected to the African Bullion Bank of Angola, and we're connected to a lot of people. It's going to take us years, not an overnight thing. And the bottom line is we're dead serious about building Black African infrastructure, you know? And the bottom line, the only thing standing in the way is not even white people. We don't have to worry about the white man anymore. We got to worry about niggas. You know, niggas in America.
What I also wanted to point out is that
we got niggas in Black America and we got niggas in Africa. You know, two sides of the same coin. They don't shit for anything and everything. All they want to do is sit around gossiping and doing all this kind of stupid stuff and whatnot, and understand something that we are dead serious about building for the future of our people. Right now, there's almost nothing Africa produces that, even though we have the AGOA African Opportunities Act that sends goods duty free to America. You know who's taking advantage of that? Indians and Chinese. They're setting up factories in Africa, right, and shipping goods to America under AGOA because it's not race specific. And Africans have not taken advantage of a $24 trillion economy in America and everything. Everybody else, Chinese, everybody else is exporting their goods, finished goods to America and everything. Africans are not doing that. You know, and so the bottom line is this. So what I'm trying to do is change the mentality. Coming to America, getting a job and looking big and looking important and everything like that, trying to impress us and everything. You want the respect and whatnot, you know, you got to build Africa, help build Africa. When you do that, then you're going to give Black Americans respect.
But Carla, at the end of the day, it's the leadership that have to do that. They wanted the power.
I would say the leadership, but I've been studying, like, when we just talk about Bomani, about George Weah in Liberia, and I like George Weah. But the bottom line is, I'm going to say something, right? Every country you see in Africa in conflict and everything were all democratically elected. The people elected the people that's screwing Africa. So it's not just the leadership anymore, you know? I hold the people responsible. You put people in power because he's from your tribal group and tribal. I see it in real time. You get elected not because of your ideas, because your tribal background. You start speaking in your local language and stuff like that, and the next thing you know, you're getting elected. You're getting elected and everything like that, and you're looting the treasury and everything. Nigeria lost $400 billion, not just what was earned, but disappeared off the books. You know, siphoned off out of the country. And that's Babinja. Why is that? Oh, we Africans, we just don't know how to do things. Nigeria was a country that could have developed the whole entire African continent, but it basically squandered all that opportunity. But Nigerians go around the world thinking it is shit, you know, and your country is now doesn't have enough hospitals, don't have enough doctors. Your officials in Nigeria got to go to Europe for treatment. And so that's embarrassing. You know?
I mean, it's a developing country, so I mean.
No, look, Singapore was a developing country, right?
Yeah, but the population is not the same.
Vietnam was a war-torn country in 1975. Look at it now. Why we keep making excuses? They had the Bandung Conference of 1955 in Jakarta, Indonesia. They said we're going to freaking free Asia from colonial rule and everything, and they made it possible in 3 decades. Africa have a Bandung Conference. You know why? Because Africans don't give a shit about Africa. That's why.
Hey, Carla, you have to understand every country is not the same. They have different geography, different resources, different human capital. I mean, you cannot just, compare those countries as if they are the same.
No, Carla, talk you goddamn too much. Carla, let me tell you something. I was reading a book and they made a statistic. They say if African American had their own country on their own, they would be a third world country as well. You know why? Because their neighborhood is all. Black people do not know how to go. Let me finish. Black people do not know how to govern shit, and it goes around the world. Where there's black people, nothing goes on. You go to Caribbean countries, it's the same thing. You go to African Americans' neighborhood, is the same thing. Their neighborhood is dirty. They don't pick their trash up. Everything is the same like Africa. So stop talking about the same like you talk as if you guys are better. You guys are not better, young man. You shut up. Carla, stay quiet. Let me finish talking. Then you can go ahead and talk. You were just talking, man. Stop talking, bro. When people, Carla, let me tell you something, right? You always want to be like that guy that is talking from the top up. Africans should look at you like you better off. You're not. You're not better, man. You're not. Because your whole neighborhood is the same like Africa. I'm not gonna come here and hear an African American talking down on Africans. Hell no. Because
Carla,
you guys are not better. You guys should have fought for your own goddamn country. You guys never did. The white man is still the white man still got you guys under their boot, and that's a fact.
Hey, Kyle, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I was in Chicago,
I mean, you guys are right. We
shouldn't
be.
I'm not gonna lie to you though. When I came here for the first time, I thought I was in Ghana. I thought, what? Am I still in the
hood? Where were you at? You were in the hood?
Yeah, I was in the South Side. Yeah, I went.
Come on, there's no people like pooping in the streets. So there's no open sewers. Come on.
No, and to what Jody is saying, and unfortunately,
I mean, people were begging at the roadside, and people were dancing for money.
There's more white people begging and panhandling than is.
No, I mean in South Side, and I mean that Geneva. I'm not trying to denigrate
experience. Yeah, these things do go on. It's a little rough, and Judea, you're right, man. At times we talk like we're better than each other, and
yeah, man.
Sometimes if we don't even, sometimes if we turn back and we listen to what we say to each other, that's exactly what it sounds like. Because I was listening to the conversations, and we all have to do better. Because I don't think
exactly. I mean,
in our heart we feel like we're
yeah, Bomani, you really understand what I'm saying. Kyla is done, man, because the way he talked to us is like, oh, he knows better. I'm like, what the heck?
Hold up, you can talk shit to me about my people, my culture, but once I give it back to you, suddenly, get the hell out of here with that shit. You know?
Well, first of all, we have to respect Kyla because he's an elder. I mean, we wouldn't have to speak to him that way if we were in Africa, right?
My whole thing is, if you want those who want respect, must show respect.
I mean, yeah, you do.
That's a cardinal rule. You don't come like this is my problem, right? People come here, right, with their thing. Oh, I'm from this tribe. Well, black people don't know who they are. They don't know like this. They don't think, well, we know we're here, and you came over here. So how you gonna tell us what? Well, we're not. We don't know who we are. All this kind of stupid stuff. You say all these remarks and whatnot, and then when somebody shoots back at you, right? They hit back at you, right? We're like this. Well, okay, if we're so the white man's country, but look at all the inventions we did. Look at the fact that you got an almanac this thick of African American accomplishments and everything over the centuries and all that. What we did under duress in this country was remarkable. We changed.
Bomani, let me ask you a question, right? When you went to Africa, the way Africans treated you, is it the same the way Africans are being treated by African Americans in America? It's too different. It's not parallel. African Americans do not treat Africans the same like the way Africans treat them back home.
No, he's asking a question. I want to answer my brother's questions. If we're just gonna be true for each other. No, I mean, I can't say anybody in the African continent that's treated me bad or tried to just like.
Okay, there you go.
So now let me answer that question, right?
I'm not saying I get treated bad by people here. I mean, but
check it out. Has there ever been an African American that killed an African or shot like this guy? That white man that shot.
That's happening in
one Ghanaian guy was shot.
In Washington D.C. happened.
Has African ever been victim of mob violence in America by black African Americans?
Well, one Ghanaian was killed in St. Louis.
But that was a bunch of Haitians and whatnot. A bunch of Haitians.
Oh, come on. Come on. I'm talking about treated badly. When Africans come here, African Americans do not treat them right. They treat them bad. But when you go to Africa, you see the way they welcome you.
Show me anywhere where you see African Americans.
No, let Bomani talk, Carla. Let Bomani talk.
Carla, Judy has a point, though. I think,
Zongo, hold on. Bomani, go ahead. Zongo, hold on. Bomani, go ahead.
No, I mean, to answer your question directly, all countries we go to, but we do tourism, so that didn't enhance it. So it's different from being in the hood around here, around ratchet people, but that's gonna just violate you and things like that. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, when you're in Africa, even probably the worst places, it's a nice welcome feel. The thing I love about African continent, I can walk around at nighttime. Like I won't be walking.
There you go.
I would never walk around.
So let me add to that. Right?
Because I just want to share things. I know everybody.
Let me add to that. Right?
I'm not talking down like here is dangerous and here is safe. It's just the fact that let's be honest. You're in Africa. It's not here. you can just walk to the pawn shop and next thing you come back with 6 guns, and that's not the case in Africa. So I mean, those things just get wild with people that don't need to have guns.
Well, I don't think that's the point he's saying. He's saying that African.
And then we're also in tourist area that are well protected. So that's the advantage that I have versus being in a certain neighborhood.
I think what Judah is saying is that Africans have a culture of being hospitable to their
without a doubt, right? Absolutely, hospitality.
This is what I'm trying to make about this. Is this right?
Hold on, let me make it this point.
Hold on, let me
5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. I'll just finish that. They wish when they come over here, they get same from African American brothers do the same thing. I mean personally, I'm not asking for that.
Well, the bottom line is this is what I'm gonna say. If you came to where I live at, right? We have Africans that live in Virginia Beach and everything like that. They just mind their business. They're with us. They go when they're out there and their family and whatnot, and they're out there in the movie theaters and whatnot, getting their popcorn. They're right there with us. Whatnot. They're on the basketball teams. Everything. Everybody treats them just like one of the family. This
guy is lying, man.
That's a freaking lie. You don't want to do that. That's a freaking lie. Africans live in black areas and around black people and do business. My plumber is a freaking guy from Senegal, and he's the nicest guy in the freaking world and whatnot, So the bottom line is this. This idea that African Americans are going around bullying Africans and all this kind of stupid stuff is a lie. It's not
a lie, man. I experienced it at work. When an African American told me,
you guys make that charge. You guys make that charge. Also, they say things like, Africans called Africans. I never heard the term booty scratcher in my freaking life.
Back in the days, right? Back in the days, right?
I never heard it. I swear to God, I never heard it. I never said. Also, when I was growing up, right, when people talked about Africa, it was out of reverence. Look at all the movies that came out African Americans made, Coming to America. There's always a reverence for Africa throughout our history, So the bottom line is this. So when people come in, African Americans treat us bad, that's they're lying. They come up with the problem is this, right? And a video I want to show you. Africans always say, I was told when I go to America, don't hang around those African Americans, right? So when they come in with that mentality, a lot of us can sense that you think you're better. And you see you talking to white people and everything, that's what the vibe is. If you come over here and show respect and everything, and that you're one of us and you're black and everything, the Africans always say, "Oh, I'm a Nigerian."
No, African Americans will tell you that you're African, bro. They will tell you in your face.
You guys want to basically delineate from us and everything, but yet you want us to respect you, and it doesn't work like that,
Oh wow,
Makala, Africans are very
assimilated with us and everything. So you guys want that respect or whatever, but you don't want to reciprocate. The first thing you tell us right there, how many TikToks you did? I was told stay away from Black America, not white people that'll fucking lynch you and kill you.
Yeah, I was told the same thing when I came here.
Yeah, so you were told that, right? And when you come over here, right?
Yes, I was told that. You know why?
He's gonna.
Carla, don't let people talk, man. Let people talk, Carla.
Then you go around telling black people, I was told to stay away from you guys. I was told to stay away. What do you think people are going to say?
You know why I was told that?
So the bottom line, you believe the white man's propaganda. You don't want to be with us.
The white man didn't tell me.
And also, not only that, right? Let me ask you.
My African brother told me who stayed
if you're an adult, right? You're an adult, right? You think for yourself. Your parents train you up to your
Carla, can you let him talk?
You got grown-ass Africans and whatnot, goofy-ass Africans about 40, 50 years old. I was told to stay from African Americans. You're a grown-ass man. You don't have no life experience. You never put down a book and everything like that. But when it comes to white people, it's not the same thing. Nobody ever told you to stay away from white people, right? That's why a lot of us don't like you.
You know why they say that, don't stay away from them. It's not like they're different or they feel like they're better than that. No, it's because they don't want you to get in trouble. They say like
see, that's what I'm talking about. Now we're back to the point. You believe in your heart that all African Americans are in trouble. What about all why do you go to our colleges? Why do you go to our HBCUs? Why do you get started?
No, I never went to black college. I went to white universities. And no African is gonna be going to African American colleges, man. Hell no, even black teachers do not want to be to blame black colleges.
But I know you guys.
Wasn't there?
You come over with the idea that you bring your tribalism from the gutters of Africa, come over here and talk about, oh yeah, I would stay away from Africa. We're not taught that. We're not taught that. We're not taught to hate you. Black people in America are taught to
But
love
it's not like
everybody.
they hate you though. But hold on,
Carla.
Carla.
I was never taught by my parents to stay away from the people because of their color or their race or their background.
No, Carla, no.
Carla,
hold on.
We're not taught that in our homes. You know,
Carla, let me tell you something.
You guys bring your tribalism and your primitive ways to America. That's what you want.
Carla, let me tell you one thing in Africa.
Oh, so you want to tell us you civilized, huh? You, the white man, civilized you.
Can I say something, Bomani? Can I say something, Bomani?
You guys will come to a country that's racist as hell, right? And talk about, oh, stay away from black people in America. You guys are freaking garbage.
Because you guys are arrogant, bro. You arrogant. You just show your arrogance on this platform.
It's not like that.
I was told to stay away from black Americans and whatnot. Then wonder why there's problems between us.
Carla, you gotta understand.
Talking about my parents and whatnot, you know. Your parents don't tell you to stay away from the white girls, do they?
No, because white people don't do the same thing you guys do.
Yeah, white people are great. White people basically never did anything. They don't kill people. We don't have the Klan here. We don't have neo-Nazis. We don't have racist police. We don't have none of that. White people are just fine with you guys. You guys are so stupid. You're primitive. That's why your country's going backwards.
Are you triggered by what I said, though? I thought we were having a conversation.
You're lying. You talk about, why black people are treated, but you come over and say, I was told to stay away from black Americans. Stay away
yeah, because they're the ones that own the embassies in
black people in America.
White people are the ones that own embassies overseas. White people are the ones that own embassies in Africa.
Black America is losing sleep if you guys say you don't want nothing to do with us. Nobody.
You guys are not in the embassies. You guys don't even work in American embassy.
I need somebody from Africa to be my friend and tell me they love me. Nobody ever said that to me. You know, you come in
right, because
our place. This is our
Can you let people talk, Carla? Zongo, go ahead. I'm gonna let Zongo talk. Zongo, go ahead.
I mean, the reason, even in Africa, we don't just identify ourselves as just being black, and we do have good Africans and we do have bad Africans, right? So wherever you go to settle in a new community, your parents might advise you, these people, they are very problematic. Stay away from them. It's not like from a bad faith, from good faith, just to stay away from
all
trouble.
Black Americans are bad. All Black Americans are
no. So when I came here,
all Black Americans are gangbangers.
Let me finish.
All Black America is this. And then you wonder why the shit happens over here and whatnot, you know?
Carla, let me finish first.
You know what I'm saying? See, you guys.
But let me finish.
Carla, you just made yourself look like fools.
Carla is high, man.
You guys made yourself look like fools and whatnot.
When I came,
I was told to stay away from Black America. And then you get on, I was told to stay away from those people over there and whatnot. You know, if you want to stay away from Black people, why don't you stay in your own country? You know, that's the best thing. You can stay in Ghana, you can stay in Cameroon. That would probably be problem solved.
But Carolyn,
but this ain't your country either. This is a white man's country.
When you turn on TV, it's us, right? We're everywhere. You turn on everything. Any movie you watch, it's us. You know.
No, I don't watch you guys. I watch African movies. I listen to African songs and all of that. I listen to all of that. I don't listen to y'all. What the hell are you talking about?
African movies, Reconnection. And you can watch all the African movies you want. Why are you in America?
I'm in America because of the white man, not because of you. The white man invited me here.
You know, you want to be
the white man invited me here to America.
Don't tell me about why are we not unified? You know, we
I was shocked when I saw a lot of black people.
Black people hear you talk like this, we treat you like that. As simple as that.
I didn't mention a lot of black people in America.
Jungle bunnies, bushraiders, ignorant people, and whatnot, and the white man does not respect you.
No, the white man respect me because I got my own country. He knows where I'm from. The white man doesn't respect. The white man doesn't respect you because he consider you as a slave. The white man doesn't respect you because he consider you as a Negro. The white man doesn't respect you because he consider you that you have to be in jail. The white man respect me because he knows where I'm coming from.
Tens of thousands of people died in northern Cameroon, Amazonia. Tens of thousands of people already died. What country do you have? You fled.
Right. So,
hey, Kyla, I don't think if they had you as my neighbor, like my brother's, my friend's neighbor, he would have told me to stay away from you because you seem to have a very good personality. I listened to even when I was inside. You understand? He was specifically speaking about the ones who put you in bad hands or might cause trouble to you. I mean, there's
Well,
nothing wrong with doing.
I don't hang around the bad black people over here.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, but that's
I
what
don't
you
hang around
mean.
the bad. Nobody does. Bomani doesn't hang around the bad black people.
Yeah, but he doesn't mean
all kinds of black people that do amazing
when they
things.
say that. No, when they say that, they didn't mean everybody.
You guys feel it necessary to tell decent black people. A lot of black people in America are hurt by this, but I just tell them, don't worry about it. You guys feel it's necessary to go to nice, decent black people, good black people in America who I protect, who come first to me, right? They come first. The African American black people, those are my people. They come first. African American, they come first to me. They come first for you and Liberia, anybody else, right? You guys always making a point to talk to decent black people who never did anything in life like their shit. Like, oh, I was told to stay away from you. You guys say it to all black people. You don't just talk about certain black people.
Well, okay,
you guys talk about all black people like that.
Well, we don't do that. Not everybody. I mean,
they're all doing that. You guys are basically doing this thing where you're trying to be like the racist white. You're acting like the worst of white people. The worst of white people. You know, I'm gonna be away from those people over there and stuff like that.
Yeah, but Kala is not. I mean,
but we're advancing beyond the white man.
Don't generalize. Not all of us don't think the same. Don't generalize.
I'm just basically telling you how you sound. You know, I come here because of the white man. You know, you guys how stupid you sound.
But I didn't say that. Did I say that?
No, this guy Judah said, I come here because of the white man. You know how stupid he sounds.
The white man invited me. I'm gonna tell you that was what. Yep. Why am I gonna lie? You did not invite me yet. So when I come into this country, I'm gonna align with the white man because the white man invited me. Yet. You did not invite me.
Because your country is dysfunctional and failing. That's why you're over here. You know, let's be honest.
I mean, Kala. I mean, when I said what I said, I don't mean all Black Americans. I do have good Black Americans.
Bottom line. So, do you believe there's bad white Americans here?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe there's bad Mexicans over here?
Oh, yes, they are.
Okay, do you believe there's bad Italians, bad Chinese, everything like that, right?
Yes,
but
they are.
But your parents told you to look out for the bad, not the bad black people, Black Americans in general. That's why you bring that up.
No.
Anybody within the intelligence understand, right? When you go to a foreign country, your parents or whatever like that, because I know you guys are children. You still listen to your parents well in your 30s, you know? Your parents still talk to you like your little children in your 30s, you know?
Okay,
so when you go to a country, right, you got to have a sense, right? Like, I'm gonna connect with good people and everything like that, wherever they be. You guys go in your 30s, you be 34 years old. My parents told me to stay away from you. You could be in a place where you got a suit and tie on, and if Africans come up with this, I was told to stay away from you because you're a Black American. Not because I'm a criminal or anything like that, because you guys want to bring your tribalism and your garbage from the gutters of thing. You know what I'm saying? You guys basically have dirty streets, dirty countries and everything, dysfunctional country, and so you bring your dysfunction and that psychotic stuff to America.
Kala, I know an African that hosted an African American in Ghana for 6 months, and that African American wasn't paying no bills, anything.
Yeah, that was
that
good
African
Black to
was
Africa.
feeding him.
That was
right?
good Black to Africa.
Can an African American do that here in America? Can you host an African in your house, man? Can you host an African in your house for 6 months and feed us?
What does that one person have to do with me? Why are you bringing that?
No, I'm asking you. Can you do that in America? Can you do that? Can you host an African in your house?
They're gonna do that.
Hold on. What is that person that did that one incident, right, have to do with?
I'm asking you if you can do that because no New York can do that in America.
That's
the hospitality of Africans.
I'll let you stay.
Okay, so the bottom line is that you guys take one example of somebody doing something bad, but yet Africans go all over the world committing crimes, everything like that. China, you look at the death rows, all Asia, all you see is African. Do we judge you by what the Africans that fucking up doing? No. That wouldn't be in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, right? But you guys take it upon yourself.
You can't be talking about Pan-Africanism. Why you insulting Africans on this planet, bro? That's not Pan-Africanism, man.
Everything like that. You guys are all bad. You guys go to decent Black people in America, right? Decent Black people in America, and you would tell them, I was told to say, well, you wouldn't have the decency, the human decency to say, you know something, I wouldn't, even though my parents told me that, or not, because I know you guys are still children. You know, my parents told me that. I'm not going to say that because, like I said, Africans like you guys don't have any sort of civility and no coof. You know, you have no decency. You know, no coof. You just come out with anything out of your mouth and everything like that, and that's what the problem is. You guys don't have no rearing. Why don't they tell you how to have respect? You know how to talk to people and everything. You guys come over here with your mouth.
But Kala,
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that coward
Afridamus
Afridamus to come on. I mean, I'm just waiting for him to come back on. He's still not showed back up.
These are two African dumbass disciples.
Yeah, because I want you know, I mean, whatever little we said about him, he wants to call us scammers or whatever fake stuff.
And that's another thing. That's another thing. He has no proof that Bomani scammed, but he says that out of his mouth because he's a lowlife. You know, he's a stupid. And I know for a fact the majority of Africans are not like that. I have to believe that Africans are decent people.
Yeah, because Afro dumbass just represented Janet. I mean,
these two guys the same way, you know.
I think he's upset because we call him out. So I guess he feel like he's gonna play around and make videos, but it's like nobody watches. Nobody watches. Nobody watches.
Hey, Kala, I don't know why you got triggered by my statement.
No, well, I'm triggered, but I'm not triggered, right? I'm triggered by your ignorance, you know, because you're a grown ass man. Yeah, like I said,
you didn't let me finish my statement.
Look, but by the time I was 15 years old, right, I was always more intelligent than half the grown-ups around me, right? I knew the world. I had a scope of the world. My parents could never tell me something stupid. The only thing I was told when I was a kid, right, my Uncle Albert told me, look, don't date white girls, you know, like that. And that's the only thing that stuck with me my whole entire life, you know. Yeah, other than that, everything I had to learn for myself one day. It's called being a man. You guys are not even men. You guys, my parents told me to stay like that. It's not a fucking
Kala, you didn't
man doesn't talk like that.
You didn't let me finish. I mean, you just interrupted me. You didn't let me complete.
Why did you even bring that up? Go ahead.
Because we're trying to bridge the gap where the misconception lies between African Americans and Africans. I'm trying to reveal to you what is being told by Africans when they come over here.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, right?
You understand?
The intention.
Let me ask you a question. Right? Let me ask you a question, right? Whatever your parents told you, right? Look at your country. It's failing, right? So why don't you say, you know something? My country's a shithole. Has no development, no nothing. I can't get investors and everything like that, right? So evidently, whatever my parents are saying must be bullshit. Why don't you try doing that once in a while? Your parents failed you your whole life and whatnot. You got to come to America because there's no opportunity in your own country because your parents didn't provide for you. But then you want to take the one thing that you agree with because it sounds good. I'm better than those people because you think you're better.
Bomani, I want to ask you a question though. Was that what Afridamus said in his channel? Is that true that the police came and you ran through the window? Is that true?
First of all, Kala was asking you a question, and then now you're gonna derail.
No, Kala talking about it. So I want you to tell the people if that is true or not. You know,
are you a stupid, ignorant, dumb ass? Do you have
no? I mean, I just want to know, man, because you know.
Shut the hell up, you idiot. He's having a conversation. You just brought it out like you're stupid. Listen to this. Listen to this. I want you to go tell Afridamus. You tell him to be a man and come here and unmute himself. Because first of all, if he wants to waste his time on drama and stupid, that's his business. He can go back and do that. I'm not wasting my time, and I'm not answering your stupid ass question. There's no need for me to do that. Like I mentioned.
So you're not gonna. So are you guilty or you are not?
I'm not guilty, and what I'm saying to you is that you are an idiot, and I don't need to answer your question.
Oh man, you cannot say I'm an idiot, man. Come on, me and you were just going fine.
Kala.
You're coming here.
Kala.
Yeah, what? Go ahead.
Do you know I'm married
You're disturbing the conversation. The conversation was us
talking
about Liberia.
That's why. You didn't let me complete my statement.
Yeah, Judah's a clown. You know, he's a fucking clown.
Yeah, listen, both of you. I don't have time to play games with you. I'm not here to answer anybody's question about anything. I've explained that to you already. So if that's what you came here to do, whatever Afridamus want to say, you want to say. If he wants to have he had big balls, he can call me. If he wants to make little children video, he can make it. I've said what we have to say about it. He's a dumb ass. He's unintelligent. He has no intelligence. He's literally a fucking dumb ass. I mean, literally, tell me what he's doing. So Judea, since you believe everything that he's saying, that's what you're gonna go by, right?
No, I don't go by it.
No,
I
no,
mean, I heard from him, so I'm trying to find out from you because I'm talking to you now. If
no,
that's
first of
true,
all,
because I'm only hearing from one sided.
I don't respect you coming on here and trying to call me out about some stupid stuff that we not even handle. I have cases in business with people, and I'm not
I
going
know,
back to
but I
this.
mean, if I heard something from a brother and I'm asking you that you right now I'm talking to.
My answer to you, listen here, brother. The answer is no. I've explained this on my channel. I've explained
Oh,
this to
okay.
people.
I mean, you explained it, but I never heard it, so I just,
No,
I did not,
That's what I'm saying to you. There's a lot of people that are jealous of me because I'm out here doing business. I was in this country, asked Afridamas to ask them why there's so many old white women and white men having sex with underage black men, black boys and black girls in this country. Why is the pedophilia rate so high? That is the question. That is more valid than me having an issue with a law enforcement.
Are you gonna do a video about it?
We did it.
Brother, I don't sit here and make videos of Afridamas or nobody. It's a waste of my time.
Now I'm talking about a pedophile that you seen in the Gambia or something.
We did.
I've done video, but what I'm saying is I'm not gonna sit here and just be on top of that. But what I'm saying to him, what is more? I mean, he's a Gambian. Is it more important that I have issues in Ghana, dealing with degenerate and dealing with traitors?
I mean, because he reported it and on apologetic legal, also reported the same thing. So
I would think that you're an intelligent person. You answer this.
I'm intelligent, but Afridamus said it.
What should be more of the concern? I'm in Ghana dealing with my business, or should he be worried about the Gambia and having old ass white people coming to his country, sex tourism, literally taking advantage?
No, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because you're one of my favorite YouTuber, and unapologetic Nigopin said it. Afridamus said it. Now I want to find out from the horse's mouth.
Can you hear me? I was in Ghana. I was in Ghana in May last year, and I was in Ghana in December last year. I was doing live videos. I was doing tourism. I went in and out the country. I was in and out the airport. If I'm a fugitive, is basically what you're saying. You think I can go in and out of the airport at all the countries?
And that was the question that I asked on that panel with Afridamus. You're right.
No,
because
I'm in Ghana. I go back to a land community called Black Star Community. We're on tour schedule. We go there. We have a real estate office there. We go there. It is on a schedule. We go there the same time every year. So what I'm asking people is, I don't run from nobody. I have people coming into my office every day. So what I'm saying to people is, if people want to play around on YouTube, because that's what people sit around and do. They sit around on YouTube and they lie and play games. And then the issue that I have on YouTube is that the people watching YouTube, they have no intelligence. They're literally just dumb as rocks. Any little thing that they hear on YouTube, they pick up. You're talking about a generation of unintelligent black people. So I don't spend my time wasting that with people. I'm in and out of country. I was in Senegal and the Gambia. It's country. I was in Ghana before that, and Tanzania. And before that, I was in Ghana again. And then I was in Tanzania, another country, and another country. And I'm in and out of countries. I have an American passport. Your American passport. When I come into the country, you know what? They don't even scan my passport. They do a facial recognition. They said, you know what I'm saying? They said, welcome home. You know what I'm saying? I'm an American citizen. That's where I live at. This is my home.
So, I thought you were Jamaican.
This is where I live at. I don't live in Jamaica anymore. I'm an American citizen. I live in America. I work and live in America.
Oh, so you're proud being an American. I thought you were supposed to be proud being a Pan-African.
Bomani's an
brother, can you hear? I mean, I know you, if you're serious, but because one thing about me, if I'm having a conversation, I'm serious. I don't be into the joking mood. I'll be trying to, because you're trying to know things. I'm letting you know I'm in the country. I walk into the country. Welcome into the country. My passport is stamped. But
why are you being proud being an American instead of being proud as African? I thought you guys want to go back and trace your root back home in Africa.
My passport is stamped or scanned or something or checked.
Why not give away your American passport so you should have African passport as well? African citizenship.
What are you talking about? No one in Africa has offered me a passport. I've been working in Ghana and doing business there for over a decade and a half. You know what I mean? All I have is a residency. You know what I mean? So it's what it is. Like I mentioned to you.
So if they offer you citizenship, will you give away your American passport?
Why would I want to do that? Why would I give away the foundation of my business?
What you mean foundation? Don't you guys say America do not want you guys anymore? That's why you guys are going to Africa.
You're speaking out of ignorance. So you're talking about you guys. I'm not you guys.
You
I'm
gotta
a Jamaican
understand,
national.
yeah,
I live
we're
here, and I'm
everywhere.
American
We're in
citizen
every
also.
state. We're
I'm
every
here to do
country.
my business.
We don't have
Oh,
to.
okay.
You know,
So you're a
Africa,
you're a
first
business
of all,
you're a business guy.
first of all, you have to understand that Africa is no, Africa is no end all be all. You have no idea what kind of struggles that we deal with the people on the African continent.
So you guys are actually
And-
business guys. You guys are not Pan-Africanists.
Well, what you can be a business person. I run business here.
No, you cannot be a business guy under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism is uniting people together, bringing them under one umbrella. You guys are out to make money.
Shut the hell up, you third grade stupid village idiot.
Oh,
You have
come on,
no
man.
intelligence. No, because you're a dumb ass. You're a dumb ass. Like I mentioned to you,
You gotta go to camera and do something.
I run a business base, and the business is run through Pan-Africanism. When I come there to Ghana or whatever country, and we spend money with black-owned hotels, we're doing with black-owned people. We're creating. Be quiet for a second. We're creating black-owned enterprises. We're doing business, and we're helping, working with people in the level of Pan-Africanism. I put on young brothers and sisters. We're doing business. You folks.
Oh man, come on.
Separate everything. And the thing of it is,
the thing of it is, so you wouldn't give your American passport for an African passport,
and connecting people and doing business with people.
So you wouldn't give your American passport for an African passport. You wouldn't do that.
I'm telling you right now. Why would I do that? Why would I?
Wow.
Do that?
So you love being American, right?
It's not about love being America. It's not about that. It's about strategically being able to do your business, to do the good you can do.
You could still do your business with African passport.
Yo, this
I can't just imagine African passport.
Except for Uhuru was getting passport, you have been to countries that offer passport. You have been to these countries. Ghana offer passport to diaspora.
That's what I'm saying. These bushmeat eating savages have no sense. I mean, I was born in Jamaica and I got an American passport. How the hell am I just gonna go anywhere in Africa and just go get a passport?
But you should give away your American passport and get African passport since you like African passport.
Dynasty didn't give up his American passport.
And he has the right to, because you guys still cherish Americans so much. That's why you guys are not Pan-Africanists.
Listen here. You don't know anything about Pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanists abandon America. They don't want to be with a white man. They want to go to Africa to live with the black people.
You shouldn't do any business. And you shouldn't build anything. You shouldn't do anything.
Why you should be doing business on the continent, not with America. Your business shouldn't be based in America. It should be based on the continent. You don't need American passport anymore.
I'm not gonna
mute this dude. I gotta say something.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, I'm like, ancestors. Why do we meet so many dumb, unintelligent, stupid people?
I gotta break it down.
Intelligent.
Why are you going to need a passport of the person that saw you, that bought you as slave? Why are you going to cherish the person that saw you as slave? Why are you going to cherish your passport?
Bomani, please, it's getting late. I gotta say something, right?
This guy's acting like an idiot. Like you.
Let me clear this up.
The business that we run is in Pan-Africanism. It brings
it should be based in Africa, not in America, in the white man's country. It should be.
Let me say this.
Stop telling me what things should be based at. You know what I mean? And you're shouting like, I swear, I wish you was right in front of me so I can knock your punk ass out. Little bitches like you just run your mouth. I'm sick and tired of you little punks out there on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Your guys ain't doing nothing but running your mouth. And Afrodamas, I swear, Afrodamas, right now, if I ever catch you, I'm gonna handle you. You know, you keep on to make videos of me, punk. I'll handle your punk ass. You know what I mean? Literally, I have your own people in Gambia beat your ass up and throw you off a building. And you, Judea,
oh man, come on! How you want to run a Pan-African business? Yeah, you still hold American passport.
Bomani, I gotta get in here.
People like you need to listen up and stop running your damn mouth.
Bomani, let me shut that down.
You need to run your mouth. You're literally I'm literally telling you, you don't know nothing about Pan-Africanism. Us coming to Africa and building business in the name of Pan-Africanism, so we shouldn't do business and you be one or the other. What you doing? People like yourself don't know shit about Pan-Africanism.
No, Pan-Africanism is an umbrella where you guys use it to do your private business.
In your mouth.
African.
Bomani, get him on. Let me say this, right?
Listen, no, I'm not gonna do a yelling match with them. I'm not, especially people who have low intelligence. That's why I don't come on YouTube and entertain people, because instead of them talking civil with you, they gotta make stuff up and lie and run their mouth. And that's what I'm dealing with people. So that's why I'm telling people, don't come on here and run your mouth. If anybody have
let me clear.
Anybody post any comments from anybody making another video, I'll just remove you. I don't have time to waste. I have real business and real stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? So most of y'all are literally trolls. Y'all have never done anything in y'all life. All y'all do is literally run your mouth and judge the next person. Y'all wouldn't stand a day in the life of doing the business I'm doing. That's why when anybody run their mouth off, I shut them down. That's why the other guy ran off. He had to even apologize. And then this guy right here, all he wants to do is continue just to argue about nothing. He has nothing valid to say. I mean, he's talking about Pan-African. Oh, who the hell are you? You create rules. You can't be a Pan-Africanist and do business and things like that.
Right.
But at the same time, too, I'm literally just have to start telling people, if you can't tell me within 30 seconds what you're doing to progress Black people, you're getting automatically removed. So Judea, this is your last chance. You have 30 seconds to say to Black people, and where you're progressing Black people, I'm removing you.
Okay, let me say something real quick before you. This is the thing, right? I believe that a Pan-Africanist, they have nothing to do with a white man. And if America is a white man's country, if America is the country that, let me finish, Kala, let me finish. Kala, stay quiet. Come on, man.
I want to
let me finish, man.
I'm sick of
if America is that country that, Kala, let me finish, bro.
No, we live in Black America's here too. You know,
what the hell? Stay quiet. Let me talk.
We have institutions here. We have business here, families here.
Bomani, can you mute these guys? Bomani, can you take him out?
We got people in government and everything. What are you talking about?
Bomani, can you take out Kala? Can you put Kala in the back chat? Let me finish.
So the bottom line is, let me.
Bomani, put him on the back chat. Let me talk, Bomani.
Take it down. I gotta say this. I gotta say this, right? Now, I deal with a lot of Liberians, right? And all of them, right, got U.S. citizenship, right? I can't get them to come back to Liberia permanently. They go to Liberia every year, invest in business and everything. They ain't giving them that U.S. passport. They were born in Liberia, right? They go back there and say you're contributing and building and everything like that. They come there, you meet them. Then, yeah, I'm in the States and whatnot, and I'm back. My uncle, my wife's uncle, he's back in Minnesota, right? In Liberia for like about a month or so, back in Minnesota, right? They ain't giving that thing. They come back to America, enjoy America and everything. But soon,
because they want to be American citizens. But we that do not want to be America anymore. Why not give up your citizenship and move to Africa?
He's doing the same thing Black Bomani's doing, right?
Listen,
he can go back to
the problem is what you're saying is stupid and make no sense. There's no one that's offering us to come to Africa like that. I mean, you can't just go get a passport from any African country just like that. It's not that simple. I've been traveling Africa for a long time, and you do not just get into that. Oh, search for who. All he does is chase passports. So, I mean, whatever he did to get the one in Nigeria and Sierra Leone, that's his business. But not everybody can qualify for what he got, is my point. You know what I'm saying?
And also, when you
what you're talking about, the thing of it is, Jadir, one thing you don't understand is whatever country you're talking about, that country has nothing to offer us. So no one can just give up what they're given. Now we're trying to build programs and trying to build towns.
Can I talk?
Let
me finish because I want you to hear clear. This is not going to be a shot match where you don't analyze.
Just get him off the panel.
You just run your mouth. It's not going to be one of those situations. You already got me losing my train of thought of what I was saying a little while ago. What the hell was I saying? And that's why all this the shouting match, because all he's trying to do is just shout instead of just listen to what we're talking about as a people. Because you're basically telling us we can just give up our passport and come to Africa. And I'm saying that
of course you have to give it up if you believe that Africa is your hometown.
No, listen here. No African country is offering us any passport. And when you get to the country, you have lack of opportunities there. You can't just come there and just make a business work. And you can't just come there. Most countries you're dealing with, you're talking about terrible infrastructure. You're talking about issues with water and electricity. So if you're gonna come, you're gonna have to build things more sustainable for yourself.
Why? But I thought you guys are coming into build. So why at the same time you guys are not staying there? Why are you guys coming back to America?
Why are the Africans living in America for 30 years?
I don't know who you have talked to, but I'm telling you how real things work based on being a person that's been going back and forth and trying to get things going in Africa.
You shouldn't be going back and forward, brother. You should be staying there and doing the walking.
Shut the hell up, you stupid village ass savage. You have you have no respect. You just run your mouth and say stupid stuff. You piece of shit. I wish I could see you so I could slap the shit out of you. It's
Bomani, let me take it.
It's like dumb-ass primitive savage like yourself make all of Africa look like it ain't nothing because you want to run your mouth and things. Now, if people give up their life in America and they come back and they come over to whatever specific African country, are they going to be protected? Do you know how much people we have had been taken advantage of, you know, and things like that? You have no idea how hard this movement is, and you're just going to run your mouth like it ain't nothing. You go learn some damn sense. You and that dumb Afro-dumbers, you guys need to go run and run, because if I ever catch up to y'all punks, I'm literally handling y'all. If I come to one of y'all country and we find y'all, I'm gonna have your own people beat your ass and throw you off and handle you. Listen here, Judea, you or any of you other cowards who want to run your mouth, I'll get your own people in law enforcement or whatever, and you know it only gonna cost it's only gonna cost some chump change.
Bomani, can you put Carl on the back chat? Let me and you talk one on one.
All y'all cowards do is run your mouth. Y'all got run your mouth, and that's why if you're gonna come on here and say anything, you literally have to prove to us what you're building. And you
man, I'm gonna leave, man. I'm gonna leave if you're not gonna give me the room to talk, man.
Anybody? No, you have gotten time to talk, but you have not proven what.
But Carla keep cutting me off. I can't talk because Carla keep cutting me off.
Stupid ass questions and telling us to come to Africa. What are you offering us in Africa? When we come to Cameroon, people like yourself are not even there. What are you offering us? Are we gonna be safe? Are we gonna have infrastructure? Are we gonna have opportunities? Are we gonna be able to do what we need to do? No. So what? So I would advise nobody: do not give your passport.
Can I talk?
The next country, no, you cannot talk because the next country has nothing to offer you. So it makes no sense. And so you need to be focused on working with your country to help your country understand, to incorporate opportunities for Black people from the diaspora.
Okay, let me talk, right? First and foremost, Cameroon is not. Let me talk. First and foremost, Cameroon is not inviting any black damn motherfucker to come to Africa. We're not doing that stuff. We're not begging nobody to come to. We believe that it's only going to be Cameroonians to develop Cameroon. We believe. Let me talk.
Cameroon is a failed state. It's a failed country, and all them people, you know what I mean? And you don't represent the country, so who the hell are you, a little punk trash like you speaking for the country? Like I said, all you do is run your mouth. Run your mouth. Y'all ain't got nothing. Y'all got no balls. Rifleman, welcome to the stream. Let me know if you have anything to say to the.
Hey, let me give Judah. I gotta say something. Hey,
no, but man, I gotta talk first before the apologetic. Put him on the back chat, bro.
You got nothing positive to say.
Bomani, let me finish. Then Carla Genesis can go ahead and talk.
You have nothing to say. You're degenerate. Rifleman, go ahead, brother. Speak your truth.
Thank you. You know, you guys are very patient, letting him back on, Bomani, because look, I've had dealings with Jude, and he's another person. Nah, I'm sorry, Jude.
Yeah, I know you're Jamaican. Go ahead and talk to your brother, Bomani. Go ahead, young man.
Okay. See, this is what he's talking about, Jude. Just be kind and don't act out like a child. That's literally the problem here.
Go ahead and talk on the topic. Go ahead and talk on the topic.
Well, the topic is you come here and show your behind.
No, that's not the topic, young man. I'm gonna cut you off. That's not the topic. Go ahead.
He's right. The topic is trash like you, Judea, coming on here, running your mouth against what we're building, and you have nothing to offer, and you're not building anything.
Exactly.
And people like you should be thankful that we're coming to Africa and trying to make a difference.
No, we are not thankful because you guys are not coming to my hometown. I don't give an F if you come in or not.
Ungrateful piece of trash. That's why. And you should be thankful because a lot of times, many people wouldn't have opportunities if it wasn't more for us coming there doing business. Okay? We as a people got to learn to do business. That's what the show.
You cannot come in with that American passport and claim that you are Pan-Africanist. You have to throw that passport out and take African passport.
You don't know what you're talking about, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
It tells me that you value American passport so much. That's the reason. You value American passport so much. So you don't believe in Pan-Africanism anyway.
And then give up my American passport and come to Cameroon and do what? And suffer.
You have to suffer. Why? I mean, if you want to be Pan-African, that's on you. Give up your American passport because you don't like white people.
Why would I waste my time? I'd rather stay in America than waste my time and come to.
Why stay in America? Then do not come to Africa as a Pan-Africanist. Go to Africa as a passport boy, and that's a fact.
You don't tell Janae, you don't tell me where to come to. I go all over Africa. One place I won't go is that shit old piece of trash country.
Yeah, we don't even want you in Cameroon, bro, because the shit you do in other countries, we wouldn't take that shit in Cameroon,
Jude, you
man.
still have a U.S.
The shit
passport,
you do in
sir.
other countries, we don't take that shit in Cameroon, bro. We will run your ass down if you.
I mean, these guys are the guys that talk a lot of stuff and
Yeah, he needs to calm down because he uses his American passport. So I don't know why he's getting all uppity.
People, it'd be a bunch of us in one country, so don't play around because it'd be like 20 of us roll up on you. What you gonna do?
Jude, you have an American passport and you go around acting like you're big and bad in Africa. So I don't really understand.
Passport because I want to have American passport, but these guys are claiming that they don't like America anymore. Let them give up the American passport then. That's what they are saying.
Why don't you lead the way so we can follow you? Give up your passport.
But you guys are claiming that you guys don't like America anymore. You and color genesis. You guys believe in white supremacy. Why not leave your American passport behind you?
First of all, you don't know the hell. You don't know. You can't generalize us.
I love it. I love the life I got in America. I got a nice house, business, everything. Family, everything. What are you talking about?
The business I can do here, I cannot do in Africa because number one, even when I'm in different countries and trying to do my business for 2 weeks, it's a nightmare. I usually just wait till I get back to do most of the stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you believe in America, then you don't believe in Africa. It means you are not a Pan-Africanist. You believe in yourself, in your own business.
I can tell that, like I said, I can tell that you have no intelligent reasoning. What we do is we bring people and connect people to Africa, help people live and do business, and we have our own projects that we're building so we can eventually move, live, and do business. And that's our community we have. So these are the things that we do. So when you're talking to people, be clear about what they do. Everything that we do, establish and explain. So I'm doing what we need to do to make the movement move. People like yourself are contributing nothing. As a matter of fact, Kala, what you wanted to say, because they kept on cutting you off.
Okay, this is what I want to say, right? Every African I know got a U.S. passport, right? They're free to go to the continent, right? Participate in Pan-Africanism, doing stuff like that, right? Nobody bothers them, right? But so as African Americans, they know we got a position of power and strength in America, right? We can't be stripped, we can't be deported and everything. When we get involved with Africa, give them a U.S. passport, give them a U.S. passport to be at the mercy of these freaking village idiots, you know? And so that's why we say we're building our own infrastructure on the African continent, and it's working. You know, the bottom line, more and more people starting to see the light. Remember something: all the people that think that you're going to go to Africa and not link up with like-minded people who are Pan-Africans, Black nationalists, and Black power advocates, when you're going to deal with people like Judah and Zongo over there. And they could have said, "I was told by my parents, stay away from Black America, not criminals." For Black America, they'll go to decent Black America and say that to them, right? That's serious, you know? That's serious. We were told to say it. And what gets me is these are grown-ass men, right? When you are growing up, right, you have a discernment. This is what I think about the world. I'm going to come to America. I'm going to stay away from the wrong people. These people will be like, when they're 40, talking about my parents told me this. And like I said, their parents told them a lot of stuff, right? And guess what? Their countries are failing. You know, their parents never created no jobs. They elected the wrong leaders. Their countries look like filth and whatnot, and trash all over the place and everything. You know, there's open defecation. The parents didn't teach them about that, right? Parents don't teach them basic manners. There's a certain way you talk to people if you want to relate to people. That's a savage. Somebody basically comes say something like this: "Oh, I was told to stay away from Black America." Whoa, you know, I would never say something like that about another race, but even if I don't like them, you know. I would never even go to a white person and say, you know something, I was told the white man's the devil, whatever. I would never say something like that. That's not decent. That's what you don't say in public and not, you know. These people don't care anything about Black America. They don't care about each other. They'll say something like that, right? That's basically, when you say something like that, all bets are off. You was told that to stay away from, and you told me that? You know, it's like somebody saying, going up to your girl saying, you know, your girl got a fat ass, I like to fuck that. You know, dude, man, those are fighting words. You don't say stuff like that. Or I think your mother, you say something about somebody's mother, your mother's a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Your mother may be a bitch, but you don't go saying that. These people have no boundaries, no anything. They don't know any sort of basic civility and everything. And like I said, and Africans on the continent are not like that. They're really nice people. But somehow when they come to America, right, I guess that's an offensive. I was told to stay away from you. That makes you feel superior? That makes you feel better? How do we know you're not a criminal coming here? We know you're not a bad
exactly. And I mean, the thing of it is, while he's saying that, brother, he's being proud of it while he's saying that at the same time to literally just
being proud of it. I was told stay away from you people
that,
like that.
Where I live at, all of this is going on. I mean, and I've never seen this. I'm like, well, you have not been around all 50 states and you have not seen all the different parts of the country. It's pretty impressive when you make your way around outside of the urban areas.
Right. Like I said, Virginia.
It's sad that people like himself, they come here and kind of they won't reach out to do anything positive with you and I. They're just liberty. And then the thing of it is, you're in Liberia, I'm in Ghana, and we're in other countries, and we're doing positive, progressive things. You know what I'm saying? And instead of saying, "Oh, thank you for coming to," you know what I mean? Like if somebody was on here and then they say that, I went to Jamaica and I did some wonderful things to the folks here and things like that, you'll say, "Thank you, appreciate it, man."
Appreciate it.
And then you'll say that's what we as a people need to do. We need to do outreach to other countries.
Yeah, they have no class, no fucking class. They're low lives. We're getting, unfortunately, African, the very gutters.
I mean, we're not some of the people, some of the ones that I do business with and connect with, good people, and that's why I'm telling people we're not here to generalize. And what they were doing with generalizing was saying about like you never hear me preach. I talk about America, and certain things, but it's like I never, you don't see me on here preaching like America's this, America's bad, like you've never seen me this point.
We both never did it. And saying you should make our money here. This country giving us a lot.
Because I believe that Black people, wherever you are, we should figure a way how to create opportunities for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're, and then also beyond us where you are physically, then do something international outreach, and then the more different ones of us that could do that, then we can get somewhere. But it's like, when you're talking to these people, they're believing all these negative things that people are saying. I'm telling people, you get out here and try to do some real business. You're gonna have people who are gonna hate on you. They're gonna say certain things, and some people they're upset. They're like, well, this guy, this guy, here he goes again in this other country. Here he goes again, talking about, he's working on investors to do land projects and things like that, and talk about my projects fail. The thing of it is, when you start doing a project for a few years, it's not failure. You go through whatever you have to go through and get that project done little by little. So what are you gonna say 10 years from now when we have cities and we have towns and we have things like that? It was based on the hard work now.
It's happening now. It's happening now all over the continent. You got African Americans going to South Africa with Mark Bland, buying multi-million-dollar homes, building communities over in South Africa. It's happening. So the bottom line, we got this African trash. That's what it is. You got white trash, black trash, and you got African trash. They come here, they follow people like Afro dumbass or whatnot, and they're nothing but trash, And so the bottom line, I have no respect for trash. And I'm not going to try to reach out to you. You're not my brother. We have in common.
I mean, the fact that he was trying to come on the channel, I wanted to listen to what he has to say, because I'm saying, brother, and I'm just like, you know what I mean? It's whatever. We talk about everybody. I mean, but anything that we have to say about people is in perspective. And what he's guilty of, Afro dumbass is guilty of, is literally, you know what I'm saying, with that Akata news foolishness, disrespecting my ancestor Garvey, and literally making it seem like, what I'm saying, that we're full of just like, hood rats in America.
Yeah, he's taking a white man.
We're gonna come
white supremacy talking points,
and that's not true. And that's him being around a bunch of white people. What kind of Black person lives up there?
He sits around white people, white supremacists, saying Black jokes, and when he walks out of the room, they call him a nigga himself. He's like, we have Black people in America like that. They think that they have one special.
They use sellouts like that, man. The thing about it,
Black America too. They think like that, They think all the Black. I'm the special Black person. I grew up in the suburbs. I grew up with niggas like that,
Yeah, the thing about him, like I mentioned to you, and I'm being real. I'm not even joking. I'm not making this up. Afro dumbass, literally, he got, literally a white family brought him over here. That's why he lives up there in Washington State. An old white family brought him on over so they can sexually use them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You heard just like that guy in Gambia that talk about he gets with men and women and things like that. That's people like Afro dumbass. People like himself have no morals. They'll literally let people do all kind of nasty stuff to them just to come to America, and then they'll turn around and then
you can tell by his
but the thing of it is, but he turn around and then he start being on the Black people, like Black people have done something to him. People
First of all, let me say this. First of all, it's that FBA talking points, right? Because bottom line is this: most Black people in America are either we don't believe FBA. FBA means we don't believe that we're Africans and Africans are the enemy. We don't believe that. What we are saying is those Africans that make it a point. Yeah, Afrikaans can shut his YouTube channel down and be the end of it. You know, he can stop doing what he's doing and be the end of it. We don't persecute Africans. The FBA people, ADOS people, they don't like Africans. They want to persecute Africans.
Exactly, brother. You'll never see me down with any of those movements. I'm down with a movement trying to collect my black people across the world. So anybody want to say anything about myself, they got it completely wrong, because at the end of the day, I'm on your side, and that's what I'm telling people. Why you're fighting me? I'm on your side. I'm somebody
like that. They see us as the enemy.
Like I tell people, go to the country and say, do Bomani come in and be about business, or you come here look down on people? I've never gone to any country and looked down on people. I'm always trying to say, hey, let's try to do some stuff to help ourselves as a people, not like as a people.
When I'm in Liberia, people just flock around, listen to what I gotta say. Gave me so much friendship and brotherhood and love and everything like that, And I tell them and I just admire what a great people they are and stuff like that. I'm always saying things, I'm always trying to help out. And I don't put it on camera if I give somebody a homeless a few dollars I'm not putting it on video saying, look what I did and everything. I let the people have their dignity it's not respect. And every time I see an elder, something like that, I always ask him what his last name is, and I call him Mr. That's respect. Somebody else will call, and same Liberian will call him, he just, no, but that person's an older man and whatnot. I'm going to give him respect and whatnot, Hi, Mr. Such and Such. Hi, Mr. Such and Such. And respectfully shake his hand, and respectfully give a thing. That's what I was raised to do. I'm not going to raise it, talk about because you come from a poor country, you're poor, I'm better than you, or not, Africans have this thing. They're so full of vanity. Africa, the ones that travel to America, unfortunately, are full of vanity, I got this. It doesn't matter, a person, I can respect somebody who don't have two dimes to rub together. I look at your character, what type of person you are, what type of people you are. These people don't look at that like that. Oh, right away they'll talk about, I got this business, I got that business. That makes you a better person,
Well, you also talk about when they come in.
We got to defend ourselves. Yeah, I got a business like that. But why are we even on that level? The bottom line, whether a black person in America is working two jobs, don't have an education, right? You look at a person's character, who he is as a person. Africans don't look like that, They look down on people who are working for a living and everything. Okay, well, Chinese got all these good. I'm helping the Chinese people in this country. I can run a Chinese restaurant. Those people back there slaving, You don't know what they all live in one house and whatnot for years, getting very low pay because they got paid back that
other people's success, brother. Unfortunately,
I'm saying I wish everybody says Chinese. We put a lot of money in Chinese hands every year and whatnot. I'm not jealous of them. That's just being a decent human being, So Chinese. So we're supposed to run the Chinese out of the black communities and everything.
Yeah, 75% of everything that we have in our house is made in China.
Everything Chinese,
everything here, the mouse, the mic.
Your Samsung is made in Korea.
The monitor, this fancy TV here, all of these webcams, this whole studio is all, I mean, and I'm not gonna knock their hustle, especially if they can produce things that that are needed and things like that. But we as a people got to get away from the negative mentality. Just because you came here from whatever country, whether it's me from Jamaica or yourself from whatever part of Africa, you come in and you may run into a few black people that treat you bad and treat you a certain way. That, for me personally, that has never defined what this country is about. It's what it is. You're going to deal with ignorant stupidity. Just like when I go to Africa and I deal with village idiots and savages, that doesn't represent the entire country in whatever country I go. That's just that set of ignorant people tearing buildings down and doing what they're doing. And so on. That's what I love about Pan-Africanism, because Pan-Africanism, you can connect with the right set of people and build something more global. Because it's not like you need everybody involved.
We just need key people like Sango. We definitely need African
and we're doing good business. And the government and other people appreciate it, because we're not coming there. We come there, you show your passport, you get into the country. If we're doing bad stuff and doing terrible things, you're not getting through the country back and forth and coming here. That shows a sign of just being an honorable person and out there working. It's not, talk about skills. Skills are defined in many different ways. The skills that we do as far as technology and business is impeccable. Whether you're a scientist or engineer, you may not be able to even do the kind of things that we do. You could be a pilot, you're not going to figure these things out. So it's like, respect professions and things like that. No, and what we're doing also, we're building a family enterprise for generations. Let me see what you're building for your family, what you're building for your community and your people. I have people who have moved from America and live in Africa because of what we have built, and they're enjoying their life. You know what I mean? A lot of people living well. Some people are going through certain things, but that's when we are creating this energy, which we should have been focusing on. And apologize, family. Literally have to deal with these people because it's an important thing that we have to deal with. We can always talk about more about but honestly, what I want to add on to that, this is why the Liberian Civil War happened, because people like ourselves are building an incredible country, and then we have people who are jealous and hateful. Instead of saying let's work with the system, they say I'm going to overthrow the system so they could be in power. And then what have that done for one of the most incredible countries that we've ever seen in the world, Liberia? It has devastated it. So now this is a new generation of people looking to infuse energy. And I'm expecting these brothers to come on here so we can talk about a country that's been influenced in their country, Liberia. And instead of them talking about that, they're talking about, they came to America and they had certain bad experience. So now you're going to think that me and Kala's about that. We don't push no ADOS and FBA. We push Pan-Africanism. We're always trying to show love to our brothers and sisters in Africa. So I'm telling people who are watching, just because you may hear us say one or two things, that's not us. That's us talking about specific stuff, not us generalizing, a whole country saying, oh, all these people in this country is this way, that way. No one is even doing those things. But the fact that Afrodamas try to literally come and separate us, people like himself because they feel like he's some kind of voice. I mean, he has low subscription. Nobody's really even watching him.
Yeah, he can barely get like 80 people on his
point, he's taking on to Tariq. You know what I mean? And things like that. Tariq is not in the Gambia.
He thinks he's gonna link up with Just Pearl. He tried to link up with Tariq on some anti-Pan-African
people like himself, they're gonna look at it as a degenerate.
Nobody's gonna
like a fake cornball rapper.
Somebody asked tribal Colin, what's your tribal roots in Africa? Have you done I did my DNA test. Most of my ancestors.
And that's why I'm not doing any of that stuff, because I'm not into the tribal thing. Like, I don't want to be.
Well, I just wanted to know.
That's fine. But to my point, the people we've already defined everything. Is what is your tribe? What is all that? Like all that.
I don't believe in all that.
Just like I don't come here and push where I'm from and everything and push all that. I push Pan-Africanism for us to have a vehicle where we can connect together and figure some stuff out and do some good business with each other. And what we have proven is the good business that we're doing is helping and building energy. So when people say, hey, that's a little bit of money, well, what are you building in your own economy? How much business have you brought back to your own country? So just like I would never challenge somebody who's in Jamaica back and forth doing business, say, oh, what you're doing is a little small thing. No, I mean, even if you brought a box of school supplies, thank you very much. Appreciate the energy. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you can encourage more people to do some good. Just like ourselves, we just get up and go places, and we don't have any emotional ties. We're doing for the good, because it's important that we push public relations across Africa. When I'm showing up in museums and historical places, when we're paying for visas, we're supporting the energy of the country. So what I would love for our people to do is show us some love and respect when they come on here and say, thank you for coming to Africa. Thank you for coming to the country and being a part of the future. Instead, what you get is hate and did you run and did you do this? I'm like, yo, I want you to think for yourself. If I'm wanted anywhere, I cannot just be in and out of the country, moving around, doing the things that I do. And I can't be having myself as a single parent with a child moving around. These people don't understand the foolishness that they do can put yourself in jeopardy and things because they're pushing out propaganda. Like one time, brother, like dead serious, I had child services call me, because of nigger peeing video, literally, stuff like that. I mean, now you and I, you may have a disagreement, we had an issue with me, but it's like now you're playing dirty now because you got my child involved. And you got my and you're jeopardizing business that other black people in Africa are getting. So are you really helping people? No. What you're doing is you're being jealous and hateful. You're being destructive. And that's what I want people to understand when they listen. I know there's a bunch of arguing back and forth, but it's important that we address these issues. Some people just are not with us.
We're fighters. We're warriors. We're fighters and whatnot, We're fighters. You understand people, I come from this side. Yo, Black America has seen real war. World War I, World War II, the Civil War, War of 18.
Real war, brother. Those are real war. When you
real war. We've been through
it, as a black man, and you don't have no choice but to be on the front line, fighting a war that you have nothing to do with.
You understand who the Harlem Hellfighters were? Who the Harlem Hellfighters were? We're not just some punks you can put over when I. My family came from the Carolinas, strongest black men to ever live. Went to New York and built New York City, you know? And so the bottom line is this. The bottom line is we're not punks, you know? Don't try to pull some, oh, well, you got this. No, you come for us, bro, you better be ready, you know? Because that's what I'm saying. Because we do got the majority of black Africans on our side. They're back in Bomani and college. They're not listening to Afro dumbass. The majority of Africans see the light. You know, let's see the light. And like I said, what we have is nothing but a bunch of race traders and people think they're going to get next to white people. The white man invited me, white man, all these fucking race traders, you know, got to go. You know, I don't want anything to do with them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to, there's no more negotiation.
This one is a race trader right here, Judea Empire.
What he's
empire
a
I want to know what empire he's building, brother.
Fucking Hebrew Israelite of Cameroon. Now, you know, all this fucking nonsense and everything. Like I said, these guys hold U.S. passports. They date white women. They go to Europe and whatnot. You know, Europe. All you see is these guys up in Paris and whatnot, dating with the white girls and dating with us. They're making videos about it and whatnot. You know, going around places and whatnot. Talking about, do you like African dudes, African women in Switzerland? Do you like African dudes going to Ukraine? It's like, what's wrong going back to your own country and marrying your own goddamn women? You know, all over the world, all this kind of foolishness. All those stupid Nigerian. You see one big Nigerian dude that's always dancing, shaking his ass in front of white women and whatnot. He needs to put a thing so I'm a Nigerian degenerate. I'm not African American and everything like that. So people would know, you know, that that nigga right there, he didn't come up in the Black American Pan-African culture. That's a fucking buffoon, a clown, you know. And we're gonna start drawing lines, you know. That dude right there is a disciple of Afro dumbass. He gets up there and shakes his ass in front of white women and whatnot, and they say, like, you know, you see that freaking clown, a Nigerian dude that's always out there with the big muscles and everything. That's the Afro dumbass types. That's the friggin' Zondo types, you know. That's the Judea types, you know. All this fucking fool. Any black man that got any pride, any self-respect and everything like that, they hate black men like us, you know, that hold the line. You know, we're about our people. We want to see all our people rise above all this, you know. And these people, we play a video where a guy talked about he don't see any prospects for Africa. Instead of getting on saying, I got some ideas, I got some, they come over here coming at us, ask you stupid questions. You know, this is what the problem is. You know, so literally, watching, you know, what's he gonna say about this now? You know, because bottom line, he's going down. He was nowhere in the beginning.
These brothers ain't Pan-Africanists. What they do, I don't think they understand the definition of what Pan-Africanism. The company Africa for Africa is a Pan-African company. It connects black people to Africa and do a whole lot of business in Africa. Blacks are Pan-African community, creating jobs and opportunities for black people in Africa and creating relocation opportunities for black people in the African diaspora. All Pan-African business. You know, the technology business I do, I'm working with black companies, black small business and black folks doing things, trying to get them up. You know, you're doing, you know, and no matter what you do, these people always have something to say because they're not.
Oh, he just said, look at Zondo. Look at Zondo. He exposed himself. He goes, put his comment up there. He says, who loves white women than black men? College joking when he comes, right? So I don't know any black men, bros I know that date white women. You know, what are you talking about?
I don't have them in my crew either.
You know, I'm saying you must be. This dude's watching too much pornography.
Yeah, I mean, what you're doing is just pushing stereotypes.
You know, bottom line, you watch too much porn and whatnot. You know, real black men don't mess with.
I think they got us confused with some other people, and I'm telling people, whoever y'all have this stuff confused with, you go holler at them, because the thing that y'all accusing us of is not what we're doing. And that's not what we're about. We have the big banner right there, Pan-Africanism towards nations, Africa for Africans, Black African Infrastructure Organization. What more Pan-African and Black power than you get beyond that? We're in it. You and I just came back from West Africa last month.
Right.
Tell people that, I mean, people wouldn't believe the amount of money you spend. And then myself was there with a whole group.
Yeah, thousands of dollars, man. Into
love.
Black hands.
I mean, we didn't have to go to Africa and spend the money. We could have spent it in Florida. We could have spent it here in Georgia. We could have spent it somewhere else.
And if you do see, we see these guys lie so much or whatnot. You do not see no black men and white women together on a large scale in America. You don't see it.
I mean, they live in these weird places like Utah and Washington State.
Yeah,
all kind of weird stuff goes on there. How about you come and live on the real East Coast?
Well,
Deliver some of
hold
the
on.
people
Before you hold on.
Go
Hey,
ahead, brother.
I'm gonna have to push back a little bit because I live in Oregon, but I'm not a weirdo like these types. You know, I
You
live,
accepted.
but one thing I'm gonna say is like somebody like Jude, like the more personal details I hear about this guy, it's disturbing. Like he lives in Utah, which other Africans live in Utah, but they don't make buffoons of themselves. Like he delivers DoorDash for white people, all that. So him trying to, and Kyler spoke to this, where some Africans feel a sense of vanity, or like they're better than other Africans on this planet because they got an American passport and all this other foolishness. and and so he delivers literal McDonald's to white people, and he thinks he's better than somebody because he gets to go to Cameroon and stunt. And it's really sad. And one thing I've taken,
all eyes, man, brother, on the air, when you go to the airport.
Cameroon is nothing
Some of these Africans up.
to brag about. Cameroon is nothing to brag about, brother.
They think they're better than the average African because they can go to the United States. They come back, and there's a lot of resentment in Africa. But they call it in Liberia, they call them Decembries. People come back and they act like they're big and bad and whatnot, and they're like, yeah, we'll snatch that U.S. passport from you and let you come to Liberia and live like us and whatnot. And they're like, oh no, I gotta get back to the U.S. and whatnot, And then there's some Liberians who do the right thing, go back there and invest and help in the community and everything like that, So it's all things. But the problem is the Africans that we keep bumping heads with are those fake ass Africans, right? They've been around for a long time. They come to America, the UK, and everything like that. They contribute nothing to the racial discourse. They think the white man's going to win. The white man's falling. The white man, his world is falling. And the Black America right now, we survived all this. We thrive everything they threw at us. They threw everything, cracked everything. We're still rising. We're still succeeding. And now for us to be doing this in Africa and whatnot and have an influence on Africa, they don't like the fact that we have influence in Africa, because a lot of the talking points you see now where Africans are questioning the French and everything are coming from the discourse they're seeing online. And even the fact that we clown Phil Scott and whatnot, I got to give him credit. Because of him, because his big platform, a lot of Africans say, yeah, why are we thinking like that? He has a huge following in Africa and everything like that. Donnie Samir, he has a huge following too. We criticize Donnie, even Pan-African strikes back. So bottom line is black people from America that's creating the discourse, because without us or whatnot, Africans wouldn't know the question. They wouldn't know the question. The same old. We're saying, hey, well, what are you guys doing? Why are you guys letting them take the minerals out? And these discussions that's being happening, and Africans looking at that saying, so right, and they're going off on their own. And they listen to people like Julius Malema and stuff like that. They're giving people like that a voice and everything. So this Pan-African stuff they hate. They want to discredit us. That's why they want to basically talk about misrepresent Liberia. See, if you let them come here, this is what I'm like. Then we just broke it down in the earlier show, how everything they say about Liberia's life. Matter of fact, I feel confident. Let's play some more of those anti-Black America videos about Liberia. I'm going to break it. And I pause them. That's a lie right there. And I got the information, because I've actually studied the country. So they already got their dates right. They don't have their stuff right. They have nothing right. They did the first video. They weren't even using Liberia. They were using the Sand people, the Bushman people in the Kalahari as indigenous Liberians. That's a friggin' disgrace.
They were perfect, man. We can get back to the video and continue on the video and break it down some more.
Yeah.
As we're done with these folks, we've said more than enough, and none of them have brought anything strong to the table.
They got lost. They laid off. They got their ass kicked, handed to them, and whatnot. Go back to Africa, dumbass, for some more lessons and whatnot.
I mean, the biggest thing you're gonna tell me to do is give up my American passport and move to Africa, and that's it.
Yeah, but they don't tell themselves when they go to Africa stunting to give them that U.S. passport. But they want African Americans who earn the passport through slavery and everything else. When that passport is a birthright, yeah, we're gonna use that to our friggin' advantage. We got the U.S. passport, right? The most powerful passport in the world. We can go anywhere in the world and whatnot. That's what it is, and we ain't giving that shit up. Live with it.
That's perfect, man. Well said, brother. Well said. And we're gonna break down some more of we talk about past history and future. But the main thing is the current present is what we're dealing with the people that we dealt with the last 2 hours. We're talking about them. Literally, those are literally the people blocking us from what we need to do and build in Africa, because they're so against anything progressive. As a matter of fact, the best way I can once again compare some of these people's mindset on is the fact that, you know, when we, as soon as we building things, then they want to come and tear. You know, we saw the video that we played right there in Cape Coast, where the Hebrew Israelite at Asasipa there got their buildings torn down with no level of order, and people could drum up the kind of reasons and excuses. But this is what you see.
And everybody's laughing at those Hebrew brothers in Ghana or whatnot. They got their thing below. They're freaking justifying people walking in, taking computers, taking equipment out, and everything like that. Nowhere in the civilized world is that freaking okay. No one just came there when they start bulldozing and taking their stuff out. And when I didn't say, okay, we'll give you time to get your stuff out, no nothing and everything, just come there and just bulldoze something like that. This is the reason why they could do this is because I'm not one of these so-called Pan-Africans that let people shit on our people, right, in the name of Pan-Africa. I won't do that, you know. Pan-Africanism is a two-way street, you know. If we can work together and everything like that and respect each other, then Pan-Africanism will work. Pan-Africanism don't mean that you come and take a shit on Black America and basically say, oh, if you say something about it, you're not a Pan-Africanist. I don't know where that fake Pan-Africanists come from. You know, call me what you want to do. I'm not one of those Pan-Africanists. You know, I'm not a freaking clown. I'm not a buffoon. You know, if you guys want to like that, there's this whole thing. People feel like they can disrespect Black America. For some reason, everybody thinks they can respect us. Then when they hear this side, somebody like me talking and whatnot, they get scared. They're like, oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, millions of us think like this. You know, and I'm trying to give you fair warning, because the bottom line is this: we're a very peaceful people, very loving people, but you don't want to turn on you. Most Black people don't care about ADOS FBA. We're still Team Pan-Africanists. We still love Africa. We love our African heritage and everything. But you guys will stop this nonsense and everything with your foolishness and everything. You know, you're gonna see a side of this you're not gonna like.
There you go, brother. Absolutely. And we gotta handle these punks, man. Literally. So when people think that we're just yelling and screaming, now we're just handling these punks because
I'm not trying to scare nobody, but keep running your mouth. You know, I'm told to come over here and not to hang around you guys and whatnot. I would like to play basketball with you guys, but I was told not to. A grown ass fucking man.
That's how weak some of these punks are.
They're fucking weak.
Tell them what,
these guys are fucking weak.
Are you going to continue to let white devils tell you what to do? Are you going to continue to have them just literally just divide us and literally just?
All these guys are nothing but a bunch of sissies. They're a bunch of sissies. They're sissies, you know. They're not going for
what do you have to say now, Judea? I mean, what do you honestly have to say?
Are you a sissy, Jania?
Do you have a twat between your legs?
You a sissy?
You married to a white devil woman?
Of course, I mean I like white bunnies. I prefer snow. Can I talk? I prefer snow bunnies than you guys, man. You guys are full of shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like white people reason far better than FBA.
You love your enemy. You love your enemy.
They're not our enemy, bro. How are they our enemy? You guys are keeping their passport. Why are you guys keeping their passport, bro?
Right?
You sound like Afro dumbass. You and Afro dumbass got the most feminine voice I've ever seen. You guys sound like girls.
Why you guys have their passport and you say we love them? You guys also love them as well, right?
No, we don't. No, we don't.
They used to the white man butt breaking them. That's why they act like that.
Don't you guys keep their passport though?
Don't
you guys have their passport?
What are you offering me in what part of Africa?
I don't have to offer you anything. You're the one preaching about Pan-Africanism. You don't want to be with a white man. Why not abandon everything and go to where Africans at and be with them instead of keep coming back and forward, having their passport and all of that? You have to cut that with the biblical cord, man.
That's how you build business. That's how you build business.
No, it means you don't value Africans. It means you value the white man's product. So that's what it is.
Why do you have a U.S. passport,
I'm using my platform and my establishment set up here in Africa
says a refugee from the U.S.
Kala, stay quiet. Me and Bomani is a nice guy. I like talking to Bomani better.
I don't be liked by you. I don't give a shit about you.
Man, you shut up, man. Hey, Bomani, put Kala on the back chat, bro. Bomani, put Kala on the back chat.
I'm a mean motherfucker, you know? Yeah, they call me Carl Thanos for a reason.
Bomani, put Kala on the back chat. Let's talk, man.
Nah, I'm not going on that chat.
Bomani, can you please put Kala on the back chat? Let's talk.
Judea, hold on, and what we're gonna do, hold on in the video, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna play something so you can watch it, so we can, because what we have to do, honestly, brother, I know we have our disagreements and issues of people.
Yeah, no problem, man.
But we have to, we have to get to a common ground where we can move forward, because one of the things we're gonna talk about, which is Liberia, and and I wanted to definitely get your. This is a part of a video. So, Kyle, let me just continue where I left off at. Here we go.
Construction of
All right, no problem.
Although two of the most deadly to communism or administrations, the U.S. government had poured billions of dollars into developing Liberian infrastructure.
Okay. Let me stop right there. Stop right there. That's a lie. The United States government never gave any money towards Liberia. Liberia developed its infrastructure on its own, particularly when Firestone was there and the bone mines was opened up. Liberia was the only country in Africa that had a favorable balance of trade. The United States didn't give billions of dollars. The United States didn't give billions of dollars to any country at the time. So basically, they're lying. They make it say the United States gave money to develop Liberia. If Liberia, this is what I'm talking about. People talk about Liberia like America helped Liberia. Liberia is the only country that was developed before the World Bank, before the IMF was even created. You know? All the rest of the countries in Africa post World War II were part of the Bretton Woods. I bet you Judah don't even know what the Bretton Woods institutions are because he's ignoramus.
Most of them don't study or read, so
he doesn't study and read, so he doesn't know anything about history and whatnot. You know, the Bretton Woods institutions started the Marshall Plan and everything to rebuild Europe. Right, part of that was when Europe began giving so-called fake independence to Africa. There was a transition where they basically gave Africa some loans to do things like power plants, hydro dams and stuff like that, infrastructure and everything, to basically make the transition from colonial to independence rule, right? Liberia was already pretty much developed by the time that happened in the early 50s, okay? So this idea that the United States gave Liberia billions of dollars is a freaking lie, from a pit of hell. They want to give Liberia credit for developing its own country. They want to give America the credit for developing Liberia. America neglected Liberia. America's investment in Liberia wasn't even that significant. The biggest investments in Liberia was in the iron ore industry, was the bone mines and the Bomani mines.
Man, stop talking, man. Black Americans never did anything for Liberia anyway. That's why it got crumbled. What the heck are you talking about?
Okay.
Come on, man. You guys couldn't even run a smaller country. The white man gave you Liberia as a smaller country. You guys cannot take care of it. What the heck are you talking about?
Well, Judea, before you continue on that, Liberia did have 40 years of strong rule. The country began to crumble when you have, when you had a village idiot named Samuel.
No. It crumbled when you guys were running the shit because you guys don't know how to take care of it.
Bomani, why don't we show him, to shut him up, the wealth of Liberia, 1974? Why don't we show
Let me tell you what happened. Yeah, people went over there. They caused discrimination. They were discriminating. Hold on, Kala. Yeah, people went over there and they were causing discrimination. Kala, hold on. Yeah, people were discriminating against the aborigines of Liberians, the native Liberians. Yeah, people were discriminating against them. The people did not like that. Let me tell you what happened.
Building schools. Hey, Judah, can you name me 5 institutions that were in Liberia? Can you name me 5 institutions?
I mean, are you gonna let me talk?
Can you name me 5 institutions in Liberia?
Look, let me make my statement. Right, what happened is, people went over. People. Let me talk, man. Let me talk. Oh man, people. Oh, Bomani, go ahead and talk with this guy, man. I can't talk with this guy.
He can't name 5 institutions, but he's going to be an expert on Liberia tonight.
Well, let him be the expert on Liberia, because the thing of it is, we just need to hear from everybody, regardless if we agree with them or not. So, Judea, explain to us, since you have valid information on what
I'm
happened in
trying to
Liberia.
explain, but these guys have a myopic membrane. He just believes that he knows everything. He's not even African, but because he want to talk more on African, as if he knows what went wrong over there. What went wrong in Liberia was the fact that these people that came in, they thought they knew how to run the country, but they did not. They drove all the Liberian natives that were found on the coast of Africa. They chased them out of Monrovia. They chased them out into the interlands. They took over that land and claim it and run. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Let me finish, bro. God damn. God damn.
I know the history of Liberia, bro.
How you gonna let me talk?
You call it.
Because you're a bunch of idiots. Lying.
Bro. Bomani, put this guy on the back chat, man. I'm not gonna talk with this guy like this, man.
We have to let him complete all his thoughts of what he's saying. So, I mean, we just literally have to give him a few minutes to just complete all of it. So, I mean, break it down, brother, because we're here to analyze what you're saying. So,
exactly. What happened is they chased these people out of from their coastal land, chased them out into the interland, and occupied all the things that the natives used to own. And this is what happened. They brought in a lot of blacks from America, and they took over the government, right? Out of a sudden, the government was so conservative in the sense that native Liberians, that's the original Liberians, could not get into the government. They could not own anything in Monrovia. They could not have any job in Monrovia. There was a lot of discrimination. These people were discriminating against them, and this is what happened. The war started. People started talking, and war started, and a lot of things started getting come. Kala or whatever you call yourself, stay quiet, man.
University of History. You know, they chased them out of the government. Do you know that the African Americans and diasporas created the government, bro, in the first place?
Come on, bro. You guys didn't run nothing in Liberia. I mean, you guys messed it up. Liberia was a prosperous country till you guys came over there and burned everything down.
Judea, that's when I have to mute you, because you're just talking out of ignorance. So, Khaled, someone has to talk. So you just go ahead and talk, and then.
The bottom line is this: I want you to find that video of both of Liberia. Do you need me to find it?
Yeah, I mean, you have to find it. So go ahead and say what you have to say to him.
Yeah, the bottom line is this, right? The Liberians established a country in 1847 after 25 years of assistance from the semi-assistance from the American Colonization Society. There's also two other settlements in states. One was Maryland and one was Mississippi. Okay, those were independent territories and everything. They had their own government and everything. And then they all eventually merged into one state called Liberia. Republic of Liberia, right? That's what happened, right?
1847.
Yeah, well, the Maryland didn't become until 1857, 10 years later, Maryland. So Liberia was basically a small strip of coastline with Grand-Bassa and up to Grand-Bassa. Then Sino and the rest of them was part of Mississippi in Africa. And then there was Maryland, which was the largest territory in the South, okay? And then Maryland was governed by a man named John Brown Roswell. He was a Jamaican American, and he was a governor of Maryland. He turned it into a thriving. In fact, some people estimate that Maryland in Africa was probably one of the most advanced civilizations the world's ever seen. Okay, and they built nice stone churches and cathedrals are still there and everything. And the colony basically made a lot of money through commerce. There was basically Maryland in Africa was probably the best run government on the continent. It basically, they said, surpassed Cape Town and Durban at the time. You know, that's what happened in Maryland. And Maryland became part of the Republic of Liberia after a couple of incidents when they ended up becoming. They didn't want to. They wanted to stay independent because for some reasons. But the bottom line is this: you got this Roswell. There's a goddamn lie, because he knows his people were doing absolutely nothing at the time and everything like that. While this country was basically, this is what I'm talking about. This is why you can never build anything. The Africans, right? The same thing they hate about Paul Kagame. Ask them what they think about Paul Kagame. They all hate Paul Kagame. Why? Because Rwanda is becoming a nice, successful country, you know. And the bottom line is, people like Ross Moyes is angry, say Paul Kagame is a tyrant and everything like that. All the failures in Africa are on YouTube and everything, and they want to tear down anything that's successful in Africa. They hate Liberia and they hate Rwanda. and they hate what countries like Botswana. Any country that's doing well, that people are happy and everything like that, they want to tear it down. You know, that's what you have with these travelers. This guy Judah doesn't know anything. I thought he was going to give me some little history. Like, he doesn't know anything about the history of Liberia.
I mean, because he's saying he's the thing of it is what he's misunderstanding is that there was no Liberian government or no Liberia.
There was no Liberia.
Black people from the African diaspora. From the African
there wasn't no country as Liberia, but there were people living on that area called Liberia. That area was already developed. That area was already getting developed by the natives themselves. What the heck are you talking about? That people were living in that place.
Liberia is an empty country. There's less than 70,000 people at the time, indigenous people at the time.
Exactly. People were living on that piece of land before the people came through.
Liberia town was 80,000 square miles. It was twice the size it is not now. It was only 70,000 to 80,000 people living in whole in the hinterlands. What are you talking about? Somebody took the land.
No, what are you talking about? This guy has no clue. You just read things on paper and you believe you have a history of Liberia. Bro, you shut up. Bomani, put this guy on the back chat. Let me go ahead and talk.
I mean,
Bomani, can you put this guy on the back chat? Let me go ahead and talk.
What you're doing is you're not explaining anything. You just can't.
Bomani, put this guy on the back chat. Let me explain to you how Liberia is.
No, don't let me tell you. How about you go ahead and explain? We're listening.
Can you put him on the back chat because he's gonna keep talking?
No, let's talk all the way. Go ahead.
Man.
Also, Judea, what you got to do, you got to put things in proper perspective because you're scrambling. I mean, you're talking about our people took over government. Our people built the government from the African diaspora. That shows you the ingenuity of
look, Liberian, the native Liberians community, they had a kingdom in that place called Monrovia. What Monrovia is, there used to be a little kingdom over there. The native owned it. Before you guys came, those kingdoms were already running that piece of land, and they were doing actually perfect. But because the people that came from America came with a European mindset, a mentality that they believe that they are the only ones that know how to govern shit, run a country, they end up chasing all these people out and their culture and changing Monrovia into a white man's country, making it like a white where they came from. Which that was what they did not even. This was where the problem started because the natives started getting the things weren't working. People were getting dissatisfied. That was where problems started coming from one president to another. Things started getting out of hand. It became a point in time where a lot of discrimination. The natives.
Name it.
Oh man.
Name me a specific event. You said
I'm out, man.
Name me an incident.
I'm just. What you mean? Name you an incident? Did you see? Liberia was one of the most chaotic. Liberia. Before you guys came, let me finish. Before they snake. Come on, man.
What was the name of the kingdom?
Bomani, let this guy go ahead and do your research. There was a kingdom that existed.
Liberia, man. He said the kingdom name was Bomani.
There was a kingdom that existed before you guys came. I even say you guys.
Name of the kingdom.
Go ahead and do your research. But this kingdom was doing actually perfect before the schools came through.
Who was the king?
Who was the king? You guys killed the king. You guys took over the piece of land and killed most native. Let me finish. Most native Liberians were killed by the slaves that came to Liberia. They killed them. There was a lot of opposition leaders in native Liberia. Most of these guys were killed. What the heck are you talking about?
Hey, Bomani, man, it's late, man. I gotta get up in the morning, brother. So you want to close it out?
Go ahead and keep talking, man. But I mean,
we can continue till Saturday and whatnot. And I invite Judah. Bring Afro Dumbass on the show.
Liberia do not owe Native Americans or African Americans anything. That's why even the president Josh Weah, who is a young guy, does not even talk about this shit because they don't want you guys over in Liberia. Even the wife, who is a Jamaican, does not even recognize you guys. And that's a fact. They don't want you guys back. And that's why they don't call you guys anymore. That's a fact. They don't want you.
Her brother is hooked up. He's in the UNIA, and he's connected with us in the United States.
No, they don't want you over there. That's why he's not giving no citizenship to y'all. They don't want you guys over there.
Liberia, I don't need citizenship, Liberia.
Oh, okay. And then go ahead and go ahead and run your mouth over there and see what they're gonna do to you.
I'm treated like a king. I'm treated like.
Oh wow. Oh really?
Yeah. I don't need citizenship. That U.S. passport can get me anywhere. I can own land. I can own property. Everything. Like my wife's Liberian.
Oh, okay. Okay. Go ahead and run your mouth. Since you want to run your mouth in every platform.
Worry about your little shithole Cameroon and whatnot. Because nobody's planning on going there. You
got lucky you going to Liberia. You can't come to Cameroon and run your mouth like that. We're gonna take you down, man. We don't do that shit in Cameroon.
I'm gonna finish that video, Kala, so we can finish analyze it real quick.
All right, yeah, we gotta make it quick because it's getting like 4:30 in the morning, man. I really gotta get to bed. I got these people don't got jobs and stuff like that.
Socialism in the wake of
I got business to work. I got clients to see
following European colonialism. This set the stage for the Liberian Civil Wars, plural, two of the most deadly conflicts in all of African history, European colonialism. The Cold War, when many other West African nations had turned to communism or socialism in the wake of anti-Western sentiment following European colonialism. This set the stage for the Liberian Civil Wars, plural, two of the most deadly conflicts in all of African history, with almost 20% of the Liberian population perishing during or directly after the war, either as a direct casualty of violence or from starvation brought about by the destruction of infrastructure. Although economic development and international relations were remarkably
country we built, whatnot, these idiots destroyed it.
Through Whig dominance, the indigenous West African populace was still widely disenfranchised, and Samuel Doe took the mantle of first Liberian president of native Liberian descent in 1980 after he led a military coup assassinating President William Tolbert and effectively ran a military dictatorship until the first Liberian Civil War in 1989, when he was kidnapped and tortured by members of the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, all the while being filmed up until his merciless and grisly demise, public execution by decapitation. This brutal display of sadism set the stage for the next 2 decades of destabilization and turmoil in the nation of Liberia, as various groups viciously fought for power in this West African nation, and the Americo-Liberians' monopoly on politics dissolved almost overnight. Although Liberia was historically one of the most economically prosperous in Africa, ever since the Liberian Civil Wars, combined with other natural disasters such as the AIDS epidemic and Ebola outbreaks, the country has experienced one of the steepest declines in economic growth, life expectancy, and standards of living.
All right, Kala, I want you to look at that map, Kala. Look at the growth of the country over a period of time.
It took a little dip,
It took a dip after Samuel Doe.
That's what it trucked before. Soon Samuel Doe got power, it went to shit.
Look at it. Look at this decades of growth. Look at this right here. This is right in the 80s. This is when literally someone who does not need to be running a government literally.
Yeah, where a village idiots get in power.
For the purpose of just literally this. Now, the people who are running the country literally is doing well. Obviously, I mean, you see the flow of it. So that shows you a lot of as far as Africans from the diaspora using their ingenuity to build something special.
Bomani, come on, Bomani. What kind of big statement is that, man?
Hey,
are you really?
No, are you really listening? So I could finish my statement. So
go ahead.
This shows you that once we have the jealousy and the hatred and the envy of people who literally just have hatred towards us because they want the same power and they want what they want, but they only want it once things are built and established. And it's the same thing in Cape Coast when our Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters got their property demolished from from a local.
That building was demolished because it was considered as a drug settlement in Ghana. That's why they demolished that building. It was becoming a place for gangsters reunion. That's why it was demolished. Come on, man.
Keep on with your propaganda. Like I mentioned to you on the graph, the descendants of the Africans from the diaspora that built Liberia maintained an incredible country for over 140 years. And as soon as this village idiot Samuel Doe, who do not need to be in charge, feel like he wants to be in charge just because he feel like, oh, we're native people and we need to be in charge and we need to do this. No, you need to be skilled and educated. Someone with a 3rd grade education like yourself don't need to be running the country. And it proves right there. Look at all that drop right there. And now the country is coming back up now. And part of that country growing is going to be the Africans in the diaspora.
It's coming back up because you have a native Liberian called George Weah who's running the country now. All those other guys were all the guys that came from America, and they messed up the whole country. That's why you had all that Ebola, you had all that economy running down. You had all...
Listen, Judea, you have to stop with the stupidity and unintelligence. I'm showing you the graph of the map. After the dip, there is no longer any descendants of the Americans who built Liberia running the country. So the greatest part of the country growth was based on the fact that our people set the country up and kept it going. And the demise
no.
Listen here. You're not just gonna say no and have no proof. I'm showing you a graph of what they're talking about. Now, the last person, the descendant of the Africans in America that built Liberia was Tolbert. That was it. I mean, Kala, was there anybody else after Tolbert?
Nope.
That's it. So
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who was she? Was
not a American Liberian.
She's American Liberian. That's her name, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. That's American Liberian name.
Ellen, what you see in Liberia right now was built by Ellen.
Charles Taylor was American Liberian. All the guys that came from over here.
He's not American Liberian.
I mean,
what the heck are you talking about? Really? So you're gonna choose who was American Liberian, who was not, huh?
The bottom line is this: Sirleaf has said she's mixed race. She's part German and part Gola. She's not American. She was adopted by American Liberian people. She's not American.
Oh man, get the fuck out of here, man! You tripping.
Read her book. This trial should be great.
Bully any information.
You
have to watch the sister's documentary. Her documentary explains it. The thing of it is, you have to go back and watch all of these people work and put it all together. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned to you, brother, Tolbert was the last of the descendants, and from Tolbert all the way back to J.J. Jenkins.
He was not. Charles Taylor, Ellen Johnson, Sirleaf. All these people are American.
Charles Taylor, part Gola, and part Trinidadian. He was not a American Liberian.
Tolbert was 140 years. That was it, brother. Did you listen to the documentary? Did you listen?
I listened to the documentary, but who made the documentary? Who made it?
Well, it's not about
slander Liberia.
Okay, let's give me some. It's not about who made it. They're talking about a historical time period.
Oh man, come on! You guys don't cut me off. It's okay.
Jadir, let's listen. I mean, because we're gonna talk a reason. I'm not up here talking for stupidity. They explain the time frame of 1847 to 1980. You know what I mean? They explain that time frame, but after that, that was it. That was it. So it's no longer that way it is now. But the best part of the country and the historical part of the country, when they were dominant in Africa and being the trendsetters of African independence, it shows that time frame. And literally, you think about what other countries were going through. They were going through literally trying to get independence. So give our people credit for coming there building something special. The thing I tell people,
no, I ain't gonna give you guys credit for no.
The thing of it is, what we can do now as a people, we can figure out how to move forward, make sure that we don't have these things again. Because what that did, that destroyed future opportunities for many children that was getting ready to do wonderful things in the country. I mean, so you have to look at all aspects of these things. Now, you may just want to be ignorant anyway and don't want to have any respect for Black people who have put the work in. Look at the country that we live in, America. You give the Black people, of course, credit and respect for building something to where you and I can come from somewhere else and have an opportunity. You have to literally start paying respect and homage to people and stop being so hateful. And brother, that's all I've gotten from you today. Even when we've tried to engage, is just hate from you. Oh, this didn't happen. This didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bomani. I'm sorry, man. But sometimes, man, you gotta let Kala. You gotta put Kala on the back chat sometimes and let people express it. It's because of Kala that. It's because of Kala. It's because of Kala that my mind.
Go ahead, Kala. Liberian institutions, right? And he can't name one. But maybe Kofi is on there. Kofi. I gotta go. Kofi can handle my light work right now. He can handle my light work. What you call it?
I'm not just talking about Liberia. Just to talk about Liberia and going there. Just to go there. people like myself, we put deep work into studying and researching and analyzing.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. You know, I mean, I mean, if I thought Charles Taylor and all these guys, Ellen Johnson, because from what my Liberian brothers tell me, they said George Weah is the first of Liberian origin or native Liberian that they have gotten as president. And that's what they told me. Like, I mean, I don't know where you get your own source, but I have a Liberian friend.
It's not about no sorts. It's about these people speaking in their own terms. Ellen Johnson is still living. She can speak for herself. Charles Taylor is still living. He speaks for himself.
But from her name, you can tell that's not an African name. And that I don't know why you cannot listen to me.
Samuel Doe was the first. Well, the thing of his name changed and people married new different things. But Samuel
No. Africans have native names. You can tell from the names from those who came from America and Liberians that are from Liberia, the native Liberia. You can tell from their names.
Liberians got Congo, what you call Congo people's names. You know, that's what.
No, they don't. They don't.
I only deal with Liberians every day. I'm only married to one. I'm only dealing with Liberians every day.
They have a last name. Their last name is an African name. I have a Liberian friend. He has both names that sounds Congo, but their last name is native Liberian.
Anyway, Bomani, it's been good. I got to go. Yo, this guy's tearing me up.
I'm gonna explain this and because it's almost anyway.
Yes, Kala can go, man. Me and Bomani can stay and talk on this stuff.
No, but you're not gonna be talking with your inaccuracy and things like that. You can push that stuff somewhere else. But let me continue for family. Somebody said the graph is incorrect. The thing of it is, the graph shows a peak of.
There you go. What year was this graphic, Bomani? What year was it?
It shows you the dates down below.
I can see. I can see real good. So some YouTuber is gonna make a video and put a graph, and you guys gonna take it as real. Wow, it's crazy.
This graph is indicated, and you can research the graph, but it shows the period of the downfall, and that's gonna be the times of the Civil War. And who initiated the Civil War? It was Samuel Doe, literally hateful, so-called indigenous Liberian who literally wanted what our ancestors built for himself. And that hateful scenario turned into these civil wars, and that's what the downturn of the country.
No, did you know why Samuel Doe was killed? Did you know why? Because the native Liberians find out that he one of the generations of the African enslaved people that came through. That's why that's why they killed him too. That's why they took him out of power. There you gonna stay quiet, huh? Oh, you know about it.
That has Prince Johnson handled the man, because that man was literally destroying the country.
Because he was one of these guys that came. Yup, he was one of these guys that came from America. That was one of the main reasons.
Samuel put a lot of his own people that never had any power in place, and created a lot of opportunities for his own people. So his own people praise them.
His own people were who? His own people were the Americans that came from enslaved. Those were his own people.
The Crowns is his own people.
Right, those were his own people. That's why native Liberians did not like it. Even Johnson did not like it. That's why Johnson, they cut his ear off. He cut his ear off in public because that was what he was doing. The fight that he fought and chased those other guys was not the same thing that when he became in power, he fought for it. That's why they had to take him out. The only president that has been Liberian native is George Weah. And that's a fact. You can talk of Charles Taylor not being a native. You can talk of Ellen Johnson not being a native, but that's your own story. Because from what I gather from Liberians, because I have Liberians friends, and they tell me the President George Weah is a native Liberian, and that's a fact.
You know what I'll do, because we have programs there and I have Liberians that come and we talk about Liberia in the future. So. What I will do specifically, I will specifically ask them about Samuel Doe, about Charles Taylor, and I ask them about Shirley Helen Johnson. I ask them about those what is that, three? Those
that would be nice of you.
And but yes, I am agreeing with you as far as George Weah. We know what he represents. So as far as in question right now, that's what we have in question 1, 2, 3. So perfect.
Okay.
So I'm not agreeing with you or disagreeing with you. I'm just saying those are questions. I will write that down as one of my questions for one of my next guests from Liberia that's involved in this business that we do. So nevertheless, so perfect. So let me see if we can just move on.
Living in all of history. And interestingly, Prince Johnson, one of the men partially responsible for the kidnapping, torture, and public execution of Samuel Doe, still serves as Liberian senator to this day. Americo-Liberians only make up about 2 to perhaps no more than 5% of the Liberian population, although when including the descendants of those from the Caribbean, this percentage may double. However, this is a far cry from nearly 10% Americo-Liberian in 1980 and even higher than that in the past. This is due to a variety of factors, notably a much higher emigration rate, as being better off financially allows Americo-Liberians an easier chance to escape the chaos, as well as a considerably lower birth rate than that of other West African ethnicities in Liberia because of their urban centralized nature, and lastly due to intermarriage with other groups in Liberia, which has become increasingly common in recent times. Another group that is remarkably similar in history and culture to the Americo-Liberians are the Sierra Leone Creoles of the neighboring country of Sierra Leone, which was also established as a colony for former African slaves by the United Kingdom, and Creoles also make up about 2 to 5% of Sierra Leone's population in the present day. Unlike the Americans, the British kept Sierra Leone as an overseas colony, not gaining full autonomy until 1961, and following in the footsteps of Liberia, Sierra Leone was embroiled in a civil war in the 1990s and had been mired with poverty, disease, and economic collapse ever since. Other former slaves and free blacks from the United States and other European colonies, including the Caribbean and Brazil, settled in many other parts of West Africa, including Nigeria, Ghana, and Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea, with many reassimilating into the dominant African culture, while others have still maintained a unique identity. The Americo-Liberian culture is in many ways derivative of 19th century antebellum southern United States, with many of the colonists coming from places such as Virginia, Maryland, Mississippi, or Georgia, as well as having a strong Caribbean vibe from other settlers from Barbados or Jamaica that integrated with the Americo-Liberian population. They are a fascinating contribution to Liberia today and still convey many of the ideologies and principles that America was founded on. So again, I have to ask, did America ever have an empire?
Greetings, brother Kofi. Welcome to the call, brother. Let me get you unmuted.
Peace.
Greetings, brother. I'm doing well, brother. We're talking about Liberia, past, present, and future, and talking about us progressing and building something strong, and not letting the haters and the jealous, evil, wicked Black people stop us. You know, all that good stuff. So it's been a bunch of different conversations. Now we have a Judea on here. He's one of those haters that literally have an issue with Black people and the diaspora, literally trying to progress Africa. But what do you think of all the things we've been talking about so far? I'm not sure how much you've been watching.
Well, I got to learn the history from people that descend from native-born Liberians. So I've been on the History Channel focused on Liberia, and I've just been learning about Liberia from people who have Liberian backgrounds and who do the research. And one of the women, she's a modern day historian. She's been doing the work. Her name is Ka Fonbello, and she's just been buying books upon book, and she's been reading articles from ambassadors to Liberia, and just debunking the blatant lies that this like super big bad Black American man came to Liberia and enslaved the Liberians. And I feel like we just discredit any native born African peoples that were on that coast at the time. They had kingdoms. They were very powerful. They interacted with they interacted with outsiders coming from thousands of miles away for the past thousands of years. So we kind of discredit the indigenous people that were born on those shores to say that they were so stupid enough to be enslaved and just conquered as if they were this like isolated group that lived in huts. Like no, these people were very educated. They went to schools. They went to schools of these European traders, so then they wouldn't get cheated. They adapted Islam coming from the north, let's say Morocco. They adapted Christianity. They adapted many different cultures and just took and kept what they could use to progress as a people. I feel like it's an attack on the year of return. And this is like CIA propaganda to like try to stop the blacks in the diaspora from coming back home. So then you have these like this YouTuber that you're playing, you know, his accent is that of a white American. So they send these people out there to just make to make YouTube videos specifically attacking Black Americans, specifically attacking African Americans, specifically attacking blacks who were coming from the Americas. And it's kind of obvious that they're trying to divide and conquer, especially when we're making our way back to Africa for like let's say like the third time since the 18th century. So I feel that we need to just learn the real facts. We need to listen to, you know, everyday Liberians that are making efforts to taking back their history and stop letting white supremacists tell it for them and then going out there and regurgitating it and kind of you know, taking their modern beefs against people in a diaspora and just kind of like flooding the airwaves with like hate, like you said. And you know, I learned that Liberians who are indigenous to the land, who are sovereign to the lands, they come from kingdoms, they come from dynasties, and you know, they're not tribes. You know, you gotta stop using this word tribes to you know, label these people. We have to use ethnic groups, and we have to attach them to dynasties and kingdoms. I recently learned about Basa. Basa was a people of Grand Basa and Grand Maserado. And other than Galenas, they had the biggest trading port in the Green Coast, and it was ran by Black indigenous people, stemming from King Kandibia. And after King Kandibia, he had a son. I can't really pronounce his name. And then afterwards, you know, they were engaging with these Portuguese traders. They were engaging with these French traders, and they were engaging with these English traders. Well, a trader named Davis came, an English trader named Davis came, and I believe he had ties to the royal family of Kandibia, and one of his descendants, let's say one of his grandchildren, had went and studied in England to learn English. So by the time, and this is before England and British became like a great superpower. So by the time English traders started to come, you know, from Britain, these kingdoms had translators of the royal family that already knew English, and they even adopted English last names. Last names isn't something that Africans take on. That's not culturally African. So just to add a last name, if you're an indigenous born African, that just means you're coming from prominence. So you had the king, you also had the King Peters. You also had freedmen who were indigenous way before any Black repats or recaptured Africans came from the diaspora, from slavery. like say 200 years before, 100, hundreds of years before. We've been trading, our ancestors have been trading with Europeans for so long that we adapted their cultures, we adapted their religions, we bought guns, we bought cannons, we had our own forts, built our own forts, and we dominated the commerce of the day, which was the transatlantic slave trade. Um, all of our ancestors were sold into slavery. I mean, we even engaged in the selling at that. So the slaves that were that the slave traders of let's say the 15th century, 16th century, they sold slaves from the Sahel region, and then when the Moorish Empire started to die out, then those Sahel groups started to migrate to lower regions of Africa, let's say Liberia, the grain coast of Liberia, and then even those people that migrated from the Sahel, well, they would get captured and they would get sent to the Americas as slaves as well. So you had this back and forth of our people selling and also being captured. So there's not one homogenous group that sold slaves, and there's not one group that just came from slavery. You keep on hearing this regurgitating of African Americans, Black Americans, and enslaved Liberian people. And that's just far from true, because we weren't even American. We wasn't even a part of the United States government then. We wasn't even considered citizens. We were considered 3/4 of slaves, and some of these policies still exist in the United States government law. So we had to correct ourselves. Not everyone that speaks English and not everyone that has a English last name is from the come from the descendants of American slaves. You had indigenous that adopted these names way before. You had the King, like I said, you had the King Peters, you had the prominent family, the Davises of the Bassa ethnic group. You had the freedmen. There's many more. If you just keep on doing your research and keep
But
on
what I was saying is Africans do have three names. Sorry for cutting you short. They have three names, right? All these three names, you cannot have
say it
three
again, Judah.
adopted names. What I was saying is Africans have three names, and you cannot have three adopted names. When us in Africa, they give us a colonial name first, but the last two names is always a tribal name. There is no way you can have a name as Johnson, this Johnson, Andrew Johnson. It doesn't work like that in Africa. At least you have to have at least a native name. You cannot have all your three names as colon. No, it doesn't work like that. And from those names, and I've talked to Liberians, and they tell me from their names, you could actually know who, even in Sierra Leone, you could actually know who came back as a slave and who did not. And that's a fact. Because even I'm from Cameroon, I also have a first name, which is an English name. But my other names are not are African names.
Okay, and do you have a family name stemming from the mother, stemming from the grandmother, or like you would say the matriarch of the family?
Yeah, I mean, my both African names, it tells me where my people are from. It tells me my lineage. It tells me my tribe. But the other name that I have, which is a colonial name, is a name that because of colonization, they just use it on people. You can have a name like Andrew. You can have a name like James. You can have a name like Johnson. But the other two names that comes behind it is gonna be your African name. And every African person have a name like that. If you don't have it, it means you came from somewhere, and that's a fact. Because those are the names that it tells you what your tribe is.
So no indigenous people let's say
No indigenous people is
oh,
gonna have all three names. All three names: Johnson, Andrew, Johnson, and all. No, you have to have an African name. That's a
and
fact.
where and where you and where are you getting these sources from? Like, where's your information
I'm
source from?
telling you, based because I am African. I know a lot of. I've come across
Am
all
I African?
Africans. No, I don't know if you are African or not, but the Africans that live in America, I've met a lot of them from different countries. We meet here. Gone to Liberian parties. I have a Liberian friend. I know his last name. I know his last name sound African to me, but the other first two doesn't
Am
sound
I
African.
African?
It sounds like a colonial. Huh?
I'm a black man from the States. Am I African?
You're not African, bro. You're American. You shouldn't be
American.
claiming African. Your hometown is American. All these DNA stuff. No, you're not. You have a colony. You have a colony. You don't have an African name. You're not. So when people talk of we
I do have
no, we Africans do not claim that shit.
I do. So to you, every black person coming from the diaspora is not African.
It's not African. That shit is way
So
gone. I mean, nobody should be
when do they
thinking
become
about.
African?
I mean, you can call yourself African if you want to. If you want to go back and call yourself African, nobody has the right to say you're not. But I'm not gonna say, oh, because your ancestors. Now, I don't go with ancestors, bro. Your ass was born here. You've been here longer. Why should you want to claim African, bro? You're not. You should claim Indian or something else, man.
We're claiming Africa because we know our history. We know where we're from.
Right? Do you speak any language, African language? No.
Yes. Meka Fanti Kakra.
What language is that?
Fanti Kakra. That's Fanti.
What language is? From Ghana.
Uh-huh.
So are you Ghana? Are you Ghanaian?
Yes, I'm Ghanaian through my daughter. Yes.
Right. So I mean, if your lineage shows Ghanaian, if you are you first generation?
No.
Have you lived in Ghana?
My people were enslaved for the past 400 years in the States.
Man, get out of here. So you just speaking the language that you learn online. I don't even know if you're speaking the right language because I'm not Ghanaian to testify what you are speaking is either a language or not.
So none of your ancestors.
I mean, he's speaking Fanti.
I don't know about Fanti, but I mean, I'm not gonna claim you as African because I've met a lot of African Americans who claim they are not African.
Any of your ancestors sold into slavery?
Bro, I'm not gonna. Okay, my ancestors, right? Let me tell you something. I cannot get up one morning and say my ancestors shows that they came from Europe. Should I move to Europe and claim Europe as my country, or from where my ancestors came from?
What region of Africa are you from?
I'm from Cameroon.
You're from Cameroon, so there's a lot of there's a lot of black people that trace their DNA to Cameroon.
Right, but what is DNA? So should DNA becomes an acceptance criteria for everybody in the world? Hell no. Does that mean I'm gonna go claim something else?
Dude,
huh?
This is a race, dude. This is a race game. You see when a black person is playing Cleopatra, all the white Egyptians and all the white people, they jump on the same side to say, like, no, black people did not build the pyramids. Do you understand the fight?
No, Africans build the pyramid, not African Americans. African Americans never build anything.
Judea, calm down because you're so excited for the fact, Judea, you're so excited the fact that all you want to do is keep on talking about African Americans didn't build anything. You're just ungrateful. I'm being honest with you.
No, I'm not. I mean, I don't want to come here and sugarcoat anything. People want to sugarcoat something. I don't do that.
For you to say that, you can't tell me. You're not gonna sit here and tell me all the great things that Cameroon built for civilization. But one thing that we know for sure, you living in this country, you can trace all the great things that black people have built here.
Oh, come on, man! Why not stay here? Why not stay here and enjoy everything?
We're trying to get you to carry yourself in a more respectful manner, because the way you carry yourself is like a bush-meat eating savage that have no morals and no dignity and no respect for anything. I mean, I know you personal, but you need to get yourself organized, because you have to be respect. You're just like you'd want us to be in Cameroon, to be respectful in your country. You're in this man's country. You're in the country that we're all. I mean, I guess all of us are American citizens. You're in this country. Let's be respectful to the people who have suffered and build civilization in this country. I mean, just saying that, oh, African Americans have built nothing is very disrespectful to the highest core, because you can't tell me nothing what Cameroon has built other than civil war and hatred in their country. Go ahead, brother.
Yes. What if I said, because you speak English, you're not African? What if I said that? How would you take that?
Because that would be an understatement.
Let's say a person in your country that doesn't speak English, that doesn't speak French, they look at you because they just saw you speaking English. They just said you're the white man.
No. Now that's not, let me tell you, I go to African platforms and speak my traditional my language that I have to speak with my people.
But
when I come to a platform like this, speaking English,
your country, you have to speak English because that's your only
because
way.
Because the person that I'm meeting, because the person that I'm talking to doesn't understand my own language.
So that's called a trade language. That's so that we don't fit in that same category.
You don't fit it. You don't fit in it because you don't speak no other language. You don't speak no other language apart from English. That's the only language you speak. But I speak like 5 different languages.
You speak Fanti, so you're gonna define being African based on language and
based on African languages, based on how you talk, based on based on your names, man. These are the things that we identify Africans, bro. We based on like Zongo. You're gonna come here with coffee and this and call yourself African. Come on, bro. Come on, man. You think we think we Africans take that? That's why when you go to Africa, right, and you want to speak other American. When I go to Africa, guess how I speak? I do not speak American English. I do not speak that shit. I speak my African language.
Well,
and that's what they do. And they call me African.
Not everybody in your own country can understand the language that you speak from one part of your own country.
Of course, they understand, because even in my own country, we still have a kind of language that we speak, and it's not a colonial language, and everybody understand it. I'm not gonna go around and claiming, oh, I'm African, but yeah, you want to run down and speak American language, which is not an African language, and they call you the white man, because there you go, you want to claim you are African, but yet you don't speak anything African. You still speak the colonial languages, you still act like them, you still want to eat like them, you still want to do things like them, and yet you claim you are African because you dark skin. Hell no, we don't do that shit, man.
Well,
just because you are black doesn't make you African.
First of all, you don't bring the criteria about what's African, and you don't deny black people that was stolen from their own continent.
Man,
I mean, you may not. I mean, you can't deny black people who have been stolen from their African ancestry and then are returning. People like myself, Kofi, and African riflemen.
Come on, returning.
You can't deny us from being our African, deny us our African roots and our African connection. You should be thankful and respectful that we want to.
Thankful for you coming back. Are you kidding me?
We're stolen and sold into slavery, and then we're coming back. Be thankful.
Bro,
that we're not
when we sold slaves, we sold the ones that were unproductive. Those were the people that we sold. They were unproductive, and we sold them out. The people that we sold were unproductive. They were of no good.
No respect. And those same people, and hold on for a second, Rifleman. Those same people that you talk about that were the worst of your people, what did they do? They came here. They came here and they figured it out and built what you have today. As
come on! They did not build anything. If they built anything, the white man would have been respecting you guys. But when the white man came over and got us back, they told us, "Hey, come to the white man's country. You guys don't own nothing, man."
That's what I gotta call you, unintelligent, degenerate bastard, because you're not even listening. You're listening and believing your own foolishness. You know what I mean? You said that y'all got rid of the worst of us. That includes me. You know what I'm saying? That includes a bunch of other ones of us, including my brother Colin and other people. You said you've gotten rid of the worst of us. Well, the worst of us that you got rid of was enslaved there and literally survived that enslavement and build a fresh generation of black people like ourselves that are very productive in America and want to do wonderful things in Africa and want to reconnect back to our roots and do wonderful things. And you're going to deny that. That's how sick you are. First of all, you talk about we were the worst ones. And people like ourselves, all the ones of us that's on this panel, are way more intelligent than someone like yourself.
No, come on.
Someone like yourself, you're not even African anymore. You're an American. You got an American passport. You speak an American language. You're an American. So how about that? You're not even African anymore. How about that, Kofi? How about that, Rifleman? Is he an American?
His mindset says everything. One thing, and this is why I give respect to brothers like you and College Genesis and stuff like that is because I'm glad I haven't gone to the continent yet because my mindset was not right for a long time. Stop, Jude, stop talking, please. And so, unfortunately, you have this diaspora with varying levels of miseducation and just bad mindsets that we are embedded from living in the Anglosphere, living in the White West, and seeing, and Jude goes to the continent all the time, and you see his mindset, and it's the opposite of what we need on the continent, and it's really sad. So and he goes on these panels because I know him from other Pan-African spaces, and there seems to be this level of I'm better than you, but also I like to get as many advantages and privileges from my American passport as possible, but then look down on other Africans that are actually building stuff. Because the thing about it is there's a whole bunch of people actually building stuff. Jude is not building anything. He's just going back and forth from America to Cameroon and ingratiates himself with his local people. And he's trying to have like a fiefdom, but nothing to actually empower the global African or empower people at his local level, Kala does and Bomani does. I'm just being honest because people. Hold on.
When you went to America, did they bully you? Did they call you African booty scratcher? Like,
yeah, I think it's probably something like that.
Of course, they call me that. They call me that. That's the African American mentality. You see how they respect you guys in Africa, right?
I mean, I've had people call me all kind of names. I still get insulted from immigrants.
But you keep moving on. You don't let that curtail you, though, Bomani. That's the thing about it.
Brothers here, and they show me nothing but love and respect. Am I supposed to hold that against them? And like me and Colin is like real cool. We're like real close. Am I supposed to do that? And all 90% of my customers that travel with me are literally from here.
If they don't respect us in America, why should we respect them when they come to Africa? Hell no, we're not gonna do that. That's why we're telling our people back home.
Judea, this is what I gotta tell you again, man. You gotta stop acting like an ignorant bush meat eating bastard and listen and follow the
seriously. Listen to other people.
Listen what's going on because you're overshadowing things. All I'm saying is like, yes, you do have a percentage of people here that feels the way they feel about Africa, but you got to talk to them directly, and they'll tell you the way they feel. And it's a lot of ignorance, and it's what it is. We only can do so much about that. But what I got to do, I got to look at the people that I have here that are about business that I can connect with, do business with, and work with, including the people that I live in the same neighborhood right here with. And I got to deal with that. I can't stay focused on the small percentage of people from in high school, from elementary school, who call me all kind of nasty name of being a Jamaican immigrant. It's what it is.
Bomani.
It's what it is. It's just like, example, yourself as someone from here as America, going to Jamaica in some places, like my younger brother went to Jamaica, and he's being called all kind of names, and he's because it was a little lighter than everyone else. And the same thing with some of us going to Africa, we get we have people speaking in their own language and insulting us. These are the struggles that we're gonna deal with as Black people, and I'm not gonna hold that against any country. I'm saying, because like I mentioned, you're gonna deal with that, but it's like, and instead of me dwelling on that, you can deal with people like ourselves that are not that are not specifically on that. But you're dwelling into that too much, and that if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But I'm saying them people don't represent the people that I deal with, and the people I deal with, they appreciate someone like myself being open to doing the business I do to accommodate them. And that's what you don't have to be appreciative of. Just like anyone else, just appreciate the fact that we have people here that build certain things, and we can do things with them. I mean, if you feel different ways, that's how you feel.
Look, all I know is the fact remains that people are taking it into their own hands, and they're empowering other people. Like, look, 4 years ago, I had no idea that I would be motivated to go to Africa and start building. Before that, I was just like, what do I have in Africa? What did I leave in Africa? What do I have to? I'm American. That was my mindset. But fortunately, there's Pan-Africans out there that are able to articulate why it's good for me and other people like me to go and build and be a Pan-African, because it benefits us all. It seems that other races of people can understand this concept of pan working together, or just working together with like-minded people of my same race. It seems every other race of people can accomplish that, and they understand that, except us, and when I say us, there's a lot of detractors. Like, unfortunately, I'm gonna use Jude as an example. He likes to detract more than he likes to try to like work together with other Africans. So, and like I said, I understand the mindset is because he wants his own little fiefdom and his own little community that he can dictate.
He's hurt. He's really hurt. Somebody call him, somebody call him one of those nasty names, one of those nasty African names.
Well, that's what happens in kindergarten. I don't know why he gets so butthurt.
They need healing. They need to go to. They need to use some of the medical benefit to get
Or he needs to stay in America and go to a black therapist, hopefully to the right one, because like we ain't got time for that. Like, I was called names in kindergarten too, just like everybody else. So I don't really understand why you're using that as a machete against other Africans. I just don't understand it. I mean, I do understand it, but it's just sad. And Jude, like, why do you go to spaces where people actually are here trying to actually have a conversation, and not like, I can see there's other platforms where people are actually denigrating Africans and people in the diaspora. Okay, go there and detract, but don't come here where literally people have built businesses on bringing people to the continent and also having economic activity on the continent. Like, I don't understand why Jude wants to come to a space like here and start all that problem where he can go to all these other blats and other people where he can tell you're not building, you're not doing anything. You can go there and do that, but people are building here. So I just don't understand why you come here and talk that mess. It makes no sense. It's like an agent. Like, you're like an agent, literally.
Are you done talking, man? You should create a channel as well, so people should be coming to your channel.
I have a channel teaching Africans to be self-sufficient and not talking crap about other people, telling the truth about how our mindsets actually hurt ourselves more than any European white supremacist can. We do this stuff to ourselves. Like, I teach people, instead of crying about crazy white supremacists, take it into your own hands, your own self-defense and your own sustainability into your own hands. This is what Pan-Africanism is about, not whining about other people.
You guys have changed the word Pan-Africanism to suit intelligence.
You know the definition of Pan-Africanism. How about you educate us and we'll listen? Tell
Pan-Africanism, even though it was brought upon by Marcus Garvey, but the Pan-Africanism have shifted. Pan-Africanism is for Africans on the continent to work within them.
Oh, Lord now, Jesus, give the definition.
What you guys are claiming to be Pan-African, linking with all the blacks, that have never been the idea of.
You notice how he said it's been changed, but he won't even give the definition.
So now when you guys talk of the Pan-Africanism that you guys are talking about, African or African Americans, no, that's different from what us on the continent talk of Pan-Africanism. So that's the when you hear Wodemaya talk of Pan-African, he's talking about unity of Africans on the continent, work together, not the ones that are coming in back and forth, because these guys are out for their own money, not to work with Africans. That's why when they go to Africa to do business, they do business only within them, not with Africans, but within their own people that they bought from overseas. And
that's a lie. That's a lie. That is a lie, Jude. That's a lie, Jude.
You shut up.
Jude, no, that's a lie. You're lying. That's a lie. There are so many people from the diaspora that go and do so much business with Africans. They have African business partners that were born on the continent. So you're a liar. People do that all the time. So I don't even know what you're talking about. I could see if, and you're one of these people that like spreading this Americo-Liberian misinformation about how Americans went over there and we're just the worst, Black Americans went over there and we're just the worst people on the continent. We brutalized and did all this other stuff, overlooking other races of people that have done way worse, not trying to say American Liberians are the perfect people, but like, come on, man. You say all this stuff, and plus you say,
also
Black Americans go
discredit
over
a
and they
lot
don't
of
work with
native.
Africans and they don't try to, and they don't have African business partners. Like, come on, man, that's buffoonery, bro.
You also discredit a lot of native-born Africans. I mean, when you come to the continent, you're giving to the economy, you're giving to the transportation, you're giving to the food industry, you're giving to the government. So as soon as you touch down, our monies, our dollars is being converted back into the currency of the country.
But you guys are talking as if Africans were doing this thing ever since before you guys started going to the continent. This is what we do. We come here, we build things
Okay,
back home, we build buildings, we go back home and send money. We do all these things, man. Even what you do in Africa cannot even count down to what Africans do. We do that all the time. Just the money that we send back home. Do a lot of things
You're
back home, man.
American, Judah. You're an
Come on,
American.
bro.
Shut up, bro. You're an
You guys
American.
are not sending anything back home. You guys are not sending
You're
money
an
back home because you got
American.
no families in
You're
Africa.
an
But we
American,
do.
Judah.
We travel overseas. We travel to Africa all the time and build things.
Judah, you're an
Infrastructure, the houses
American.
that you guys go and stay. We build it. Come on, man.
Judah, you're an American.
Are you expecting a lot from us when we come?
I'm not expecting a lot from you because you guys are not part of us. We don't want you guys are not coming to build anything. I live in the state. I've never seen you guys build anything here. The people that build are Mexicans. When I see gentrification going on, the people that are building these things are Mexican. We don't know you guys as builders. So when you come and say you want to build Africa, I've never seen you build anything. Where do you have the experience to build? The information that I'm sending back home or when I go to my place is what I've learned from white Americans, how to build things. It's not from you. So when you go there, you are actually the kind of currency that I take back home. I don't think you can carry that kind of money back home. So you building a little thing back home is not of expectation because we do better off. That's a fact. What I'm actually building right now in my hometown is huge. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Great. Come on, man. I'm not going to be doing petty business in Africa like we do here and claim I'm running a business. How many people do you employ? When you employ 2-3 people, you claim you are doing business. We're talking about creating a warehouse where you can employ close to 500,000 people. Have you seen any Fortune 500 business run by African American and African that is employing close to 200 people? You don't see that because they don't have the money to do those kind of business. That's why you see Africans go to Chinese, they go to Indians so that they can get those manufacturing, caterpillars, warehouse to one stop. You guys don't have that asset. That's a fact.
No, it's not. It's not a fact. There's the Ivy Group. The Ivy Group is in 4 different African countries. This woman worked for the Clintons, and
oh wow! So you're gonna take the Clinton too? Oh come on! Somebody worked for the Clinton, and you call? Come on, man. So a white person, she's working for the Clinton. Clinton is a white person, so you have to depend on a white woman for you to build anything in Africa. Wow.
So Cameroon, do they not depend on French and the U.S.?
Wow.
Did you just not say that you just came from the U.S.?
I came from the US. I mean, you guys are claiming to be independent, have your own things, but you are now saying somebody is working with a Clinton to build something. I'm like, so you really don't have your own. You really don't have your own asset to build anything. You have to depend on a white person to help you build anything in Africa. Come on, bro. What was the essence going to Africa?
You coming to the United States, you're not riding off the coattails of Black Americans creating freedoms for you to come over.
Oh, come on. When I came into this country, the white man gave me access to come into this country, not the black man. The person that gives you access to come into this country is the person that have this country.
The thing is, Judea, if Black people didn't break the barriers that they broken, you and I wouldn't have an opportunity to do it.
So who broke the barriers for the Chinese to come into America, or the Indians, or the Europeans, or whosoever? Who broke the barriers for them to come in?
We're talking about us as Black.
The Black slaves.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on, man.
The Black slaves.
But literally,
Oh, so the black slave broke the barrier for Chinese to come in here.
It did open up opportunities for them to come. I mean, it did.
Wow, you guys are dumb. I say you guys don't know what they call diplomacy. You guys don't know why countries create embassies overseas. You guys don't know you guys know the essence of embassies.
You have to think about the history of the country before it got to where it got to. I mean, before.
But even USSR, that was run by Russians. They still have embassies in Africa for Africans to go over there. Who created that place for Africans to go to Russia? What the heck are you talking about? Embassies was meant for people to travel.
We had to bomb Germany.
Listen for a minute.
We had to bomb Germany.
Listen for a minute. 100 years ago, right where I live at, right here, this used to be one of the places where they caught you out there, you're getting hanged and burned.
Right. I live in a sundown city, and I'm good with it. It's fine with me.
Jadil, can you hear me? I want you to stop acting like a bushmeat idiot savage.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Act like you have no intelligence. It's serious. You know what I mean? I mean, there was a movement here. There's a movement here called a civil rights movement. I mean, that literally created a lot of opportunities that we have.
No, the civil rights movement was weak. You guys should have fought for independence. The civil rights movement was of no importance. You know why it was of no importance? Let me explain something. The civil rights movement was of no importance because why other black people are...
No, you're not going to cut me off and just tell me why the civil rights movement is not important. What you're going to do is listen and listen clearly. There's positions and job opportunities that we as a people was not able to get. Was not able to get. So everything that you take for granted and people who sacrifice their lives, that's why we have what we have. And let's be thankful and stop being degenerate and you stop being degenerate and hateful to other people who literally, you know what I mean, who literally are thankful for those same opportunities. And that's my issue with you. You know, you never get it. You just think that you just got here just because the white people gave you up. Well, in order for them to give you that opportunity, what we have to go through as a people before, if we didn't go through that, it's simple. You wouldn't have those opportunities. So let's.
But who gave the Russians or the Europeans or other people the opportunity to come here, or the Mexicans? Who gave them the opportunity? Are you gonna tell me it's black Americans?
Our black ancestors in this country fought for the rights that we have today, and I'm thankful for it. Literally.
So they fought for the right of everybody in the world to come to America. Is that what you are telling me?
At that point in America, you're talking about a country run by pretty much white domination, and literally, you know, we were the labor force of the world. But I'm telling you, brother, you know, even when you go to places, you know, if you go to places, ask them how was the workforce before the multitude of black people seen getting opportunities. And you know, I mean, it's a period where we have to be thankful.
I just asked you a question. Who fought for everybody in the world to come to America?
I don't need you to ask stupid, irrelevant question. You know what I mean?
Okay, go ahead, Coffee.
Go ahead.
There were bills passed that the Civil Rights Act fought for people that was classified as non-black. Sorry, that people that was classified as white. If you wasn't classified as white, they weren't letting you into the United States. Well, the Civil Rights Act afforded
to when? What year was that? What year was that?
It was either in the 1950s or the 1960s.
Did you know that most African presidents that were born in 1933, school year in 1930s in America? Did you know that?
Yes.
So how do you say? So if these bills were signed in 1950 or what? How comes Africans were already coming in the 1930s?
Because
listen here, it wasn't like a multitude of people that's coming now. Just make sure you have act like you have some sense. Just because you have one or two prominent people.
Oh no, man, not one or two prominent. Well, how come Jamaicans were already coming in the 1930s before that bill was signed? What the heck are you talking about? That bill has nothing of importance. Civil rights movement has nothing of importance on Africans traveling abroad or overseas or whatever.
You just shouting at us and
people worked on the canals.
Listen, be clear. If you one or two officials got a scholarship to come to America to go to school, whatever, it's what it is. It's not like the level of opportunities available where
exactly. There were already opportunities for people coming in. It's not because of you that people were coming. No.
I'm saying that this guy here talking to me just literally cut you off and then misrepresent what you said. I said literally you had minimal opportunities, very minimal. But once the impact of people like to just disrespect the civil rights movement, like our people didn't, like a lot of our people didn't lose their lives and things that didn't open up. But literally, you have more opportunities now than then. Is my point to you, based on the fact of our ancestors' sacrifice in that movement that you call weak. I mean, could have been more efficient. A lot of things could be more efficient, but that's our issue. We have to learn to appreciate what our people have done. Everybody's always say, well, they didn't do this to me, didn't do this to me. Everybody just, I mean, I'm sick of this people complaining. Why don't you just work together with the people who want to work together? And Judy, you spend most of your time being hateful, and it's like you're just miserable and caught up into whatever somebody said to you and hurt your feelings. And I mean, you're gonna have to grow or get to it sooner or later. You can't just flip this whole thing and just be destructive, run around pushing hate, because that's all you're doing. Nothing is what you're pushing is uniting or connecting any of us to do anything productive. You're literally in America and you're being disrespectful to the people who who are direct ancestors, I should say, literally fought and died for this country.
Can I go ahead and talk?
Sure.
Did you know why African Americans thought that segregation was a bad thing? Did you know why? They thought that segregation was a bad thing. Why? Because did you know why African Americans thought segregation was a bad thing? Because
I'm not saying
right,
that.
segregation was a good thing in America, right? But most Black Americans thought it was bad. But this is the thing: with segregation, Black Americans will have been able to build their own places, their own cities, but they did not. That's why they felt like segregation was a bad thing. Most of them wanted to go to where white people were living. Most of them wanted to eat the same kind of food that the white man was eating. That's why they fought for segregation, because their own neighborhood was becoming ghetto. They didn't know how to take care of their neighborhood. Everything was getting out of line. All this thing was getting messed up. So when you come on and say, oh, you fought for civil rights movement, you did this. No, what you fought for was of less important. Why Africans were fighting for their own countries, Caribbeans were fighting for their own countries. You should have fought for your own country, but you ended up fighting to be civil rights movement, to have the same right like the white man. Oh, to go to their schools. Oh, to drink. Come on, man. All these things. Come on. You should have fight for the bigger picture, but instead fought for the smaller picture. Now you are now saying, oh, you want to go back to Africa, bro. You Americans, stay in America. Africans really do not depend on you to come and develop Africa, because Africans are already doing it. The Africans that live in America are already developing Africa. We don't depend on you guys, and that's just my point.
You have no intelligence, man. Literally, you go around a different part of the African continent and you see the majority of development that's going on and investment that's going on. It's not people that's in the country just doing it. It's literally foreign investment. Most of what you see is foreign investment.
Have you seen how Rwanda is developing? Do you think African Americans are the ones that have Rwanda to be the way it is right now? No, it's not.
How about, can you hear me? Foreign investments.
Who are the foreign investment? How much do you guys have as foreign investment in Africa, bro?
Let me give you some countries: China, India.
Right. Exactly. But none of you guys have that foreign investment to beat out China, India, right?
Do you? Well, you notice I didn't name any African countries, right? So instead of you just talking trash, the thing of it is, we have people here that have a lot to offer, but it's hard for them to want to come to Africa with people like you making this disrespectful rhetoric. And we
don't want myopic people to come to Africa. Those who have only $2,000.
Listen here, you degenerate, ungrateful, village meat eating savage. You have no class. Literally, I would not even want to be around you. If I was around you on a boat, I would push you off into the ocean and literally, hopefully, sharks eat you. You're just a sick person. I mean, literally,
Are you in Cameroon right now?
I mean, he needs help. I mean, he's not in Cameroon. He's in America.
No, I'm in a white man's country. I'm in a white man's country, America,
white
bro.
man's country that black people sacrifice their lives so other black people can have opportunities. It's what it is, regardless of where we come from. Be thankful for that. Be thankful for something. Are you thankful for anything, or are you just ungrateful degenerate?
Right now, you're under the confinement of the United States. the
Right,
same
the white man's country.
we
Yeah,
were.
United States of America.
I'm currently in Ghana right now, and look, I might have to go back because I guess I'm enslaved. But
No,
what if
you
I
are
don't go
not.
back?
What time is it in Ghana right now? What time is it?
It's 9:30.
You're not in
It's
Ghana,
time
bro.
different.
You're not in Ghana, man. At
The
first, when
time
you
difference
started, you know,
is 4 hours. It used to be 5 hours.
Yo,
Now it's 4
Judea,
hours.
stop with the foolishness, man. This
how
man is
you
in
gonna say
Ghana.
it's 4 hours? How can it be 4 hours, bro? Come on, man.
Right
You could
now,
look at. I'm 4 hours ahead of them.
it is 4 hours ahead. It's literally because I usually have to call when I call people. I used to get them to tell me. I give them my time and they give me their time, and usually
Oh,
it's
okay,
either
that
4 or 5 hours ahead of time because we're all
okay,
on
but
the East Coast.
that's good. But this brother
And
is not in
and
Ghana. I don't know why he's
on the
lying
West Coast,
because
I
Look
think
at my
time in Cameroon
videos.
is a little different.
If you look at my videos, you'll see my videos are in Ghana. Look. You can see my name. Look at my videos. You'll see I'm in Ghana
right.
Yeah.
So I mean,
with my family.
okay. So
But
what's your
look,
point?
you could easily be trapped in America right now. So I just look. I respect your differences. I mean, I don't respect your differences, but I respect your differences. I understand that when we come to the continent, people are going to feel that, look, this is not your home. This is my country. You're not from here, and you have the right. You have the right to that. I'm the type of person that wants to take the entire Africa. So I'm not thinking about one country that have these European borders. I'm thinking about the whole continent. So we could fight
Wow, I mean, it
against
seems like more you are only in
we
Ghana,
could
right?
fight
It seems
against
like
the
these guys with the
destruction.
mindset.
We could fight against the genocide against Black people. That's it. I want to fight. I want to fight against the genocide against Black people. That's it.
Oh,
But
man.
I understand how you feel and how you think. I'm
No,
sure there's a
I
word
mean,
for a
right?
foreigner.
Because
There's a word for foreigner in Cameroon. It's a
yeah, but
vocabulary.
do you think Cameroonians need your help? No, we don't. Do you? I mean, because
No.
you have never. Bro, we don't because
Yes.
we are. I mean,
Yes and
but
no.
that's why I prefer even the white man or the Chinese go to Africa than you guys because you guys don't have the money. A Chinese man with the bank.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut you off right there. You're a sick, disgusting person. You know what? I mean, if people are putting their money together and they're trying to do something in Africa, who the hell are you to disrespect people and talk
Can your money construct a road from Ghana?
Let me put him back there in the back seat for a little bit. I've had enough of this fool. I mean, he literally has no respect and no class. I mean, literally. I mean,
And
you
it's
know what I mean?
because
He
he's in
keep on
America.
saying, "Oh, they don't have if they coming in with less than $2,000." I mean, it's like people with nothing, who have nothing, who live on $1 a day, gonna literally feel like they could come and talk.
He's currently trapped in the United States with the same financial state as a lot of Americans. That's
But the thing of it is, he's not gonna go back to Cameroon to do anything because Cameroon is a failed state and it's a failed country. You know what I mean, no one goes to Cameroon. I have a tour schedule. I never once thought about going to Cameroon and Nigeria.
That's tough.
As a matter of fact, we have a comment for you. Bobcat Traction said, Judea, if you were successful in Cameroon, why did you flee to the U.S., leaving your resources in the ground for British and French whites to seize it? Please explain. Can you explain
Can I
that?
answer the question?
Sure.
Okay, I did not flee from Cameroon. That's the first thing. The white man created an embassy in Cameroon, like every other countries that they created embassies. And guess the people that work in the embassies? It's all white people. We don't see Black Americans in these embassies, right? The white man call us, say, hey, do you guys really want to come to America and help, and help develop the country and help things, and they believe that, and the people that they call, the Africans on the are those who have gone to school. You don't just get all one money and come to America. You must be one of these intelligent people. So, okay, we went to the embassies. We have to write a little exams, and and the white man say, okay, wow, you guys can come. You guys are far more intelligent than the blacks that we have in America. So come on. So, they gave us visas. So we came into United.
Hey, listen here. You listen, you little village idiot savage. I'm not gonna let you just be disrespectful like we have a bunch of degenerate, unintelligent people in this country. You know what I mean? You have people running cities, states, and running government. I mean, you literally have no respect. I work in aviation, you know, civilian and Navy. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? For you to even just have these little talks, man, I'm not gonna let you just talk all slick. Like, you know, like we're here just being useless.
Why
I
you
mean,
gonna cut me off, man?
yeah, I'm gonna cut you off because you're a piece of trash. I mean, the
But
white
I'm
people.
trying to answer the question that I was
No,
asked
you're
to.
not trying to answer the question. The white people didn't give you no damn opportunity and say you're much more smarter than the black people in America. I mean,
But that's what they told me. That's what they told me. That's why I'm telling you what they told me.
you're a damn liar. You're a damn
If
liar.
you were
And
smart,
you really believe that. You really believe that you're that
Exactly, because when I came into this country, I find out that the guys that they were telling me about, they do not even go to school. They don't, you know what I'm saying?
You believe all of us are just hanging out on the streets doing nothing.
Oh, come on, man. I've seen it. And I've seen it.
I come from
Why
an
you gonna?
aviation background. I'm used to being around aviation professionals from the military, from the Navy to the airlines. And in this other business, I'm used to being around professionals who do business with me, people from, you know, literally, you have to learn to be respectful to people. Just like you wouldn't want any of us to come to Cameroon and just be disrespectful to people. Like I can't see at any point, I look at all my videos all the time and I make sure that I'm not speaking anything disrespectful to people, even when I'm doing recordings of the video and everything. We have to have some level of respect and dignity, you know, where we carry ourselves properly. I mean, who are you to come and just talk all this disrespectful rhetoric? Like, you know, you come into a country full of this failed, useless black people who have never done anything. And that's the issue. You know what I mean? That's why we're in a situation right now. That's why everybody runs circles around us. Instead of you saying, hey, let me just come and try to connect with some black people so maybe we can do some stuff in Cameroon. Just like, you know what I mean? That's why I respect. That's one thing I respect about Ghanaians that I connect with. You know, and they're very respectful when you know, in your approach. I don't know where you came from. You must be some rogue person from, you know, from Africa. I mean, brother, do understand. Don't talk too highly about what's going on because you can literally be deported. You can literally get deported. Literally. So, you know what I mean? So instead of running your mouth,
Brother, I have a U.S. citizenship, man. I don't mind being deported back home, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm African, man.
Yeah, you're African. They'll send you back to your degenerate country where
I'm
there's
African.
always war and chaos going on.
And what is wrong with that? What is wrong with me going back home? And I'm actually want to move back home anyway.
You come on here with your disrespectful rhetoric, running your mouth, making it seem like you're some privilege to America, like you're gonna help America do anything. You're being used. You're a pawn.
I'm not being used, man. I'm delivering.
I want you to understand the game in this country. Okay, the goal is for them to extract the best people via academics and athletics.
No, I already know what is wrong with this country. You're not the one to explain it to me.
Listen here again. Once again, when America is recruiting people, they look for people in countries that have the best athleticism, and the best academics.
Bro, if you had this intelligence, you'll be working at the embassies. But you don't have this intelligence, so you're not gonna tell me who the white man is or who is.
Yes, I'm gonna tell you because I'm smarter than you, and you're a village idiot. That you should be privileged to be talking to someone like myself, so you can learn something. But instead of you being open to being educated, you're being stupid and ignorant and being disrespectful. And like I explained to you once again, what is called a brain drain. For the last several hundred years, the African continent have been the greatest resources of people have been extracted over and over. I mean, these people are not playing chess. They're playing real chess on you. So you are a pawn in a game greater than which you can ever understand. You're being used as a brain drain because now they have you as one of the so-called smarter person in that country in being a part of whatever industries that they're running, instead of you being in your country being productive. It's very smart for them to do that. These people didn't build one of the most incredible, intimidating empire by playing around, and they create new regulations to, the way they play this game. People have to just, literally just analyze the situation. And that's why we're trying to connect to the African continent to say, hey, let's build what we need to build as a people together. Let's build all the industries for our children. I mean, I'm hoping that that you're a man and you have a child or children, and then you want to have a beautiful future for them, and you love for your children to connect with other black children so we can do something for ourselves. Because at the end of the day, brother, no matter what you look at, all we have is us. It's not like it's a bunch of people or saying that just because they gave you an opportunity, the same people who gives you opportunities are the same people that are in your country stealing all your natural resources and getting it for pennies on a dollar. I mean, just because they give 1 or 2 people opportunities, don't mean that it's just like the missionaries. They come there, they brainwash people, they do some good stuff, but at the end of the day, they brainwash you into a slave mentality to where you're more destructive to your country and you're not focusing on building the things you need to do. So Black people from the African diaspora that are going to Africa and trying to connect to their roots and connect to people, be respectful. And even if you don't agree with it, let them enjoy a future, because every little good that they're doing, whether they're supporting an orphanage or school, or whether they're buying property from someone in the country, that person in the country is benefiting from it. Let's be thankful for these opportunities. That's like I tell my brothers all the time. I'm thankful for my African ancestors or Black African ancestors in America who literally fought for the rights, so someone like myself could go into programs that I was never would be allowed to come into. Appreciate the first Black man that joined the Navy and broke barriers, so someone like myself could join the Navy and have a great a great career. You know what I mean? These are things that we have to literally be thankful. And someone like yourself, I'm hoping that we get into you because you come off with this anger and this hatred, of Black America. They ain't nothing, they this, I'm smarter than them and things like that. And if you're going to continue this rhetoric, I'll just block you forever, brother, because I'm not here to talk to my audience with this hatefulness. We're hoping at the end of the day, when we're talking to you, you learn something, because we find out most people just disagree with us, and be hateful. Now, Kofi, let me know if you have anything to say about that.
Yes, I agree with everything you're saying. I'm definitely upset at what this man is saying, but I don't think he's being genuine. I think he's trolling. I just except for everything African American that everything that's disrespectful that's coming out your mouth. Can you tell us about any great Cameroonians? Can you tell us about, any Cameroonians that's running Fortune 500 countries on the continent? Can you tell us about any billionaires, millionaires who are,
Of course, they have Cameroonian billionaires. There's one guy called Dan Pulo. You can Google him. He owns Fortune 500 companies in South Africa. Amadou Danpulo, he's from Cameroon. You also have Joel Embiid, an NBA player in America. He owns he owns a company in Cameroon that employs close to 65 people. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of Cameroonians that owns company in Cameroon. So it's not, we don't depend. I mean, Chinese, you're gonna have Chinese investors, other European countries investors. Yeah, it's a country, so everybody can invest. But you also have Cameroonians that have companies. But I've never seen an African American company, even in the state that I live in, even in America. I've never worked for any African American companies. They don't have companies that are owned by African American people that employ a lot of people. I've not seen that. I've not seen any. So I'm not gonna come here in sugarcoat stuff, but I want to thank my boy Bomani. I don't come here to disrespect, but sometimes at least we have to speak facts. We have to speak what is right for people to actually, learn instead of coming here and sugarcoating things that. Instead of coming here and sugarcoating things that don't, I mean, sometimes realities have to come out, and that's just my point.
No, you're not bringing reality out. What you're being is just being disrespectful, and you keep on talking about Black people Black people are just useless in America, like they're just taking up space and not doing anything. You act like there's no wicked system, or you act like things are not systematically disorganized to where the breakdown of this how you're born. I mean, just like you may feel like you're one of the people who came out of Cameroon. But then you have people who have been born for generations in projects in some of the worst neighborhoods, in the worst condition, have the worst opportunities right here in this country. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
Can I name a couple of
go ahead,
Blacks
Kofi.
in the diaspora? Can I name a couple of Blacks in the diaspora that are currently working on the continent in multi-million-dollar companies?
No, go ahead, sir.
Robert Smith, he's one of the richest Black men in the U.S. He's secretly working throughout Africa, and he has investment companies to help Africans.
What is his company? Where is he located? Where is the company located? What is the name of the company?
Specifically in Kenya. If you look up Freddie Figures, he's a telecommunications inventor from Florida. He's working
And
with
is he the one that owns the company?
yes.
Oh man, let me.
He's working in he's working in Kenya, and he's working with I forgot what it's called. Sorry, I forgot what it's called.
Oh man, stop making statement, man. That's
I'm not playing. If you look up Freddie Figures and if you look up him in Kenya, he's working with one of the biggest Kenyan telecommunications companies, and they're trying to create these how you say, it's these small chips and circuits that goes into devices. That's what that's what they're working on. I could give you a name. If I look at my notes right now, I could of course give you a name. Freddie, I got notes on this.
So is that the only person that is that the only person that you know?
And we don't have anything to prove to this person. This person, even if a black person, a few black people from America left here and did all kind of great
How
things.
you spell
that person, because that's
how you spell the Freddie Figures? Put it on the back chat. Let me Google him.
Okay, Freddie, Feddie, Figures, Figgers. So here's the companies. There's a Namba Networks, NAMBA Networks, which strives to accelerate both local innovation and tech career opportunities in Africa. Now Freddie Figures.
He doesn't own it. He's not the CEO of the company.
There you go. That's it right there. Freddie Figures. There you go, brother.
Okay.
We say, you know what I mean? It's like you're like the ultimate troll. You remind me of this coon. This coon that's name is I think his name is Al Coon, and he called himself different things. You guys are legendary, just trolls, man. You guys are literally pathetic people. And I mean, I'm hoping that you guys find, get a life and actually do something positive, and literally don't feed into the hatred and the negativity that this wicked system has put out there. The thing about it is, it's up to us to not fall for the trap. And
Freddie Figures is an admixture African American, an admixture guy who have some kind of white parents with him. He probably have some kind of knowledge.
He was adopted.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. He was adopted. Now you're gonna say he was. Come on, man. Wow. At least he was adopted by white parents, right? They gave him a sense of good education. He knows what he's doing, right?
Wow. I mean, brother, now you're not even a brother. I call you troll. You literally you're a person that really love you're in love with white people. The thing of it is, this is how stupid you are. Your country, as a matter of fact, let me just put up Bobcat last comment. That's the best thing I can actually do. Here we go. So your country, Cameroon, is dominated by two white colonizers, the French, and part barely has electricity and running water, no infrastructure, and hence why this demonic savage fled. So basically, he's saying you love these white savages, these white devils, but that colonize your country, two of them, the French and the British, and you come here lollygagging all up the white man ass, just talking about white man did this, the white man this, the white man saved you. I mean, this is the mindset of you. You have no respect for black people just because, but you're not even looking at the fact that your country, the reason why you had to come here to take an opportunity here is because these people have worked over your country. So what do you have to say about that?
What I just told you is the white man invited me to come to America.
So now you love the white man. So now you're forgiving.
But you also love the white man because you have their passport, right? Don't you have American passport?
You are forgiving them for taking over your country and ruining your country and destroying and dividing your people.
Don't you have American passport, Bomani? Right? Don't you like the white man as well? Don't you go to white shopping centers?
Listen here, we're talking about number one. We're talking about yourself here. who literally love people. Two of them colonized your country, and you literally have this loyalty for them. And then you turn around and have no respect for black people who actually want to come to your country and be a part of the future. And just because they may have a small amount of money, you want to talk down to them like you some big time spender and baller. You just, you know what I mean? There's people like yourself. During the days of slavery, you were the first Negro that we usually kill, because we usually, if you find out that we're about to burn down the plantation and seize the house, people like yourself will run and go tell your white master. We call you. We you know what I mean? Malcolm X famously broke it down. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know why? Do you know why people like Freddy Figures?
Do
you know why?
You're one of those classic house Negroes who love your master, and people like yourself. Literally, if you took us back in the days of slavery, I would walk up to you and cut your throat because you're running to that white master right when we're about to take over. That's what our people are about. Our people is about, like, we're pushing this movement of trying to connect black people from America to Africa so we can build something. And then you're that house Negro who want to spoil it and want to run to your master and trying to be disruptive. I'm telling you, house Negroes, y'all need to watch your back, because literally the ancestors work mysteriously. You could be walking down the street tomorrow and you literally fall over, and next you know you get run over by a bulldozer. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that happen, mysteriously happen. You know what I'm saying? So people like yourself with your wickedness, you need to stop the foolishness. You're working for the wrong side. You're working for the wrong side. Work to empower your brothers and sisters and appreciate them and say, hey, you know what I mean? My country, Cameroon, would love to have some black people from the diaspora.
Bro, it's pronounced Cameroon, bro. Not Cameroon. It's pronounced.
Like my
it's pronounced Cameroon, bro. Cameroon.
The thing of it is, you're a troll and a degenerate. You don't represent the people of Cameroon. So anybody that's really out there from Cameroon, you can come holler at me, and you know, we can have a real civilized conversation, because the conversation is about black people from the African diaspora connecting with black people in the African continent, so we can build business together.
You see why this Freddy Figures? You see why Freddy Figures is doing?
The name of my company has not changed. It's been the same. Africa for the Africans, and this movement has always been the same. Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Pan-Africanism is something that we birthed here in the African diaspora, so we can connect our people all over the African diaspora and connect to our people on the African continent, so we can compete against the foreign investors. Because you give them another 10 years, they're going to take over the whole continent. And countries like Cameroon have no chance. It will literally be recolonized by the French and the British investors. And even better yet, now you have Asians all over the different Asian world that are dominant, and they're coming in and they're playing their own version of colonization and dominating your private sectors and so on. So I'm not saying that we're a big savior, but if you're more respectful and say, hey, you know what, let me just educate Afro dumbass, because he's another true enemy of the people of the African diaspora, because his homosexual broken self literally got to America off a visa just because he's having sex with one of those white European men that literally gave him an opportunity to come here. And based on the opportunity to come here, he literally just have a hatred towards black people, because some of us didn't have to do what he had to do to come to America. I mean, and it's a sick situation. You know what I mean? You become your own enemy. So when people talk about why is Africa is that way, why are we progress as a people? Because we have hateful Negroes like you that eventually get into political parties and get into office and become president and run a dictatorship and destroy countries, or feel like you're the opposition party who want to lead a rebellion and destroy our country. And that's the danger of what we're dealing with. Self-hating Negroes, just like yourself. I mean, literally. So I've been telling people like yourself, either stay out of our way or get run over, because you're not going to stop us from what we're building in Africa. And you don't represent nobody in Africa. You're a traitor to your country. You're a traitor of your people. And I'm sure if you go back to Cameroon, they'll cut your head off and stick it on a pike.
Are you done talking, man? Are you done
talking? My audience is
listening. Okay,
I
just did investigation on these Freddy Figures, right? Come to find out, his adopted parents are white. Even his biological parents, which is not mentioned because he's not black as well. So his original parents are mixed, are white as well, and Mexican background. He got an Hispanic background with him, so he's not African. He's not as dark as most people. But this is the thing, right? We have always seen that only light-skinned people, blacks that get an admixture with white people, kind of have a clue about business than really dark-skinned African Americans and all these, dark-skinned Jamaicans, because these people have no clue about business. So most successful black people that you could find are mostly the ones that are light-skinned, if you ask me. And that's just, but these Freddy figures, man, he is not actually black. If he's not black, because in Africa we do not consider these people as black. If you have admixture in you, you're not black. You in Africa we don't consider that stuff. That's only American acceptance
Just like
criteria.
Kofi, you're not an African because you were born in America. So these guys just make up their own rules of what they want the things to be.
Right, we have our own acceptance criteria in Africa. So
brother, let me take you to the 1900s in America in the South, in the middle of the night, and then let's see if they care about all these things that you're talking about. They snatching all of us up, and they, you know what I'm saying? That's the reality of it. Even the one that may look like he's light skinned, you know what I mean? So I mean, you got to get away from this foolishness. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think you guys all misunderstand the world of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was to solve that hatred of tribalism and colorism and classism, and literally just get into a situation where we're building something strong. But I could tell you're part of that negative rhetoric all online, because that's why me and Kyle have been pushing this show, because we have a lot of people fighting against Pan-Africanism. Afro-Dumb is talking about Pan-Africanism dead. Other people pushing FBA and ADOS. We're not with any of that stuff. We only on one energy. I'm trying to organize my people so we can compete against the rest of the world. That's it. That's the end goal. That's the only situation. I mean, because I want our children to be in the driving seat, to be nation builders, not being laborers, because that's what they're making the African continent into. A field of this labor where your children, you and your children come there and work on their plantations or factories or whatever you call it. Same thing, a plantation, modern day plantation, and you're making this minimal wage. And the same money that you're making, they have things out there that they sell to you, and then you're giving it back to them. And they, and they're literally dominating the continent to where they're literally just legally owning your future and owning your rights. And then instead of you worrying about those things, you're worrying about people like ourselves who have an interest in our African continent. That's why people like yourself are backwards, literally. I mean, I don't know how you pass whatever exams that they give you, but people like yourself, mentally and psychologically, you're very primitive. You have a literally savage mentality. I mean, and I'm not saying I blame you. I mean, look where you come
come on, Bomani. Come on, man. Come on. Are you gonna be Are you gonna use? Are you gonna insult someone instead to go back to the discussion board? And come on, man. That's not good of you, man.
I'm not insulting you. I'm giving you facts. I'm telling you about yourself, because sometimes you don't know yourself. I mean, and because look how you carry yourself, and look how you're talking about. You're in this country and you're literally being disrespectful for everything going on. And you're literally pushing, because you've been over there brainwashed by Afro-Dumb ass. He's literally an agent. He's an enemy of, and I advise anyone that see him, just give him one of what we call back in the days, the Brooklyn beatdown, where someone like yourself would be around. You have about 7 people stomping and beating you down for being a disrespectful punk.
Wow, you see, and that's what makes African
people. We're different people, and we handle things a little different. We're grown.
No, you see, and that's the difference between Africans and African Americans. That's that arrogantness that you guys have, and that's why Africans do not want to associate with you guys.
I wouldn't be sitting here and argue with a punk like you. Instead, after going back forth for a while, you get your ass knocked out and get beat down because you're talking slick and greasy and disrespectful. So that's the only thing that's offered to you. It's better. Do you want me to show you a video in Africa where you have some people in Sudan, people supposed to be soldiers, beating and killing somebody, killing a group of people with rocks and stones and bats and hitting them with sticks and stomping them out and literally crushing their heads and blood everywhere. I mean, this is the kind of savagery that goes on. I mean, and like once again, it's not in every country. But it's like these are some of the things that stands out. And so when people like yourself talk the way you talk, all you do is turn off people who want to actually come to the country and do things. Well, I'm coming to the country, but he says I'm not an African. He said that they don't want me there because I only got a few $1,000s. I mean, you have to listen to your foolishness, brother. That's serious. I'm here to educate you. That's what we do on this channel. And if you don't like it, then you have to go somewhere else, man. But we're not gonna have you push that negative rhetoric and foolishness. That's disruptive to what we're building. I mean, I had my people there in Ghana. You know, they got their whole construction pulled down. These are people I know and I've done business with. They're good people. You know what I mean? There's some of our best of people that go to Africa and create opportunities for others. When people talk about a drug spot and bad negative stuff, I'm like, y'all gonna really believe this propaganda? You know, these people ain't trouble nobody. But you know, in Africa, when I guess when certain government figures want something, they just gangsterly take it. It's not even, and you think that's funny. These are people who give 25 years of their life. They didn't have to leave America. They chose to leave America, just like we all trying to build what we're building because we have love for Africa, and we realize, hey, we're strong as a people by building and connecting on our continent. Some people say, you know what, hey, I'm not African, so I'm gonna stay in America. And I tell them, hey, do your thing. We're gonna do what we need to do because at the end of the day, whatever we build in Africa, I'm trying to do some business with folks in America, and that's it. So we have a game plan, and we have things that we've been working on. So, you know, regardless of how, whatever you or any other haters out there want to feel what you're feeling, we're gonna build what we need to build because you don't have an end goal and you don't have a better idea of what we could do as a people. And if you do, you can tell me and you can share with the rest of us.
Oh, I'm just gonna stay quiet, man. Maybe Kofi has to say something. I'm just gonna let him talk a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You have no comeback for that. But Bobcat Traction said this useless savage has no shame. Whites don't even want Cameroon savages in the country. The only country that tolerate you is France, and they treat you like shit when you get there.
So ask him, why am I in America? Why are we here? What the heck is he talking about? Do you think the Bobcat guy is normal? He sounds like he's a psychopath or something. It seems like he gotta be in the hospital, man. He sounds some kind of myopic, short-sighted, a dumbass, but you know.
He call you a useless savage. Do you consider yourself a useless savage? Judea Empire. I don't know what kind of empire you're building. Judea. Do you feel
Yeah,
like
as a Cameroonian, right? And as a Bantu, we building a Bantu empire in Cameroon, and that's what my project is all about. You know, so it's gonna be huge. You know, but do we want to link with African Americans? No, we don't want to link with them. We prefer linking with white people because these people have a lot of money. You know, the Chinese have the infrastructure to build. They have the spirit to build.
These are the black people from the African diaspora because you know what we have is a big piece of operation here where we have people from everywhere. So this whole Americas, as far as black people, you're literally going to discount that a whole region of black people that can actually put their money together and make a difference. And just because the Chinese and the white people, this and that, you are a sick piece of trash. And I hope you walk out your house tomorrow and get run over by a bus. I got no love. I got no love for you. You're finished. You're just like, I mean, my brother said it right there. He called you a useless savage. That's what you are. You're useless. You're useless. You're no use to any black people. You're no use to Cameroon, and you're no use to black people here. You're just a white.
Yeah, man. How does it feel to hide behind?
You're a white man's bitch. You're just like African.
Can you show your real name?
By white men, right? Is that what it is? That's how you got here. You bend over for a white man, and he butt broken you. Just like Afridamas, that's why you guys love the white devils.
Wow, is that how you got here from Jamaica as well? Is that how you got here?
I got here from Jamaica as a child. Literally, my mother brought me over. Literally, so
okay. Did your mother kiss the white man ass? There, did she kiss the white man ass?
Different situations. You know what I mean? Different situations.
Okay.
One thing about my parents are professionals. They're professionals.
Oh wow.
We have a family of professionals. All my siblings, we're all educated. You know what I mean? So I do apologize that we're not your typical stereotype that degenerates like you like to pull. Oh, you come from Jamaica, I come from a lineage of gangsters and come from things like that. That's what you like to portray. The thing of it is you have to wake up and meet people. That's what I don't like about some of our people from other parts of the world. When you come to another country, you connect with people and find out what's real about people because all people are gonna tell you is propaganda. We just played a Liberia documentary or a Liberia film that was done by this white guy. It sounded like he's from America. And literally throughout the whole time, I had to stop Kala from pausing the video every minute because there was so many lies in the video and so much misconceptions. But we have to break it down and analyze it. So these are the people that's out there pushing this propaganda, and you're gonna turn around and telling me that you're intelligent and you're an educated person and you flow through with this propaganda. So like I said, either you're a troll or a bush meat eating savage. I can't even get my words out right. I'm just like so sick of your energy. I wish I could slap the hell out of you or kick you off into the sea or something, or drop a brick on your head or something. I mean, I'll just give you some kind of relief.
Man, you talk. You go ahead, Coffee.
Here, man.
We have
I mean,
to
you're
stop.
really a disgusting person, literally, brother. I mean, I can't even call you. I used to call them black people brother, but you're no brother of ours, man. You're literally an enemy of the state. Literally, you're a white man's puppy.
We have to stop. We have to stop blaming our brothers in the diaspora for any type of like colonial states or like just colonial status or like colonizer status. Like we have to prop up the indigenous African-born Africans, and we have to speak their names. We have to speak their accomplishments, and that's where it starts. There's no way history should start when the descendants of American slavery returning. Our history goes way back, way before that. We didn't start off as slaves. Africans weren't slaves. They didn't start off as slaves, and they did fight back. And they were educated. They did speak other people's language. They did adopt other religions. They're open-minded. That's why we are able to rule the world, and we're gonna return to that because we are the chosen people. And as far as your hatred, I think you're just in the United States you're just in the United States for too long. You've been there for too long. You need to come back home. That's it. That's all I have to say. I don't have the energy to go back and forth with you. But African Americans,
I'm with you on that, man. This guy tiresome, man.
African Americans did not colonize Liberia. If anything, we helped free Liberia. We with the indigenous people, we created a black nation. And that's all I have to say. Stop regurgitating the lies of whites. I would rather you regurgitate lies of other black people who were just wrong. You should go on the Focus of Liberia show and listen to the President series, listen to Basa on 360, and just educate yourself. And you would see that the indigenous people were kicking ass. They were kicking ass. They dominated the trade until the trade dominated them. That's just what happened. Yeah, Africa for Black global people. That's what I say. And I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta go to immigration.
You gotta go to immigration. You got your papers right?
Yeah, I gotta get my papers right.
Yeah, and Judea, Bobcat mentioned that you and the rest of useless savages will be rounded up and deported shortly. So stand by, fool.
Yeah, how am I gonna get? Look, and this is what blacks Americans do not really know about. This is why sometimes I ask myself if Black Americans are really educated on immigration law. I mean, do you think America just repatriate or send people back home? Like, no. When you have that's why I work for the government. You don't even know my kind of job that I do. I came here, the white man brought me here, and I'm working for them, and that's why they refused for me to go back home. That's why they gave me their citizenship, and that's why I have American passport, and that's a fact.
You're one of those privileged Cameroon Negroes that came here, and the white man gave you a little, like, give me a little puppy, here's a little bone right here.
So I have no problem with white people. That's why I learn a lot from white people, and I respect them a lot than any other race in the world.
It's fine. It's fine. You admit that you're a good slave and you love your slave master. That's fine.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the same as you. You like going to their shopping centers.
Master. I love you, master. I love you,
But
master.
that's the same like you, though, Bomani. Don't you like going to their shopping centers?
I love my brothers and my sisters. That's my number one priority in society.
No, but you have the American passport that is owned by the white man. The white man gave you that passport.
It's not about the passport. My thing is, I don't love no white devils and no white master. You love the white devils and the white master.
But you kept their trophies though. Passport is one of their trophies.
I'm trying to build Black economics with Black people in America and Africa. That's what I spend my time doing. Now, do I have to deal with different countries of where white people may be dominant, whatever. Absolutely. Whether you're flying on planes, airports,
There
seaports,
you go.
situation, you do what you have to
Right.
do. But my focus is I don't sit around and worship these people like you. You worship these people like you, and you are sick.
But there's nothing wrong with it.
You literally talk about, because the issue with what you're saying is that you literally push black people down and say, I'd rather work with white people because black people this. You literally sit around and stereotype. That's your issue. Think about it, brother. I get up every day. I don't sit around and look for degenerate black people in America. I don't go to Africa and look for the worst people. I try to find the best people I can work together with, because I understand that the society that we live in, we're gonna be around a lot of degenerates. So it's up to us not to choose to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? So just like yourself, after here, we're gonna ban and block you. That way you don't troll us anymore.
Oh man, don't ban me, man. Come on, man. You should be a nice guy, bro.
No, I'm saying you're a sick troll. That's why I'm telling you, just watch your back, because literally they're gonna come get you and literally say that you committed some kind of crime, and they're gonna deport you back to Cameroon. You know what I mean?
Oh, come on, bro. Come on. You think
Africa don't want to accept you, so I don't know where you're gonna go.
But let me tell you, you think Africans commit crimes like that in America? Come on, man. We know where we work. We know, you know.
Well, listen here, guy. You don't have to commit a crime to have something on you. You know what I mean? Go ask some of the people who have been released from jail after 20 years and then been proven innocent. things happen in time. Don't get caught in. That's what I'm saying. Don't be ungrateful and disrespectful, because unfortunate thing happens.
I'm gonna drop a video soon about Liberia.
You take care, brother. We're gonna keep on pushing some about Liberia.
Bro, you have no clue. Bro, you have no clue about Liberia. How come you want to drop a video about Liberia? You couldn't even tell the people that were running Liberia, bro. You had problems calling their names. Now you want to drop a video about? Come on, man. It's crazy how African Americans want to talk about Africa, right? And they have no clue. Come on, bro.
Bassa, boss swing, King boss swing.
Oh man, come on, bro.
Candy Bia.
Really? Are you kidding me? You can't even get your pronunciations right. Yeah, you want to drop a video about Liberia, bro?
King Peter. I'm naming prominent Liberians. Prominent Liberians.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. You're so hateful. That man is trying to do something positive on Liberia. And he's using the study and the research, and people like yourself are just clowning.
Bro, who's gonna take him serious if he cannot even do the pronunciations well?
Peace, y'all. Peace.
You take care. I got him. Liz was saying Afridamus, who probably sent him, does the same thing. So this is what happens.
They black. Stop cooning, Judah.
In the lion's mouth.
Stop cooning, man.
Yeah, cooning.
It's okay, brother. It's okay.
There you go. So Judea, do you do the same thing as Afridamus? Do you just carry that negative hate of black people? Because you come here and you just feel you feel like, oh, people, you may feel two different ways. You may be jealous on one hand. You may feel like, oh, some people not taking advantage of opportunities, but it's like you're an outsider looking in. I mean, I don't know if you was raised in this country, you came here as an adult.
I came here as an adult. I came here.
Yeah, it's a little different. I mean, it's not easy in America for just anybody, period. But
there you go. You know that.
But black folks in America got it rough, so I'm always just appreciative of that the small percentage of people who have interest in Africa, because there's so much people have to even deal with it in this damn country. Must even trying to extend.
Yeah, but one of the problems that I have is when these people go to Africa, they say, but why are Africans dealing with the Chinese? Why are they dealing with the Europeans? Yet you're not providing a solution. You don't have the things that these people have. You don't have caterpillars. You cannot construct roads in Africa. You don't have this mindset of constructing. Yet you want to blame Africans from doing business with Chinese. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm on that. That probably really frustrates you. It frustrates myself also, because and yes, you have to let people honestly know that when you're trying to do this kind of business, you just have to honestly find people you can do business with.
Exactly.
That's what you're gonna deal with. So, well, my thing is always trying to be solution oriented. It's like, but you do have groups of black people that can put their energy together, but at the same time too, whatever country we're dealing with has to offer something to us, because we don't have the backing of a nation. I mean, it's literally, it's just us as a people in a country that's trying to figure it out. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it seemed like you've been talking and dealing with a lot of other people, but I'm telling you, the energy that we have here is not that energy. I know people may not like some of the things that we say, but trust me, family, we're not pushing that kind of energy. You know what I mean? And we wouldn't name our company to what we name it. And you know, you see that's a logo for our community. We wouldn't be doing all of this stuff. And you know, if we just have some hatred against our heart, because realistically, I've told people all the time, I don't have to move and live in Africa. And you know, it's not a priority for me and things like that. But what I want to do in the future and within the next few years is live in my community in the town where we can, you know, where the children in the town will be the beneficiary of just being in an environment like this where, you know, they learn hands-on. And I wish when I was younger, I had my own people who look like me that literally can say, hey, you know, young man, you know, we're gonna train you into this world of this technology and business. And
you see, now we have a Liberian on the chat, right? And he's now saying that all what Kofi was talking is lies. You know, you come here, you want to learn more about Liberia. Yeah, there's a Liberian person on the panel.
What is the comment? Say, don't be lying on my country, Kofi.
There you go.
Know. Yeah, she's somebody. She said she loves Samuel Doe, and Samuel Doe is a hero. So anybody who tells me something like that a bushmeat eating savage like Samuel Doe is their hero and they love him, I don't take them serious because.
Oh, come on, Bomani. Come on. Are you not gonna let people express their mind?
No, well, this guy literally, I showed you the peak. Once the guy violently took over the country and, you know, executed the president and some of his best members of his party and took over the country. These were village idiots with like third grade education. They weren't a group of educated black people in that country. They literally put the worst set of people in position to run a government because they executed some of the best people in the country. So the country fell apart. So, you know, I don't take people like that serious because I'm still, you know, that's the downfall of the country and the propelling to craziness. But now, you know, people trying to build back up the energy. But let me let my good brother in. Greetings, Jughead, my brother. I'm not sure how long you've been listening, man. How you been?
Good morning. Good afternoon, brother. I just woke up last. Right now, it's UK time. It's 11:15. So it's
good morning, man. Grand Rising, brother. I got the number one coon in Coonville. His name is Judea Empire. He's from Cameroon.
Oh.
He's one of your neighbors. He's one of your neighbors.
Judea, welcome, brother. What's your point of view, Judea? I've just come in. I've not heard
his point of view is that black people in America have built nothing and they're not responsible for building Liberia. They destroyed Liberia. That's I mean, quote unquote. Let me know if I said something wrong, Judea. Is that
no? Of course. Like we have known you guys for not building anything. So when you guys saying you are coming to Africa to build, I'm like, what are you building? We have known the people that are actually building in America are Mexicans that are building all these buildings that I'm seeing. Even the new brand apartment complex that I have going on here is Mexicans that are doing the thing. So when you guys say going to Africa to build, I'm like surprised because you guys don't have the asset, you guys don't have the money. It's Africans like us that are really actually sending money back home to build things, not you guys. So that was, you know, and that was it.
Okay. May I come in?
I already went back with him for like over 2 hours. So now I'll just let you just share what you want to share based on his analysis of what he just explained.
Okay, let me be calm. Brother G, my brother, I'm trying to be calm with you because you're my brother. We're Africans with the chiefest of respect.
What country you from, brother?
I'm from Nigeria, Delta State, but I was born here in the UK. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay, I've met you on several panels. This is the thing, right? Most of you guys in the UK, especially Africans, we really do not know about us that live in America and the experience that we have been through with African Americans. Go ahead.
I was talking, brother. It's my turn now. Okay. I was keeping this over 2 hours. I went there for 2 minutes.
Go ahead, man.
Well, you make comments about African Americans said they've not built. But are you aware of the history of African Americans? Are you aware of the history, Brother Judea? They built America.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Let me tell you, right? When people build something, they when the ancestors die, they hand it down to their next generation. What happened? Why did their generation did not hand down their building skill to the next generation? Why did they not do that?
I'll tell you if you stop interrupting. I'll tell you if you keep interrupting. You've interrupted 4 times.
Go ahead.
If interrupting, right? The 5th time. The reason why they're not handed down is because after slavery in 1865, the period called Reconstruction, from 1870s to 1900s, 33 decades, where they built towns and cities on their own, from scratch. These were destroyed by jealous Wazungus, and this continues this kind of destruction from them right from the 19th century right up to mid 1950s. They build town, they'll be wiped out for anything. White will accuse black man of rape, and that pretext they come and destroy town. It's happened many times. So, the last 5 decades, African Americans have been misled by people of traitors like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, these coons that have led away from nation building towards begging and marching. That's why we don't see it in the building yet. It's not their fault. They've been misled by a group of traitors and house niggers, by a boule bourgeois coons that have taken away from nation building towards begging and marching. That's why who you have not seen.
Boy, you live in the UK, man. You call people coon. You don't even know how America is. You call us shouting and all these. There are Americans that believe in these people, man. They're black people as well. How do they? Why if they are coons, how come they still have people that are following them? How come our shouting still comes out and speak for these people? Why? How comes they don't call him out? Come on, man.
I'll tell you what. No, Judy, I'll tell you why. First of all, you made my point, Judy. Speak. It's about speaking. It's about building. See, Judy, he made my point. See, other ethnic groups build. Our leaders just talk. You see my point, Judy? You made my point. So, by the last 5 decades, they've been misled by a lot of talkers, not builders. That's why they've left behind. It's not their fault, because they've been misled by a bunch of coon traitors like Andrew Young, all these other Bula Bush and NAACP coons, Core, all these other fools that have taken the direction away from building. Garvey, Malcolm X talking about building and uniting with Africa. These fools done the opposite. That's why Call of Duty they've not built.
So you want them to come and build Africa? You want them to come and build Nigeria?
Of course, but let me say something. Judea, you know they're genius of African Americans. What they've given to America, they'll decide their inventions, their business enterprise. All this behind enemy lines with no being accompanied by white supremacy. Imagine what they do, Judea, on the continent of their fatherland, the forefathers, with no encumbrances. Can you imagine what they do for us? They look what they've done behind enemy lines in science, inventions, all the sciences that they've done. Garrett Morgan, Elijah McCoy, Albert Ames, Lewis.
Oh man, come on.
Come on, where, Julia? Come on, where?
There's nothing as white supremacists in the world. You can be your own. Nobody is supreme over you. You can be a supremacist if you want to. There's nothing as white supremacists. Stop giving white people privilege.
Hey,
you can be your own.
Wait till the man is trying to explain something. But the thing of it is, you keep on defending white people. You must love your white master who is licking his balls and his nuts. No, that's what you seem like. You're really a sick person. Literally, well, I mean, did a white man bend you over and butt breaking you to where you just don't love white people to where you just talk down about black folks? I mean, I hope you're not choking or anything or smoking crack or anything, but something is mentally wrong with you. Jughead, I'm not sure if you're laughing. I guess you turn the camera off because you don't want people to see you're rolling. But I mean, I'm not trying to be funny or anything, man. This guy is literally unbelievable. I mean, you hear the things that come off of his mouth, and he says it like it's nothing. I mean, and then the first thing about white people, he's just quick to defend them quick. You know, we don't honor and praise white folks on this operation here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Literally, you know what I mean? They're not somebody we just, we're here to talk about black affairs and us as a people figuring things out and progressing to the future. We're not here to uphold no white people like they did any good in Africa. All they did was rape the continent. They caused confused Negroes like you to have self-hate against your own black people. Look how you talk and treat the rest of us. I mean, literally, look how you just talk about our history like we just some wicked, evil people. You said the worst. Jughead, this is what he said also. He said in Africa, the worst ones of us, they sent away and sold us into slavery. And he was proud of that. And then now we're coming back and we're trying to show some energy of trying to build. And he said, you guys are not African. Now they don't want. And then so he's making it seem like he speaks for the rest of the continent or anything. You don't speak for anybody. Yeah. You don't ever. I don't think you even speak for yourself. You know what I mean? I think someone is just programming you with this foolishness. So Jughead, these are the things I'm trying to get you to see what this guy is talking about so you can get a good feel of him so you can just dig right into him.
Yeah, Bomani, I've ascertained where he's coming from, and probably Bomani, people like Judea, I love and respect him. It was the reason why Africa is in the state it's in, because instead of focusing on the Arab European squatters, invaders, they focus on the Africans that want to come home in the diaspora. Don't what about us, Judea? What about the squatters taking our land? Judea, don't mind the Africans in the diaspora. Don't insult them. What about the scum that are taking 1/5 of our continents? Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Kemet, and Tunisia. What about those Europeans in Tanzania that still colonized in the land?
Right, but this is the thing, right? I don't focus on Kenya. I don't focus on those who are taking. Look, I'm from Africa. I'm from Cameroon. I'm focusing from where I came from. I don't care about what happens in Morocco, what happens in all these other countries. I don't care about unity of Africa. I don't care about that. I don't care about these people coming in. I care about my own land. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm from. You know, you should go if you want to join in community with these people, and then that's you. But I don't believe in them, and that's my point.
Okay, Julian, good point. But Julian, may I ask you a question, sir? May I ask you a question, Julian, my brother? May I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah. If you believe in Pan-Africanism or Black unity, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Yeah, on this channel.
I was doing it because they were talking on a topic that caught my attention. That's why I came on the panel.
No. Let me make more.
So what happened? There's another hateful Negro like himself called Afro Dumbass. He's a Gambian homosexual that literally that have a white old lover here in America, and he literally loves white folks. So where all he does is talk negative about Black folks in America and the movement that people like myself doing. We're just trying to connect the African diaspora, the Americas, to the African continent, so we can just get busy and do some stuff. So he's literally one of those agents that's in love with his white master, to where all he does spit is just negative stuff. But the thing of it is, he's not popular because he's like 2,000 subscribers, but people love him. There's several people come here and tell me this cool stuff, but I tell them, hey, I don't got no time for people like himself. The only thing I tell people like that is stay out my way or get run over.
So why do people love him, Bomani? Why do people love him?
Well, people love him because this is why. I'm from Jamaica, and my folks there love drama. I came to America. My folks there love drama. I went to Ghana. I went to other countries in Africa. My folks there love drama. We as a people, we just love drama and entertainment. Like, whenever people, the only time people call me is when people make negative videos of me. They're like, Bomani, somebody has to make a video of it. I was like, is this the best you can do? It's like, you really gonna just call me when people make. I was like, I don't have time for this negative stuff. When they stop making videos of me and stop saying things about me, then you need to worry. As long as they saying what they're saying, that means we're progressing. Because when I was, when we were just quiet and doing a bunch of things, laying low, people had nothing to say. As soon as they see us start building success and start growing in business and everything, that's when the haters start coming out. Why you get to get land in Africa and build a community with Black people?
Yeah, but I have a problem.
Then let me finish. Then someone may say a man may say, well, but him and his white boyfriend can come, and somebody may say them, and I'm like, yo, it's not that kind of community. It's a Pan-African community. So if you're from Cameroon, Nigeria, Jamaica, you're from America, and you want to be a part of a energy together, that's what our ancestors were talking about. They were literally, that's how Pan-Africanism was based on different people from different parts of the world coming together and say, hey, this is what we should do as a people, and we should build for the future of our people. So that's the only thing we're doing. We're doing the same thing of our ancestors, but we're building it more progressive. But people like yourself don't respect what they built. They were literally trying to build an organization of African Union, not the AU. They're literally trying to build something so people like yourself would have opportunities in Africa. It didn't work out so good, but literally that's what they're trying to do. And what we're looking
let me say something real quick before my brother gets ahead, right?
Go ahead, what you gonna say? So
okay. Did you notice that the other guy that came on the panel, Zongo, right? He was saying the same thing just like I do. Us Africans that live in America, we have a different mindset, different from these Africans that live in Europe. Because the ones that live in Europe, they look up to African Americans as that higher class, as those people that can lead other Black people. But when you live in this country, us like Africans that live here, we have a different we live with these people. We know what they can and what they cannot do. And when I see brothers in Europe say, oh, these people did this, I'm like, I'm confused because I live in this country. I'm like, are you serious? What the heck are you talking about? So it kind of break
Yeah,
my, because we have a different mindset. We know, I mean, I know a lot of Nigerians that I talk to that live in the state, Mike and other people. They have a different mindset from two Niger that live in London, from these border right that live in London, from other Africans that live in that lives in London, and that's all what they want to pander to African Americans. You guys can go ahead and pander, but we in America do not pander to that stuff, and that's just my point.
My response to
Jughead, what is he saying? He don't pander to what? What does he pander to? What are
we don't pander. We don't beg African Americans to come home and build. We don't do that because we know that you guys do not have the money to build Africa. It's only Africans that are living here that are really sending money back home to build. It's not you guys, and that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying to you. You can't say about people don't have. You can't generalize that because you're 100% wrong. You just are like a lot of stupid, literally just ungrateful piece of trash. Literally, you have no class and stuff, and you have no respect for people who have things going on. No, I mean, I'm dead serious. You don't think that black people have business here? You don't think black people who have business here?
What kind of business, bro? Tailoring workshop and hair salon. You call that business, bro?
No,
come on, man.
No, I mean, you think that's all people have is just corner stores and liquor stores and just mom and pop shop and things like that. I come from a country as messed up as it is in certain ways. You're talking about a country that is evolved in certain ways. Just like if you look at certain other countries, we've evolved in certain ways. But instead of you saying, how can people connect together and make a difference? You just literally there to tear people apart. And that's my issue with you. And you literally have nothing to show that you're doing to help black people at all, not even in Cameroon. All you're here to do is running them out. So I swear, I hope you step outside your house tomorrow and get run over by a damn bus.
Goddamn, man.
And you have no respect. And you're no good. You're no good. You're no good to our people. You're no good. You're literally just a butt-breaking traitor. Literally just a race traitor and literally a black devil. People like yourself are no good. You're not. If I ever see you come on here again after tonight, I'll literally just block you because it's been a useless. I might just even delete this whole recording because it's been completely useless. With your negativity and your nastiness, and you continue to have no control and literally just making it seem like, you came in, you just God blessing to America. You ain't shit, okay? Literally, I don't give a hell what you think. They can get rid of your ass tomorrow, just like myself, just like anybody else. Okay, you ain't nothing special here. You're easily replaced, just like historically. You know what I mean? One slave, they get rid of one slave and they put another one on that plantation. You know what I mean? They kill one and make him an example, and they just get another one from the auction block. You know what I'm saying? And that's who people like yourself are. They deport another Cameroon Negro and they get another one here. And if he can't play and follow master that right, they just get rid of him and get another one. I mean, you're nothing special. And the way you just talk about black people or they don't have nothing, like people, literally, the reason why more black investors, listen here, you little piece of trash, the reason why more black investors don't do stuff in Africa is because savages like yourself turn around and scam them of money and destroy their investment. And these are facts. And these are the reason why, don't you think people like ourselves are trying to get people to come and do business with us in Ghana? You may speak about that for Cameroon, but listen, the rest of the people in Cameroon would never agree with you. But that's what I respect about the folks in Ghana. They appreciate it. It's like, as long as you guys come here and be respectful, we have no problem with you living here. You're welcome, and things that, those are actually just respectful energy, because the thing of it is, the country needs as much foreign exchange as possible, and that's a part of growing the economy, and it's what it is. So if you have more people coming in numbers, whether you think it's small money, their small money adds up to where they can get into corporate investment. Literally, and these are things that you don't appreciate because you're just looking at the white people and Asian folks as being also superior. So a little inferior, little bushmeat and savages like yourself have no respect for yourself. You only worship the devils, and you have no respect for your own people. So that's the sum of you that I've gotten so far. And just like that other bushmeat and savage, Ola, I had to ban his ass. So you little punks, just because you come from Africa, you don't get to tell us that you're more African than us and get to run your mouth like it's something special. You ain't nothing but just another plantation slave Negro from another country that comes here and literally being used by the system. That's it. You ain't nothing special. You prove to me you're special when you actually build something with black people in Africa. That's when you prove that you're something special. Other than that, man, you're just another useless Negro here.
Wow. By coming to
I'm just telling him the facts of what he's doing, and as long as he keep up his bullshit, I'm showing him no respect, because all he said is just disrespectful, degenerate stuff, and he says it like it's nothing. I mean, literally nothing. I mean, this guy literally, it's all good, man. You're gonna love these white folks. You're gonna run into the wrong ones, and they're gonna string your ass up and hang you out there in the fucking park. Excuse my language. You know what I mean? That's what literally race traders and house Negroes like yourself deserve, because you would never, it takes an incident like that to happen before you lose love to people.
Bomani, you did a lot of talking, right? This brother lives in London. This brother lives in London. Do you think he wanna go back to Africa? No, he's not going.
Yes, I'm going back to Africa and I'm building a
No, I'm talking about this brother calling from London. Do you think he wanna go back home? He's not going, because everybody loves the white man. That's why Africans go to these white countries, and that's a fact. Even African Americans.
People are trying to make a living, so they're gonna make a living where they are. Yeah. So if they gotta go to England or France to make a living, so be it. But the fact of you just openly agreeing, oh yes, white man, you're the greatest. I love you so much. I cannot do nothing in Cameroon. I can't live without you. If you go, I'm be stuck with all these degenerate black people that they can't do nothing, and I'm just gonna just commit suicide because my life will be over. I mean, you just make it seem like they're the end all be all, and the rest of us are useless and there's nothing we can do. You should be encouraging more people to go to Cameroon and invest in it, connect to their roots, because you have a good population of people here. Their roots are in Cameroon. You could be an ambassador for black people connecting to Cameroon and building businesses and building enterprises, I should say, and doing diplomatic work for the villages in Cameroon that are war torn and they have lack of infrastructure. Don't tell me that all of Cameroon is developed and is perfect. You know what I mean? Because you have places like that in every part of the world, in a specific country, that they need help. So don't say your people don't need any help. You act like you're just big and bold and you're on some kind of pedestal to where you think you're the one now thinking that you're better than people. You saw Makala earlier, but you're the one that's acting like that. He doesn't act like that. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, John.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to respond to what Judah Empire said. First, he made some comments which are non-factual. He said that the brother UK, I presume he meant me, has no intention of leaving the UK. First of all, brother Judah, you're incorrect. My family roots are in Nigeria. I've been there 6 times. I'm going there this Christmas for the 7th time. I've already got property there in Ephron, in Sapele. We don't know Nigeria, but we've got property there, 3 properties there. My family bought. I had to retire there. Even though I'm born here in the UK, except for my accents, but I will not die here. This is not my land. This place is an evil country. This place is degenerate. I despise this place, but I'm here for the meantime, getting my resources. I'm gonna go home empty-handed. So that's my first point. Now, second point, brother Judea, is about regarding African Americans not having money. No, collectively, they're very powerful. Collectively speaking, brother Judea, if they're a nation, they'd be the 9th richest country in the world. They have got money, brother Judah, collectively speaking, to invest. The reason why they do not is because, as brother Bomani said, a lot of scammers in Africa, particularly Nigeria, put them off. What they do is organize themselves. For the last 5 decades, they've been told not to do that, the opposite. People like Andrew Young and Jimmy Carter had a policy in 1978 to keep Africans and Africans from diaspora apart. It's been by design, brother Judah. You're not aware of that. What Jimmy Carter did, and a guy called Andrew Young, a coon bastard. I hate this guy. And Jimmy Carter, they're the president of 1978. They made a policy to make sure that African Americans, African continents, the fatherland, kept separate.
But let me tell you something about Africa. Africa is the way it is because of Africans. Blame Africans. Do not blame Jimmy Carter or Tony Blair.
Brother Judah, did I interrupt you when you're speaking? Have I interrupted you, brother Judah?
Yeah, Judah, just let him talk, please. Thank you.
No, ask some questions, brother Judah. Did I interrupt you, brother Judah, when you were speaking? Did I interrupt you? Judah, I'm asking a question. I'm going to answer. I'm going to pin him down to the ground. I'll pin him, brother Judah. While you're speaking before, did I interrupt you? Yes or no?
But it's okay. Go ahead and talk. I'm quiet.
Ask your question. No. Ask your question. When you're speaking, did I interrupt you when you were speaking before?
No, just go ahead and talk. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and talk, brother.
Please don't do it. Please show me the same. It's called reciprocity. Please show me the same courtesy I showed you. Thank you. Now, You said before, minor interjection that Africa is because Africans. Africans are not killed there in the Congo. Africans we didn't colonize ourselves. We had the Berlin Conference, 1884. We didn't colonize ourselves, Brother Judah. We didn't kill ourselves in the Congo, the genocide.
We are the ones that are doing all the killings in Africa right now, in Nigeria, in Congo. All this is caused by us. Don't blame the white man. Blame ourselves for doing it.
Where do they get
If you have a discipline,
have some discipline. Who's getting all the resources that they're fighting over? I mean, those are the key questions you have to answer, Judea, before you can just absolve your white lovers out of it, because they're involved deeper than you think. Like I mentioned to you, you are just a pawn. You're nothing else. You're just a pawn. I mean, go ahead.
Let me bust him up. Metaphorically speaking, he's my brother. So I'll pay attention with him. Stop. But Brother Judah, man, you're hard work, man. You get past me the headache. You're so, oh man, look. You have a history of the continents, Brother Judah. You what we've been through for the last 3,000 years. The invasions, the genocides, the murders. Are you aware, Brother Judah? Are you aware what we've been through?
Bro, I'm aware of what we've been through, right? But if you keep holding on these things, you will never develop. Chinese move past Israel, move past genocide. Most countries have moved past certain things, and they are developing. You keep holding on things that does not matter. People have moved on. Now build Africa. You don't want to build it. You keep holding the white man. If the white man is coming over there and taking your resources, blame your people. Do not blame the white man, because your people are lunatic. They don't know how to hold things. Blame your own people. Come on, man.
No, Judah, so you finished. Okay, right. Now, Judah, you made some good points there about, no, you put about leadership. You mentioned China and President Israel. The thing is that they have strong leadership. We don't have that. Africa has no leaders. We have a bunch of plantation owners. Africa is a big plantation owned by Western corporations. And those leaders there are plantation overseers. They're not leaders. They're cowardly, spineless, whatless plantation overseers who have to be removed. That's the problem with Judea. So the problem isn't the African populace, it's the leadership.
So why not remove them? Who's electing them? Why not remove them?
Judah, I've not finished. I'm going to tell you, stop interrupting. Show some discipline and decorum. You're a grown man. You're talking like a 5-year-old. Please show some discipline. We're grown men here now, Judah. We're grown men. We're not children. Right. The problem is the main problem, as I see it, as a Pan-African, is we have cowardly leadership. Look at other nations. You mentioned China. After the revolution, they had Mao Zedong. I'm not a communist, but other leaders have moved forward. Look at Singapore, Dr. Lee Wang-Fu, and Mossadegh of Iran. Other nations have strong leaders that give a vision. We haven't had that yet, but when that happens, we move forward. Yeah, you're right. We got not remain in the past. You're correct. We can't live in the past. Life moves forward, but you have to remember that the Europeans still have a foot on our necks. And let me pick where I come from. As a Pan-African, I believe we must build economic strength, military, and scientific power. The need to cost us power, especially military power, like like North Korea, China, Russia. They're not pushed around because their military is strong. As Africans, we have to industrialize. That's my say. We have to industrialize and then connect together. Bring a federation of African nations that economically, militarily is strong. That's my solution.
Well, perfect, brother.
So can I respond? Can I say anything?
Yeah, yes, you can respond, and there's also a comment on here for you.
No, okay. When I see Africans, right, blame the Europeans or say, oh, white supremacists do this and that, right? I'm appalled. I'm like, really? And we are the ones that are running away from our African countries. I mean, I live in America, right? And I feel like we are our problems. The white man is not, because we let them come in, take our resources, they do what they want to do with us, and then we go ahead and say, oh, they are this, they are that. You have a bad leader. Why not take them out and clean your system? Now we just find out that your own country called Nigeria elected a person called Tinubu, who's as older as a grandpa. But Nigerians are rejoicing, especially the people from the Southwest are rejoicing because they have a person in power, right? Now, this person gets up tomorrow and doesn't do the job, and you blame the white man. But we see how people rejoice when he got elected. So when I see, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. We should take responsibility of our actions and call who are responsible for doing what they are not doing right, and put the blames on them, and do not blame the white man, because the white man left your countries how many years ago, gave you independence, and you have not been able to defend your independence. And you keep blaming them. You still speak the white man's language. You have not been able to change the language into your own language. Your system is still run by the white man. Everything is still controlled by the white man. Yet you claim you have gotten independence. Break away from them and see the development that you're gonna be having. The North Koreans did it. In how many years? When Africans used to feed North Koreans back in the days, when North Koreans gained independence in 1948, I think they were broke. They didn't have nothing to run down for. Africans was feeding them, but they came from behind and bypassed Africa, and now they are now developing weapons of mass destruction and all these things. We have seen Qatar. Qatar gained independence in 1970s, and now they are fast developed than African countries. We have seen Dubai and all these other places. What is taking Africans so long? Are they imbecile? Are they lunatic? Are they short-sighted? Or what? Tell me. I'm done.
You tell us. I think they just have the same mentality as you.
No, because these Pan-African guys want to keep blaming white supremacy. So I'm blaming our people for not doing the right things, not blame white supremacists and all these white people, because they have nothing wrong. They are saving their...
The colonizers haven't left. I mean, the French is still meddling in all of these other Francophone countries.
No, French is not. The Francophone countries are letting French come in. Blame the Francophone people, the African people, not the white man, not the French.
One thing I noticed about you, and I'm gonna see if you can answer the question after. One thing I noticed about you, you like to blame the victims. You one of those people.
Of course, because the victims, if the victims did not expose themselves.
I mean, you're honestly a really bad person, and a bad person will literally blame victims. People, you know what I mean? Literally, and that's my issue with people. People who do no research, they just like to blame the people that are actually the person, or even when people are out there doing work. You guys are like spectators. Yeah, all you gotta just talk while people are out there in the fields and working. But nevertheless, I got a comment for you. I'm talking about you, Judy. I got a comment for you. If you can't read it, I'll read it off to you. I said, can Judea? I can't call you an empire. I would have to come up with another last name for you because you're not building an empire. Judea, if you feel that African Americans don't have enough money to build Africa, perhaps you and other Africans on the continent don't either. We all have limitations. So that's the thing of it is you're quick to talk down about, oh, they don't have no money. They don't have no money. You say it like it's so simple. And you're being a fool because you have seriously rich business black people here in America. And don't ask me to give you no list or anything like that. This is one state right here, Georgia, one state. And you go to different states, you have them. And they have their investments in America. The thing of it is the reason why they don't do more in Africa or may not be open to Africa is because people like yourself talk all that negative propaganda and the stuff that they saw today with these documentaries. It throw them off.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Really?
absolutely.
Why Georgia is one of the most chaotic states in America, and we know who are the chaotic. Let me tell you, and we know who are running. We know which people are running. We know.
Go ahead, because you're an expert on everything. Go ahead.
We know which people are running down our land. The black people. There are certain places that are rough. Why are these millionaires not taking care of these people? Georgia have one of the most biggest homeless people after California. You have Georgia, and most of the homeless people in Georgia, in Atlanta specifically, are black people. What are these rich people doing to these homeless? Why are they not taking care of them? Why not take them off the street?
It's the same question I asked you. Why is all the rich Cameroon billionaires and millionaires, why are they not taking care of all the impoverished areas and the weak infrastructure in the country and that chaotic situation going on with their colonial enemy, our brothers, right there by Amazonian. So, so you have to ask yourself these questions because you seem to have figured out that that black people just put themselves in these situations. You know what I mean? So I mean, example, when you're in a growing state like this, many things happen. I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole homeless situation and the housing crisis and things like that, and so on. But but what I'm also saying to you is the same situation you have in your country and other countries. I mean, you're talking about a global situation of black people struggle. I mean, and then while you're seeing this black people struggle going on, only thing you could think about is, you know, is going to go fetch your master's slippers like a little good little puppy dog you are. You know, you're an unbelievable character.
Bomani, you my guy, man. You know what I'm saying? One day me and you can do business, but I want realistic business people, but not these things that we are coming here to build, because, and that's the thing that pushed me to say things that I say, because we know that you guys do not have the experience to build things. You know, and so when you guys
And
say
you keep
coming
on
to
saying
build, I'm like, you what?
Black people are part of this growing country that's in every aspect of, you know, of operation of this country, whether it's running airports, running a naval operation. I mean, there is no limitation. So your generalization is literally just ignorant to the highest level. You guys don't have money. You guys don't know how to build anything. Two of the stupidest comments. So someone like myself, I wouldn't want to deal with a village idiot like you with a third grade education.
No, you don't have to, because we don't need people. We don't need people like, you know.
You're breaking top, you took some exam, and then they said all these things. No, you're taken into a back room and bent over and worked over. That's how you got here.
Let my brother talk, man. Let my brother from Nigeria talk. Let me.
You're one of those nasty people who prostituted yourself just like Afro dumbass to get to America. You guys have no shame and no respect for yourself. You guys
wow, really? Really?
You're birds of the same feather. One is from Cameroon and one is from the Gambia.
Right. So this is the thing, right? This is the thing. I've seen this with Pan-Africans. Once somebody does not align with their mentality, they start using all these abuse word, all these, you know.
I'm not abusing you. I thought I was just calling you who you are.
Come on, bro. I mean, you should.
I'm just calling you who you are. Like, I want to say some of the nasty words to you, which is not really nasty because that's who you are.
Come on, bro. I mean,
I've been on my best behavior the last 2 years. I've controlled my language and my temper, my anger very well. You know what I'm saying?
But this is the thing, right?
The thing of it is, it's hard to deal with a bunch of mentally ill, unintelligent people like yourself. And people ask me why I don't want to come on YouTube, because I was like, I almost never have anybody intelligent to have a conversation with. That's why sometimes when Kala's is talking, because I'm like, Kala, this guy didn't talk because I don't have any patience to go back and forth. People with low IQ who will literally think that they're telling you how to do things when they have never done anything, and literally telling you that you don't have any money when they ain't got no money. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable, man. So you feel like the only hope that yourself or Cameroon has, if you keep on, you know, keep your love and hate relationship with your white colonial master.
No. This is the thing, right? Because back in the days, we have seen how development is going in Africa in a slow pace, and most of the time, the people that are reviving this economy, like specifically in Cameroon, right, the diaspora are actually doing a lot of development that is happening in my hometown right now is done by us that are living in the United States in particular. Like, my whole city is transforming. You know, and I will not see a change that African Americans will do if they come into my city, because the same thing that we are doing, I don't think they can handle that, because I've seen people move over. Like, I'm talking about Cameroonians in America. People are moving down like huge sum of money and building like skyscrapers. I don't think you guys can actually do that kind of. You guys can actually build. No, man. And I don't see that happening with you guys. That's what I'm saying. So you guys coming to Cameroon will be of no impact to Cameroonians. You might be good in Ghana, maybe in other countries. Maybe in other countries, maybe in the Gambia, but not in Cameroon, man. We are not. No.
Do you think investors that are listening to even our conversation, even though they maybe just be disappointed by all of us because we have had some terrible disagreements, but nevertheless, do you think they'll be open to wanting to come to Cameroon?
But I mean, you think Cameroon is gonna? You think Cameroon is gonna crumble because people are not coming in?
That it's hard to talk to some of these people, and sometimes you just have to go there with them. But literally, we're trying to bring energy of people who want to do things in Africa. That's the whole movement of what we talk about. I'm not sure if you've seen any of the things that we do, but when you click on any of the links on this YouTube channel, whether it take you to whatever, whether we're even on in Facebook, we're pushing the energy like nothing else. You keep on talking about we don't have money. one of the greatest movement that we have is Black corporative economics. Different groups of Black people putting financial resources together and creating investments to where you keep on growing your investment. One of those things are putting your money together, getting land, and you're building your homes on the land. So those are things that you can do, but it's like at some
No, we don't do that stuff. We save money. We save money and go back home and build. We don't put money in nothing like, oh, make your investment. We don't do that stuff.
There's people here, they can do something in Cameroon. Don't just overshadow people and just literally just like, or make it seem like your country's all that. Oh, I don't.
Where have they built though? What you have to know what they have done in the past. What have they done? Where have they built?
Some kind of what are you, human resources or something? You're trying to hire somebody. You need to get all this information. Be thankful people are spending money on an expensive plane ticket, coming to your country, paying for lodging, paying for food, paying for whatever they're doing in your country, and they're even visiting your country. But the thing of it is, you don't even appreciate people even wanting to come to visit your country. That's why some places, as a matter of fact, like I keep on saying to myself, people like yourself, I don't know where you really come from. You could be one of those trolls that they send after me every once in a while. Because it seems like you people are becoming like popular. From y'all calling me, and you know what I mean, from you calling me into to emails and things, it's like a world full of trolls. Like you guys don't ever stop. And it's like I'm telling y'all that y'all fighting the wrong person. You know what I mean? And that's the issue with that's the issue with house Negroes like yourself. You literally, you live just because just because you're getting some nice butter biscuits with your masters. You literally just think that you're in a better situation. You're not in a better situation. None of us are in a better situation. Only time any of us will ever be in a better situation is when we build an African continent with the same aspects of power as everybody else, which it can happen. But it's like all of us are focused in the wrong direction. And the ones of us that are focused in Africa trying to do what we're doing, we keep on getting discouraged and keep on getting attacked by hateful people like yourself. And that's my problem. It's not simple, man. Some people have even told me, asked me if I was mad, if I need to be checked in somewhere. It was like, why you like have this like energy of always wanting to like do things in Africa and trying to like, and people tell you that you could do way much better. But it's like the thing of it is, we have to make the move to Africa. Even if you have to go to a struggle to build a community, a town, even if you have to go to a struggle to do a tour in a country where you're like, okay, well, I can't do this, I gotta adjust this. We got to get out there and get. I can't speak for everybody in America because most people are not going to have this energy. But I'm just saying that people like yourself don't help. That's what we need. People like say, hey, yo, appreciate you want to come to our country. You know what I mean? This is the Minister of Tourism or whatever the situation is. But you offer like no progressive help. I'm trying to get something like positive out of you tonight. But I think you one of those hardcore troll. I think you have worked your way up into Trollville to where you like, you know what I'm saying? You just think.
By coming from Bomani?
Because the thing is, isn't that the goal? That's what Garvey is about. That was about the Liberian operation, us coming together, building from Africa. I keep on telling people if I'm in the wrong movement, let me know. You know what I'm saying? So I can go back in time and do something else. But I'm just trying to find who is with us because we definitely need investors that are trying to connect in Africa. If they all they get is this hateful energy from Black folks in Africa, it throws them off. That's why a country like Ghana is big on tourism and people come there and people live there, do business, and that's why you see people like myself. I can't remember last year that I wasn't in Ghana. It was like that long, well over a decade ago. But then people like ourselves, we go there because it's a welcoming country. You go there, and no one ever said, Bomani, you and your people, y'all don't have enough money to do this and that. No, don't come here. You just like you represent. So anybody who from Cameroon that knows this guy right here, he's messing up your opportunity. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him one of those raw Brooklyn beatdowns. People like feel it, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you're behind a desk and you're behind, I don't know where you are, maybe in your mama's basement, but you're behind somewhere and you're just talking slick and greasy. And I don't know if you know that, but you have offered no encouragement. You're basically just down your country. Now I know why we don't see nobody going there because if it's a lot more.
No, do you think we actually need people to go there? Do you think we actually need black people to go there? No. White people are actually going there because they know the importance of Cameroon. White people are actually going there, not you guys, because you guys do not know the importance of it. That's why white people have the money.
Your welcome party is not working out for us. It's just like beautiful Jamaica. You know, if somebody ever asks me, I'm like, hey, go. You're doing something diplomatic. Enjoy yourself. Have safe journey. I mean, we should encourage people. That's the beautiful thing about Pan-Africanism and about and talking about a world of Marcus Garvey, Kwame Nkrumah, Malcolm X, and you're talking about this and a whole energy of this the founders of the Organization of African Union. You're talking about groups of black people from many places, literally learning more about each other because we have struggles in all over the places. With people like yourself, you're so self-centered and just literally just into your own world. You know what I mean? But I'm telling people like family. You have a lot of people just like him. I mean, whether they're in America, another place, they're out there and they literally they're just useless to us, man. So we just got to keep away from them because literally, I mean, if somebody turn around and tell me every minute, that's why we prefer white people. That's why and I heard him say it about 20 times already. White
people are the one that are actually going to Cameroon and they are going there with money. And the kind of money that they have, I don't think black people can actually have it.
Well,
so we actually
how do you even know who got what? I mean, what you doing
a
survey?
Come on.
So what he did? He did a survey of all the richest black companies in America because there are some. So
I'm talking about the people that are actually going to Africa.
Companies can't build manufacturing in Cameroon. You tell me.
Come on, bro.
So that's the thing of it is. I feel very bad for you because you have this low, you're in a country where you have the most professional black people in any country. I mean, and because that's a combination of black people that are born here and black people that's been here for generations and black people who come from other parts of the world. You should feel privileged to be here and be privileged trying to make friends and trying to actually get along with people like ourselves. Instead, you have joined the dumbass class with Afro dumbass of just African degenerates who literally who hate themselves. So when they come here, they're literally jealous of other black people for being productive. I mean, that's what I get from you and him. And you and him are literally just, you both are like sad cases, man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back to what I used to do back in the days. I'm gonna go pray for you guys. I'm gonna say a little prayer for both of you. I'm gonna, because both of you need help, man. You guys are some serious deadly clowns, man. I don't know if somebody's really paying y'all to operate this way, but it's like we can't get nothing out of them. Jughead, talk to me, man. Maybe I'm going crazy.
No, but you're not crazy. You're very lucid.
To love other black people and be, and be accommodative to us. But anyway, sorry about that, Jughead.
But while you're definitely not crazy, you are being very lucid, clear, articulate, and full clarity as usual. Brother Judah, oh man, I don't know where to start. I'm gonna blast you because you're my brother, so I have to treat you with a certain respect. You're misguided. You're not a coon, but you're misguided though about the Europeans going to Cameroon. But Judah, my brother, I promise you, my brother, my beloved brother, those whites going to Cameroon have nefarious intentions. Their intentions are not benign. Trust me, their intentions are predatory, parasitic, and nefarious. Don't fool yourself, brother Judah.
Why? If you were telling me that and you live in Africa right now, I would believe you. But you live in London, where the white people are, and you work for these white people.
Brother Judah, I'm still talking. I haven't finished yet. Lord have mercy. That's what I'm saying. No, I don't know. I don't have to know them. I know the track record of like 3,000 years of what they've happened in Africa, our fatherland. I don't have to know them. I'm not saying that they're all bad. I wouldn't say that'd be non-factual. What I'm saying is though that generally you have to be guarded with it. If you trust these people, then you're a fool. I've always been through for the last 400 years. If you trust these Europeans and Arabs, then you'll be very naive. That's what I'm saying. And regarding Africans not having money, that's not true. I said to you before, if African Americans were a nation, in wealth they'd be the ninth richest in the world. The ninth richest in the world. They've got money, but what it is, it's been misappropriated by bad habits, and bad leadership. They're visionless. They're leaderless. That's the problem. When people like Marcus were killed, Carlos Cooks, Medicare Fred Hampton decades ago, the last 5 decades they've been misled towards being individualistic consumers. That's what they are, not the generalists. They're not bad people. They're just been made to be like consumerism is a way of life. So they don't look outside of America. They can build. But if they have the right leaders and the right environment, they will build. Trust me, Brother Judah. You'd be very naive if you think that African Americans can't build. They can build. They built a country. Look at history from slavery up to 1950s. They were the builders. They were the backbone of America. Trust me. I mean pandering to them. I was not knowledge history. African Americans, the last 200 years, have been the most progressive blacks on the planet. The last 200 years in science, in business, in entertainment. They've been the tip of the spear. Name another black group, Brother Judah, that's done much more African Americans last 200 years. What's Cameroon done? What's Nigeria done? Even Jamaica gave us where Bob Marley went. Gave us Bob Marley. Jamaica gave us Bob Marley, reggae music, the Maroons. What's Nigeria given us? Okay, what we've done. What's Cameroon done for liberation? Even Grenada gave us Maurice Bishop. Even Tina Grenada gave us Maurice Bishop. What was Cameroon done for black liberation? Even Libya gave us Gaddafi. At least,
Yeah, I mean, please, Judea. I give him a name, Judea, because he's gonna keep on naming names, and then that
he keep talking about what has Cameroon done. If Cameroon is existing today, it means the people of Cameroon fought and liberated their people.
Well,
What the heck are you talking
give me a
about?
name of your leader. Give me a name of your best leader. Like I'll give you one from Jamaica, Marcus Garvey. I'll give you one from America, Malcolm X. Give me somebody. I'll give you one from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah.
You go and Google Felix Mumi.
Did he just make that name up? I mean,
No, I did not make it. Felix, Google. You can Felix Mumi. Go ahead. He was the one. He for. There are a lot of names, man. Go ahead and type it in. If you don't know how to spell it.
Nobody knows that person, so.
Okay, nobody knows it. You don't have to. But he liberated Cameroon from. So I'm talking about our own history. I'm not talking about liberated blacks. He liberated Cameroonians. And that's the fact.
Everybody in the entire world, black people all over the world know them. The people that are just
okay. Tell me about Nigeria. What name do you know in Nigeria?
One of the greatest presidents, Obasanjo.
Oh wow! Oh, so you're talking about? So he liberated Nigeria.
How about Fela Kuti? How about a better one, Fela Kuti?
Oh wow! So you're talking about an artist liberating Nigeria, and then that's crazy.
Well, I'm giving you a name of somebody famous that everybody.
Oh man! Oh okay. Oh man! When it comes to famous, man, what the heck are you talking about? You have a lot of famous. Come on, have you heard of Francis Ngannou?
I heard of Joel Embiid.
Okay, Joel Embiid, Pascal Siakam, Francis Ngannou. All these people are Cameroonians, bro. All these people.
Only Joel Embiid because they were playing. They're playing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wow. There are a lot of famous people in Cameroon. In fact, Cameroon has more famous people than Ghana and even Sierra Leone or Liberia or Gambia.
Hey, Jughead, he's excited now. There you go.
No, I'm not excited. I'm telling you for a fact. I'm not gonna come here and let you.
I like that. I think you're finally coming over to coming to the real side. You're very positive now. You talk about Joel Embiid and we talk about positive people. There you go. So you have beautiful people that represent your country that's here doing wonderful things. Joel Embiid is trying to win an NBA national championship and trying to get his MVP. Now that's a positive thing. It may not liberate the future of black people, but it's something.
Do you know about Ndamu Kongsu, footballer, American footballer?
He played for the American national team.
Yeah, I don't think he watch American football anyway. He plays. Yeah.
So he played for the American national team, not Cameroon national teams. So he's
no, I'm not talking about Cameroon, but when it comes to Cameroon football national team, you have Samuel Eto'o. He was one of the most popular guy in Africa, and this guy on the panel is gonna know him.
Jughead, you got a comment right here. Let me see what Bobcat always have something nice to say. Jughead, can you explain why so many Africans have detained hate against Black Americans and Caribbeans, and why do they worship their white oppressors? So basically, Bobcat is asking you, why do people like Judea love their white devil?
No, it's the same like you guys. We ask this guy to live. When this guy get money, right? Ask him, does he live in the hood or he move?
The thing
in the white suburb. Why doesn't he want to stay in the hood when he gets money? Why he doesn't want to live with his people?
None of us live in
Judah,
the hood. I'm sorry, you got the wrong type of black people. All of us are
You
working.
don't live in the hood because you're making money, right? You live in a white suburb. That you went closer to the white people.
Now, how about this? How about I always find a black suburb to live in. That's where I live at.
Oh, there's no black suburb, bro. There's no black suburb. All black suburb is ghetto, and nobody want to live there.
I think maybe one white person live on here, and that's a white person from Puerto Rico. That's it.
Oh, come on, come on,
This whole
come
block,
on.
this whole block, and it's a block full of houses. And
Okay, that might be a block. That might be a block, but the whole city,
I mean, it's the whole area. The town is like 60% black people. I mean, this is Georgia. I mean, you can find places like that. Don't make it seem like everywhere in in America is just the South has the highest concentration of black people in America. Most of us are on the East Coast and especially on the South. Everywhere I've lived at on the East Coast, the further south I go, the more black people I run into.
Bro, where there's 60% black people in a neighborhood, you know that neighborhood is messed up. I'm telling you for a fact.
It's in a town. So some of these neighborhoods here is it's a higher percentage of, even like I mentioned to the street that I'm on. So you can even account for 90%. Those are the things that you have. So you know what I mean, you have this fun energy to love for white people, make it seem like white people like. I mean, I guess when you go to bed at night, you get down on your knees and you pray, and it said, you know, dear Creator, thank you for creating the white people, because if it wasn't for the white people, I would have nobody to look up to, because I hate myself and hate all my other black people. Go ahead, brother.
Bomani, can I ask a question? Yeah, can I ask the Bobcat Traction asked a question. What's his name? Bobcat Traction asked me a question. May I answer it? Yeah, Bomani, can I answer the question? Yeah. What it is Bobcat. People like Brother Judah have been misinformed. But there's a lot of factors. One is Christianity and religion. I bet if I ask him, he's a Christian or some of you such a religion. I bet if I ask him. Number two, misinformation and colonization. Africans, we're not independent. We've been colonized, and apart from maybe Zimbabwe under Mugabe in 80 and Libya under Gaddafi. Africa and then maybe Nkrumah under Burkina Faso under Thomas Sankara, 83. Africa's never been liberated. Africa's always been. Algeria under Ben Bella. For the most part, Africa's not been liberated. We're still colonized. We're still a plantation. And people like Brother Judah have not been told history of themselves or Africa. That's why they think white people they're their gods. I basically has a white picture of white Jesus in his house. So I asked Brother Judah what religion is. Basically, if he has his Jesus, basically as a white man. That guy that was painted by Michelangelo or whatever. What it is also propaganda. For the last 2 centuries, they've not reversed. It is the African American and African Diaspora. Black people made efforts to come out from religion and white worship. In Africa, it's still predominant. You go over to Nigeria, for instance, you see pictures of white Jesus everywhere. They're still enthralled by Europeans. They're enthralled by white skin. They see them as white. They have a savior complex. That's the problem. That's why they come into Africa, beat us, rape us, take piss out of us. That's why Chinamen come to Africa. We'll put Chinamen and we'll defend ourselves. Look at the civil wars in Africa, in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, in Rwanda. We kill each other. We chop each other like cucumbers. Yeah, we go to Libya. We're going to take a slate. We won't defend ourselves. We're a race of cowards. We kill each other with viciousness in Sierra Leone, Liberia. Chop each other up in Biafra, civil war in Rwanda. When an Arab coming to us now, we're docile. There's some African that chop up his brother or a different tribe. Will a Arab put his hands on him? That's a disgrace. It's cowardice, Bob. It's cowardice, misinformation, and bad religion. Those are three things: cowardice, misinformation, and Muslim religion. That's why we talk down African Americans. We're jealous because they've made progress behind enemy lines. They've progressed behind enemy lines, and most of Africans are jealous. When look at African Americans have their shone of the last 200 years. Look at all the entertainers. Look at the stars. We can't compare. So a lot of Africans are jealous of African Americans because they shine. I'm not jealous because I love my people, but a lot of Africans are jealous.
Jealous? Are you kidding me? Brother, do you speak your African language? Brother, do you speak your African language from Nigeria? Do you speak your African language? Do you speak Nigerian language? What tribe are you?
Yoruba, the Delta.
Oh, you Yoruba.
No. Yoruba from Delta. No, not Yoruba. Yoruba.
Oh, you from Delta? Delta. Okay. That's Asaba, Warri, all those places. Do you speak your tribal language?
I have some big window. And when I go there, I can slow down. I have to slow down there because my English like that. I have to slow down to go over there.
Oh man! So when you say Africans are being under religious, I still believe in African religion, African tradition. I don't believe in the white man's religion, despite the fact that I live in America.
So you're
I do
telling
not
me you're not a
believe in it.
Christian or you're Muslim?
I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those. I'm African spirituality. I believe in African religion.
So when you're
And
growing up, you tell me you wasn't a Christian or Muslim or
what you mean growing up? I grew
So you-
up in a family being African and
so there's-
believing in African
there's
religion.
There's no missionaries that created a church or set up a church. So
What
you
the
can-
heck? Who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for other Africans, or you gonna let me talk?
I mean, I'm speaking for everybody. Isn't that
No,
the same?
you're not speaking for everybody because the missionaries that you claim were not in my area. My own religion, my own African religion, my own village religion was the one that was running my village.
Oh wow! So you missed out on some good indoctrination by the Christian missionaries. You probably learned something. I think
No.
you
Oh
probably
wow,
be a better
wow.
person.
So the Christian missionaries actually gave you your own religion. The white man gave you your own religion.
I'm not saying based on your
Wow.
mentality, you probably have learned something because obviously whatever your African spirituality taught you, you became a hateful person to black people. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
I believe that Africans, my religion taught me that us black, us, my village people are superior. That's why my last name is Supremacist, because I believe that there is no other supremacy other than me. The white man is not my superior. I don't see
Or the
any
white
other
man is
person
no
as
longer
being
your
superior to
master.
me.
So you're gonna dethrone a white man. He's no longer your master.
You are the one claiming him to be my master, but where I know, I
Because
believe that there is no superiority.
you praise him like y'all bed buddies.
There's nothing wrong having a white friend, but it's better to have a white friend than keep an African American friend.
So you end up getting you're like getting butt broken.
Oh wow, really? It is that if you live in Atlanta, that's what you guys are known for, and that's the thing, and that's why, and that's the mentality that you guys are taking back home to Africa. And guess what? Africans do not condone to. Let me finish. Now you want to go to that topic? Let's talk. Africans do not condone to LGBT or how you call it. We don't condone that shit. That shit is your mentality, and that's the stuff that you're taking back home.
We don't want that energy there. So since you are butt broken, they won't let you back. So I mean, you know what I mean?
No, they bed bucking your ass in Atlanta, and that's the mentality you guys are taking back to Africa. And when these Africans in Europe, they think you guys are going home to spread love, but you guys are not. You guys are taking that LGBTQ back to Africa.
From that relationship that you had in Cameroon. That's how you and Afridamus came here. You guys are part of a boy ring that they just bring up and abuse, and it's sick. You guys should be speaking out, literally, versus endorsing the stuff instead of praising your master. Hey, you know what I mean? That's the issue that we have, and that's why y'all can't go back because y'all literally, you know what I mean? Folks gonna handle y'all because y'all can't bring that.
No, you keep talking about that bed broken, but you guys are the ones. You guys are the ones doing the bed broken. And you guys are taking that LGBTQ to Africa. And that's why you guys can take it to Nigeria. You can take it to Ghana. You can take it to the Gambia. But in Cameroon, we don't let that shit slide. We pin you down and take you where you want to go with. And that's not funny.
Hey, brother,
You know?
how you handle them people is your business. My name is Bomani, and I'm not in it. I don't want to be around those things. You handle those people. No, I'm saying that's serious. I don't want nobody to say Bomani endorse anything. You guys
No, but that's what you're saying. You endorsing it.
You guys handle things. I think of it is I don't want you to go back and try to turn out the other boys because you've been turned out. But you know what I'm saying?
Oh wow, really?
They should handle you people for literally bringing that energy there. I mean, literally.
Wow.
That's one thing we don't need in Africa. You know what I mean?
Wow.
We need nation building to keep on going on. If you know what I mean.
Wow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Jughead.
Well, I show respect. I always show courtesy. That's my trademark. That and I talk
That's good, man.
Yeah. But see, I'm Brother Judah, my brother. So you say you're supreme, but you're right now currently living in the States. Is that correct?
Yeah, I live in the state. I call myself supremacist because there's no superiority over me.
Right. Okay, good. So, Brother Judah, I'm a bit cheeky, but I'm not a bit facetious. But if you're supreme, why are you doing in the States? Why are you in the Cameroon being supreme? Why are you in America? Why did you go to America? Were you born there or did you travel there?
Yeah, the white man created an embassy back home in Cameroon and said, "Do you want to come to America to help people?" And that's why I was choosing. I had to come to see the plight of what the black people were facing in America. Went to school, and I have to serve their community. Right, we are helping with kids that are marginal, kids that are facing problems. Recalcitrant kids that are the kids that might end up going to jail. We help them with that psychological rebuild, change their mindset, stop being arrogant, right? Build them into a better person. And that's what the white man brought me over to do. And so we are doing the job. I did not come here because I'm running away from Cameroon,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he honestly came here. He came here to service.
Let me get him. Let me get him.
Go ahead.
But Judah, sorry, but Judah, I'm confused. See, please give me some clarity. You said before that you don't care about Cameroon. Now you're telling me that you come to America, you care about America. Which is it? You keep moving the goalposts. I'm confused. First, you said 3 or 4 times that you. I pay attention. I pay attention, Judah, because I pay attention. Everyone says.
No, you're confused.
But Judah, you heard of Columba? I'm Black Umber. I don't miss anything. You said 3 or 4 times that you came about Cameroon. Now you're saying you come to America, came out Black Americans there. Which is it?
No, what the hell are you talking about? I said the white man came over to Cameroon and I've repeated the same story to Bomani. He can better explain to you because I don't know if you understand it or not.
Yeah, he's speaking Cameroon English. It's so try to take your time and listen to him as his pronunciation. Go ahead.
What I was saying is, look, the white man brought me into this country to help people. And the white man came over and said there are a certain group of people in America that do not want to go to school. All they want to do is gang banging and smoke drugs and smoke weed. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to work. So there is a lot of gaps that is lacking in the American community. So they need intelligent people to come over to America and help close that gap. And that's why, I took that decision to come over here to help the situation out. And that's it. Now you understand, right?
Well, how is it going? You're making Black America a better place for Black people since you came from Africa to save Black America?
Of course, I mean we are helping them out. When I came, the situation that we had with Black Americans communities, the situation that was going on, it has kind of reduced. Most people are taking their education serious. Most of them are going back to school. Taking their GED and all of that. So we have seen a lot of improvement, and that's a good thing.
Well,
we are giving back to Black American community, right?
Well, the superior African from Cameroon came to America and saved the day and helped all of these Project Riddle.
Right. There you go.
Children, with their parents on drugs and they ain't doing
nothing.
Right. You came to say today, good job, man. Good job. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Do what you're doing. A Black America will be in a better place in the future.
Right. There you go. I think now he gets it. The Nigerian guy gets it now, right?
No, I don't. I'm so perplexed.
Oh, okay. Okay. If you were American, you will have get it because Bomani got what I was saying.
Well, I don't. Please give some clarification, Brother Judah.
No, Bomani can explain to you. Bomani can explain to you, man.
He's here. He has a job as a social worker, and he goes into poverty-stricken communities and help Black children that are lost. Maybe one of their parents is on drugs. Maybe one is in the jail, and he's there to do kind of a social nursing work.
Yeah.
And things that he hasn't explained his profession. I'm sure it's somewhere along that line. And then he's here to do community outreach and things like that. So someone is paying him a nice salary to go and do this job and things like that. And hey, I mean, I'm glad it's a Black person that got the position, but I mean.
Yeah, but you get me. I'll be facetious. Now, I understand clearly what you said. What I don't understand is that the contradictions he's saying. I'm saying I'll pay attention to what you said, Bomani. I'll still play what he said.
Yeah. So
what I don't understand is that he said that he cares about Cameroon. So when they offered him a job, why didn't he say no? Go away, white man. I don't care about Cameroon. I'm staying here. Why didn't he stay in Cameroon, Mr. Supreme, and build Cameroon? Why did he come over here? The white man sent by the European. Why did the Supreme Judah stay in Cameroon and build Cameroon? That's
Supreme have the right to go anywhere they want to. You don't stay on your spot, man.
Supreme, but it's all right. Answer your question. Though. You want us to answer your question? Answer his question now. Why do you not choose to stay in Cameroon?
No, that's what I'm telling you. Supreme doesn't mean you have to stay in your environment. You have the right to move, learn, and go back home and build. You know, you learn a lot. Supreme keeps learning. You keep learning a lot. The more you meet different people, you learn. You don't stay only in your environment.
Yeah. I mean, you honestly had a great calling because I mean, you don't believe in you're not into any of the known religion. So let's just say creator. So the creator gave you a calling and said, Judea, the great supreme warrior, we need you to come to the nearest hood in America and come save the black children.
The Black Panther, but Bomani, I'm confused. If he's supreme, you need to learn. Supreme means, you know what supreme means? That adjective, you know what supreme means? It means
not really. People have abused that word. So,
yeah,
but go ahead.
But I say, well, some supreme, we need to come to America when he can use his supreme talents to build Cameroon. I understand that. Yeah, you can free to move, but why would the white man send him like a, you know, why say Cameroon, Mr. Supreme, and build Cameroon? That's what I'm trying to ascertain. I've still got an answer yet. He keeps moving the goalposts. I didn't say
I'm not moving the goalposts. What I'm saying is there's nobody that's supreme over you. Even the white people that you call them white supremacists, it's not every white supremacist that is building anything. It's just a generalized statement. So if I call myself supreme, if the other person do not call themselves, they cannot build. So you have to have a group of supreme people, just like people that are reasoning, not like you guys that feel like, oh, the white man is above you. We cannot have this kind of people in our community. That's why I'm looking for certain people that have that criteria of reasoning, believing that they are supreme to help build, but not all this Pan-African stuff. Not all this white supremacy stuff. No, we don't condone that stuff. We believe that we are supreme over other people as well. And that's how it is.
Yes, Amos, Henry, he did. Correct, Amos. But Judah, you cannot be first of all, you cannot say you want to build and be Pan-African. Pan-African is building in its essence. You're contradicting yourself. You can't say you don't want to be Pan-Africanist, but you want to build. It's like saying, oh, you want to swim but don't want to get wet. You can't swim without getting wet. You can't build without Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is building.
No, Pan-Africanists is not building. Pan-Africanists are out to make their private money. They are not out to build with people. Most of the time when these guys go to Africa, they don't link up with other Africans on the continent. They link up with the ones that have left America. And this is what you guys don't know about. And I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a Pan-African, so I'm not going to come here and say, oh, let's unite. No, I'm not in that uniting shit. I'm not on that. You know, if you want to unite, take your ass back to Africa and stay over there and leave the UK passport and leave the American passport and take your ass back over there and unite with your people. Not staying over on the other side and talk about unity, because the white man is still feeding you, giving you employment. You still pay your bills to the white man and all these things. Come on, man.
Good points. Now, Judah, good points. Now, let me retort to those excellent points you made. Judah, you said initially, if you recall before, that that you were interested in building. Now I'm confused. See, I pay attention to what everyone says. I pay attention. I'm very meticulous. What people say, I listen intently. You said that you're listening to Cameroon. You said you don't care about Algeria. You don't care about Morocco and other African countries.
No, I don't care about none of that. Yep, I don't care about none of that.
Judah, I'm still talking. I'm rephrasing what you said. You said you don't care about Cameroon. You don't care about other African countries, whether it's Cameroon, whether it's Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, Kemet. You don't care about Cameroon.
I care only about Cameroon. That's what I said. I care only about Cameroon.
I'm still talking. You left Cameroon, which you care about. Come to another. You left the continents to go 8,000 miles to America and lift the people in Cameroon.
Right, because I have a project. I have a project that I'm working on. That's why I came here to do that project, and I'm also doing the same projects back home.
What project is that? What's the name of that project?
I'm not
Please
gonna
enlighten us.
release my project to somebody that I don't know, that I just met on this panel for the first time. I don't do that. I'm not gonna kiss and tell. I'm just telling you that I have a project that I'm running in Africa. And if you want to go ahead and run your project with Pan-Africans in Nigeria, go ahead and do it. But I condone, white people are the ones that will give you more intelligence than any of these people, because they don't have the power. They don't have the machineries to carry on projects in Africa. All the kind of projects they can do is hand to mouth. They can only employ 1 to 2 people. That's it. They cannot employ 50 to 100 people. They don't have that kind of mindset to create companies like that. And that's a fact.
It's not a fact. That's an opinion. It's not a fact.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Tell me, what company have they created in Nigeria that is employing more than Dangote in the African American company?
In Nigeria, African Americans, they've not done it yet.
They have not done it yet. You think they're gonna do it? Nope. They do it.
Right. The question, your question is, you're being very negative.
My question is, these people, you think these people can build a 4,500 company? Go ahead.
I'm not finished.
I'm gonna answer your question. Yes. It can be done. It can be done. You have no idea where you are in America.
Why are they not doing it?
Well, why they're not doing it? Like I've explained to you, people are not just gonna jump up and run to Africa and do whatever. And that's what I'm saying. People like yourself, look how disrespectful you talk with people. Do you think people are gonna feel welcome to go to the country? No, it's people like yourself that turn people away. And then also your country don't have proper outreach and proper connection, because we should be having outreach as Black people to connect other Black people to come to different countries and do things together. But that's what I can clearly see, that's not going on. So don't expect Black people that are very well off and successful to just get up and go to Africa. What is their incentive? You think some of them are thinking about a Pan-Africanism like people like me and Kala and our brother Jughead? Some of them are not. Some of them, are looking for outreach, incentive, something. And if those things are not being offered, why would they jump into shark infested waters when they're doing okay here? People like ourselves are trying to encourage more people to come there and do things. But the issue that we have is with people like yourself that are literally have no respect for your own country and can't be, and it should be ambassadors and diplomats for your own country. But instead, you're just somebody I look at like, I want to keep away from people like himself because they're just negative. They just, we're telling you, do your research on Black America. You'll see that people can do many things. It's just, it's like, you're talking about people that were stolen from Africa. So you have a high percentage of people that have no interest in going to Africa. So it's like everything can't just be from this side. Something has to come from that side, some level of outreach.
Exactly.
Also. That's is why Ghana is successful with connecting with the African diaspora. That's why you go to Ghana. It's a thriving country of energy where
And what has that striving taken them to? Have they moved to a first world country? No, they are still on the same spot like every other African countries.
And they're doing much better than Cameroon. They're doing much better than what y'all doing down in Cameroon.
No. I mean, people are having to eat square meal in Cameroon all the time. It has not stopped.
So,
man, come on.
Countries like Ghana, yes, those energies grow the country, and little by little, and all of us are part of a growing energy of the country. So I don't see not much. I don't see people breaking in next, try to go to Cameroon and things.
No, Black people are not going. That's why we don't need them. White people are actually going to Cameroon. That's the people that we need because they have the money. I keep telling you that just because Black people are not going, it's not of no impact.
And why they go to Ghana so much? Countries like Ghana and even Nigeria, but not countries like Cameroon. It's not very popular.
It's not popular to you as a Black member. It's popular to white people, and those are the people that we talk to. You have no importance coming to Cameroon. That's what I'm saying. Just because you don't go there doesn't mean Chinese people do not go there. Europeans go there.
Praise and worship all these people, and then you expect Black people from America to come there and want to do things.
No, you can't. I mean, you don't have the access. You don't have the access to come. You don't have the money to spend. That's why the white people that are coming actually have things going for them.
Not only are you stupid, but you're sick. We bring people all over the different countries, and people
Oh,
appreciate
come
the fact
on.
that we're coming to spend and do
Come
business.
on. So you think the people that you take on the trip can actually spend at least $25,000 to $30,000
Why does
in
it matter?
Africa? Come on, man.
Why does it matter? Why does it
Come
matter?
on, bro.
When you put more of your money together, you can do a whole lot more. So you keep on downplaying the impact of what us as a people can do. And maybe I mean that's what happened when you're butt broken. You're just weak to where you have no hope in society. You can't think straight and you're not focused. Your mind is clouded. You're defeated. You know what I'm saying? You're become completely useless. People like yourself, we're just done. I mean, the best thing to do is remove yourself, and we're just gonna close down this call. And hopefully, people like yourself, I don't see, and if I do see, hopefully, stay at my way, because if not, we're just gonna run you over. That's our theory and our science now. Stay out of our way, trolls and haters, or we're gonna run you over.
Yeah, but my coming, guys.
Go ahead, Jughead. Go ahead, Jughead. We're good.
Yeah.
Say what you have to say, and then we're gonna close out in the next
Oh,
next
keep it
15
short.
minutes. You
Thank
got
you.
plenty of time, brother. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll keep it short and sweet. No abuse, no insults, no abuse, no invective. Keep it short and sweet.
No,
We're a family.
take your time. Honestly, brother, take your time. I'm muted, so just take your time.
Yeah. But Judah, if you remember, I asked a question about half an hour ago. I'm confused. See, this channel is a channel for Pan-Africanists, and you're not one. So why are you here again? And why are you not on white channel looking for white sponsors to build to your secret project? Why are you here in a Pan-Africanist channel causing dissension and confusion? I'm confused. We don't waste the debate. Like it's iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. What are you doing here wasting our time? Why are you in a white channel looking for white sponsors for your secret project? Why are you over here? Judah, that question was to you, Judah. Judah, that was to you, Judah.
I thought you were still talking, man, because you don't want people to intervene when you're talking. Oh, okay. So you asked me a question. Why am I over here on this panel, huh?
He's a troll. He's a troll.
I came on the panel because Bomani, we were discussing something very important. The discussion just kind of shifted. But when I came on the panel, they were talking about, a lot of different things, right? So what caught my attention was, the amount of people that actually really want to go to Africa. But at the same time, I don't have to be a Pan-African to come to these panels because there's freedom of wherever you want to go and listen. When people mention of Africa, I'm from the African continent. So it's very peculiar when people start talking about Africa, this, Africa, that. It gets my attention. But at the same time, do I want Pan-Africanism? No, I'm not Pan-Africanist. But at the same time, do I want Africans on the continent to work with themselves? I mean, if they want to. But am I so concerned with that? No. I'm more concerned in Cameroon, and that's it. The white man has divided African continent, and we should stick with our own countries because you're not gonna take that shenanigans in Nigeria and bring it over to Cameroon. We don't take that shit. So you stay where you were. You wanna go ahead, and that's on you. But when I hear people talk about Africa this, Africa that, and want to put down Africa as if we are all trash people, and then I come here and defend Africa, because when I came on this panel, Carla Genesis was talking about Africans are doing this, doing that. That's why I came on the panel and was talking to Carla Genesis, and that's why I came. So, they weren't talking about no Pan-Africanists. They were talking about Africans are doing this, they are doing that. That's why I came on the panel, and that's why I came in.
Okay, that's clear to me now. I must admit, when I came in late, so I didn't hear that earlier broadcast. I came in about an hour ago, so I must admit, I didn't hear the initial exchange between you and Calogenesis. But I do know this, brother Judah, my brother. I know this for a fact. Africa is the future because there's a reason why these Chinese, everyone's runs to Africa, not just European, the Wazungus, Chinese, Lebanese, they're all going there for a reason. It's not to get a suntan, because in Africa, which is, in terms of resources, is the continent that has the most resources on Earth, the most diverse, it's the most beautiful continent on Earth, the most beautiful, the most lush, the most precious real estate on the planet. Everyone wants it. I warn you now, brother Judy, if we don't unite and stop this foolish division, we'll be finished. Brother Judy, have you heard of Tasmania?
What'd you say?
Have you heard of an island called? You know Australia, don't you? Australia.
Yeah, I've
Australia
heard
is an
of
island called
Australia.
Tasmania.
Yeah, I've heard of Australia.
Right.
Yeah,
Have you heard of Tasmania?
Tasmania. Yeah, I
Tasmania.
think I think it's a little island out of Australia.
Yeah, correct. You know what, brother, Judah. If you had a time machine, if you go back 200 years ago, these Africans that look like me and you and I.
Yeah,
All
Aborigines.
of
Even
this,
they live in Papua New Guinea and West Papua New. I know that. Yeah.
correct. What I'm saying is, brother, Judah, go to Tasmania now. Look at the phenotype. The phenotype now. Has it changed? The phenotype.
Yeah, I mean, admixtures. You have people with admixtures. And you have
Worse
had,
than
and it's all white. You have gotten majority white people as well over there.
worse, brother. That's worse. They're none left. They're wiped out. You're being very polite. There are none black
Right.
people left
So,
there.
so, 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 so,
That's
so,
the point.
what is your point?
I'll tell you. If you don't unite and come together as people, 100 years time, that's Africa will look like. Trust me.
So why do you live? Why do you still live in London if you know all these things? Why did you go to Africa and you have to come back to London? If Africa was a gem, why didn't you stay back in Africa and do the things that you're talking about?
Good question. Good question. I'll answer it. If you remember, I said to you, I've been to Africa 6 times already.
Right. So you've been, but you left. It means you don't like it. Because when people go to places and they like it, they stay over there. Most people go to London, they like it. That's why they stay in London. Why didn't you stay in Africa?
Well, can I ask you a question? Is that question rhetorical? Shall I ask a question? Is the question rhetorical or shall I answer it?
Go ahead. I mean, why didn't you stay? That's the question.
For the third time, if you're not interrupting, for the third time. Right. I've been in Nigeria 6 times already. This December, I'm going for my 7th time. I plan to retire there. I would have property over there, my family, 3 times. We've got one property at Efferon and Supplement. We bought a property over there. I plan to retire there soon. I mean, before then.
Why do you have to retire? Why not stay? Why do you have to retire there?
I'll tell you why, because I've got jobs over there. I've got resource jobs over here. That's why. When I bring money in pounds over here, I've changed over. It's a lot of money. It's changed £1 about 300 naira.
Wow. So the white man is the white man's money, right?
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Don't get polite anymore. Shut your mouth. I'm not annoying you now. Don't annoy me. I don't be polite anymore. Be polite if you don't. I'm supposed to be polite. It's not going to be rude now. We're polite. You tell me quite politely. You're still talking. So now, shut your mouth. I'm talking now. No more politeness. Give me that response to politeness. So now I'm going to be rude now. Right. When I live over here, I have a good job over here, administrative job in administration. When I have big money, when I make people save those to Africa, the £1 is about 200, 300 naira. When I build, that's why I build properties already over there. I build stuff over there with the pounds. It's convenient for me right now. When I'm still young and healthy, make resources. Before I get old, I'll retire over there. Long before then. Long before I'm 55 now, 55 years old now. Middle-aged.
Wow.
So I should go a long time ago. Yeah. But I retire, I tend to go there within the next 3-4 years for good, and then start more family over there. That's what
So you have to wait till you go on retirement when you have spent all your productive life in London, giving it back to London, to go back to Africa to retire when you cannot do anything anymore. Come on, man.
What did I tell you? I told you I'm still talking. Am I speaking Chinese? Am I speaking too fast? Am I speaking in Russian? Stop talking when I'm speaking. I'm talking now. I'll let you know when I've finished. Right. Productive years at a talk, but I promise you, I don't look I'm fit and healthy. Don't worry about my chronological age. That's nothing. Trust me, I'm fit and I'm half my age. I train 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. Trust me, I'm a very fit athletic man. My wife can tell you that. Don't worry about I can still perform in bed. Don't worry about my resources, physical capability. I've got no complaints there. I promise you that. Anyway, regarding I'll choose when I'm going to retire. It's up to me. Well, the fact is, I'm not going to die here. That's the point. The fact is, put my money where my mouth is. That's my point, Judah. Most blacks don't think like me. Most blacks in the UK are idiots. They're about to fuck niggas like there's a guy called what's his name? That British coon, Bomani, that Nigerian.
Oh yeah, the unapologetic Nigerian, and then you have another one called Afro Dumbass.
Yeah, those dumb black bastards. Some my language. Those black scum. The majority of black Jews are like them. Unfortunately, I'm the minority. Blacks over here that have a love for Africa, that have conviction. We're the minority. When I'm over here, I'm like walking in the land of zombies. Blacks over here, they're idiots. They're a bunch of gutless, spineless, for the most part, treacherous, backstabbing mother effers. I can't stand them. Most of my friends are foreigners. Arabs, the Chinese, the Koreans, even over UK. I'm a mix of them. The mix of the white blacks here. I fellow Pan-Africanists. I don't mix with black British, other whites. I don't mix with them because they're a bunch of whatless, low-life niggas that are stabbing the back quicker than the Wazunga would. So, so while we're still here, good point. My point is that, various things that I can't discuss on the panel. My plan's been delayed for a couple of years. I was a carer for a few years. My mother got ill in 2007. I was caring for 8 or 9 years. She retired back in Nigeria in 2015. So for 8, 9 years, I was looking after my mother. I was a carer for 9 years, 10 years. So I work full time. So the reasons why things been, which I got discussed on the panel, is personal. Why I'm still behind my project. But as a good African, a good son, you take care of your family. That's African children do. We take care, as you know, yourself as African. We take care of our parents. We take care of our family. That's what we do. So that's the question why I'm still here. For some reason why I'm still here. My family, my girlfriend, my family, but we've got plans to leave. I'm gonna die here. So I apologize for shouting at you, Brother Judah, but you get annoyed. But I do apologize for my outbursts. But I get annoyed when people interrupt. It's very rude. When people talk, I listen. I expect the same in return. Let me go calm down a bit now.
Are you done? I can talk, huh?
Yes, sir. I finished.
Okay, I mean that it is fine, man. Like what I'm saying, like I mean, this is the thing we want to like. I mean, we talk about the white man, bash the white man, but none of us want to cut away from the white man, right? I mean, so you have this African that you feel like, oh, he claims like, oh, he has the intelligence to tell you who the white man is, but come to find out, he still lives close to the white man and all these things. That's what I'm saying. No, if you want to tell me who the white man is, then you have to be somebody that is talking to me from the African or where there's no white man. Then I'm gonna believe you. But if you live in a place where it's controlled by these people, and then you are not the best person to tell me who the white man is or who the white man is not, because these people are still feeding you as well. There's no way you don't see these people one to one on your daily routine in where you live at. Yeah, you paying your bills, your telephone bills, your air flight, all these things are connected to them. So then that's the thing, I've talked too much, I'm probably, gonna be chill and, going to my close out and just say, well, anybody that is coming to Africa, with the right mindset and have a good plan of what they are doing, that's good. We are not stopping people to come in. We are very hospitable as well, but at the same time, I'm not gonna condone with people that have a different mindset, those who are going over there and doing scamming and causing problems. Because I was watching one YouTuber was cursing out a police officer in Africa and was pointing fingers on him and cursing him out and doing threatening this police officer. It happened, I think, in Ghana, and that was a problem because the same thing that you could not do in America, you are now trying to do that in Africa, disrespecting people and carrying that attitude problems over there. I mean, the countries that they do it does not concern me, but if you do these kind of things in Cameroon, the rules and regulations in this country, or the law is gonna take its course, and that's just me. And I'm out. I want to thank the brother for coming in, and that's just gonna be my own point of view. Oh, Bomani, thank you for letting me in. Please do not block me. Please allow your channel to have diverse minds and diverse discussion, so people can come in and share their own opinion. It doesn't mean when you disagree with people, you want to block them. Allow them to come
Brother,
in and
brother, it's not about disagreeing, and it's not about you can't just come on here and run your mouth and then say a bunch of negative, irresponsible stuff, and then we just say, oh, that's okay. I'm a person. I'm not on YouTube playing games. We run a serious business that we run in Connection, and we're here to be responsible and information. And the way you act and carry yourself, and the way, oh, we don't need black people in America. We don't need this. That's not even diplomatic. That's no way to carry yourself. Humble yourself, and we're trying to tell you to humble yourself, and you're carrying on with your foolishness and shenanigans. So
no, I'm just gonna say I'm sorry if I hurt.
We don't need your energy, and we don't need you to be one of Afro dumbass troll and things like that. So people want to come check us out because they hear people say negative things about. They could come check us out and listen to what we have to say, and they'll listen and they'll see the archives of videos we have had, productive discussion, us talking positive on explaining the history of Liberia and breaking it down on the things that we're working on. And we invite people like Jughead, people who have some sense of you know, literally this is what we're talking about and can flow with us in a conversation. Every minute we're talking, it's not about just, oh, they don't have no money, they don't have no money, they don't have this, they don't have this. What are they gonna come and build? I mean, why would I sit here and want to talk? So I'm gonna make this a time where I literally start getting rid of y'all one by one, little by little. That's how I would see most of them are done.
Oh man, don't do it. But it was nice talking to you.
I can sign. It's like, get this Panani off.
Oh man, come on, Bomani. I've been, you know, you've been my guy, man. You act like
you've been going around trolling over YouTube, pushing this bad energy. Black America, they useless. They haven't built anything. You know, you should be thinking about Black America as a partnership and how you can, do things in Cameroon. Think about
really
positive things. Absolutely, you may learn something.
Really? So you think you want to come to Cameroon and do the kind of travel business you want to do? Come on, man.
I have no interest in Cameroon. Why would I want to go? Why would I want to go there when I have opportunities to like Ghana, Tanzania, South Africa, and even Liberia?
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you that that's a low IQ kind of business. You taking that travel business to Cameroon is gonna be a low IQ anyway.
The business that we're building is a Black Star Pan-African community in Ghana. That's the business that we're building. Our Africa Tourism Investment is a vehicle to get us in that direction and get us some of the people who are investors and open up a continuous flow of energy going back and forth to Africa and supporting Black-owned enterprise and managing a whole tour operation and writing tour programs and building diplomatic connections. So you can say what you want to say. We're building a business empire for our entire family and for building a whole new town of energy and creating opportunities for other people. So that's what we're doing, and you know, and my brother said, get this off. So,
but that's good, man. Bomani, let me make one more statement, right? I mean, you see most Africans in Europe, when they start talking about this Pan-African stuff to you, ask them, why are they not going back home? They start getting hesitant. They start trying to be arrogant and all these things, right? I spoke to one of my guys to Niger before. He's a Pan-African, like this Nigerian guy on the panel as well. When I asked him, but why are you not going back home? He gets irritated because these are the kind of questions that they really don't want to answer, right? They want to push people to go back to Africa, but are they actually going back home? No. Most of these guys, they love London so much. They want to make money. They want to make money. They want the white man to give them that. That's all what they tell you. They come here and preach something different, yet they are not doing the walking. They do a lot of talking, but they are not doing the walking, man. That's why that's why just don't believe in people in Europe, man. Don't believe in most of these Africans in Europe, because if you ask them to go to Africa and stay, no, they are not doing that. That's just a fact that I'm gonna say, and thank you.
Jugget, you got another reply back to that, Jugget. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Judah's correct. Unfortunately, Judah's correct. I mean, look, majority of Black people in England, especially so-called Pan-Africans, are full of SHRT. Judah's correct. Not all, but the majority are full of it. That's why the last 5 decades, most Pan-Africans brought nothing in Africa. Most Pan-Africans are full of SHRT. Judah's correct. Majority of people are, but not all of us. You get a core minority that are serious. And what I'll say is this, brother Judah. You know, what's this date now? The date is April 2023. Brother Judah, well, if I'm still in the UK 10 years from now, they say, brother Jagged, you're full of shit. I'll make you a deal. 10 years from now.
Oh, really? Make me a deal, man. I'm with you.
If I'm still here, when it's time, brother Judah, they say, brother Jagged, you're full of shit. I promise you,
come on, Jugger. Come on, how you gonna say I'm full of shit, man?
Yeah, man, you're full of something, brother. You're full of something. You're full of. We know what you're full of. You're full of now. You're full of that white man come inside you. That's what you're full of.
Oh shit, Bomani, come on, man. What the hell you talking about?
Broken, man. That man there, broken, loading you up, man.
No, but Judah, my brother, let me say this, brother Judah. You're right. Most Black Pan-Africans are full of shits. You're right. That's why they're all talk. But no, you're telling facts. But not all of us. Brother Bomani is building stuff. I've seen Brother Bomani's receipts. I've seen Brother Callan's receipts. The majority are full of shit, but not all of us. What I'm saying for myself, Brother Jughead, Brother Jeff from the UK, I'm telling you now, Brother Judah, the date from 10 years from now, if I'm still here in the UK, they say you have permission to say, Brother Jeff, Jughead, you're full of shit. You can say that to me. Because you're right, talk is cheap. Okay, if I'm still here in 5 years' time, by 2028, Brother Jeff, you're still here longer in the UK. 5 years ago, you said to me you were going. You're still here. You're full of shit. Then you can say that.
Okay, so by that time, don't tell me you went back home and visit. So by that time, you're gonna be living in Africa.
Yes. Okay. Yes. You got witnesses. You got witnesses. Okay, Brother Judah, you got witnesses now. So I can't back out now. You got witnesses.
I'm glad you actually agree with me, man. I thought you were gonna say, "Oh, this guy is full of shit," but I'm glad you agree with me. You know, it's not. You know, most of the time we can disagree to agree, and that's a good thing, right? I'm not gonna say, "Oh, I disagree with most of these guys going back home." No, I do not. You know, it feels good for having these people going back home to actually see what Africa is, because what the media normally shows to them, as they say, you know, showing them the bad side. Now they're actually experiencing the life in Africa. It may be cheaper to them, and I mean, it's good because we are also traveling overseas as well. People have the right to move and invest in whatever they want. I'm not stopping anybody to go to Africa, but go with the right mindset. Do not treat people bad. Do not, you know, claim you are the most educated black on the planet and talk down on people. It just doesn't work like that, you know.
Did somebody say that? Most educated blacks on the planet?
Yeah, I heard on one planet that a Pan-African was saying they are the most intelligent blacks on the planet. So, you know, they want to school you about the white man as if Africans do not know what the white man is or what the white man is not. You know, as if they have lived better, they have lived close to the white man, they know a lot. And then why not cut away and move to where there is no white man? Why keep living with these people and they are wicked, bad, but at the same time you still want to live close to them? It makes no sense. So, you know,
it's not like a population of black people can run off and go anywhere. There's nowhere to run. Most people are gonna have to stay here.
Right. So I mean, it means they love them. They despite the fact that you claim they are wicked.
I mean, what part of Africa is opening its country to where it's gonna accept 50 million black people?
Oh, come on, man. Come on. If you go to Nigeria, if you go to Ghana, you think Ghana is not going to accept you? You think Nigeria is not going to accept you?
50 million black people is a lot of people.
Are they going to fit only in one country? Doesn't you guys move to countries to countries? Isn't Sierra Leone accepting African Americans?
Most of those countries could probably barely deal with a few hundred people.
Oh, come on. What the heck are you talking? What is the landmass of 50 million people? How much landmass can they occupy?
Like all of us could fit into Angola.
Right. So in just one country alone, you guys can fit. Gabon has a landmass bigger than Ghana. And what is Gabon population? 2-point-something million.
Yeah, exactly.
2-point-something million.
Right. You want to sense a country that nobody want to live.
No, Gabon is close to the beach. It's even more developed than Ghana. It's just because you guys don't know. And this is the thing about African Americans. You guys are so myopic. You guys are short-sighted. You guys tend to go to countries that speak English, but forgetting that there are countries that are, and that's your mindset. You tend to go to places that speak English, places that you can cope with. You don't want to let no other. Since you are used to speaking English, you feel, and that's one thing that is lacking with you guys. And this is where the Chinese beat you guys, because Chinese people do not have that problem. They go to countries that they don't care what languages speak. They go there and do their business. But you guys' mindset is only to countries that speak English, and that's where you fail. Because you go to these countries and it's overpopulated and your business doesn't do well. And you start saying, oh, Africa is not doing well. Oh, this is not doing well. But because you choose the wrong country. Just because people are going there or they speak English, it doesn't mean it's going to be profitable.
Sometimes people are victimized by greedy, evil, wicked, scamming savages. And those account for it. And sometimes people get shaken down. There's a lot of factors that goes into this. It's not a simple thing. I mean, and all I can say is the better that countries can open up and put things in place for us to come, then more of us can come and live and do business. Other than that, people are
go online, man. Let me advise you, Bomani. Go on YouTube and type Gabon and type check out Gabon and check out the vegetation these countries do not have. Check out check out Gabon, man. I'm not talking. Just check out Gabon. Check out certain countries. You're gonna be like,
I'm not into searching all over, running all over Africa. We have
oh,
countries.
okay, don't go there, man. That's why I see you have a myopic mind brain there. You short-sighted and go ahead and run.
We have a lot of countries we're dealing with there. We have Ghana and Liberia. We put a lot of time.
All right, go ahead and do your English Sierra Leonean countries and all of that.
Like I just came back from Senegal, and we've been to Benin, Togo. It just doesn't interest us. And I have no interest in those countries. It just
I know you going to places where you can make your money back, right? Return on investment.
It's more for us. It's more than this business. You're trying to build something to where you can do futuristic business, and you can diverse off into other options and opportunities. You're starting somewhere. We're doing international business.
Oh, come on! What kind of international business you have? Let me see.
Are you like low intelligence? We do Africa tourism. We take groups of people in and out of different.
Oh, come on!
It's not. We don't do no raggedy tour where you just we're just gonna just go here. It's a full program that hires a full staff of people to take you around a country. You know what I mean? And things like that. So this is a business that I have, along with a business that does real estate development and a business that do.
Oh, you're actually into real estate.
So these are three businesses that I have, and most people like yourself are jealous because we've been able to build business and we're going to expand on it and bring in new partners. And people like yourself don't have anything to show for the time you've been here.
Can I join your business, man?
Oh, no, not at all. You don't have the intelligence to deal with what we deal with here.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Sales and marketing is one of the aspects of things we do. Technical service and support is another thing we do.
Okay.
And like I mentioned to you, we help people with passport visas, and we create a whole world of helping people relocate to Africa. And
I can help you scout for countries. We can make it big.
I got a whole list of countries right down there scrolling. Those are the countries.
I can actually contact them because I know these people speak different languages. I can actually do that in different languages.
If you can help us do anything, what you can do is tell all your friends in America to go to Africa, and they can and send them to me, and I'll get them to Africa. That's if you can do anything. That's
how much do I get? How much do I get on the return?
You're gonna be doing it for the love of Africa. You're gonna be doing it for the love.
Oh, get out of here! You see, that's why nobody want to work with a black little PP company, man. Because you guys tend to underpay people, tend to want people work volunteering job, and you cannot do that with a white man. If you do that with a white man, you're gonna say he's enslaving you. Yeah, you guys want to go around on the continent and pay people little payment, man.
Hey, I don't know about. I can't speak for other people. We run tourism, and people get paid well in tourism. It's a
really? Are you kidding me?
Brother. And it's a serious business. I mean, I can't speak for you or anybody else. I mean, I run my business here. Like I mentioned, you go on there, you'll see all the groups of people we have had. It's not, you try to go around and try to build a business and get any groups of people to go spend this level of money to travel all over Africa and move around in places where, where people may not necessarily want to go because they may hear negative things about it. That's why this is why we're educating people about Liberia, so people don't have to have all the negative stuff in their mindset. Like like everything is all about war,
right? Yeah, that's true.
Stuff like that. The good thing is that we're based on the the inaccurate information that you in that documentary was saying, me and Kala was able to educate the audience and share information accuracy based on and analyzing stuff and understand that we have to tell our own story. But meanwhile, we can analyze some of the information because they're gonna miss out certain things and certain things they're not gonna put in. So
Kala but the person that was doing that video was a white guy.
Oh, absolutely, right person. But Kala Genesis did a great video and just analyzing the stuff and putting in the proper perspective. So family, we're getting there, and when we record our own videos in Liberia, we're gonna make it look nice. So if you want to do anything, what you can do, you can pay for one of the packages to come to Liberia. We'll give you a chance, and you can come there, spend some money in Liberia, and have a good time and enjoy tourism.
Bomani.
Other than that, people like yourself, we don't need. But we're fine with you spending some black dollars with some black folks.
Hey, you a nice guy, man. Despite the fact that I came and was rude, man, you kept it, a little bit cool. But even though you gave me a lot of insult, man, but at the same time, you be a
For real,
nice
I
guy,
was
man.
insulting you. Why would I do that? I mean, what could I possibly said to you that was not correct?
No,
Or
you
not
call
right?
me a coon. You call me a coon. You call me a bad broker. They, all these words
Oh
and
my
all of this.
God.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, really? So, but you cool, man.
Oh wow.
You cool.
I guess I don't know. I guess it's I'm a coon hunter. You know what I'm saying? A coon
No, but
assassin. A coon assassin.
us
So
us Africans do not put things in our mind, man. We once we say things, we just let it go, man. We don't carry people on our mind and where we have to take guns and go put you down or something. We don't do that stuff. You know what I mean? That's not us Africans. We just let it, that's it. We forget about it. And that's how we
okay.
move on.
Well, perfect. So you're not mad at our black population here in the Americas. Black, you're still gonna be hating on Black America.
Oh no, man. I'm not that not at
Because
all.
you didn't give Black America any credit for building Liberia, brother. Come on, let's be honest. You gave them no credit for building, and it wasn't just Black America. It was Black people from the Americas. So many other parts of the Americas people are from. But this is our contribution to civilization. The stolen Africans that you said that your people didn't want that and sold us into slavery. Bam, we came. We survived strong from this and build Africa's first republic.
Come on.
Brother. Let's be real. That is supposed to be the worst of your people that you mentioned earlier in the conversation. They built Liberia, and you give them no credit. You should be like, oh my God, how did they figure that? They were sold into slavery. They had to build a new identity. That they lost their culture, their ways, and still they have interest in returning back to Africa. You should commend our ancestors instead of you talk down about them and literally drag them through, saying that they took land and they control the government and they oppress people. And I mean, it sound like, brother, you started scaring me. It sound like a horror story. It sound like it sound like one of those videos where you just where people come and just take. Take.
But that's what they did, man. That's what they did. That's the history that they didn't teach you guys. That's the history that they didn't teach you guys.
That's what the white people push on that. Just like us right there. Are we coming to Africa to do? We're the same people. Are we coming? Is that our mission in Africa? We're coming. People coming to the oppressed Black people in Africa. Is that what we're coming there to do? So why would our ancestors do that 200 years ago? We're trying to work together to build a future of Africa. There it goes. And they were just a little bit more aggressive on building it because not much was built back in those days. And they came from civilization in America, or so-called civilization.
All right, Bomani.
Yes, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. So that is the situation here, man. But that's cool, man. But yeah, encourage your folks to come to Africa, man. Tell them to come to Ghana. I don't think they'll like Cameroon.
See, we actually don't encourage people to go to Cameroon because we are rebuilding our territory. So we don't actually want.
It's very violent there. What you got warlords and child soldiers and all kind of
No,
things.
we don't have that. We don't do warlord stuff. Our territory is the same like in neighboring Nigeria, right? Despite the fact that we still have things that are going bad in my country, right? But we still have a good economy, better than these countries that you call Liberia, Sierra Leone, Gambia.
Oh wow!
You know what I'm saying? So even in
real?
our worst,
You're not joking, right?
even in our worst times, we still better off than other countries in Africa, right? So it really don't bother me. Cameroon is you feel me?
Are you really making that up?
I'm not. Cameroon is not among the worst countries in Africa. We are up there. So put that in your mind. And we have a lot of touristic places in Africa. We are called African in miniature. And it means everything that you find in all these African countries, you find it in Cameroon. I'm telling you for a fact, we have everything, So, that's a treasure that most of you guys miss. You guys can go ahead and focus on the little countries that you want to go to. But when you want to see some topographies and really good culture, Bantu culture in that aspect, because I don't think you know about Bantus anyway. I don't think even I don't know if you even trace your DNA or something. But most of these guys trace their DNA to Bantus, and Bantus are from Cameroon, like their descendants. Like, you know, this was where the Bantu started. The Bantu movement, the Bantus expansion started in Cameroon, and that's a little clue. But then, you know, we don't need anybody, you know, go ahead and do what you can. You know, you running a profitable business. So going to Cameroon, you wouldn't make money anyway because nobody wants to go there. But you know, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because we don't want blacks to come over there anyway because we already have a lot of blacks. We actually have white people that are coming, and these are the people that we cherish.
You want to mix with some white people so you can create some.
We are not mixing. We are not mixing. We're getting white people. They are the ones that are coming in with the money because, you know, and
what are they doing, like sex tourism?
No, they are not doing sex stories. You know, white people like hiking, and we have some mountains that they do hike, you know. And we have a lot of beautiful oceans as well, black sand beach and white sand beach. We have these places that they cherish so much. We have a lot of things, right? And you guys are not good in tourism anyway. You guys are just good walking around talking about African days, your culture, and all of that. You guys don't actually admire topographies. You guys are actually scared going to the zoo. You know, white people are used to that, so we have these kind of things that attract white people, not African Americans. You know what I mean? So, you know, and they're actually, you know, spending money. You know, hotels are built up, so, you know, a lot of things happen, right? Yeah, and that's why, you know, instead of Cameroon depending on black losing white population coming in, we instead have to lose the black Americans coming in, because based on financial levels, I think white people have more money to spend in Africa than you guys.
And so what does that mean? You keep on telling us that. What does that mean? What does that mean? Nothing.
It means that we you guys not coming into Cameroon is not of a loss to us, because the people that are actually coming to our Cameroon are actually the white people that are actually spending more. So we are not losing from you guys not coming in or not. Is of no importance. We have not lose anything, and even if you guys come, we're not gonna gain anything as well. So, you know.
Can I respond to that, please, Bomani?
Absolutely, Judge. Go ahead.
Yeah,
we're down to 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, brother Judah, I promise you, I've calmed down. Again, I apologize for shouting at you. I've calmed down now. Yeah, regarding what you said, brother Judah.
Your brother, he's been on fire. He's been like that for the last 5 hours. I don't know what kind. I don't know if he'd be smoking meth or something, or sniffing that stuff. He's probably sniffing glue or something. I don't know what kind of drugs you do.
Yeah,
what kind of drugs you do? Yeah.
But no, brother Judah, look, you know, keep it clean.
Okay.
Yeah, brother Judah, look, those whites you mentioned, I'm warning you, brother Judah. Please, my African brother, my beloved African brother, I'm warning you. Do not trust them. They're coming up. They're not coming to the business with you. Their intentions are not benign. They're coming to replace us. Don't fool yourself. As far as I'm concerned, Africa's up in this business. They're taking Australia, Tasmania, America, and Canada. They see Africa's up in this business. Don't fool yourself, brother Judah. Their intentions are nefarious. I'm warning you. Don't trust them. That's all I've got to say, brother Judah, brother Bomani. Left from UK. I'm gonna go to work soon. Work for the slave master.
Oh wow! So you do work for the slave master as well?
Hey,
the man got to make a living, brother.
Oh really? Really?
Hey.
You're not working for free, but yeah, you want to school other black men to tell you how a white man is bad. Yeah, you still work for their company. Come on, man. This is hypocrisy.
Hey, that's a righteous thing to do. Go get
it's hypocrisy, man. You preach something different. Yeah, you are doing the same thing. That's hypocrisy.
Brother, right now, what I'm doing, I have my business here running all day long throughout the day. But what am I supposed to tell that man? Go start a business? No, I'm not gonna tell a man go start a business.
But he works for the white man, the same white man that you blame.
Well, I'm gonna say go make that money from the white corporations, and then take some of that money and invest, and take some of it to start a business,
Exactly.
building onto that. I mean, and other
That's what
than
I'm
that,
doing. Thank
like
you.
I tell everybody else, keep your job. Don't walk away from your job. Don't think you're gonna mysteriously go start some business and get rich. I tell people stop
So
doing
how
that.
you wanna say the other guy is kissing the white man's ass? Yeah, you don't wanna say he's doing the same thing as well.
You're the one. You're the one worshiping. He's saying you got to go work somewhere. He's not
But
worshiping. He's saying, I got to go work.
no, he said he's going to work for the white man. That's what he said.
Okay, yeah. So he's
Yeah,
saying he's
well,
not worshiping him. God, Jughead, explain yourself, because he make it seem like you're agreeing with him.
I will, but Brother Judah, I will, but he doesn't listen. Brother Judah has a hard time listening. Brother Judah, I said that in tongue in cheek. We want to slave up a slave master. I said tongue in cheek. Obviously, I work. I'm not a rich man. I have to work. I've got
right.
This is like that. I'm not finished yet, Brother Judah. But what I'm saying is this: I work for them, but I worship them. That's two different things. Working for these Wazungus and worshiping them, two different things. My plan is eventually is to update my property. I've got more property I've got in Nigeria, and then leave home within the next 5 years. So if I'm still in 5 years' time, Judah, you can insult me. Say, Brother Jeff, young one, you're full of shit. You're still here. So you can listen, Brother Judah. If I'm still in 5 years' time, then you can insult me. Okay,
oh, my brother, you my brother, man. You know, I want to meet you back on the panel sometimes around. You know, we cool, man. You know, sorry for all what I said, but you a brother, man. Forgive me, man.
We're doing coon hunting, man. So we're executing, get rid of all of the coons.
Oh, come on, Bomani.
We got you in a shopping block.
Damn.
We're gonna wipe out all the coons in Coonville.
Oh man, you guys are funny, man. But it's all good, man. We just, I mean, you guys, you know, it's not gonna be all blacks that is gonna align with all this Pan-African stuff, man. You guys, it will never, you know, it's a myth. It's not gonna be a reality, because all what I've seen is only talk.
I'm fine. Give me those good white folks that's gonna put their money where their mouth is, and they can talk.
I mean, you live in a state where they have white people as well. Why not contact them where you live at? Don't you live in Georgia?
Go around and walk around in this. Mr. White people, I'd love for you to help our poor children in our poor children in the Gambia, and we need to build a school. We need to do this. I'm just go around in this bag. Yeah, brother, I'll see you in our work, and we'll put our money together, and we'll make it work in all the parts of Africa that we go to. And then what we can also do is, grants and and that's using your nonprofit. There's things that people can do, and we're all about those things. But yes, man. You have our information. You can always recommend your friends to subscribe to the channel, and so they can hear some real Pan-African energy, and they will learn something. Because
no problem. No problem, man.
And I'm sure you've learned a lot from Kala today, because he was schooling and educating you.
No, he was talking. You should have put him on the back chat. He was over talking, man.
Yes, Jughead by youth. Yeah. From a little cottage in Nottingham.
Oh, come on. Is that your place, bro? That's wow. Really?
From a little cottage in Nottingham. Show that again.
Oh, come on, man. He doesn't own that shit. He's paying mortgage on it, man. You know that.
Yo, why do you have to assume all these negative things about it? Try to inspire people. Hey, Jughead, he just automatically assumes that you do not own your unit, but it's none of his business. Like I tell people, when they ask these weird questions, do you own your home? How about it's none of your business? How about you mind your business? How about I live here and you don't?
Oh, come on. Come on.
People just want to know everything about you, everything that you do. I mean, that's the only bad thing about being online, because people want to be all in your business, and and for the most part, I'm open to say hi and hello, but don't come and approach me with nothing negative, because I'm not trying to hear it.
Brother Judas, that look at the grey cold sky of London. I want to come home. Look at the grey. You want to stay here forever. Show the grey cold skies, the nasty concrete block buildings. It's unnatural. When I go to Nigeria, I don't want to come back. It's only financial reasons that brought me back. If I had money, I would have stayed there. Trust me. If I was a man of means, I would have come back. Because that means it's Judah, man, African, man. It's beautiful, man. I'm sure Cameroon's the same. Cameroon, I've seen Cameroon pictures of it. Cameroon is beautiful. All West Africa, but
Yeah, come on. Yeah, there you go. No, you are right, man. Brother. Yeah, you are right. You are right. I believe you see, man, you're my brother, man. So yeah, we are Africans, man. Even at the end of the day, I'm all Pan-Africanists, right? But sometimes what made me change my mind is as we started seeing a lot of things, especially what made me change my mind was from Al-Kati. From the beginning, from that Gambian stuff all the way, years back, and we start seeing how this coming and all these lands problems, and that's why we say, oh wow, so these guys are actually out for their own money, not actually out for Pan-Africanism. That was where the mindset changed.
Yeah, those are the fakers, but those ones we have to identify them and purge them. See what is, brother Joe? In that community, we've got a lot of fakers, a lot of fake mofos that need to be exposed and purged. See, we've got a lot of work to do, brother Judah. It's not easy because we've got a lot of people in our community that are fakers, that are full of shit. Not you, Bomani, but others in our community that look like us, but have nasty mentality. And if we identified and put aside, that's what we've got to do. But it will be done because, but I tell you, Judah, Africa's the future. Everyone's going there for a reason. Everyone knows it, except the most blacks in the UK and America. That Africa's the future. What do you think they were going there for? Why Russia's Putin's there? What do you think he's there for? To get a suntan? No. He knows that Africa's resources that they need. Everyone's going to Africa. Lebanese, Russians, Chinese, Singaporean, everyone's there. Wazungus, they're all there for a reason.
But why are they there and we're not there? So that's why I blame our leaders. I don't blame them for not going there because they're using their intelligence to exploit from us. We should be using our intelligence to take it back from them. That's the thing.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, Africans shouldn't be docile anymore. You already know who the enemy is. Yeah, you allow them to come into your territory and take it from you. And then you still blame them again. Come on, man. We should be blaming ourselves, not them. They're doing what they are doing to feed their empire. All these things, especially when it comes to media, and they say, oh, BBC did not show this. Oh, CNN is not showing this. They're not supposed to show you what you want to see. You should be creating your own medias and telling and showing what is right for your own people and exposing their own ass.
Well, appreciate it, brothers. Appreciate both of you sharing all that wonderful energy and things like that. And yes, we do have to figure it out amongst ourselves and figure something out. So, family, the journey continues, and hate to cut us short, but yeah, we've been on too long. So, enjoy the last of the music, Sankofa Bird, and we'll just play a nice little slideshow from our website.
All right. Yeah, you too, man.
Sons of Africa. was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. The Pan-African cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun covered. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response, rhythms of Jimbe and Kete, sounding far and distance, regenerating vibration, from corner to curb, the million voices are heard. Ahoy, 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 it was a sun called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr.